about it, it will definitely be recognized as a collective effort. So, when eating melons, no one needs to remind anyone. Everyone automatically collects the seeds. They have experience in this. After planting many types of crops, they know that the seeds of melons usually lie within the fruit's flesh. The Han people have popularized the cultivation of loofah, a common type of melon, so everyone knows what loofah seeds look like. Du Fuck even thinks further. This type of melon is sweet and juicy. Who knows, it could develop more in the future. If they could make melon candy, that would be even better. The Lay tribe does not understand the intentions of the Han people, so they find it very strange. They also inadvertently grow melons, like carelessly pulling out seeds or scattering seeds with fertilizer. But there are no experienced people to summarize this knowledge. The entire tribe only thinks about hunting, so they have never learned how to farm. That is why the Lay tribe is so poor and weak. The Lay tribe's population is very young. There are no shamans specialized in organizing rituals, nor are there elders sitting at home, mainly due to the high mortality rate while hunting. The average lifespan is not high. During the meal, Du Fuck gives each person of the Lay tribe a porcelain bowl full of rice and crocodile meat, including both stewed and grilled, and most importantly, there is salt added. This special salty flavor is something the Lay tribe has never tasted before. Combined with the sweet flavor of the rice makes everyone eat without stopping, unable to put down their chopsticks. Du Fuck is still negotiating with the leader of the Lay tribe about the exchange. Both sides refuse to give in. The negotiation falls into a deadlock. I already said, I can trade you some weapons, but you can only use those small animals to exchange. Du Fuck insisted. The Lay tribe is so poor that the only wild cats they raise are what Du Fuck can consider. Through conversation, Du Fuck also learns that these small, furry animals of the Lay tribe actually have special abilities, similar to the dogs of the Han tribe. They can catch mice underground, catch birds in trees, and dare to fight snakes in the bushes. Whether guarding the house or watching over the food, they are very useful, and they eat little because of their small size. Therefore, raising these animals in the Han tribe is definitely beneficial and not harmful. As for the Lay tribe's belief that the children who die young turn into wild cats, Du Fuck completely does not believe it. In fact, the Du tribe is fundamentally different from other tribes. As Lax once said, in an era where the snow god is prevalent, the Du tribe is one of the few atheists. Mainly because the Du tribe is a nomadic tribe, restless, traveling everywhere, and encountering many different tribes. This tribe worships horses. That tribe worships donkeys. If those are all gods, then how many gods are there in this world? Moreover, under the influence of scientific thought from La Sung, Du Fuck looks down even more on those wild gods. He does not deny that among animals there could be one or two special individuals worshipped as deities, but that is just a minority. Just like in his entire life he has interacted with countless people, he has only met one La Sung. But can La Sung be considered a human god? Of course not. According to the ideology that the leader propagates, he is a born emperor leader, a monarch who carries out the will of heaven to lead the people, completely different from deities. No, these fox spirits are all descendants of our deceased. The fox tribe chief firmly opposed, "We will not use our descendants to exchange for goods. Only they can protect the tribe, helping our tribe's population grow more and more." Du Fuck feels extremely helpless. What does your small population have to do with raising those small animals? No matter how many animals you raise, if there is not enough food, how can you feed many people? Our Han tribe is powerful, gathering a large population, isn't it, thanks to having enough food, knowing how to farm, and stabilizing the food source. Without those things, how can the population increase? What does this have to do with the small animals you raise? Truly shallow-minded. Thinking back to his leader, Du Fuck silently laments. Both are teenagers in their teens. Why is there such a big gap? Fox Chief, is this rice delicious? Du Fuck suddenly asked. Very delicious. Why? The Fox Chief did not understand Du Fuck's intention. In our Han tribe, all the people eat rice like this, never going hungry throughout the year, at least 2 full meals a day. Thanks to that, the population of the Han tribe reaches 70 to 80,000 people, and since they hunt less, fewer people die, the population increases rapidly each year. If you want your tribe to be more populous, why not come to the Han tribe? Just a few years later, your tribe's population will multiply. Du Fuck tempted. Everyone eats rice like this, no need to hunt deadly animals, 2 meals a day, never going hungry all year round. 70 to 80,000 people is how many? How much more than our tribe? The young chief of the Fox tribe questioned with skepticism, inwardly cursing Du Fuck as cunning, talking nonsense without thinking. Although he admits that the Han tribe is stronger due to weapons, he cannot believe that all the people are well fed all year round, having 2 delicious meals a day, never going hungry. That life he does not dare to dream of. Even the large tribes around him that he knows do not dare to affirm that. In winter, when hunting is not possible, if the food reserves are insufficient, how can they not go hungry? Even the devil does not believe it. He firmly believes that Du Fuck is lying. 70 to 80,000 people. Du Fuq looked around and continued. If lined up according to your tribe's settlement pattern, you would walk for 10 days and still not finish. Realizing that the fox chief does not know how to count, Du Fuq converts the huge number into a direct distance. The fox chief is stunned, but still does not believe that if the Han tribe is so populous, they are also well-fed all year round. He cannot imagine it, as he has never seen a mine without that concept. He then retorts to expose Du Fuq's lies. You say the Han tribe does not need to hunt, then how do so many people eat? They eat rice. In the morning, a little rice cooked into porridge. At noon and evening, white rice like what you are eating. Is this the seed for planting? Yes. The population increases rapidly every year. If you want your tribe to be more populous, why not come to the Han tribe? Just a few years later, your tribe's population will multiply. Du Fuq tempted. Everyone eats rice like this. No need to hunt deadly animals. 2 meals a day. Never going hungry all year round. 70 to 80,000 people is how many? How much more than our tribe? The young chief of the fox tribe questioned with skepticism, inwardly cursing Du Fuq as cunning, talking nonsense without thinking. Although he admits that the Han tribe is stronger due to weapons, he cannot believe that all the people are well-fed all year round, having 2 delicious meals a day, never going hungry. That life he does not dare to dream of. Even the large tribes around him that he knows do not dare to affirm that. In winter, when hunting is not possible, if the food, how can they not go hungry? Even the devil does not believe it. He firmly believes that Du Fuq is lying. 70 to 80,000 people. Du Fuq looked around and continued. If lined up according to your tribe's settlement pattern, you would walk for 10 days and still not finish. Realizing that the fox chief does not know how to count, Du Fuq converts the huge number into a direct distance, but still does not believe that if the Han tribe is so populous, they are also well-fed all year round. He cannot imagine it, as he has never seen a mind without that concept. He then retorts to expose Du Fuq's lies. You say the Han tribe does not need to hunt, then how do so many people eat? They eat rice. In the morning, a little rice cooked into porridge. At noon and evening, white rice. How can they not go hungry? Even the devil does not believe it. He firmly believes that Du Fuq is lying. 70 to 80,000 people. Du Fuq looked around and continued. If lined up according to your tribe's settlement pattern, you would walk for 10 days and still not finish. Realizing that the fox chief does not know how to count, Du Fuq converts the huge number into a direct distance. The fox chief is stunned, but still does not believe that if the Han tribe is so populous, they are also well-fed all year round. He cannot imagine it, as he has never seen a mind without that concept. He then retorts to expose Du Fuq's lies, but still does not believe that if the Han tribe is so populous, they are also well-fed all year round. He cannot imagine it, as he has never seen a mind without that concept. He then retorts to expose Du Fuq's lies. You say the Han tribe does not need to hunt, then how do so many people eat? They eat rice. In the morning, a little rice cooked into porridge. At noon and evening, white rice like what you are eating. Is this the seed for planting? Yes, each year only one harvest. You can think of it like fruit. It's not hunting, so there's no need for hunting. Du Fuq explained sincerely. Fruit means gathering. With so many of you, how many seeds can you gather to eat each day? A region can be completely depleted in just a few days. Don't think I don't know. After all, I am the tribe leader, and we also gather sweet fruits to eat. This stuff grows slowly but is consumed quickly, and you can't store it, so don't try to fool me. The fox tribe leader considered himself clever, believing he had exposed Du Fuq's lies. After some discussion, the Lai tribe, with a total population of only 82 people, including men, women, children, and the elderly, ultimately decided to join the Han tribe. They would leave this place with Du Fuq's fleet. Of course, along with the pet cats they raise, Du Fuq also achieved his goal, packing both people and cats to take along. You won't trade cats with me? Then both people and cats will go together to strengthen the relationship between both sides. At the same time, since the fleet has increased by more than 80 people, the food reserves on the ship were quickly depleted, so Du Fuq ordered a 2-day stop. One reason was to allow the Lai tribe to pack up what they wanted to take, even though they really didn't have much to carry, mainly because Du Fuq wanted his people to survey the area where the Lai tribe lived to see if there were any specialties that the Han tribe needed, while also recording the terrain and the surrounding landforms. The second reason was to strengthen the relationship between the Lai tribe and the Han tribe. Did they like the steel weapons and tools of the Han tribe? Then let them try them out to satisfy their passion, while also replenishing the food reserves for the fleet. In the next 2 days, Du Fuq had the women of the Lai tribe lead, sending 50 sailors along, tasked with scouting the surrounding terrain, while also gathering information on any fruits, crops, wood resources, or minerals that could be exploited. The men of the Li tribe, along with the remaining sailors of the Han tribe, set up camp by the river, actively hunting crocodiles and animals that came to drink water. Morning and evening were the hunting times, while noon was used for drying meat or curing animal hides. Regarding the short-term preservation of animal hides, if there wasn't enough time or conditions for thorough processing, temporarily salting them would help prevent the hides from rotting for a while. The young men of the Lai tribe during these 2 days also got to satisfy their hunting passion with sharp steel weapons. The crocodiles they had never dared to touch before were now easily taken down. Moreover, after some time interacting with the Han sailors, they heard that the Han tribe had many better things, from tools to weapons. Just by going to the Han tribe, their lives would definitely be better than now. This further strengthened their determination to join the Han tribe. As for the tribe, they didn't care too much, mainly because this tribe had no significant traditions, not even an elder over 30 years old. Talking about the tribe was just nonsense. These young men seemed more pragmatic. They cared more about the practical benefits they would gain after joining the Han tribe. Meanwhile, on the collection team, during these 2 days, they were fortunate to find 2 types of useful minerals. One was a type of copper ore they were very familiar with, though the quality of this ore was a bit low, but only compared to the ore in the Baobao mountain area. In fact, this was also a pretty good ore. This was a gray copper ore, mainly consisting of blue-purple copper sulfide crystals, with malachite also present on the surface, mainly due to the surface copper ore being corroded by rain and air, oxidized, while deep inside it was still copper sulfide. The second type of ore was a mineral that Du Fuc and the team had never seen before, but intuitively, Du Fuc believed it was definitely a type of ore, just not sure what it was used for. It was a bright red stone, with dark pieces resembling dried blood, slightly leaning towards a reddish-brown color, and the material wasn't too hard, easily breakable. The reason the team members were sure this was a mineral was that these stones were densely distributed. In a limited area, there were many of them, and moreover, the color was very special, bright red and very pure, definitely not an ordinary stone. Upon seeing this stone, Du Fuc's first thought was to disregard whether it was a metal ore or not. Such red stones were soft and brittle and could be taken back for dye or pigment. In fact, he didn't know that this was actually a type of metal ore known as cinnabar in ancient times, which was a raw material for refining mercury, that is, mercury. This was also a type of metal mineral that humans had known to exploit and refine very early on, but the ancients didn't use it for anything good, mainly exploiting the toxicity of mercury, using it a lot in tomb raiding and mummification techniques. For example, in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, a miniature map of China was simulated with mercury, creating the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, causing the mercury vapor concentration in the tomb to exceed standards, killing anyone who entered. Therefore, to this day, only a few holes containing terracotta soldier statues have been opened, while the actual tomb of Qin Shi Huang remains sealed. Of course, it's not just because of the high mercury concentration but also because of the fear that once opened, the air composition inside would change, damaging the relics, so it's best not to open it. As for the Han tribe, the current use of cinnabar is just as Du Fuc said, mainly used as a pigment, for example, to make printing ink. Currently, the Han tribe uses red ink, but that's due to juice from the red leaf tree mixed with vegetable oil and kaolin, which isn't very effective. If using cinnabar to make it, just cinnabar and oil would suffice, much simpler, and the effectiveness would be better. Since Du Fuc believed cinnabar was an important product and the Han tribe currently didn't lack copper ore, he didn't report it. Today, La Sung only requested to mark detailed locations, collect some samples, and then continue to lead the fleet and the newly joined Ly tribe downstream. Fortunately, the sailboat was large enough and there weren't many adults in the Lai tribe. Half of them were children, so even though the boat was a bit cramped, it didn't affect their use and daily life. The food supplies for the fleet were also fully stocked, so during the time on the boat, the crew didn't let everyone be idle and asked the sailors to take various fabrics from the cargo hold, teaching the women of the Lai tribe how to sew clothes, at least so that everyone in the Ly tribe would have something to wear. The men of the Li tribe were also taught by the sailors survival skills on the boat along with techniques for rowing and controlling the sails so they could help out on the homeland of the Han people. Yet, just living on the boat, the Lai tribe felt they had made enough progress compared to their previous lives. Although the sailors all thought that life on the boat was quite tough, because no matter how good the boat was, being away for a long time made them miss their own homes. The crew kept their usual routine, recording the journey's log daily as ordered by La Sung. A sea vessel, the journey's log on such unfamiliar routes was relatively important. One reason was to gain experience for future trips, and the other was to effectively and sustainably monitor the mental and physical condition of the sailors. These were all skills that a fleet commander needed to possess and master. Meanwhile, on the Han side, after sending off the envoy to visit the Shin tribe, La Sung also took the time to inspect the newly established districts, reviewing the construction situation of some new districts in Hanyang County, the capital of Ruyang County, and the Sitong district belonging to this county. Half a year had passed, and the construction status of these new cities needed to be checked. If the progress was slow, they had to consider the issue of overpopulation in advance and start planning from now. They couldn't wait until the end of autumn to figure it out. By the end of July, the last month of summer, most of the rice in Hanyang City was in the midst of a tense harvest. When Lasung arrived at the northern gate of Hanyang City, the second crop of corn here was only knee-high. The wild gazelles only give birth once a year. Female gazelles can reach sexual maturity in just a few months, while males take nearly 12 months. In other words, the youngest gazelles can reproduce by the age of 1. This has been considered a strong reproductive capability among large mammals. However, even though they can reproduce at 1 year old, just like a 1-year-old dog is equivalent to a child of the same age. A 3-year-old dog is only considered mature, and the gazelles are similar, as their lifespan is only about 12 to 13 years. Therefore, when Ying Rui said that the breeders concluded that gazelles aged 3 to 6 years are in their mature stage, this is accurate. Those under 3 years are called juveniles. From 3 to 6 years is considered mature. From 6 to 9 years is middle-aged, and after 9 years is old. The mature stage is the backbone of the gazelle species. Theoretically, they have the ability to give birth to 2 litters each year. However, in the wild, due to food and safety issues not being guaranteed, they can only give birth to 1 litter each year. But for fully domesticated gazelles, these environmental factors are no longer an issue. Previously, the gazelles raised by the Han were mainly cared for by people from the Sharp Corner tribe. They still applied the free-range method as before, so these gazelles were almost no different from semi-wild gazelles. In Lasung's previous life memories, the image of sheep farming was also just a scene of grazing. He had no concept of raising sheep in captivity, only remembering that pigs were raised in pens. This time, due to being busy building the fortress at Fuma Pass, there weren't enough manpower. This method brought surprising results. If this method becomes widespread, in the future, the Han will have so much more meat and other byproducts like horns and sheep wool. Thinking of this, female gazelles can reach sexual maturity in just a few months, while males take nearly 12 months. In other words, the youngest gazelles can reproduce by the age of 1. This has been considered a strong reproductive capability among large mammals. However, even though they can reproduce at 1 year old, they are still considered to be in their juvenile stage, just like a 1-year-old dog is equivalent to a child of the same age. A 3-year-old dog is only considered mature. And the gazelles are similar, as their lifespan is only about 12 to 13 years. Therefore, when Ying Rui said that the breeders concluded that gazelles aged 3 to 6 years are in their mature stage, this is accurate. Those under 3 years are called juveniles. From 3 to 6 years is considered mature. From 6 to 9 years is middle-aged, and after 9 years is old. The mature stage is the backbone of the gazelle species. Theoretically, they have the ability to give birth to 2 litters each year. However, in the wild, due to food and safety issues not being guaranteed, they can only give birth to 1 litter each year. But for fully domesticated gazelles, these environmental factors are no longer an issue. Previously, the gazelles raised by the Han were mainly cared for by people from the Sharp Corner tribe. They still applied the free-range method as before, so these gazelles were almost no different from semi-wild gazelles. In Lesung's previous life memories, the image of sheep farming was also just a scene of grazing. He had no concept of raising sheep in captivity, only remembering that pigs were raised in pens. This time, due to being busy building the fortress at Fuma Pass, there weren't enough manpower to graze sheep daily, so they had to keep them in pens. Unexpectedly, this method brought surprising results. If this method becomes widespread in the future, the Han will have so much more meat and other byproducts like horns and sheep wool. Thinking of this method brought surprising results. If this method becomes widespread in the future, the Han will have so much more meat and other byproducts like horns and sheep wool. Thinking of this, Lasung immediately said, "Record the name of the breeder who summarized this experience. Once the method is verified, I will reward him not only with a title but also with an official position. Tell him to continue taking good care and summarize more, including whether the behavior of the gazelles changes when kept in captivity and what type of food they should eat during this time. Tell him this is the task I assigned to him." Lasung paused for a moment and then continued. Whether this method is verified or not, first reward him 30 coins. Consider it a reward for discovering and reporting in a timely manner. Just say that I am rewarding him. Ying Rui, after hearing this, hesitated and asked, "Leader, but he has never learned Chinese characters. What position do you intend to give him? It wouldn't be suitable for him to be a local official. He has no experience managing people." Lasung chuckled lightly. "If he doesn't know, he can learn. You didn't know anything at first either. If he doesn't know how to manage people, just assign him to the research department like the Sinong department, for example. However, this department hasn't been established yet. We'll figure it out later." The Sinong department? Ying Rui was surprised. What department was that? He had only heard that recently the leader established an agency called the Hong Lua Department, which specializes in receiving guests from outside tribes, directly managed by the leader. It sounds very impressive, but in reality, the power isn't that great. Now, with the emergence of the Sinong department, he was even more confused. Perhaps this is also a new idea from the leader. In fact, the Sinong department is a department that La Sung had thought about for a long time. In ancient times, the Agricultural Bureau is an agency dedicated to growing vegetables for the royal family. All food and vegetables consumed in the palace, aside from what is supplied from other regions, are provided by the Agricultural Bureau. Furthermore, this department also has a scientific research function. For example, when Zhang Qian brought back seeds from the western regions, they would be handed over to the Agricultural Bureau for cultivation and then gradually spread to the common people. According to La Sung's understanding, this department is akin to a modern agricultural research institute. The selection and improvement of crop varieties, management methods for fields to achieve high yields, breeding better livestock, experimenting with growing unusual plants, livestock breeding techniques, and even pig farming technology. All of this is researched and disseminated by this department. Isn't that the work of an agricultural research institute? Why would a department similar to an agricultural research institute be part of the 9 ministers? In ancient agricultural society, agriculture was everything, and since people relied on food for survival, ancient emperors valued this department highly and granted it a very high status. The Agricultural Bureau is essentially a testing department, researching ways for livestock to reproduce more, crops to grow better, and needing talents who can discover, explore, and summarize. You will understand this better later. La Sung explained simply, knowing that if he went into too much detail, Ying Rui wouldn't understand. I get it now. I'll relay this to him. The reward will be taken from the county's budget, right? Ying Rui asked. Yes, just do it that way. La Sung nodded in confirmation. After inspecting the construction situation at the Ma Guan outpost, La Sung set off for the Ma Dian County, located about 10 kilometers southwest. This is a county expanded from the old living area of the Weaving Tribe. Ma Dian County still occupies the original location of the Weaving Tribe to exploit nearly 2,000 acres of hemp fields that were already here. However, currently, nearly 3,000 people live here, so they have reclaimed more farmland for food crops. The cultivation of hemp and food crops does not interfere with each other. Hemp only needs to be planted once a year, after which it can be harvested multiple times, at least 3 times, and up to 5 or 6 times, depending on the weather. If conditions are favorable, a few more harvests can be done, but essentially, there is no need for much field management. Once planted, it's done, so it doesn't waste time on food crop cultivation. Ma Dian County is a newly established county, and the population mainly consists of migrants who have just arrived this year, so they chose to plant corn, a high-yield crop with a short growth period. When La Sung arrived here, the second corn crop had just begun to enter the jointing stage. The young corn plants were rapidly growing like trumpets. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely harvest another crop before winter arrives. The person in charge of Ma Dian County is Shitu, one of the long-standing members of the Han tribe. This area is the western border of the Han tribe and was once invaded by cannibal tribes, so the most important construction task is the military defense system, namely the city walls. The housing for residents is just a minor issue. The county seat of Ma Dian is located on a high mound, and after expansion, it has become a long earth city measuring 100 meters long and 400 meters wide. Why do other places build square cities, while here it is rectangular? La had no special explanation, simply because the terrain on this mound is long and narrow. To maximize land use and make room for public works, the city was built in a rectangular shape. In terms of area, it is even more than double that of Hanyang City. However, when La Sung stepped inside the Earth City walls, the living conditions of the migrants worried him. With such thick and tall walls, safety is guaranteed, but there aren't many decent houses. Instead, there are many poles set up for drying corn, which looks quite stable. Corn is not like rice. It needs to be husked first. Then a few ears can be tied together and strung up. Only when completely dry can the kernels be separated. Otherwise, the freshly harvested corn will be crushed when milled and the kernels cannot be separated. La Sung continued his patrol journey through the county cities, as this is his own territory, and he needs to witness the development firsthand. His next destination is Danshan County. When La Sung arrived here, he was quite satisfied with the construction progress. At the foot of the southern mountain, the Kolin Hill is a small plain, about 27 kilometers east of the Ru Thui River, while to the south are vast forests. Danshan County is located right on the land that was once a battlefield between the Han tribe and the Fire tribe. The 2 people in charge of construction here are Human Shang and Sai De Dal, along with some office officials transferred from Hanyang City. The overall management here is handled by the 2, Hu and Sai. In fact, this is a team because La Sung currently cannot assign more suitable people to take charge. Initially, La Sung sent these two soldiers to take on the construction work mainly because Danshan County needed to dig an artificial river, which is a large volume of work, and relying solely on local residents would be too slow. Therefore, La Sung dispatched 500 slaves here. But with slaves, there must be an army to guard and supervise them while they work. So he directly sent these two soldiers who would guard the slaves, while also being responsible for construction work. The county seat of Danshan is a rectangular city 500 meters wide and 800 meters long, with no good water source around, so the city walls are built high with a foundation thickness of up to 10 meters. 4. Gates in 4 corners have watchtowers and guard towers, plus these structures, the highest point reaches 15 meters. More importantly, this city is different from most other cities of the Han tribe. This is a city constructed of earth and brick, similar to the city walls of Hanyang City. Most other county cities are built purely with rammed earth structures. Perhaps the reason is due to is a fortress made of earth and bricks, similar to the walls of Hanyang City. Most other county towns are built purely of rammed earth. Perhaps the reason is due to both supervisors are military personnel, so they never forget to think from a war perspective. Another reason is that this place needs to dig an artificial river, which has resulted in a large amount of soil being excavated. This amount of soil, if only used to build the city, would be excessive and cannot be dumped carelessly, because the banks of the artificial river will later become farmland. If soil is dumped on the fields, there won't be anything left to use for building city walls and houses. As a result, although Danshan County doesn't have anything remarkable yet, the city walls and houses have long been completed, only the farmland has not been extensively developed to this day. The food supply still relies on La Sung, provided through taxes. However, the livestock industry here is quite developed, and the people do not lack meat. The newly built counties all share a common characteristic, which is that they are larger than Hanyang City. When designing and constructing Hanyang City, due to the population and many other reasons, the city was built a bit small, only 400 meters wide, which is even smaller than a modern elementary school, and later development was quite cramped. Another important difference between Danshan County and other cities is that the houses here are all built with red bricks. This is unique among the Han people. Danshan County is far from the river and lacks a water source. The water for daily use and construction can be drawn from local wells. This is not difficult, and the Han people have experience. However, to irrigate the fields on a large scale, rivers and canals are essential. The artificial river of Danshan County is also a water conservancy project decided to serve the irrigation of the fields. For similar reasons, without water to cool the brick kilns, it is impossible to produce green bricks. There are wells, but if they use manpower to carry each bucket of water to the top of the kiln, the efficiency is too low. Therefore, initially, to solve the problem of excavated soil having no place to dump it, Ho and Sai proposed building a brick kiln. But due to the lack of water, La Sung directly requested them to build a tunnel-style red brick kiln, which does not require water and is cooled by wind. Although the quality is not as good as green bricks, using them for several decades is still not a problem. Who knows what will happen in several decades? By then, rebuilding wouldn't be an issue. Who knows? By then, Danshan County might expand even more. However, the city walls and official buildings are still built with green bricks. The brick kiln is located near the river. Although transportation is a bit troublesome, it uses less brick and more wood. Because nearby is a forest, this area does not lack wood and firewood. When La Hong arrived, the city walls and more than 400 houses had been completed. The official buildings in the city are still under construction, while other areas are still empty but have been planned as temporary livestock areas, mainly for goats. Women daily lead the herd out of the city, to the plains outside the city to graze, and return home in the evening. Livestock farming is quite convenient, so there is no shortage of meat and animal hides here, only a lack of food. Due to the lack of water, they cannot irrigate the fields. Although many fields have been cleared near the city, currently, they can only grow a little bit of vegetables, all using well water. In other words, the time when Danshan County can produce food depends on when the artificial river can flow. To save time and help the people have land to cultivate sooner, the plan to dig the artificial river proposed by La Sung has been divided into several stages and is being carried out in parts. For example, initially digging a ditch 1.5 meters deep and 4 meters wide, leading water forward, quickly starting local agricultural production. After the new county stabilizes, there will be more time to gradually expand and deepen this 27-kilometer-long artificial river until it is large enough for boats to pass. This is a long-term plan. It's just that the river is too long, so the initial stage has not yet been completed. After meeting La Sung, Ho and Sai reported that they would definitely complete the first stage of the artificial river before this winter. Oh no, it can't be called an artificial river yet, it is a ditch. Before winter, they will finish digging the ditch, lead water in, and by next spring, they will be able to plant food. Finally, these two asked La Sung for food support. They didn't demand anything else, as they lacked nothing else. After noting the food shortage in Dansun County, La Sung set off to return, first to Hanyang City to assess the situation, then to the capital of Ruyang County and Sitong County for inspection. It is said that La Sung was not someone who loved family too much before, but since marrying Tiu Diep and Chiam Oan, he misses his wife every time he is away for a while. All three of them are healthy, with no issues, so thanks to La Sung's efforts, both have become pregnant at the same time. With someone at home making him worry, he naturally has to visit often. The two have only been pregnant for a little over 2 months, and their bellies are not yet showing. The reason La Sung is sure both are pregnant is that they have missed their periods. La Sung has instructed both not to do heavy work, like carrying water from the well or chopping wood, but only to engage in light activities or sew at home, occasionally going to the weaving workshop in the city for inspections. His mother-in-law, the senior official, often comes to visit after learning of the situation. La Sung even specially hired 4 middle-aged single women who were rescued from the Ho tribe, paying them to take care of Tiu Diep and Chiam Oan, doing tasks like chopping wood, carrying water, and cooking. Sometimes Tiu Diep and Chiam Oan also cook or feed the chickens at home. La Sung has lived 2 lifetimes, and this is the first time he is having children. In his previous life, although he was no longer a bachelor when he died, he had not officially married and had children, so he is quite worried and anxious. Tiu Diep and Chiam Oan feel the same. Both are first-time mothers, pregnant with the leader's children, and compared to others, they belong to the group of women, giving birth at a relatively older age. Moreover, with the status of the leader's wives, they receive a lot of attention and congratulations from everyone. Both are very happy, and even Hanyang City is filled with a festive atmosphere, giving birth at a relatively older age. Additionally, as the chief's wife, they receive a lot of attention and congratulations from everyone. Both are very happy, and even Hanyang City is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone is looking forward to the birth of 2 little beings, hoping that one of them will be as smart as the leader, to continue guiding them in development, helping the Han people become stronger and their lives better. After a day at home chatting with his 2 wives, La Sung set off again for the Ruyang district, just across a river. This is currently the largest city in the Han ethnic group, with both length and width measuring 1 mile. It has been 1.5 years since its construction, making it one of the early-built cities, with a large population that has long been self-sufficient. Salt and iron need to be supplied from outside, but everything else is sufficient here. However, the construction progress is still slow due to the vast area. This time, La Sung came to see how the capital of Ruyang district is currently developing. Although it is not far from Handong City, La Sung has actually not been here much. This time, he also wants to check the business situation of the trial district to see if he can make money. The Imperial Bank of the Great Han currently mainly focuses on public services. For example, when production workshops need to pay salaries at the beginning of the month, they will bring documents to withdraw money or after selling products. After deducting salaries, the remaining profits will also be deposited into the bank. As for personal services for the people, the bank currently does not support services such as fixed-term savings, non-fixed savings, or money transfers. People can only go to the bank to exchange cash for different denominations, with not much else to offer. Therefore, there is currently not a great need for many banks, as people do not have much money. If we compare the architectural styles of the cities, Ruyang District is definitely the most beautiful place with a variety of architectural forms, complete functions, and unique styles. If we were to make a metaphor, Ruyang resembles a modern, colorful city, while Handong City looks like an old neighborhood with identical, monotonous houses that lack vitality and stand out. However, in the eyes of other tribes, Handong already has the best houses in the world, but compared to other cities of the Han people, Handong, the first city built, has begun to show signs of aging. However, La Sung does not feel sad or blame himself for that, because each newly built city brings a new look with a more complete structure. This proves that the Han people are continuously progressing. The emergence of unique personal architectural works also shows that the people have developed their own aesthetic taste along with increasingly advanced construction techniques. The people are starting to have their own thoughts, know how to create, and are no longer soulless puppets. That is the progress in the thinking of the trial district as La Sung walks and introduces the development of Ruyang district. From his words, it can be seen that he is quite proud. Although Ruyang is just one city, it is 4 to 5 times larger than Handong, equivalent to 3 to 4 markets of Luoyang district, making it the largest city among the single cities. In terms of population, Ruyang is also not small, currently nearing 10,000 people. Because of a large population, the demand here is very high, which in turn drives trade development. Products such as coverings from Luoyang, animal skins, and hemp from Handong, bronze, iron, and agricultural tools are all transported from outside, some by waterway, some by land. Along with the circulation of currency, this city is gradually becoming an important economic center. The two of them went to the silk farming area in the city, along with the spinning workshop and the weaving factory located next to each other. This is a closed production line. From raw materials to fabric threads, everything can be seen here. Tang Chu, the person in charge, began to introduce the situation when he saw La Sung arrive. Dear leader, we are currently raising two types of silkworms, white silkworms and green silkworms. The threads produced come in three types, two pure threads and one blended thread. The woven fabrics are more varied, including both thin and thick types, as well as plain and patterned fabrics. Currently, we can produce continuously throughout the year. La Sung nodded and asked, how is the promotion of silkworm farming among the people progressing? Have any families started raising silkworms yet? Tang Qiu quickly replied, yes, dear leader, the trial district has helped us a lot. He has encouraged the people to plant mulberry at home and then organize the people to work in shifts at our silkworm farm. Thanks to this, they can earn extra income while learning the technique of silkworm farming. After 2 seasons of raising white silkworms, they can graduate. After that, the district chief sent someone to guide the construction of silkworm rooms, and the people could come here to buy silkworm seeds to raise at home. When the silkworms spin cocoons, they will sell the cocoons back to us. As for spinning threads and weaving fabrics, we do it ourselves. La Sung nodded in satisfaction. The trial district quickly added, that's right, dear leader. Our Han people are currently lacking craftsmen, and we do not have enough manpower to manufacture spinning and weaving machines. If not, the people could spin threads at home and sell the finished threads directly to the workshop. Although it's a bit troublesome, they would earn more money. In the future, we need to train more craftsmen. La Sung sighed, accepting the reality that this could only be done gradually. Currently, having the people raise silkworms and sell cocoons is already a significant step forward. To have every household equipped with spinning and weaving machines, our Han people have not achieved that yet. Let's first focus on popularizing silkworm farming techniques. Everything takes time. La Sung understands that everything can be done quickly, but training talents requires patience. People often say it takes 3 years to train a skilled craftsman. Mastering a craft skill is not easy. For example, woodworking requires a solid foundation in mathematics. If one does not understand measurements or basic arithmetic, how can they work in woodworking? Even things like joint structures, angles, and proportions of circles need to be mastered. If not, how could we create things like water barrels, bathtubs, or wheels? Without knowing the ratio of a circle, how could we shape a circle? Carpentry is not just about cutting wood. Someone who only knows how to cut wood is just a basic carpenter, not worthy of being called a master. The people referred to as masters in the current tribe are pioneers in the technical field of the Han people, especially in carpentry. Those involved in the research and development of machinery are all masters, from water mills, windmills to levers, connecting rods, gears, and vertical shafts. To create these things, not only is mathematical knowledge needed, but also an understanding of physical mechanics. At first, they didn't understand, but La Sung patiently taught them. Later, these top carpenters passed their knowledge on to their apprentices. Everything takes time. Success cannot be achieved overnight. After a day of inspection, La Sung left the Ruyang district. The development here is quite good, with no shortage of supplies for winter. Food, cloth, and animal hides are all available, without needing La Sung's support. His next stop is the Xitong County and Weishan district. He also needs to visit the island in the middle of the lake in Dajia to choose a location for building the coke plant and coal washing plant. Only with these things can the Han people significantly increase steel production, thereby producing more agricultural tools and weapons. Additionally, with coal and sand, the Han people can also mass-produce glass. With glass, they can create many other useful things, especially cheap lighting lamps. Currently, the Han people mainly use tung oil for lighting, but its smell is quite strong, and the yield is low. Most of it is used as a wood coating. It's hard for ordinary people to use. Candles are even rarer because there's no oil to make wax. Most of the beeswax is used in metallurgy to create molds. Only La Sung and the district lords dare to use it. Isn't animal oil better for cooking? There are vegetable oils, soybean oil, and peanut oil available, but they're not very effective for lighting. The light is weak, only usable in emergencies. Reading at night would strain the eyes. But if the Han people have coal, it's different. Coal can be refined into coke. Coke and calcium oxide, when heated, will produce calcium carbonate. When carbon meets water, it generates acetylene gas. This is easy to produce and has a large yield. Coal and calcium oxide, after all, are both rocks with very low costs. Therefore, La Sung can completely create acetylene lamps that have appeared in history and popularize them for the entire population. Initially, La Sung planned to make kerosene lamps, but later realized that the Han people did not have oil. So, what would they use to distill kerosene? Therefore, kerosene lamps are impossible. They can only rely on coal. And finally, he discovered that this is even cheaper than kerosene. and much easier to produce. Sitong County is backed by a forest, so the architecture in the city is mainly wooden houses, while bricks and tiles are rare. The reason is that making bricks and tiles requires a lot of water to knead the soil, but here the water source is scarce, with only a few small streams merging into a ditch, not enough to be called a river. The hilly terrain is also not suitable for digging wells, as they have to dig very deep to find water. In fact, with the current productivity, the location of Sitong County is not the most ideal place to build a city and live. However, it is an important transportation hub. The original purpose of building a city here was to serve as a rest stop. Since the territory of the Han people stretches from east to west, communication takes at least a week, making management and governance difficult. But the lack of water does not stop the Han people's determination to build the city. No difficulty is insurmountable. Therefore, the houses in the city are mainly wooden walls, with only roofs, stoves, and heated beds made of bricks or stones. For example, to save materials and build quickly, many residents have collected stones from the mountains to build stoves and pig pens. This is also why Sitong County was built quickly, because it used many natural materials, reducing the time for building material production. Another characteristic of Sitong County is that there are many warehouses in the city. Since this is a center for road transportation, goods from all over gather here, making the flow of goods more convenient. Special products from all districts are transported here and stored. For example, the newly established Weishan district wants iron farming tools and cloth from Hanyang district. They don't need to go all the way to Hanyang district. They just need to come to Sitong County to receive their goods. Similarly, Hanyang district wants animal hides and seafood from Liuyang district, such as lotus leaves for wrapping food and bamboo products. They also don't need to go all the way to Liuyang district. Just come to Sitong County to receive their goods. Thanks to this, special products from both ends of the territory are easily circulated, reducing the time for goods exchange by half, from half a month to 6 days, speeding up the flow of goods. Therefore, building a city here is very necessary. After arriving here, La Song mainly checked the living conditions of the people, seeing if they faced any difficulties, and then made some suggestions for them to utilize local materials to solve the problems. Additionally, he also checked the warehouses in Sitong County to see if the stock levels met standards, and if there were measures for fire prevention, rodent control, moisture control, and theft prevention. However, currently, there have been no public property thefts in Sitong County because thieves have no one to sell to. Here, all transactions go through the government warehouses, so stealing one or two items wouldn't be sold, and using them oneself wouldn't be possible either. The conditions in Sitong County are not the best, so to comfort the migrants coming here, La Song has implemented the highest standard subsidy policies. Although the houses are not the best, the people here lack nothing that the Han people have. Theft is useless, and if caught, there are severe penalties. The system of 5 gatherings. The rules are strictly enforced, and no one dares to cover for a thief. If the neighbors find out and don't report it, they will also be implicated. Without profit and with high risks, only a fool would resort to theft. La Sung went to Sitong County mainly to check on the construction situation, and there was definitely no shortage of materials. This place has an abundance of supplies, so La Sung didn't need to prepare anything extra for them. After half a day, La Sung led his team towards Weishan District, a new district located by Lake Daijia at the foot of Mount Ba Bao, backed by a forest. Weishan District has a large port specializing in transporting goods by water to connect with dozens of tribes on the islands in the lake as well as other tribes along the lake. According to Wen Zi, these tribes total about 50,000 people, and he is confident he can lure them to join the Han people. This was also the condition that Wen Ji proposed to ask La Sung for in front of the district chief, but it has not been achieved yet. Another road is a small path through the dark forest, which can accommodate large vehicles. This is the road for transporting ore provided by the giant tree when La Sung began mining copper at Mount Bao Bao 2 years after arriving in this world. The tribe of the giant tree lives in this forest, so they are very familiar with the terrain. Although this road is in the forest, after being simply renovated and used frequently by ore transport vehicles, it has become much easier to travel. Currently, this is the main road connecting Weishan District with Sitong County. This time, La Sung came to Weishan District to check on the development situation and to demand the progress from Wen Ji, primarily the relocation of more than 20 tribes on the islands in the lake. I wonder if it has been completed yet. La Sung is still waiting to use those islands to build a chemical plant. Chief, you have arrived. Wen Ji, upon hearing that La Sung had come, eagerly ran out to greet him. Yeah, I see some kilns by the lake still smoking. What are they firing? La Sung jumped down from the back of Hoishan, lightly patted its rear to let it play by the water's edge, and then chatted with Wen Ji as they walked. Over there are the brick kilns, and there's also a pottery kiln. The population here is increasing, so we definitely need to build more houses. which is why I have the brick kiln operating continuously. There's no shortage of firewood near the forest, nor is there a lack of water and clay. If we don't fire them now, when newcomers arrive, they will also need to be fired. So it's better to fire them in advance so they can build houses right away when they come. Additionally, we can also build some houses beforehand to attract people from other tribes to join us. As long as they agree to join the Han people, we can even give them houses immediately. Of course, after they arrive, they must also follow the arrangements and help build houses for those who come later. As for the pottery kiln, with so many people, we will also need a lot of utensils. Plates and rice bowls are essential. Relying solely on transportation from Hanyang County would be too slow and wasteful of ox and horse carts. If we have so many oxen and horses, we might as well use them to cultivate more land and solve the food problem for the people. Wenji explained in detail about the operations of the pottery kilns and his ideas. La Song also realized that this guy was trying to fulfill his promise in front of him. As long as he could lure the population over, he was even willing to give houses immediately. In short, everything was aimed at attracting people. Firing a lot of bricks for storage is fine. Building houses first is also fine. But what's the point of firing so much pottery? Pottery is not something that gets consumed. Each household only needs a few plates and bowls, and if they don't break, they can be used forever. La Sung asked as he walked. Ha ha, I fired many pots and pans mainly to give as gifts and for trade, especially with the tribes outside. Using these items as gifts will make it easier to communicate with them, and they won't see me as an enemy. First, establish a friendship, then think about luring them over. After all, bringing gifts to their homes means they can't just chase me away. Besides, I can also use these ceramics to exchange for some specialties like sweet potato plants, which will provide our tribe with more raw materials for making sugar. As for the brooms made from bamboo and rice straw, other districts of the tribe also need them and can sell for a good price. Wenji further explained his ideas. After hearing this, La Sung had to admire him. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this guy was indeed smart, very skilled in managing territory. Before joining the Han people, his Ling tribe had maintained long-term trade with the Han people, reaping many benefits and learning a lot. Later, for the price of bringing back 50,000 people for the Han people, he asked La Sung for the position of district chief, going from a newcomer to a high-ranking official guarding the Han people's borders. Currently, the number of district chiefs of the Han people is very few, and he is one of them. After taking office, Wenji has shown his true abilities. At least the tribes on the islands and Lake Daijia have been lured over one by him. Whether it's giving houses or pots and pans, he has indeed brought back the population from the outside tribes, which is a real skill. Moreover, he also has another advantage. He's good at business and knows how to delegate authority. Although he also likes power, otherwise he wouldn't have asked La Sung for the position of district chief. But with his subordinates, Wen Ji knows how to delegate authority well. He was originally a newcomer. Even though he had maintained trade with the Han people for over a year and self-taught himself Han language and some characters, he still didn't understand many things. Because he didn't understand, he simply didn't manage. I only require results. How you do it is your business. If you lack anything, just tell me, and I will find a way to solve it. If you encounter difficulties, I will think of ways to help you. A leader like that, who wouldn't like? Therefore, even though he is a newcomer, Wen Ji has a lot of prestige in the eyes of his subordinates, winning the people's hearts, and even the citizens praise this district chief. His actions remind La Sung of a famous saying in business he once heard in his previous life. A good boss doesn't need to know everything. They just need to do well in serving their employees and taking good care of them. Naturally, the staff will help him solve all problems. Van Chi is just such a person. For example, Van Chi doesn't understand road construction, but his district, Wei Shan, has a state-owned road construction factory, that is, a state-owned enterprise. He doesn't understand it, so he completely refrains from interfering with the road construction. But road construction is a new industry, and currently, the Han people can only grow sweet cane in Wei Shan. However, the supply of raw materials is very limited. To ensure the factory has enough materials to operate, he thought of a way to fire ceramics in exchange for materials from other tribes, using those materials to support production. Thanks to that, the factory's efficiency increased, and the workers' rewards also went up. Who wouldn't love this kind of parental figure? Moreover, he knows how to utilize available resources for business. The sugar canes he bought, along with the cover from the islands in the middle of the lake, he organized the people in the district to develop handicrafts, making products like baskets and brooms, then using the government's name to purchase them in bulk, selling them to other districts of the Han people to earn money and increase the income for the people. Like a head of a rural cooperative, a parental figure who cares for the people. Earning money together like this, who wouldn't support it? Oh, so the tribes on the islands in the middle of the lake have mostly moved out. La Sung held a blue and white porcelain teacup, took a sip, and asked, "Yes, it's almost done. The remaining 3 tribes combined don't even have 2,000 people. Van Chi calculated in his head and reported to Le Sung. Where did Du Ya go? Why don't I see him? How's his terrain reconnaissance going? La Sung asked again. Today he took the fleet out again, but recently he's drawn a lot of maps. I just don't understand them much. Chief, do you want to see them? There are maps already. Great, bring them all to me. La Sung, who was bored drinking tea, immediately showed interest upon hearing there were maps. This way we can choose the location for building the coke furnace soon. Van Chi quickly brought over a stack of maps. These maps were drawn on a special thick paper. When measuring, they used a pencil to sketch first, then revised it at home and used a brush to create a large map. Indeed, the papers La Sung was holding were all fragments of maps. However, this was the only team of the Han people that La Sung taught surveying techniques to, and Du Ya's team drew very carefully. They didn't draw haphazardly but brought flags, stakes, measuring tapes, and compasses to measure every detail. Although the maps were quite fragmented, each one clearly indicated direction and scale, adhering to the method La Sung taught, drawing broken grid lines to represent longitude and latitude. Thanks to that, the maps became more accurate. As long as they could measure the direction and distance from some important locations to the grid lines, they could accurately draw the shape of the terrain, with actual dimensions not exceeding 1 meter. La Sung spread each map on the table according to direction and order, gradually piecing together a large map. Then, he called Van Chi to get him a ruler, pencil, and blank drawing paper. I need to use them, yes. Van Chi replied and quickly brought what La Sung needed. He stood by, observing and learning. At this point, he realized that those seemingly chaotic map fragments actually had rules and order, and they could even be pieced together. It was truly amazing. After finishing the map, La Sung took out a set of annotations. This showed Du Ya's meticulousness in his work. The annotations also had corresponding numbers for each area on the map and explained the special symbols. For example, one map noted from east 130 to east 150, north 40 to north 50. This means this area starts from the Weishan district port going east from 130 to 150 kilometers, then going north from 40 to 50 kilometers. This is a rectangular area 20 kilometers long from east to west, 10 kilometers wide from north to south. On the map is a terrain that is half land, half lake, divided into many small squares by broken lines. Each square also has a number and some special locations noted as Note 1, Note 2. At that time, viewers needed to look up the annotations to find the corresponding information. For instance, the annotation on this map states, Note 1 is a large island, egg-shaped and relatively flat terrain, clay, few rocks, no cover, lots of reeds, with some sparse low trees, many abandoned fields, an abandoned thatched house, no wild beasts or venomous snakes, many large birds hiding in the reeds. With a map drawn with lines combined with detailed annotations, viewers, even if they had never been there, could imagine the actual landscape. It was an island in the middle of the lake that the tribe had previously left. The fields and old residential areas had been abandoned, so the absence of wild beasts was understandable. The shape of the island was elongated and oval, with flat terrain, clay, few rocks, no cover, sparse trees, mainly low trees, and many reed marshes where many large water birds hid. Additionally, Note 2 noted that the northeast side of the island had many swamps, with shallow water not exceeding half a meter, many aquatic plants with small leaves and vines covering the surface, making it impossible for large and small boats to pass. Only rafts could be used, and sickles to clear a path. The utility is very wide, with many crayfish and blue crabs in the water, delicious meat that can be eaten. However, this area advises the people not to enter, as it is easy to get stuck in the water grass and drown in the mud. Note 2 describes in detail the water area northeast of the island. It is a vast swamp, very shallow water, where large and small boats cannot pass. Only rafts can be used to move. The surface is covered with a type of aquatic plant with small leaves and vines that can easily trap rafts, requiring sickles to clear a path. It advises the people not to enter this area as it is easy to get bogged down. However, in this shallow water area, there are many crayfish and blue crabs, delicious meat that can be eaten. The map with clear scale and direction, combined with detailed annotations, is even better than today's actual three-dimensional maps. The combination of writing, lines, and measurements gives the viewer the feeling of standing still, able to see the entire scene with just a glance. La Sung is enjoying the results at hand. But in reality, to draw a map like this, Du Ya and his team had to work very hard. They had to carry flags, stakes, pole measuring tapes, hold compasses, and measure every single meter. Of course, not every place needs to be done this way. Some areas only need to measure distance and depth, which is sufficient and doesn't require complexity. For example, a lake that is 5 meters wide, with nothing on it, has nothing to measure. Just record the distance and leave it blank on the map. Note that it is a deep water area, suitable for large ships to pass through, with plenty of fish and wild ducks, but nothing else worth noting. It's similar to measuring the terrain of grasslands. If you run 1 meter of all grass, flat land, and run another meter, still all grass, flat land, then there's nothing to record. Just mark the grid square and note that there's nothing special. Therefore, when encountering flat terrain with nothing special, the measuring speed will be faster. The more complex the terrain, the slower the measuring becomes. La Sung compared the notes with each map, then used a pen to record the deep waterways he found on another blank sheet of paper. Coal ships are certainly very heavy, requiring a high water depth, so some deep waterways need to be planned for the ships to pass through. After that, he followed these deep waterways to find nearby islands in the lake, checking if there were swamps around the islands to use as a dumping ground. Finally, he checked how large the islands meeting these conditions were, what resources they had, whether the terrain was flat, what type of soil it was, and the hydrological situation around it, whether there was a risk of flooding when the water rose, and if it was possible to build a heavy coal processing plant there. By eliminating each one, La Sung found 5 suitable islands, 3 of which had an area of more than 20 square kilometers, meaning they were 5 meters long and 4 meters wide, which was completely sufficient. According to Chu Chi, these islands were once home to large tribes, but now have been lured by Van Chi to Wei Mountain County. The other 2 islands, one has an area of more than 13 square kilometers, and the smallest island also has 7 square meters. These 5 islands are all near deep waterways, where a port can be built for large ships to dock. In addition, other directions have shallow swamps or even dry swamps. These places are very suitable for waste disposal without worrying about polluting the water source. Heavy metal waste will be absorbed by the swamp. Although it cannot decompose, it also cannot wash away, only sinking deeper or being absorbed by swamp plants. Does the Han people need a traditional weapon workshop? They definitely do. Previously, a small quantity of weapons and equipment were processed individually, mainly because the only unit capable of mass iron processing was the metallurgy workshop in Hanyang City. Don't underestimate this small city. Although it's not large, and there aren't many people, it is still the first city of the Han people, and its complete development cannot be compared to any other city. Moreover, if the coking plant is built, it will certainly boost the steel production of the Han people. Previously, we only used charcoal, taking 2 months to open a furnace. But with coke, it's different. As long as the supply of coke is continuous, one furnace can produce several tons of pig iron each day. Combined with the top-blown steelmaking technology, the Han people will no longer have to worry about steel production. At that time, we won't have to think about where to get iron from, but rather think about what to use that iron for. In the future, it can be predicted that as the steel production of the Han people increases, steel products will enter every household. Iron pots are already available. Iron charcoal stoves, iron teapots, iron plates, and iron basins will not be far behind, especially the large teapots. This is extremely necessary for nomadic tribes, even more important than pots, because in their eating habits, they love drinking milk, goat milk, cow milk, horse milk. Using teapots to warm milk is very convenient. On the military side, it mainly concerns weapons and armor. Currently, the Han people are still using leather armor, as the metal production is still low, and they do not have the ability to equip metal armor in bulk. But when steel is abundant, it will be different. The Han people can completely equip metal armor for all soldiers. At that time, just by turning on the press, each small piece of steel will be produced in bulk. If made into a style like Van Mountain armor, it will even save time weaving armor pieces. Just need to use locks to secure them, no longer worrying about the weaving threads breaking. As for iron helmets and masks, they can all be pressed into shape. Mass production is no longer a dream. La Sung is dreaming about life when there is plenty of steel. Meanwhile, downstream of the Liuyang River, the Shu tribe, Longwu, and Jingyun are also not sitting still. Jingyun used the supplies he brought along with his Shu tribe to build a port, while also starting to build a logistics base for the exploration team. Longwu was also not idle, leading dozens of people under the guidance of the Shu tribe to explore the mountainous and forested areas northeast of the Shu tribe to find that black stone. By evening, the whole group began to set up tents. They had traveled far and could not continue to stay at the riverside base. Otherwise, tomorrow they would have to spend the whole day returning here, wasting time on the road. This is a new mining site discovered at the foot of the mountain. The guide said he had seen that black stone here, so Long Wu led everyone there. After a day of trying to dig, they found that this mining site was very valuable, mainly due to the easy terrain. This is very convenient for transporting the mined ore. This is a very important site. By evening, the group set up a fire to cook, using flint and lighters to start the fire. First, they burned some dry wood they had gathered. Then when the fire blazed strong, they threw in a few lumps of coal they had just dug up. Before long, those lumps of coal began to burn, without any unpleasant smell or black smoke. It was indeed good smokeless coal, unlike the kind they had dug up elsewhere before. When thrown into the fire, smoke would rise. The acrid smell hit hard, making it hard to breathe. The captain really knew how to burn well here, much better than firewood, and it was nothing like the stuff they dug up a few days ago. It produced way too much smoke, but that was okay. After all, it was for smelting iron, not like they were burning it indoors. So what was there to be afraid of? Long Feathers didn't care, lightly scolding that soldier. "Hey, I was just thinking, I wonder when our hand people will be able to burn this kind of stone, then we wouldn't have to go out and chop wood anymore. Just stockpile some of this stone at home, saving us from the exhausting work of chopping wood. Isn't that silly? You can burn anything. If you're not chopping wood, then you have to dig for coal. You still have to work anyway. In my opinion, digging for coal is even more tiring than chopping wood. If it weren't for the chief saying this kind burns hotter and makes it easier to smelt iron, I would be the first to oppose going this far to dig for coal. Besides, smelting iron already consumes a lot of coal, and you're thinking about making it available for everyone in the tribe. That's just nonsense. Even the chief wouldn't dare to think like that. No matter how many people the Han tribe has, they wouldn't dare to say they could dig enough coal for everyone to burn." The soldiers, during their rare meal, squatted on the ground, eating and chatting. Not so sure about that. Don't forget who our chief is. If the coal we dig can really produce more iron, who knows? The chief might create new iron tools. If those new tools are powerful, maybe one day everyone in the tribe could burn coal. Long Feathers also held a bowl, eating while talking. "Captain, I heard you and the chief come from the same tribe. Tell us about the chief." "That's right, Captain. I heard that the Han tribe initially didn't even have 100 people. All of it was built up by the chief alone to what it is today." "How did he do that?" "Tell us the old stories of the Han tribe." A few soldiers listened to Long Feathers and hurriedly asked him to share the legendary tales of the chief and the early days of the Han tribe. For those who joined the Han tribe later, they had never even heard of them. They only knew the chief was very skilled. Many things were invented by him, but there weren't many stories about the early development of the Han tribe, so everyone perked up, full of curiosity about these old tales. "All right, let me tell you. When our chief was still not grown up, at that time, the Han tribe, both adults and children combined, had less than 100 people. Everyone lived in the old caves north of Hanyang City, and there weren't enough domestic animals to share a single hide for each person. In winter, we could only eat one meal every 2 or 3 days to get through the cold. Until one time the chief went out and brought back some plants and rice seeds for the tribe, we finally started to grow rice." Long Feathers kept talking, and everyone listened intently. They were surprised to learn that the early Han tribe had it so tough, even worse than their own tribe. Many who joined later thought so. The coal exploration team was reminiscing about the Han tribe's difficult startup history. Meanwhile, further downstream in the south, Yu anchored the sailboat near the shore, using a few boats to land, having dinner with the sailors while observing the barbarians across the river, who were dividing up the meat from their hunt, a fire blazing, roasting a whole deer. Those savage people led prisoners from a tribe they had just defeated today, then sent warriors to fight the prisoners in front of everyone. This was almost their daily entertainment. "Captain, those barbarians over there won't let us land, and besides, they have so many people, it seems we can't fight them." The chief of the barbarian tribe was named Tu, and he was quite capable. After all, maintaining a large tribe of over 2,000 people was certainly not an easy task. Tu first comforted the families of the sacrificed and injured, distributing pieces of cloth, red string, and white salt obtained to their direct relatives, mainly the children. As for their women, if they were still of childbearing age, they would soon have new husbands, not having to live alone raising children. The good things obtained from this raid somewhat comforted their families. After all, it was better than having nothing. The truly unfortunate ones were those who were injured but didn't die immediately. They had to endure the pain without being able to be freed right away. Most people say they are not afraid of death, but when death actually comes, how many are not afraid? The injured groaned, quickly fainting from too much blood loss, then buried like the dead. Yeah, even if they weren't dead, it was as good as dead. That was fine. At least they wouldn't have to wake up to continue suffering. The remaining ones were filled with rage, wanting revenge. This time they were attacked right on their own territory. Such great losses, even hunting tigers and bears before had never suffered such heavy losses. This time more than 20 people died. Some recognized the special weapons that the enemy used. They longed to surround Chief Tu, staring at the captured weapons. Some reckless ones even shouted that they could use their spears to defeat the enemy. He had killed one person with a thrown spear, proving that the enemy was not invincible, they just had slightly better weapons. If their side prepared good protective gear, they could minimize casualties. But Chief Tu remained very calm, 2 steel blades in his hands. He understood the power of these weapons. Moreover, the enemy's numbers were not small. He had been observing from a distance those rafts floating on the water, which could carry at least 2 or 3 people, and most of them were grown men. This was certainly not the entire tribe of theirs. What they brought along was not. He stood at a distance observing the rafts floating on the water, which could carry at least 2 or 3 people, mostly adult men. This certainly isn't the entire tribe. What they brought along does not, can be built right on the raft, so they definitely have their own tribe. Maybe it's upstream of the big river, since they came from there. They can make such powerful weapons and have such large wooden rafts. Their tribe is definitely larger than ours. If their entire tribe is armed like this, we definitely can't win. Tu analyzed in his heart like this, but at this moment, someone also spoke up in opposition. Even if we could defeat them, right now they are standing on the other side of the river, refusing to come over. So how can we fight them? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at the other side of the river, where the Han people and their soldiers were standing with 3 large sailing boats and 6 small boats for landing. They began to think about how to cross the river. The Man tribe has rafts. They have mastered the technique of raft building. These rafts are made from a frame of branches and wood, with bags tied underneath. But this type of raft is not really reliable. Crossing the river is not the problem. But this section of the river has large crocodiles. Just one tail swipe from them could flip the raft, and the people on it would be swallowed. So even though they know how to build rafts, they rarely go into the water, so their maritime skills are not very developed. Looking at the river, which is less than 300 meters wide, many people felt helpless. Even if they could fight, it would be useless if they couldn't cross. The chief stood up, wearing cloth, shoes and pants, his upper body bare, revealing solid muscles. With a sword he had obtained strapped to his waist, the blade wrapped in animal skin since it had no sheath, carried on his back. He didn't keep the 2 iron spears shot from the crossbow. He stood up facing everyone, seriously and calmly saying, "Don't think anymore. We can't defeat them not because we can't fight, but because we can't approach them. They have at least 200 men armed like this. We must mobilize all our forces to win, but we don't have enough rafts to get everyone across the river." After saying this, he glanced at his fellow tribesmen. Seeing that some still wanted to oppose, he continued, "Even if we had enough rafts, ours are not as fast as their wooden rafts, nor can they carry as many people as theirs. By the time we get enough people across the river, they would have already run away. Moreover, even if we managed to cross and win, our tribe would have very few men left. So what would that victory mean?" Tu analyzed clearly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The chief was right, they had no reason to fight. A group of 6 people had already suffered more than 20 casualties. If they wanted to wipe out the entire enemy, how many more people would they need? Even if they prepared thoroughly to minimize casualties, they could only limit them to some extent. Furthermore, the enemy also had large, and if they wanted to run, they could do so immediately. Their tribe wouldn't be able to catch up. In other words, the initiative in the war was completely not in their hands. And this was just Tu saying nice things, not wanting to hurt the confidence of his fellow tribesmen. In reality, he knew that although their tribe temporarily had an advantage in numbers, they had no chance of winning. If each enemy held a steel sword, what could they use to win? Just one cut from a sword, even if it didn't kill immediately, the injured person wouldn't survive more than 3 days. So are we just going to let this go? We've lost more. A strong hunter shouted in frustration. Tu understood the feelings of his fellow tribesmen. If he didn't let them do something, if they didn't take revenge for their loved ones, many would definitely not respect him. So, he said, of course, we can't let it go. We can't cross the river, but we can lure them over here to fight. In the coming days, send people to monitor them, while the others think of ways to create protective gear against their weapons. We prepare well and stand on the shore to insult them, humiliate them heavily. They will definitely be angry and come over. Moreover, I discover that their large raft cannot reach the shore. They can only use small rafts to land. Therefore, if they come over, they won't be able to bring all their people at once. At that time, we will concentrate our forces to attack them when they have fewer people. We will definitely win. Everyone cheered. The chief is indeed talented. This method is good. As long as we lure them to the shore, who knows who will win or lose. So everyone began to enthusiastically discuss and research what to use to make protective gear to counter the sharp weapons of the enemy. Chief Tu secretly smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, "You all just prepare. Insulting them for a few days to vent your anger is fine, but who knows, they might leave tomorrow. And you think they will come to you to fight?" The others were very excited. Revenge was one thing, but the weapons of the Han people made them crave. Right now, there were only 2 swords, both kept by the chief. He, as the chief, naturally had the right to possess the best things, and no one said anything. But if they could seize more, the chief certainly couldn't keep everything, and at that time, he would distribute it to everyone. The more they could seize, the greater the chance of getting a share. So everyone actively prepared. However, just as Tu predicted, The Han people and their soldiers had no intention of landing again. Captain, looking at this situation, they are waiting for us to land again to rob us. What should we do? Just let it go like this? What about the brothers who have sacrificed? The captain of the second sailing boat asked Du Fuck. How could we let it go? We are the Han people, the chief often says. The phrase Pham Kun Han Jia means that anyone who dares to invade the Han people, no matter how far away, must be pursued. Moreover, this time they killed 3 of our people and robbed our property. They are already on guard, waiting for us to come. Another captain asked further. Right now, of course, we can't attack anymore. Du Fuck had just said half a sentence when everyone looked at him with disbelief. Will be distributed to everyone. The more they can seize, the greater the chance of getting a share. So everyone is actively preparing. However, just as predicted, Du Fu and the Han people have no intention of landing again. Captain, looking at the situation, they are waiting for us to come ashore again to raid. What should we do? Just leave like this? What about the brothers who sacrificed? The captain of the second sailing ship asked Du Fu. How can we just let it go? We are the Han people. The chief often says. Anyone who dares to invade the Han people, no matter how far away, must be pursued. Moreover, this time they have killed 3 of our people and plundered our property, Du Fu said angrily. So what should we do now? They are already prepared, waiting for us to come. Another captain asked. Right now, of course, we can't attack anymore. Du Fu had only said half a sentence when everyone looked at him with disbelief, as if they couldn't believe this was coming from him. Just after saying that, Tui Yuanji was about to run away. What does that mean? Du Fu broke a dry branch and threw it into the fire, calmly saying, Don't forget what our mission is. The chief assigned us to scout the hydrology and terrain on both banks of the river, not to come here to kill people. The chief distributed to us only about 30 or 40 swords, not even a single long spear. We don't even have shields. You saw how those 3 were hit by stones. Without shields, how can we defend against their rocks? Moreover, even if we gather all the swords and send 40 people ashore, I dare say we could kill 200 of them. But can our 40 people return? How can we fight against their stones? Moreover, even if we gather all our swords and send 40 people to the shore, I'm sure we could kill 200 of theirs. But can our 40 people come back? They will definitely be surrounded and attacked. Their numbers are not small. Du Fu explained his reasoning, but everyone cursed him in their hearts, thinking he was cowardly and making excuses for himself. But Du Fu is not that kind of person. His trusted subordinates all know that last year when trading on the prairie, Du Fu ordered to kill without hesitation. He is indeed a tough guy. The seeds of corn and many types of crops were indeed what he seized, so Du Fu continued to grit his teeth and said, Killing 200 or 300 of them, are you satisfied? Helping the Han people? Can we let them off so easily? Chief, do you agree? What about the wives and children of the sacrificed brothers? Remember our mission. Revenge is not the way. Let's continue to scout the hydrology marked here. When we return, we will find a suitable landing point to the north, which is their upstream. When we return to the tribe, report to the chief so that the chief can send a few large boats with enough warriors and weapons. At that time, we will attack from 3 directions, upstream, downstream, and from the water, surrounding and attacking them. Not a single one will escape. I won't kill them, just chop off their toes, turn them into slaves, make them mine for life, grow rice for life, carry goods for life. Aren't they strong? Don't they have power? Let's see if I can make them work themselves to death. Killing our people and wanting to die right away, that's too easy for them. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Indeed, they were still too inexperienced. The captain is the real formidable one. When unleashing cruelty, no one can compare. But just as the captain said, letting them die right away seems insufficient to relieve the anger. If they turn them into slaves, they can be tortured every day to vent the anger. In fact, Du Fu also wants to kill these bastards immediately. One of his trusted subordinates, who is also from the same clan, was wrongfully killed by the enemy. Thinking about it makes him furious. But he also knows this is not the time to act on emotions. Compared to killing these people, the Han tribe needs labor more. The chief has many construction projects, everywhere needs people. If we can capture these people and turn them into slaves without paying wages, the chief will definitely be very pleased, and it is only for this reason that he can convince the chief to send troops. Because as long as the army is deployed, money is needed. If a lot of resources are spent without gaining anything, then who would want to send troops anymore? Sending many young people to fight. During that time, if they are used to produce food, build a tribe. Who knows how many houses can be built, how much harvest can be achieved. Deploying troops not only consumes resources but also reduces production. The total number of people is limited. If sent to fight, they cannot produce any more. It's that simple. After hearing Du Fu's words, everyone nodded in agreement, believing that the captain's plan is more feasible and can maximize benefits, whether for individuals or the tribe, achieving the best results. Therefore, they also no longer mentioned the immediate revenge. Du Fu organized people to gather firewood, prepare pine needles, spend a day cremating the bodies of the three who sacrificed, then collect the dark bones and put them into empty jars, waiting to return to the tribe to hand them over to their families. The bodies cannot be brought back intact. It is currently summer, and if several corpses are brought along, the entire team will be affected. Everyone also said nothing. Due to limited conditions, they could only do so. After handling the bodies, on the morning of the third day, the clothing and everyone heard the curses from the Man tribe, starting to set sail to continue their journey downstream. As for those curses, the Han people just laughed lightly. What are these idiots yelling about? I don't get it at all. The Man tribe was angrily jumping around, having prepared for 2 consecutive days to keep an eye on them. They cursed every day, but they didn't come over, and now they're just leaving. So how can we take revenge? How can we steal more weapons? Chief 2 whispered, relieved. It's best not to fight. Even if we win, the losses for the tribe will be huge. It might take 20 years to recover. Well, let's just let it go. But 2 didn't know that there are at least 3 factions currently targeting them. La Sung is planning to send people to mine coal. The Feather Exploration Team at the Hiu tribe is also calculating how many people are needed to dig the mine, how many horses for transportation, how much can be mined each day, all of which must be reported for the chief to arrange future plans. Meanwhile, Du Fuck and the Han people are thinking of ways to capture them alive. Du Fuck's fleet has no specific destination. Their ultimate goal is to explore the farthest lands possible within a limited time, as long as they return before freezing in winter. To put it bluntly, if Du Fu can control the fleet and prevent them from returning, they might never come back. Or if they discover something significant, like the warm southern climate, rivers that never freeze, and a self-sustaining supply, then staying in the south longer wouldn't be a problem. However, La Sung didn't think so. Even though this river is as long as the Yangtze, about more than 6,000 kilometers, with the speed of a sailing boat, it would take at most 2 months to reach the destination. By then, they wouldn't be foolish enough to sail this tiny boat out to sea. Sooner or later, they would have to return. On the other hand, the sailors who left all had families back in the Han tribe. With the ties of family, La Sung wasn't worried they wouldn't come back. As the saying goes, if you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't suspect them. La Sung was careful in his work, but not overly suspicious. If he kept worrying about everything, he wouldn't get anything done. The Man tribe waited a few days, but eventually, they didn't see Du Fuc and the fleet return. Life returned to its old routine. 20-some people had gradually died, disappearing from everyone's sight and would soon be forgotten. But the things they left behind still reminded people of them, like the 2 divine weapons that the leader always carried. Who wouldn't like such miraculous weapons? Therefore, some people began to secretly plan. In the last week of July, La Sung and Duda's fleet entered Dai Trek, surveying some small islands on the lake chosen as candidates. Based on the actual environment, he drew a few more detailed maps, mainly to take back for a specific plan. It couldn't be helped since no one else understood how to arrange these chemical factories. After obtaining the detailed maps, this territorial patrol also came to an end. La Sung led the group back to Handuong City, preparing for the important work of the Han tribe in the second half of the year, starting from August. August had a major event, which was the school enrollment. This was an issue related to the future of the Han tribe. Education for a nation is definitely a top priority that cannot be taken lightly. Upon returning home, putting away a few maps, La Sung looked at his 2 pregnant wives, bringing them some specialties from Liu Yang County. After a day of gathering, the next day, he went to the teaching building. The Han tribe's printing workshop is currently located here. How can you teach without books? Climbing to the top floor of teaching building number 3, La Sung immediately felt the atmosphere of an intellectual family. Books really had a fragrant smell, and the ink emitted a pleasant aroma mixed between pine resin and oil, with the printing of books being scaled and mass-produced. All 6 classrooms on the 3rd floor had been converted into printing workshops. Dozens of people were busy here. The sound of turning pages and the reading of printed materials made La Sung very satisfied. Those following him were wide-eyed, staring at this scene. That's right, Niu Wei is also here. Bai Koi, the person in charge here, was always beside La Sung, introducing the work situation. Leader, 2 books, Han Li and Thi Tu Ting Tuyen, have temporarily been printed enough. These 2 books use large Chinese characters, and since there are no images, using movable type will be faster. A few days ago, we discovered that some movable type metal letters were insufficient, so we requested additional supplies. Currently, each book has been printed with 10,000 copies, enough to supply the first 5 years of schooling. Our tribe currently has nearly 80,000 people, and we can't recruit a full 10,000 students of the right age immediately. La Sung nodded as he listened to the report. These were all things he had arranged, so he was very clear. The print quantity was decided by him, with each book not less than 10,000 copies. This is not the final number, but just to meet the needs of the first group of students in the Han Tribe's compulsory education program. These books will be printed more later. The addition of movable type letters was also approved by him. That has now been used as currency. Supplementing movable type is like destroying money to cast letters. Fortunately, the Han Tribe is currently using lead movable type, so it doesn't affect the minting much. As for the large Chinese characters that Bai Kuei mentioned, that is the term La Sung coined. The large characters are called big characters, while Arabic numerals are called small characters or small numbers. Otherwise, how would you explain what Arabic is? So it's simpler to just call it small characters. Leader, we are currently printing 2 books, Basic Mathematics and Natural Science, but the progress is a bit slow. The small numbers and symbols were just made a few days ago, so they can only be used now. In addition, there are many wood blocks with various charts, geometry, and illustrations in the natural science books that must be carved on wood. Some blocks were just completed a few days ago but are now in use. I am confident that we will complete the task assigned by the leader before the end of August. Bai Kuei saw La Sung not saying anything and continued to report. Yeah, good job, but these wood blocks are not a long-term solution. They are not convenient to store and are easily deformed and damaged when soaked in ink for too long. Just finish this batch of prints first, then you can start arranging for metal printing plates. Just report it, and I will approve it, La Sung said while nodding, looking at the workers skillfully printing the illustrations in the books. Oh, are the illustrations also cast into metal prints? Bai Kuei asked in surprise, feeling the leader's decision was hard to believe. Yes, metal prints are more efficient, and they last longer for use and storage. These books will definitely be printed in large quantities, and the larger quantity will reduce costs. You don't need to worry about costs, just ensure the print quality. If I find any spelling mistakes or blurry prints in the books later, I won't let it slide, La Sung added. Yes, leader, rest assured, every time we open a new print, I check carefully. Every day, I also patrol here. At the bookbinding end, if any issues are found, they will be immediately discarded, and the printing team will be asked to reprint. There are many inspection steps. You don't need to worry, leader. Bai Kuei heard this, immediately stood up straight to assure him. Yeah, you're doing quite well, but remember to train more people under you. This printing workshop will definitely expand in the future. At that time, the current workers will become skilled workers. Every day, I also patrol here. At the bookbinding stage, if any issues are discovered, they will be immediately removed and the printing team will be asked to reprint. There are many checkpoints. The leader doesn't need to worry. Hearing this, Bai Kuei immediately stood up straight to assure, yeah, you're doing pretty well, but remember to train more people under you. This printing workshop will definitely expand in the future. At that time, the current workers will become skilled craftsmen, managing multiple students. La Sung praised Bai Chi's work while also stating his requirements, reminding him to train more personnel. It can't be helped. The Han people are currently lacking talent, lacking in many areas, and without enough people, the Han people won't be able to meet the increasingly high and fast-paced goals set by La Sung. The two walked ahead. Hong Fu, the proud lackey Hong Luo, was responsible for welcoming the foreign envoy, was also leading the delegation headed by Niu Wei on a tour, occasionally engaging in small discussions. Is this the printing technology that the Han leader promised to pass on to our new tribe? It's amazing, so fast, much faster than carving characters on our protective tablets. Niu Wei exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, as long as your leader agrees to let the Han envoy stay permanently in the new tribe, our leader will soon send someone to teach. Hong Fu, who was accompanying him, immediately explained. Hearing this, Niu Wei couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he wanted the Han envoy to stay permanently on the protective island, which would definitely bring many benefits to the new tribe, but he didn't know if their leader would agree. However, what needed to be said to the leader? He had instructed his trusted subordinates to report, and the rest could only be left to fate, because he couldn't decide on other matters either. Even as an elder not in the tribe doesn't have much say. Shaking his head to dismiss the troubling thoughts, Niu Wei quickly became fascinated by the printing tools in front of him. Is this black stuff the ink used for writing? Niu Wei pointed at the type of ink the workers were using. Yeah, you could say that. This is a special ink for printing. It can also be used for writing, but it's much more expensive than regular water ink. Ordinary people can hardly use it. This is oil ink. The production cost is higher, but the printing effect is also better. Hong Fu thought for a moment and then replied, so does the Han people teach us how to make this oil ink? They can teach. Our leader promised before, but the prerequisite you already know, which is to allow the Han envoy to stay permanently in the new tribe. On the other hand, the formula for making this oil ink is probably hard for you to apply, mainly because we don't know if your protective island has similar materials. Many things used to make oil ink are derived from trees. If the protective island doesn't have those types of trees, then you'll have to find another way to solve it. Either buy pre-made ink from the Han people or use local resources to research it again. Basically, you'll have to recreate the oil ink. I don't know much about printing, but I do know one thing. This special oil ink is mainly used for metal prints. If your tribe doesn't have much metal to make prints, you can use woodblock prints. That type isn't picky about ink. You can use either water ink or oil ink. At that time, you won't need to recreate it either. Hearing Hong Fu explain this, Niu Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, what he said was true. Even if the Han people agreed to teach them the technology, if the protective island didn't have those materials, they would be out of luck. Just like the iron from the Han people, over time, Niu Wei had come to understand that iron is a special type of metal, completely different from the three types of metals in their tribe, harder to smelt but also more durable, suitable for making tools and weapons. However, the current issue isn't how to obtain iron smelting technology, but whether there is iron ore on the protective island. If there is no iron ore, having the technology wouldn't help at all. The main reason for building a school in Luoyang County to be so large is that the resident population here is very high. The markets in Luoyang County, along with the surrounding villages, have a total population of over 20,000 people. Moreover, in the future, it will definitely continue to develop and expand, so building large infrastructure from the start isn't an issue, avoiding the hassle of having to expand later. Later on, the other counties will be newly established, and the population there isn't fully stable yet. Currently, asking them to send their children to school is impossible. Furthermore, the schools in those places haven't been completed yet, and La Sung also doesn't have enough teaching staff, so it can only be postponed for later. Therefore, in the first school year of the Han people, La Sung plans to enroll at least 6,000 new students in 3 counties, with Luoyang City enrolling 2,500 and Luoyang County 3,500. With such a large population, it is entirely possible to enroll this number of students. Additionally, considering the teaching staff, La Sung can currently provide a maximum of 100 teachers. If each teacher is responsible for a class of 60 students, it would be just enough to manage 6,000 students. Enrolling more wouldn't have enough spare teachers. Regarding the rapid training of teachers, La Sung also applies a modern model. The Han people only have 2 main subjects, which are literature and mathematics, so teachers can be classified according to their specialties. The important thing is that this knowledge can only be passed on after the teachers have finished learning, so the pressure on the teachers is even greater. To alleviate this pressure, La Sung applies a modern specialized education model, which means dividing teachers by subject rather than by class. Teachers who love and excel in mathematics can only teach math. Without wasting time on learning literature, they just need to know how to read. After finishing their studies, they can only teach math, without needing to care about other subjects. Literature teachers are similar. With this training method, when teaching, one teacher can be responsible for at least 2 classes. For example, Miss Hu teaches literature but doesn't know math, not even memorizing the multiplication table, while Mr. Zhu teaches math but doesn't know how to write essays. The 2 can collaborate to teach 1st and 2nd grade, one specializing in literature, the other specializing in math, while also being the homeroom teachers for both classes, responsible for managing the students. Of course, modern teachers also teach like this, but still need to focus on comprehensive development. One specializing in teaching literature, one specializing in teaching math, while also being the head of 2 classes, responsible for managing the students. Of course, modern teachers also teach like this, but we still need to focus on comprehensive development. However, this method is also a quick training approach in emergency situations, capable of producing qualified teachers in the shortest time possible. Additionally, La Sung has other ways for them to practice and get familiar with the classroom process. He himself doesn't have time to manage, but he can let the teachers manage each other, similar to letting students elect a class, committee, and then using students to manage other students. As long as the method is right, humans are the easiest beings to manage because they know how to self-manage. When reaching the highest floor of building number 2, all 6 classrooms have someone teaching. One side is entirely math teachers, while the other side is all literature teachers. In the classrooms, there are people lecturing at the podium, and there are also people sitting and listening below. La Sung stood outside the door, listening for a moment. A math teacher was using chalk and a ruler to draw geometric shapes on the board, then writing calculation formulas next to them and starting to explain using examples from the textbook. After finishing the lecture, the teacher wrote problems on the board for the students to solve, then pointed out mistakes and common misunderstandings to explain in detail. Finally, the teacher called on students to raise their hands to speak, and the students below actively raised their hands to answer. When the problem ended, the teacher immediately sat down in the student's position and another student went up to the podium to start explaining a new exercise. That's right, these students are all teachers. But these teachers are also students. They have to take turns at the podium. No one is allowed to skip. On one hand, this is to train their teaching abilities, and on the other hand, to get used to using the blackboard and teaching tools, as well as getting familiar with the classroom process and teaching atmosphere. These things are very important, determining whether they can officially stand in front of the class or not. If not, when they see dozens of kids staring at them, they might be so nervous they can't say a word, which would be a disaster. Therefore, getting accustomed beforehand is very necessary. The math teacher taught very well, and the literature teacher was even better, because Le Sung had taught them this way before. They just needed to follow the method Le Sung had taught. As for the textbook on Confucian rituals, it mainly teaches about the rules of etiquette, the corresponding ceremonies for different ranks, as well as various sacrificial rites. Only when these rules are widely disseminated will La Sung's control over the Han people be smoother. Otherwise, as the population continues to grow, chaos will inevitably occur sooner or later. Additionally, La Sung always adheres to a perspective similar to Chinese culture, which is to define the Han people not by race or lineage but by lifestyle, habits, and culture. In the short term, this will help the Han people continue to expand and strengthen the unity of the populace, because within the Han people, the number of indigenous people is only a handful. Most are assimilated in the form of clans. But can we say that those who join later are not part of the same clan? Of course not. That would not benefit unity. Therefore, as long as they wear the same type of clothing, speak the same language, and have similar lifestyles, they are considered part of the same clan. The Han people do not distinguish between clans based on surnames or races, even if they are not from the same clan and do not speak Chinese. As long as they are taught, they will also become part of the clan. It is for this reason that throughout history, although the government held by the Han people has been continuously overthrown, China has remained China, where the cultural perspective of national stability is considered crucial. After checking the books and the preparation status of the teachers, seeing that everything was being prepared in an orderly manner, La Sung felt relieved and left the school, turning to the adjacent government building, summoning the responsible officials for a meeting to assign this year's enrollment tasks. Compulsory education and enforced enrollment. All residents of Hanyang City and Ruyang City and Liuyang District will receive a separate announcement. Children aged 8 and above, under 13, must enroll. If there are special cases, they need to report promptly to the local government office. Parents of students need to actively cooperate, fully prepare learning tools and a learning environment for their children. By the 28th of this month, which is the end of the first month of autumn, students will come to school to register, attend classes, receive books, and other procedures. Enrollment does not require tuition fees or book fees, just self-prepared learning tools and backpacks. Learning tools are sold at school. Students must wear clean, tidy clothes, long-sleeved shirts, long pants, shoes, or boots, and prepare an additional water bottle. If a child is not sent to school without a valid reason, the parents will be fined 500 coins and must do community service for 2 months. On the date of the announcement, identical documents appeared simultaneously in Hanyang City, Ruyang City, and Liuyang District. At the school gate, inside and outside the city gate, at the government gate, market intersections, and next to the well, the same announcements were posted, and a minor official or hired person stood beside to explain the content of the documents to passers-by. This news quickly spread, and the entire Han people were abuzz. This is indeed big news. In less than a day, all residents in the city knew about this event. People were buzzing, gathering together to discuss, but still did not know whether this was good news or bad news. Going to school, what does going to school mean? Are such small children being gathered to go to work? What can they do? And they have to prepare so many things. Some farmers, not understanding clearly, thought that the government wanted to force the people into labor again, but this time only recruited young children, something they had never heard of before. Moreover, young children going to work cannot carry anything. Heavy work still has to be done by adults. It's not going to work. Going to school means going to school to study, learn to read, learn to write. Got it? A minor official in black stood next to the announcement board explaining to the crowd around. Some farmers who don't understand think that the government wants to conscript people for labor, but this time they are only recruiting children, something they've never heard of before. Moreover, children can't carry anything heavy. The heavy work still has to be done by adults. Not going to work. Going to school means studying lessons, learning to read, learning to write. Got it? A young assistant in a black robe stood next to the notice board explaining to the crowd around. Oh, the farmer just nodded like he understood but still wasn't really clear. All the kids in the house have to go learn something, right? Where do they go to learn? Is it far? Someone in the crowd asked again. That's right. All families just need to have their kids of age, regardless of whether they're boys or girls, to go to school. Anyone who doesn't send their kids to school, the parents will be punished, fined a lot of money, and have to work for the government for 2 months. The place of learning is the school. In our district's administrative area, there's a tall building. That's the school. Students can go home every day and come back to school the next morning. The clerk explained to the crowd. But right now it's the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, just at the time of the last harvest. Corn has just been harvested and hasn't dried yet, and new corn has just been sown and is starting to sprout. Many tasks like shelling corn can be assigned to kids around 11 or 12 years old, while younger kids around 8 or 9 can help with feeding the chickens, herding goats, boiling water, and picking vegetables for the pigs. So many people really don't want to send their kids to learn anything, and they don't even know what the benefits of going to school are. Isn't it just going to affect the household work? So someone quickly thought of a plan, wanting to trick and hide their child away. Dear official, my child got scalded on the foot a few days ago and currently can't walk. So does that mean he doesn't have to go to school? Oh, a foot burn. All right. Bring your household registration to the office to get a certificate, and when enrolling, just submit that paper. But if you lie or if there's no injury, you will be punished for not following orders, deliberately preventing your child from going to school with a fine of 500 coins, and both you and your spouse will have to work for the government for 2 months. Think carefully about it. This clerk had been thoroughly instructed by the leaders during the meeting about possible situations and how to handle different cases, so he knew it by heart. Moreover, with years of experience in handling incidents, he immediately saw that this person was lying, so he warned them in a threatening tone, hoping they wouldn't make a mistake. Huh. Do I still have to go to the office to get a certificate? The one who just lied suddenly panicked, not expecting it to be handled like this. What did you think? Of course, you have to get a certificate. Why? Do you want to go or not? You need to think carefully about this. The clerk coldly looked at him and said, this and that. I won't go get a certificate anymore. He got burned a few days ago. I think by the end of this month, he will be completely healed. At that time, I will definitely take him to school. The one who just lied realized he couldn't hide it anymore. If it got exposed, he would definitely be punished for deliberately preventing his child from going to school, facing both a fine and forced labor, which really wasn't worth it, so he hurriedly looked for a way to justify himself. The clerk saw this and just glanced at him, not immediately exposing him, because if he did, both sides would lose face, and apart from the fine, there was nothing more they could do to them. The people in the crowd were also trying to find ways to avoid sending their kids to school, and upon hearing they had to go to the office for a certificate, they immediately abandoned the idea. Right at that moment, the clerk said, "Let me tell you, going to school is not for the tribe, nor for the government, but for your own children. Going to school will teach them to read, write, and even learn arithmetic. After graduating, even if they don't become a clerk like me, they can still become skilled workers, which is definitely better than farming. Studying well can even lead to titles and other rewards. So, you all don't need to worry about your kids going to school. Moreover, even if they don't become officials or craftsmen, later on, being merchants or going to the market to buy things will be easier with arithmetic, so they won't be afraid of being cheated without knowing it." The clerk sincerely advised the crowd around him. After hearing this, everyone realized that going to school had many benefits, and in their hearts, they began to change their minds, thinking of ways to send their kids to school. Right at that moment, someone in the crowd asked again, "Dear official, how long do we have to study?" "I can't say for sure. Maybe around 2 or 3 years. Huh, that long? You heard me say that 2 or 3 years is the minimum time. But your kids can go home every day and get 2 days off every 5 days. During the hottest summer and the coldest winter, they also get a continuous break for several months, so you don't need to worry too much." After hearing the clerk say that, everyone felt a bit relieved. This way, during summer break, their kids can also come home to help with something. Once it's confirmed that their children must go to school, the next step is to prepare supplies for them, especially clothes as mentioned in the notice. Many kids in the summer don't wear anything, just a pair of shorts and a tank top to get through the whole summer, and they don't even need to wear shoes. But now the notice requires them to wear proper clothes, so they have to prepare carefully. Luckily, there's still a month left, so if they buy fabric now, it will be in time, and by the end of the month, when the kids go to school, they will definitely have new clothes that meet the standards. Additionally, there are water containers like bamboo tubes, ceramic jars. Each household can prepare according to their ability. Some people also see a business opportunity, specializing in making various types of bamboo water containers to sell everywhere, and as a result, they sell very well, all due to the school enrollment. Carrying a cup or bowl is also inconvenient, and ceramic jars are too heavy, while bamboo tubes are light, made from natural materials and hard to break, making them very suitable. The school enrollment craze continues to spread across the 3 districts. The kids who know they are about to go to school also start to get excited, gathering in groups with the following main expressions: being forced by their parents to take baths, being measured for new clothes, escaping from their parents' arms to go out and play, or inviting each other to run to the school building to take a look. Of course, there are also some kids who are more serious, such as those from families where parents work in factories or government agencies who understand the importance of education. They believe that gaining knowledge will help their children, get good jobs in the future, becoming officials or skilled craftsmen. Even if they return to farming or raising livestock, they will also do better than others. In short, the general idea is to go to school, learn the skills taught by the leader, so no matter what they do in the future, they will have many opportunities to achieve merit and be granted titles more than those who do not attend school. What is a title? A title is essentially a status within the Han people, bringing land, wealth, privileges, and a superior lifestyle. Children from these families are held to high expectations because their parents also gained status and fame through learning from the leader. Therefore, they value this opportunity even more. However, the farmers who do not fully understand what going to school means are not fools. They may not know exactly what will be taught in school, but they are sure that Chinese characters will be included. Currently, among the Han people, there is a phenomenon where those who can read and write are highly valued by the leader and occupy many positions within the bureaucratic system. Thus, if their children learn to read, who knows, their family might also have someone wearing official robes and hats. Of course, this way of thinking isn't wrong, as formal education among the Han people has only just begun. The first results of education will certainly be highly sought after. Regardless of the profession in society, educated individuals will perform better. This idea is undoubtedly correct. Therefore, under the urging of their parents, many children are starting to take their schooling more seriously. Another attraction is that there is a saying circulating among the Han people: schools teach knowledge and skills passed down by the leader. And who is the leader of the Han people? He is a figure that the people have deified, an idol in the hearts of many teenagers. A boy their age, just over 10 years old, has led the tribe to develop day by day, bringing the Han people to where they are today. Compared to the oldest among them, he is only 1 or 2 years older. This is entirely a form of personal worship, a profound manifestation of the influence that La Sung has on the people, which can be called charismatic appeal. He is the spiritual leader they admire. Now, they are chosen to attend school at an age close to the leaders, beginning to learn the knowledge taught by the leader himself. This means they have taken a step closer to their idol. How could they not be excited? As for La Sung, he is sitting in a large classroom with teachers discussing personnel allocation, who will stay at the Hanyang City campus, who will move to the Liuyang District campus, and the issue of the next class division. I'm saying this, everyone take notes. Our teaching purpose is to train more talents for the tribe. So how can we achieve this goal quickly, effectively, and with quality? Everyone knows that this enrollment does not only accept a specific age but accepts children from 7 to 12 years old. For younger children, teachers can teach in a conventional manner, slowly, but for those about to grow up, they are about to enter society. We cannot keep too many older students in school. This will affect the tribe's operations. Therefore, class divisions must be based on age. I will talk about the younger ones first, from 7 to 10 years old. 7 to 8 years old will be grouped together, then divided evenly based on the total number. Each class will have 60 students, evenly distributed between boys and girls, ensuring a balanced gender ratio in each class. 9 to 10 years old will also be grouped together. The same method applies. These two groups of students must be taught from the most basic knowledge. According to our curriculum, there is no need to rush, but we must teach well. I hope that in a few years, these children will all become talents. The remaining ones who are older than 10 or 11 will be divided into separate classes with their age group together. Since these children are about to enter the working society, they need different, faster education. Not expecting them to become elites, I ask teachers to focus on 2 words: literacy. Especially for the 12-year-olds, my requirement is that they do not need to learn all the poetry and rituals of the Han people, but they must build correct social values, learn the necessary social ethics, and most importantly, they must know how to read and write Chinese characters. This is the most important thing. For mathematics, teachers should also teach in the conventional way, not requiring everyone to excel, but they must select students with good performance and then focus on nurturing and training them in depth. Another very important point is for the 12-year-olds. Their study time must be dedicated to education and hobbies. What does this mean? It means that every day, they must spend half of the morning or half of the afternoon participating in hobby activities, mainly learning experiences and skills, training talents in a specialized direction. For example, if they like math, teachers can ask what they want to do in the future, whether they want to work in accounting or want to work in a workshop as a craftsman. If they want to be craftsmen, then every day, they should spend half a session organizing those with similar interests, taking them to the workshop for visits, learning, and internships, starting from the apprentice position, using the knowledge learned in class to become better craftsmen. I hope that after a year, these individuals can directly participate in work. Of course, those who like farming or animal husbandry are also welcome. We have a natural science subject. If there are those who like biology, teachers can also organize them during activity hours, taking them to farms to participate in internships, learning animal husbandry techniques, seeing if the knowledge they have learned can help them create useful innovations. They can also utilize farming time, observing the growth process of various crops, seeing if there are better ways to grow more food or how to improve farming efficiency. These activities can all be organized for students to discuss and learn. The same goes for the girls. Among the teachers here, there are many female teachers who should pay more attention to the future of these girls. Whether it's learning weaving techniques or learning to sew clothes or farming and animal husbandry, even if they see if the knowledge they have learned can help them create useful innovations. They can also utilize farming time, observing the growth process of various crops, seeing if there are better ways to grow more food or how to improve farming efficiency. These activities can all be organized for students to discuss and learn. The same goes for the girls. Among the teachers here, there are many female teachers who should pay more attention to the future of these girls. Whether it's learning weaving techniques or learning to sew clothes or farming and animal husbandry. Even if there are outstanding girls, and teachers can also support them to stay at school as teachers. This also applies to boys. The teachers are the first educators of the Han people, but certainly not the last. In the future, our teaching staff will continue to expand. Therefore, teachers also need to pay more attention to their successors. The 11-year-olds are similar. As they get younger, they can focus more on comprehensive development, but these two age groups also have to participate in extracurricular activities. The duration may be less, but it must exist. An 11-year-old is similar. As they get younger, they can focus more on overall development, but these two age groups also need to participate in extracurricular activities. The duration may be shorter, but it must be there. For example, 10-year-olds should have one activity session per week, each session in the afternoon. This way, they can do more things and learn more skills. For 11-year-olds, arrange 2 sessions a week or 2 days for one session to give them more. By the time they turn 12, it should increase to 1 session every day to prepare them for their future lives. And one very important thing, once a week or every 2 days for them to have more. By the time they turn 12, it should increase to once a day to prepare them for their future lives. There's one more very important thing. Older kids are allowed to date but must not misbehave. If anyone does that before graduation, they will be immediately punished. I will handle it strictly and absolutely will not allow coercive behavior to occur. To get married and have children, they must wait until after graduation. On the day they come of age, the government will issue independent household registration and land for official marriage registration before they can have children. Remember this well. Having children too young is not beneficial at all. The risks of childbirth are very high. We must warn them. All right, there's nothing else for now. Have all the teachers taken full notes? La Sung sat on the podium, speaking while writing the key points on the board for hundreds of teachers below to take notes. The meeting lasted nearly an hour, and when he felt he had finished speaking, La Sung stood up to ask the teachers. Finished taking notes? Understood? The teachers replied in unison. Putting down their pens, the papers on the desks were filled with lines of text. All right, that's it, dismissed. Go home and summarize the content of today's meeting. The teachers are about to start classes, hoping everyone does well and trains more talents for the Han people. La Sung encouraged the teachers, then announced the dismissal. The teachers below hurriedly stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed to send off the leader. After the meeting ended, the teachers also packed their things and headed to their workplaces. Those in Han, Yang City didn't need to move, while those assigned to Liu Yang District had to set off immediately. They also had to worry about moving houses. The houses there were already available. They just needed to bring their bags and could move in, mainly getting used to the school environment there. As for La Sung, after returning home, the first lady Xiao Dai and the second lady Jiam Owan were also busy. Although they were pregnant, the pregnancy was not large, and it didn't affect their activities. So in recent days, La Sung assigned them a task to teach the women in the city how to make backpacks. The design of the backpack was created by La Sung. One type is a single-strap crossbody bag. The other type is a rectangular fabric bag with 2 crisscross straps on top and the ends of the straps sewn into the 2 bottom corners of the bag. This way, the mouth of the bag can be pulled tight with the straps, and when tightened, it becomes a simple backpack. This is the type of backpack that La Sung saw was very popular when he was in school. It's not an official school bag, but a small bag used to carry homework home at noon. It can only hold. Some books are really easy to make, especially since they don't require zippers or metal clasps, just hand stitching will do. The style and method have been passed down, but La Sung doesn't care whether the people use them or not. Perhaps the smarter folks will improve on it, or maybe due to family conditions. They can't afford a piece of fabric, but in the current situation of the Han people, no family is so poor that they can't buy a piece of fabric. It's just a matter of whether they are willing to spend or not. Time passed in busy preparations, and the middle of August quietly slipped by. The shipyard in Liu, Yang County produced 3 new ships, of which the fleet for the Travel Society still consists of 2. Currently, Du Ya is in charge of surveying the geography in the Daiji area, and there's no need for large ships. 2 ships are enough. On the contrary, smaller ships are used more because some narrow canals and shallow waters are easier for small boats to navigate, and sometimes rafts are needed, while large ships have become mobile supply stations. Therefore, La Sung decided to allocate these three new ships to Jingyan and Longwu for transporting equipment and supplies for coal mining. Along with the previous ship, there are now 4 sailing ships operating between Liuyang County and the Lu tribe, continuously transporting exploration equipment, daily supplies, and more manpower. The fleet of Du Fu, after leaving the Man tribe, continued southeast downstream, discovering a much larger world. The land of the Man tribe they discovered earlier was a flat area, very suitable for human habitation, fertile land, close to rivers and forests, very favorable for agriculture, livestock, and settlement. However, after continuing downstream for a few days, they found that the higher mountains had decreased, replaced by lower hills, and rocky mountains were almost nowhere to be seen. Even when there were mountains, after field reconnaissance, they found that most were earthen hills, with very rich vegetation, many plains, and the rivers became calmer and wider, mostly about 300 meters wide. They also discovered many larger animal species in this area. Giant birds were very common, and there were many elephants and rhinoceroses. Wild cattle, horses, and antelopes were also not few. Correspondingly, there were carnivorous species like packs of wolves, leopards, saber-toothed tigers, maneless lions, bears in the forest, and herbivores like giant wild boars, jumping monkeys, foxes, and rabbits were also not rare. Finally, Du Ya, who frequently went out, concluded that this place might be a plain that rivals the western prairie. Even, it's much bigger. It runs parallel to the prairie, to the east of the Great Prairie Lake, opposite the prairie across the lake. Just don't know how the resources are distributed here. Otherwise, just based on the terrain, this plain might be even more suitable than the current mountainous region of the Han people for development. Of course, there are quite a few people here too. The abundant animal resources mean plenty of food, although the livestock is more numerous, but since humans learn to use fire and create weapons, no animal is a match for humans. Therefore, Du Fu naturally encounters large tribes here. After leaving the territory of the Mandor tribe, Du Fu's trading team continued their journey southwest, following the river. After crossing a canyon, finally on the 10th day of the month, they entered a vast plain. This section of the river is quite flat, with no strong currents, which is very favorable for the Han people's water transport at this time. However, looking to the future, developing hydropower will face many difficulties, as hydropower mainly relies on strong currents due to the elevation difference of the river. The greater the difference, the faster the flow, the higher the potential energy of the water, and the more energy obtained. But everything has two sides. It's hard to say whether this is good or bad. After more than a month of travel, Du Fu and his team gradually grasped the hydrological situation of this area. In this section of the river, which is about 400 meters wide, they didn't need to worry about large boats running aground because the small scouting boats ahead had never touched the riverbed. Therefore, Du Fu decided to conduct a depth test. They dropped an anchor with a rope down the middle of the river until it hit the bottom, discovered that the depth of this section of the river reached hundreds of meters, while near the shore it was also several dozen meters deep. This made them completely reassured that the large boats wouldn't run aground. Thus, they no longer needed to continue sending the small scouting boats ahead. Instead, they used a landing boat for preliminary scouting. This boat could carry a few more people to chat, avoiding the scene of just one lonely person in front, while also relieving the pressure on the 3 large boats. The fleet originally had over 200 people, with each boat carrying about 70 people, which was quite cramped. After picking up over 80 people from the Li tribe and their spotted cats, each boat had to carry over 100 people, making the space even tighter. Therefore, sending 20 people ahead to row the small boat also helped reduce the pressure on the large boats, creating more space. In such a situation, on the morning of the 12th day of the month, the fleet suddenly encountered a special situation. Today, a trusted person of Du Fu named Du Ji was rowing the small boat ahead and chatting with the sailors when he suddenly spotted over a dozen people floating on the surface of the river. These people were all men, barefooted, holding animal skin airbags, with some items wrapped in leather on their backs, unclear what they were. They were holding the airbags with one hand and trying to swim with the other, swimming from the west side of the river to the east, seemingly trying to cross the river. However, some swam very well, while others, young and inexperienced, struggled in the water, unable to swim far and being swept downstream, almost separating from the group. The others were frantically calling to them, but the young man was being carried away further. One person who seemed to be the leader, although he had swum to the middle of the river, hearing the cries for help from his teammates, turned back to swim downstream to pull the young man back. The others who were floating also swam downstream to help. Meanwhile, some others suddenly noticed a wooden boat coming from upstream, approaching, with dozens of people on it, which frightened them. Duji looked over. Those people seemed to be calling for help from us. Well, should we save them? On the small boat, the sailors began to discuss excitedly, while Duji glanced around and immediately made a decision. Of course, we should save them. Looking at their age, they were all men, definitely from a large tribe. If we save them, they will surely appreciate it. Who knows, we might even be able to trade with their tribe and learn about the local situation. This would save a lot of time and effort, compared to scouting on our own. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. Row quickly to pick them up. But everyone must also be cautious. Don't accidentally rescue a pack of hungry wolves. Everyone nodded in agreement, shouting in rhythm, rowing together, quickly heading downstream. Downstream, the leader had swum to the side of the young man. His airbag had been swept away by the current, and he couldn't retrieve it. He had also swallowed quite a bit of water, his mind not clear, and he seemed to be drowning. The leader placed his airbag under the young man to keep him from sinking, then hoisted the items on the young man's body onto his neck and swam back toward the main group. However, the young man was in a semi-conscious state, unable to swim on his own, and if he let go, he would sink. The leader had no choice but to pull him as if he were dragging a corpse, but fortunately, the young man had passed out. Otherwise, a drowning person would thrash around wildly, and both might sink to the bottom of the river. The situation was still not looking good. The leader was carrying heavy items, clearly enough for 2 people, but now he had to pull an unconscious person who was half alive and half dead. They often say that a corpse is very heavy, and this young man was no different. The leader was bearing the weight of 2 people and had to pull an unconscious body. He himself was fine, as he swam quite well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as the leader. But the young man's situation was very dire. They were on the west side of the river, about 300 meters from the east coast. If we pull him towards the east, by the time we get there, he might already be dead. Swimming east is really tough. Even if we make it, he could just be a corpse. If we head back to the west coast, it's only about 100 meters. Swimming back might still save him, but that would separate us from the main group, affecting our mission. Just as the team leader hesitated, he finally decided to head back to the west coast to tap her. Save the young man first when suddenly something underwater bit into his leg, causing him to cry out in pain. Then another bite hit his other leg. The creature underwater kept biting, refusing to let go, making the team leader sweat in pain. His kicking became chaotic, and both he and the young man began to sink. The only remaining buoy was slipping from his grasp, quickly swept away by the current. Just when the 2 were about to drown, the team leader, struggling to save himself, suddenly heard cheers coming from upstream. The cheers sounded like a large crowd, rhythmic as if they were singing a song. Then he saw a strange object approaching him, with dozens of people on it. 20 paddles pushed the landing boat quickly towards the team leader and the young man. Some people on the boat climbed to the sides to balance it, while others hurriedly reached out to pull the 2 from the water onto the boat. Once on board, both lay flat on the deck, leaving everyone on the boat stunned. The unconscious young man had a belly swollen like a drum, clearly having swallowed a lot of water, and more importantly, he was injured all over, with many wounds on his chest still bleeding, and his legs were bitten by 2 flat fish the size of a hand. The middle-aged team leader was no better when pulled onto the boat. His back, arms, thighs, and feet had been bitten by 5 similar fish, blood flowing everywhere. Hurry up, get the fish off, don't throw them away. This type of fish is delicious. Duchi shouted to command, and everyone on the boat immediately pulled out knives and daggers to open the fish's mouths, trying not to hurt the bitten victims. However, Duchi quickly realized something was wrong. Everyone was so focused on removing the fish that no one was climbing back onto the boat. Stop messing with the fish. 2 people in charge. Each save 1 person. The others climb back onto the boat to rescue those still in the water. There are carnivorous fish in the water. If we stay submerged any longer, they will definitely be seriously injured. Duchi ordered. That's right. Everyone hurry up. If you get bitten on the foot. One person joked, immediately grabbing a paddle and starting to row. The others laughed loudly and began to row together, quickly heading towards those swimming in the water. When the team leader was pulled onto the boat, he finally saw what had bitten him underwater. Seeing those flat fish the size of a hand, he angrily grabbed one that was clinging to his arm, yanking it hard into the water. But because of that, a patch of skin on his arm was torn off. Duchi saw this and quickly intervened, then took a sharp knife himself, slowly opening the mouths of each fish. The team leader noticed that these people meant no harm. On the contrary, they were saving him, so he gradually lowered his guard, but still carefully held onto the animal skin packs on him, fearing Duchi and his team would steal them. Once the fish on him were all removed, he immediately turned to check on the unconscious young man, discovering he also had many bites and had swallowed a lot of water. He pulled the young man towards him, laid him face down on his lap, then used his hand to clear the young man's throat to induce vomiting. The young man immediately vomited a lot of water, coughing as if he was choking, and it took a while before he finally regained consciousness, but he was still very weak, his eyes unresponsive. While the two were helping each other, the wooden boat had also approached the others. The sailors took turns pulling them onto the boat. Those in the water saw their team leader was also on the boat, nodded in signal, so they felt reassured and climbed onto Duchi's landing boat. During the process of pulling these people up, they discovered a few more who had been bitten by fish and hurriedly provided aid. Those who were not injured stood behind the leader. The group stayed alert to protect their belongings. When they managed to rescue everyone, 3 large sailboats behind them also caught up. Duchi immediately raised the flag to signal the lead boat, then ordered everyone to row towards the large boat. The people who had just been rescued were also panicking, not expecting there to be huge boats carrying hundreds of people behind them. The team leader then signaled to Duchi. "Thank you for saving us. Please take us to the other shore." The team leader spoke in the local dialect while pointing towards the eastern shore. Duchi shook his head, pointing to the bleeding wounds on his body. "Get on our large boat. We have medicine for injuries. We can treat your wounds." Looking at the bleeding wounds and feeling the sharp pain, the team leader hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. At this point, it was best to cooperate for treatment. Otherwise, if they returned to shore, it was still early in the first half of autumn, and the weather was still hot. They could very well end up with a fever and die on the shore. On the lead boat, Dufa quickly noticed the flag signal from the small boat ahead, sent by a relative of his, requesting to return to the large boat. Dufuk immediately recognized the unusual situation. The small boat was overcrowded, suddenly adding more than a dozen people. Luckily, the oars were still in the hands of the hand people, so they could still control the small boat. Otherwise, Dufuk would have thought they were being robbed. But a question immediately popped into Dufuk's mind. Where did these people come from? After hearing his relative's words, he understood the situation clearly, nodded slightly, and walked towards the team leader. As he walked, he said, "Go get some clean water for them to wash up, then bring the medicine and clean cloths here to bandage them." "Sure." One of the members of the snake tribe immediately went to prepare the necessary items and soon returned with a wooden box, starting to treat the wounds of the others. The team leader was still in a daze, curious about everything on the boat since he boarded. Seeing people dressed in splendid clothes along with the advanced boat and various strange items, almost nothing was familiar to him. Just then, one of them brought a box to the side, squatted down, and took out a long white porcelain bottle, opened the wooden stopper, and immediately a strong fragrance wafted out, reminiscent of some kind of herb. The healer then took out a clamp, used a cloth soaked in the red liquid from the bottle to wash the wound for him. This was a type of healing medicine that the great tree tribe had contributed, extracted from the resin of a certain tree in the dark forest. The great tree tribe often used this to treat wounds. It had anti-inflammatory properties, though not very strong, but it was excellent for washing wounds. After cleaning the wound, the healer took out a smaller porcelain bottle, poured a little light yellow powder contributed by the snake tribe onto the wound, and finally bandaged it with cloth. The team leader silently observed everything, not feeling that the other party intended to harm him. After all, seeing such exquisite porcelain bottles, he didn't think anyone would put poison in them. It's just that this method of treating wounds was far from what he knew. If he were in their tribe, the elders would probably find some fresh leaves to chew in their mouths and apply directly to the wound. Soon, the rescued individuals were bandaged up, but at this moment, the boat was still moving. The team leader didn't understand how this boat worked and didn't know what powered it, but he knew that they had to leave the boat immediately. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where they would drift off to. They needed to return to the eastern shore. He glanced at everyone, seeing that they all regarded Dufuk as the leader, while the young man who had just saved him stood next to Dufuk. He understood that Dufuk was the leader of this group. "Hey, thank you for saving my people. But now we have to leave the boat. We need to return to the eastern shore. Can you take us across? We will have gifts for you," the team leader said while pointing towards the eastern shore. Dufuk looked towards the east, nodded, and immediately ordered the boat to head towards the eastern shore. The sailors looked up at the wind flag at the top of the mast, then the helmsman at the back of the boat adjusted the rudder. Those controlling the sails climbed to the top of the boat, untied the ropes, and began adjusting the sails. The wind filled the sails, and the sailors pulled the ropes to adjust the angle, soon turning the boat to speed towards the eastern shore. The distance of a few hundred meters took less than 2 minutes, leaving the recently rescued individuals stunned. What kind of miracle was this? So amazing. Not only could it carry many people, but it also moved so fast. In fact, this large boat even had 2 small boats like the one we just sat in, but those small boats were not small at all. Just now, it had carried nearly 40 of us and was still moving normally. The team leader was once again amazed by what Dufuk and his group had accomplished, but at this moment, the boat was about to reach the shore. However, the large boat did not intend to approach the shore closely. Although the water here was quite deep, it was best not to let the large boat get too close to the shore, otherwise, It could easily lead to accidents. Lower the sails. Drop anchor to stop the boat. Today we will rest here and use the small boat to take them to shore. When the boat was about a few dozen meters from the shore, Fuck shouted to order the boat to stop and rest. But the team leader did not rush to leave. He stood watching the Han people, letting his tribe members go to shore first, then came before Fuck, took off the leather bag he had been wearing on his back, and took out a swollen animal bladder, which was the bladder sealed and stuffed with something inside. This is our gift, salt. Thank you for saving my people and bringing us here. The team leader said while, it's like the bladder is sealed and stuffed with something inside. This is our gift, salt. Thank you for saving my people and bringing us here. The captain said while, he handed the balloon to Fuck. Fuck was a bit surprised to see that he had a few more balloons in his bag, which surely contained something similar. As for the salt in the balloon, even without tasting it, he knew it was the coarse, earthy yellow salt full of impurities, probably mineral salt that had been dug up and crushed, not processed. Fuck immediately understood why this captain waited for his teammates to get ashore before staying behind to give gifts to the Han people. To put it bluntly, he was very cautious, afraid to reveal that they were carrying a lot of salt. If the Han people became greedy and wanted to rob them, they were on the Han's boat, surrounded by water, with no land in sight, and it was very likely they would die here. So, he let his teammates take most of the salt ashore first, while he stayed behind to give a portion of salt as a token of gratitude for the Han people's rescue. If the Han people had ill intentions, they could only steal his portion of salt and kill him. As for his teammates who had already made it ashore, relying on the advantage of familiar terrain, the Han people would not be able to catch them. To be frank, this guy wasn't bad, he was grateful and honorable, a good person, but his caution was a bit excessive for Fuck. Fuck chuckled and shook his head, then told Chi to go get a gift in return. The captain didn't understand what Fuck was planning to do, why he wouldn't accept his salt, but since he had decided to stay behind, he had prepared himself for the worst and didn't show any fear. Before long, Chi and another person brought over a pile of items, a roll of brown linen, a set of ceramics engraved with Han characters, a small bag of white salt, and a wooden box containing red sugar. Fuck took the small bag of white salt, opened it for the captain to see, then pointed at the salt balloon in his hand, implying that they had something similar, but better, so there was no need to give it back. After that, he sealed the bag of salt and tucked it into the captain's clothes. Then he took the roll of linen, gently lifted the hem of his clothing, explained to him what it was for, and tucked it into his clothes as well. Next, he took the box of sugar, broke off a piece and put it in his mouth to show him it was food, then handed it to him. Finally, he held up the set of ceramics for him to see. Even though he couldn't let him hold it himself, Fuck still said that these were gifts from their tribe to his tribe. He could take them back to give to their leader, telling him that they could trade. Our Shuen will not leave. We'll wait here. Fuck tried to communicate using short sentences, always wearing a friendly smile. The captain understood the gist of it, nodded repeatedly to show his appreciation, then got on the small boat that the sailors brought to shore, along with the gifts placed on the shore for him to take. The captain hurriedly hugged the items tightly, afraid of damaging them, and immediately ducked into the trees by the river. Before long, he met up with the teammates who had gone ashore earlier. Duck, you're back. Did they do anything to you? Hey, what are you holding? One teammate who wasn't injured saw the captain return and immediately asked, but when he saw him carrying so many things, he was astonished. These are the items that tribe gave to our tribe, telling me to bring back to the leader. Let's not talk about this anymore. How's Try? Is he awake yet? The captain named Duck, upon seeing his teammates, immediately answered a few questions and then inquired about the unconscious boy from before. Oh, that kid, he's awake now. He said something bit him in the river, and when he reached out to brush it away, he dropped his bag. More and more things were biting him, and he started thrashing around in the water. He thought he was done for. He even cried a bit earlier. Ha ha, that kid. Another teammate laughed loudly. Yeah, you can't blame him for that. He's just grown up. This is his first time going to get salt. He doesn't have experience yet. Surviving and coming back is good enough. All right, everyone, let's hurry up and head out. It's getting dark, and everyone is tired today. Plus, there's someone injured. It's best not to spend the night outside. Let's get home quickly. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. If we're late, we might get eaten by wolves. Everyone hurry up. When we get home, there will be hot soup waiting. Duke led more than a dozen teammates, quickly returning to their tribe based on the traces left earlier. Meanwhile, at the place where the Han tribe's boat was docked, Fuck had ordered everyone to go ashore. Staying on the boat for too long wasn't good, so he only left a little over a dozen people to guard the boat, while the rest went ashore to set up camp. Chi always followed Fuck closely, curiously asking, Uncle, do you think those people will come back? They will definitely come back. This is a large tribe. They can obtain salt and carry so much, which shows their population is also large. Even if not all of it is for eating, it must also be for trading with surrounding tribes. But in any case, a tribe that can find its own source of salt must be very strong. And a strong tribe, their leader must be intelligent and also eager to learn. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lead so many people. Therefore, when they see the gifts we gave them, white salt, red sugar, fabric, ceramics, they will surely be eager to learn this technique. Whether they intend to rob, deceive, or befriend us, learn from us, they must come back. Otherwise, they won't be able to do anything. Du Fuck analyzed confidently, while also teaching his nephew, hoping that he would achieve great things for the Han people in the future. But privately, he was also training the next generation for his own clan. Du Chi thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "So you mean they might attack us? Wouldn't that make it very dangerous for us to go ashore? Why not wait on the boat?" "Haha, going ashore was our decision. They won't think that we would go ashore. Therefore, they won't attack recklessly. Because they believe that even if they bring people to fight, we are on the boat, they can't do anything to us. The pirates haven't come ashore for several days. Going ashore is also to relax. It's too cramped on the boat, but being cautious is still necessary. Who knows, they might send someone to watch us from afar, in places we can't see." I told everyone that after setting up camp, to send someone to gather firewood while scouting the surrounding terrain. Also, set up some lookout posts a bit farther away for everyone to observe the movements around us. Du laughed softly and then gave the order. "Oh, I got it. I'll go arrange it right away." Du Chi thought for a moment and then immediately went to set up the lookout posts. On the other side, Deng and his teammates finally returned to a large settlement after half a day of traveling. This settlement is located near a large river branch, not far from the river, with vast fields nearby growing a type of plant similar to dogtail grass, also known as millet. At this time, it had started to bloom and was entering the pollination period. A large swarm of bees was busy flying around the millet fields, collecting nectar while helping to pollinate the flowers. But now it was late afternoon, and the bees began to return to their hives one by one. These bees flew in swarms toward the forest near the settlement, where dozens of beehives woven from vines were located, with many small holes left on the hive lids. The bees crawled straight inside through those holes. An old man with gray hair and a long beard, hunched over, was standing next to the beehives. Seeing that the bees had all returned, he smiled and opened the lid of one hive, breaking off a piece of honeycomb from the frame and putting it into a red ceramic jar with two handles, then carried the jar while humming an unclear melody. The bees here are domesticated by the Kuong tribe, a technique passed down from their ancestors, and for hundreds of years, they have learned to grow millet and sorghum and have also developed pottery-making techniques. Currently, this tribe has grown into a fairly large tribe with a population of over 2,600 people. The tribe's houses are scattered across the riverbank plain, resembling a small village. The Huang tribe's houses are all stilt houses with triangular roofs. They use wooden stakes to build foundations on the ground and then install the floors. The floors are woven from tree trunks the size of a child's arm, forming a large platform. On top of that, they use long branches to create the frame of triangular tents, finally covering them with thatch and straw to make the roof. From a distance, these houses look like two sloped roofs without walls, perched on wooden posts about 1 meter off the ground. All the houses in the tribe are built this way. However, in the center of the tribe, there is a round altar made of stones, but there is nothing to offer, always empty. When the sun sets, the Hu Kuang women begin to cook. They place red clay pots with 3 legs and 2 handles on the ground, light a fire underneath, and add millet, a type of small wheat, water, meat, salt, and animal fat to boil. They don't even need a stove. Just placing the pot on the fire is enough. That is the main dish of the Hu Huang tribe, meat soup. Meanwhile, the children run and play between the houses, some even holding toys like clay flutes, 2 holes, or clay whistles that make a buzzing sound like a horn. The men are sharpening stone sickles or bone sickles, preparing for the upcoming autumn harvest. These sickles, made from bone and stone, are very fragile, of poor quality, and often can't last through a single harvest, so each year they have to prepare a few new ones. The chief of the Hu Huang tribe, Tuyin, is standing on a large rock by the river, looking out over the tribe's vast millet fields. He hopes that in the last month and a half before the harvest, the weather will be favorable and that nothing unexpected will happen. Otherwise, winter will be very difficult. In addition, he is also waiting for the group that went to trade for salt to return. Calculating the days, if nothing unusual happens today, they should be back by now. In previous years, there had never been any issues. Just as the sun was about to set completely, a dozen figures appeared in the distance, helping each other toward the tribe. Although still far away, Tu Yen could already hear the cheers of the tribe members welcoming them. He hurriedly walked over. "Deng, you're back? Did anything happen on the way? Everyone made it back, right? Is she okay?" Chief Tu Yen immediately stepped forward to ask. He was not only worried about the group that went to trade for salt, but more importantly, His younger brother, Si, who had just come of age, was participating in this trip for the first time. That big river is vast. Crossing it is always a dangerous challenge. Ji is still too young. If it weren't for the tribe's tradition that anyone who can't swim across the river to bring back salt can't marry the most beautiful woman, he definitely wouldn't let his brother join this trip. But before Dung could respond, Tuyen saw a sight that left him stunned. Among the dozen people, the ones in front like Dung were wrapped in white bandages soaked in blood. Dung was quite seriously injured, with wounds on both his arms and legs, and the other person was also wrapped in bandages. It was his brother, Sai, looking even worse than Dung. "You guys are hurt? What happened? Who treated you?" Wuyan asked again in astonishment. "Chief, can we have some hot water first? If there's meat soup, that would be even better. We're all starving," Dung said tiredly. "Oh, right. Quickly sit down on that altar. Someone bring hot water here. The meat soup isn't ready yet. Don't rush. Wait a moment." Wuyan hurriedly ordered people to prepare things, then led Dung and the others to a space next to the altar. This place is usually used for holding sacrificial ceremonies, and it's also a small area like a square, not very large. Before long, several fires were lit in the square, the bright light illuminating everywhere. Yuyan, Dung, Ji, and the others sat around a large round tree stump. The bags of salt they brought back were piled on the stump along with the items that Du had given them. Tuyet held an exquisite porcelain bowl reflecting the firelight. "So the other tribe wants to trade with us." "Yeah, it seems so. They rescued us. At first, I intended to give them some salt as thanks, but their leader wouldn't accept it. They even gave us these things, saying we could use items to trade and they would wait for us there." Doom started recounting the situation back then. "And what is this? It looks like something you use to bandage wounds. How did they make this? How can they be so sure?" Yuan set down the bowl, picked up the linen roll and asked. "That's what they use to make clothes. They have hundreds of people all wearing clothes made from this. Men even tie their hair up on top of their heads. Those with status decorate their hair even more." Doom recalled what he had seen. "Is there anything else? Is there something different?" Yuan began to get interested in the tribe Doom mentioned. "Yeah, there's a lot more. I don't know how to describe it, but everything they have is something we've never seen before. So just take your time and tell us. Don't rush." Thinking of what to say next, someone brought meat soup over, and everyone was eating while talking. "Ah, let me use this bowl to hold it," Wayne said as he handed the porcelain bowl to the person next to him. Today he also wanted to indulge a little, using this beautiful bowl for a meal. "Let me think. Oh right, everything they have that can float on water is made of wood. The smaller type can hold about 40 people. Using a long plank to climb on can move and dock. The larger type can hold hundreds of people, and you can even place the smaller one on top. I don't even know how that moves. I didn't see them using a plank to climb. They just pulled a few ropes and it moved by itself, and it could even change direction." Doom talked about what he had seen on the boat that morning. Yui and those around him listened like they were hearing a fairy tale, completely captivated by the strange things Doom described, forgetting about the soup. Right. When we were rescued onto that thing, they even used something like a bone knife to gut the fish. That knife was very sharp and shiny. I don't know what it's made of, but I quickly saw that they could slice through the fish's flesh with just a light stroke. Another injured person also added that there was something made of wood that could float on water. Tuwine asked suspiciously. It's not that he doubted Doom was lying, but his thinking was limited, unable to imagine what it could be, and he didn't know how it worked. "It's like a big house." "Exactly, a big wooden house that can float on water and can move. Their woodwork is really amazing. Hey, look at this. This is also made of wood. Isn't it beautiful?" Tuyen-Shi's younger brother was now more alert, joining the conversation, holding a small wooden box containing red sugar to show his brother. Wuyan had seen that thing before. At first, he thought it was just a square block of wood, so he didn't pay attention. But now Si shook the box, and something inside made a noise. "Is it hollow inside? What's in there? How do you open it?" Tuyen took the box and asked. "It's food. Their leader even took a piece to eat. I saw it clearly." Doom helped open the box and took out the red sugar for the chief to see. William picked up a piece of red sugar and held it up to the fire. The translucent red sugar looked like a precious gem. He thought if seen under the sunlight during the day, it would definitely be beautiful. How can this be associated with food? But then he glanced at the snow-white salt bag next to him. Maybe that tribe likes to make food look beautiful, but in the end, it's just for eating. What a waste of effort. Tuyen silently criticized the Han tribe for being perfectionists while popping a piece of red sugar into his mouth. Immediately, the rich sweetness of the plant and a faint fragrance spread in his mouth. He guessed. It was roasted from some kind of plant. "This is very sweet as our honey. But the flavor is different. Everyone should try it." Tuyen invited everyone to eat. Z heard this, his eyes lit up, immediately took a piece and popped it into his mouth. savoring the unique sweetness of the red sugar, continuously praising it as better than their honey. Indeed, the fragrance from afar, other people's stuff always seems better. Wien ignored his silly younger brother and continued talking to the others. That tribe has salt, whiter than ours. They also have honey, and it's the dry kind, easy to preserve, can carry it with them. Their pottery is also better, so thin yet colorful and patterned. And this thing used to make clothes, if we had it, wouldn't we be able to wear it all year round in winter? No need to use grass leaves for clothes anymore. This tribe is really impressive. Wien looked at the gifts and then concluded. So what does the chief mean? Should we trade with them? If we trade, what do we exchange? What do we have to trade? They don't seem to lack anything, and we don't have anything valuable. Doon, while eating the meat soup, asked, Who says we don't have anything? We have honey, millet, and wheat. We can teach them how to farm. Who says we must trade with items? Tuin immediately opposed. After all, Huan is a large tribe with over 2,000 people. Being told by Doon like that made him feel like his tribe had no value, as if it were very poor. But thinking it over, his tribe really doesn't have anything outstanding. Hukong is famous for pottery, but the opponent's pottery is prettier. Hukong has salt, the opponent has it too, and it's better. The opponent has materials for making clothes, while they only have animal skins and grass leaves. The opponent has sugar, while they have honey, although they're not the same, but both are sweet, not knowing if the opponent needs it. Thinking it over, perhaps only their food and farming techniques are what the opponent doesn't have. At least he hasn't heard Doon mention anything, and Doon hasn't seen the Han tribe bring out anything related to food. If the Han tribe doesn't have it, then farming techniques are the most valuable thing. But such an important thing definitely can't be sold cheaply. It must be exchanged for something good. Yuan thought like that, and Doon felt the same, bringing out the most important technique of the tribe to trade. At least they should get an equivalent skill in return. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. So, Doon asked, Chief, if we teach them how to stack, what do we get in return? If we don't get an important skill in exchange, we will be at a loss. Exchange skills? Why do we need to exchange skills? Wien shot a glance at Doon, looking dissatisfied, thinking he was really foolish for coming up with such an idea. But we are offering cultivation techniques and seeds. Isn't that worth an equivalent skill? Doon emphasized. Are you stupid? Is one thing enough to exchange? Our tribe only has one thing to trade. We don't ask for more. When will we get another opportunity like this? So what do we ask for? Just with the cultivation techniques, we can't trade for much. If we ask for too much, will they give it to us? Doon didn't understand and asked. That's why I called you foolish. What is a skill? Can you touch it? In the end, we still have to rely on others to teach us. So why don't we trade for a few people? As long as we find a way to exchange for a few people, what's there to fear about not learning skills? When they join the tribe, don't all skills need to be used somehow. We can just learn from them. Isn't that better than just exchanging for one skill? Tuin looked down on Doon as he spoke. After hearing this, Doon's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh in excitement. That's right, skills are not something you can possess. They belong to those who have the skills. When the time comes, we will find a way to exchange for a few skilled people. Their skills will then be ours, right? Indeed, he is the chief of our Kong tribe. So smart, how can this mind be so brilliant? Doon thought to himself excitedly while looking at the chief with admiration. No wonder Tuan could become the chief. This mind is truly talented. So let's go tomorrow, don't wait too long, or they might leave, and we won't find them again. Doon immediately suggested wanting to go that very night. What's the rush? They definitely won't leave that quickly. Tomorrow, we will leave early, bring many people, and take some honey as a gift, also to thank them for saving you today. After that, we invite some of their people to our tribe for a few days and treat them well. Who knows? They might see that our tribe has plenty of food, knows how to cultivate, and has a stable food source, and they won't want to leave anymore. Wayne planned, but if they don't want to stay, how does the chief plan to exchange people with them? Doon continued to ask. Isn't it normal to exchange bodies? Uin confidently replied. Early the next morning, the weather was just beginning to cool down, and the sun was still blazing. The sun rose around 5 in the morning, and Tuian and Doon, along with everyone, had gotten up early, bringing a few ceramic jars to the beehive to collect honey. They also managed to gather quite a few beehives, putting them into jars to give back to the Han tribe. These are all precious things that can be eaten directly. Additionally, Tuin also sent someone to get a small jar filled with shiny golden millet to use as a trade item with the Han tribe. After that, the group, led by Doon Hong Ho, headed towards the landing point of the Han tribe. At this time, Du Fuk and others were chopping wood in the nearby forest by the river. Du Fuk wanted to set up a wooden post here as a marker to help identify the location when they return next time. The surroundings were all flatlands with no prominent terrain. If they didn't make a mark, it would be very hard to find this place next time. Since everyone had nothing else to do, they just went ahead with it. With so many people, chopping down a tree went very quickly. In just over an hour, they had a clean round log. After that, they dug a hole by the riverbank, set the post in, and hung a white cloth as a flag, making it stand out even more. There was still plenty of time, so Du Fuk told everyone to gather more dry branches to burn into charcoal. Bringing firewood onto the boat is inconvenient, but charcoal is lighter, has high heat, and is very convenient for burning in the small stove on the boat, which is also how they usually cook and boil water daily. By noon, after finishing their meal, Tuin and Doom, along with everyone, finally arrived at the place. Just as they were about to exit the forest, they saw many elderly men from the Han tribe gathering dry wood in the woods. Dozens of gazes from both sides met, and the people of Hu Kung tribe were slightly surprised. Doom, who had met the Han tribe before, was not expecting them to land on the shore, while those who had never seen them were amazed at their clothing. Indeed, everyone was wearing clothes made from something strange, with neatly tied hair, holding tools they had never seen before, yet they were gathering dry branches. This made them feel not much different from their own tribe, as the Hu Kung tribe also often stockpiles firewood. Just as they were about to speak, the Han tribe proactively spoke first, saying that the leader is over there. We came here to gather firewood. I will take you to meet him. The person said this while tying the branches they had gathered, sticking a long branch in the middle and shouldering it, walking ahead, turning back to wave for the people of Hu Kung tribe to follow. Yuan and Doom exchanged glances, as if saying, they just came ashore to gather firewood, there's nothing to worry about. Seeing the other party's confirming gaze, they felt relieved. At first, they were worried that the Han tribe came ashore with bad intentions. The group quickly exited the forest. As soon as they reached the riverbank, Tuin saw a lot of people, about more than 200, all men, dressed alike. No need to say, these are the people of the Han tribe. However, after hearing Doong's story from last night, Tuin was no longer surprised. What intrigued him was that several round mounds of earth had suddenly appeared by the riverbank, some tightly covered, while others had a few holes left open, with smoke and flames continuously rising from those holes. He wondered what the Han tribe was doing here. The leader, the people from yesterday, have returned. The one who just carried firewood shouted loudly to Du Fuk. Du Fuk put down his brush, muttering complaints about the leader, making him write a travel diary every day, and then stood up with a friendly smile to welcome the guests. Welcome. I knew you would come. Now, please, sit here. Someone brew some tea. Du Fuk hurriedly cleared the papers and pens on the small table to the side, inviting Dung and Tuyen along with everyone to sit down. Dung was also very surprised. Just one day apart, the four Hoang So riverbank had completely changed. The tents were neatly lined up in rows, and in the middle of the yard, there was a canopy made of burlap, underneath which lay a mat, on top of which was a low rectangular table surrounded by grass cushions. Du Fuk was sitting here writing, and Dung, who had just left yesterday, couldn't help but be amazed. Did they really set up houses in just one day? These houses looked no different from those of their tribe, and if given a few more days, who knows what they would turn this place into. Please, sit down here. Du Tri, who had participated in their rescue yesterday, also waved his hand to invite Dung and then sat down on a grass cushion next to the model table. Dung looked at Du Tri and Du Fuk, feeling more relaxed. He glanced at his leader, signaling, and the whole group sat down in the empty spots. Dung began to introduce, this is the leader of our tribe, Toyin. And here's the gift we brought for you. Please accept it. As he introduced the leader beside him, he carefully placed a vase on the table as if afraid of breaking it. So, did you like the gifts we gave you yesterday? If you want more, we can trade. Once both sides were settled, tea was served. Each person received a 3-piece porcelain cup with a small plate underneath called a saucer, a teacup in the middle, and a lid on top. Wuyan curiously opened the lid to see only a few wilted black leaves soaked in red water, quite hot, and it didn't look appealing at all. But he still had to respect the customs of the other side. Who knows, maybe their tribe liked eating leaves. However, he felt a bit embarrassed. Last night he had used the teacup that Du Fu gifted to eat meat soup, complaining about the aesthetic taste of the Han people while eating. The cup was indeed beautiful, but too small to hold much. The thin cup was also hot to hold. It was only now that he realized. It turned out that this had to be used with the lid, cup, and saucer to avoid getting hot. And this wasn't meant for drinking porridge. Du Fuk took a sip of tea and then set the cup down, smiling. Thank you for your gift. I wonder what you want to trade for this time. If the things from yesterday weren't to your liking, we have many other things. Yurian also imitated Du Fuk, taking a sip. His tongue burned from the heat, and it was bitter. He couldn't understand why they were drinking this boiled leaf stuff. But at this moment, he was even more convinced that this tribe, while skilled at making things, surely didn't know how to grow food. Look at how hungry they were that they had to cook leaves to eat. He brought out millet seeds, not fearing they wouldn't leave behind talented individuals. Thinking this way, Tuyen became more confident. We really like your things, but we have nothing to trade. Our tribe has honey here. Besides that, I don't think there's anything else you need. Because everything we have, you already have, Yuyan said while signaling to Dufuk and then took out a jar of honey for Dufuk to see. Afraid that Dufuk might look down on him, he quickly added, "But we don't have much honey. However, we can teach you a way to find food, helping your whole tribe fill their bellies, so you don't have to eat boiled leaves every day. This won't fill you up," Yuan said while setting the lid aside, pointing at the tea leaves floating in the cup and then patting his belly, crossing his arms to indicate the people around, finally pulling out a jar of shiny golden millet. Then he excitedly explained, praising how delicious their millet was and how many people it could feed. But as soon as he set the jar of millet down, Dufuk's eyes lit up. When they brought out the honey, Dufuk just glanced at it and smiled, showing no special reaction. But now, it was completely different. Could it be that he knew the value of millet? In fact, Dufuk couldn't know what millet was, but after many years of eating food from the Han people, he had become familiar with the characteristics of various grains and could distinguish between food seeds and ordinary grass seeds. The golden millet, each grain plump and full, although different from the grains that the Han people had, could still be recognized as food. If compared, this millet was similar to the sorghum that the Han people had just recently obtained, only smaller and slightly different in color. Moreover, according to Tuyen's explanation, they had been growing this plant for a long. This time, they even intended to use their farming techniques to trade for something from the Han people. To be honest, Tuyen's approach had sparked Dufuk's interest. They came on this expedition to explore the sea route, with the main goal of expanding their territory in the future. Places with important resources would become top targets for the Han people. Food was also a type of resource, and fertile land that could grow food was even more valuable. Trading for this, what is it called? Dufuk thought to himself, filled with excitement. This is a new type of food. No matter how delicious it is, how easy or hard it is to grow, or how high or low the yield is, it is still food. As long as they can bring back new seeds, that would be a great achievement. As for how to plant it, that wasn't his concern. Their talented leader would take care of it. Yes, that's right, trade for this. It's called millet, very delicious and easy to grow. As long as you learn how to plant it, I guarantee you won't need to say much. This is millet, right? Where are its seeds? What should we pay attention to when planting? Just let me know. I will give you a few more gifts. Tuyen was a bit stunned. Initially, he intended to emphasize the importance of growing food, but now the situation had changed. He had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Dufuk interrupted him, eagerly asking about how to grow millet, showing more interest than he did. This scenario was completely different from what he had planned last night. He should have been the one to emphasize the benefits of growing food, and then the other party would light up, begging him to teach them how to farm. At that point, he would set some conditions to keep them or exchange techniques, and they would happily agree. But now, hurriedly asking about how to grow millet, showing more interest than he did. This scenario is completely different from what he expected last night. He should have been the one emphasizing the benefits of growing food crops, and then the other party would be dazzled, begging him to teach them how to farm. At that point, he would set some conditions to keep people or exchange techniques, and they would happily agree. But now, everything is turned upside down. Although Dufuk's reaction upon seeing the millet was just as he predicted, very excited and eager, the order was reversed. His interpretation was not finished when the supporting actor jumped in to steal the spotlight. Could he really like food that much, or is he just trying to steal the spotlight? However, Tuyen quickly realized that Dufuk's eagerness to have millet and ask about how to grow it showed that they also understood agriculture. Moreover, Dufuk even knew that this millet had not been hulled, indicating that things were not as simple as he thought. But Dufuk was still very excited. Perhaps he had seen this type of plant somewhere or knew of another tribe that grew millet but hadn't gotten the seeds or learned the techniques. Tuya Fa Dung speculated, trying to explain why Dufuk reacted that way. So, how about it? Is there any? When can we get the seeds? Seeing everyone staring at him in silence, Dufuk anxiously asked again. There are seeds in our tribe. I can also teach you how to grow this plant, but the farmland is all in our tribe. If you want to learn, you have to come back to our tribe. Wian glanced around, noticing there were about 200 to 300 people, quickly added, just a few people. You can take a few back to our tribe. We will teach you how to grow and give you some seeds. In his heart, Tuyen thought, don't let everyone go. 200 to 300 guests, how could Hu Kwang tribe have enough food for them? It's not being stingy, but the harsh reality. But if we can keep all these people, then even if this year is tough, next year planting more food will be fine. All right, when are we leaving? We can set off right now. Dufuk immediately stood up and said, oh, in such a hurry? This time the Hu Kwang tribe was surprised. They didn't expect Dufuk to care about agriculture so much, but the more Dufuk valued it, the more Tuyen believed that the chances of keeping them were higher. so Tae quickly finished this. Tuyen also did not hesitate, stood up to prepare to leave. If you are in such a hurry, then let's go right now. Let's move quickly. Maybe we can get back to our tribe before dark. The two leaders stood up, and the followers hurriedly prepared. To avoid wasting time, everyone moved lightly. The Hu Huong tribe didn't bring much, just left a few jars of honey. On Du Fuq's side, he led Du Tri and 6 attendants, a total of 8 people. They brought enough food for 10 days, a small iron pot, and some eating utensils along with other necessary items. Du Tri helped Du Fuq carry paper and some personal items. Everyone wore knives and shovels. 2 people held long brooms, and the group immediately set off following the Hu Kuang tribe. Around 2 in the afternoon, Doom and Tuyen led the group along with Du Fuq and others on the way to the Hu Yu Kuang tribe. They passed through the forest and stepped out into a vast plain. Yuan occasionally looked up at the sun and then suddenly took out a flat round stone, on which were carved star-like characters, with a round hole in the middle. He stuck a stick into the hole, and immediately the shadow of the stick appeared on the stone's surface, leaning towards one of the characters. After adjusting for a while, Tuyen determined the direction and waved his hand signaling everyone, go this way. Du Fuq stood beside him, very surprised. This looked like a miniature version of the sundial that the leader told him to try to study. But isn't a sundial used to tell time? Could it also be used to determine direction? Yuan, what is this? Du Fuq asked curiously while walking. Ah, this place is quite far from our tribe. Without this, we could easily get lost. Using it, we can rely on the sun's shadow to find our way. As long as we have it, no matter how far our tribe goes, we can find our way home. Tuyen proudly explained to Du Fuq. Although Du Fuq didn't fully understand what Tuyen said, he knew that this was indeed a tool used for navigation. However, Tuyen quickly realized a problem. Du Fuq, where is your tribe? Is it far? You are going so far. How do you determine the direction? Then Tuyen answered himself, oh, I know. You always go along the big river, so you don't have to worry about direction. When you want to go back, just go upstream. Ha ha, don't worry. When we go back, I'll tell Doom to take you to the riverbank. Du Fuq nodded. Our tribe is called Han. It's very far from here. You're right, we go along the river, so we don't have to worry about getting lost. But our Han tribe also has its own tools to determine direction. Saying that, Du Fuq took out from a leather pouch at his waist a small square wooden box just the size of his palm, with hinges and a brass lock on both sides. Tuyen's eyes widened immediately. The Han tribe always had such exquisite things. Although he had seen similar wooden boxes before, this one was smaller and looked very precious. However, he still didn't understand how it could determine direction. There must be something else inside. Sure enough, Du Fuq unlocked the brass lock and lifted the lid of the box. The box immediately split in two. The top had nothing special, but the bottom had a small round disc, similar to Tuyen's stone disc but made of some shiny golden material. The surface had many raised character rings, the outermost were square characters, and in the middle were radiating lines, some of which had silver lines and characters. This looked much more exquisite than Tuyen's stone disc, and in the middle, there was no need to stick a small stick. Instead, there was a diamond-shaped needle that swayed back and forth on it. Tuyen didn't understand how it worked. What is this? How do you use it? Yuan asked curiously. Initially, he thought that his tribe's stone disc was already advanced technology, which the surrounding tribes didn't have. But now seeing Du Fuq pull out something better, I feel a bit embarrassed. This is our leader's invention. He calls it the compass. The leader named it Compass, trying to take credit while secretly thinking a little less of him. But he also has the surname La, so he definitely wants everyone to know this is his invention. How petty. He has so many inventions. Does every single one have to carry his name? La Ban Tuyen repeats that word in Chinese. That's right. Look at this needle. It can spin but always points in one direction. We rely on it to determine direction, Du Fuq said while gently nudging the needle. The needle spun a few times before stopping at its original direction. Then you turn the compass, but the needle remains still. Even when shaken lightly, it quickly returned to its old position. Wow, that's strange. How does it do that? This must be a treasure. Wei was astonished by this strange phenomenon, even thinking it was a divine object created by nature. This needle doesn't just point east, west, south, or north. Look at this silver line. The needle must point to this line, and then you check the direction on the compass to determine the exact direction. Our leader calls this the magnetic angle, and although this is a treasure, it's not the only one. Our tribe has many of these, just our team alone has 6 of them. I have one, each captain has one, and there are 2 spares for the scouting team going ashore. This is something our tribe made. We can make as many as we want, thanks to our leader's invention. Wayne was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine how the Han people could create something so miraculous and make so many of them. What's the principle behind it? Why does that needle always point in one clear direction with nothing affecting it? So what is it? Why does it always point that way? Dune, who was standing beside him, also curiously asked. Wien immediately stared at Du Fuck, waiting for an answer. He wanted to know what this really was. What's the principle behind it? Is there a secret? Or is it divine power? I can't explain it to you because I don't understand it very well myself. I only know how to use it. Our leader said it was made based on magnetic force. He said that beneath our feet, the earth has an invisible force that always moves in a fixed direction. This iron needle is influenced by the magnetic force, so it can point in the corresponding direction. I can't explain it any further because I don't understand it well, mainly because we can't see that kind of force. But our leader said that many birds in the sky also rely on this to determine direction. Dufuk talked a lot, but the Hu people just stared blankly after hearing it. They didn't understand much Chinese, and even Dufuk, who spoke fluent Chinese, didn't really know what he was saying. He was just repeating what the leader had said, and he himself didn't understand much, mainly because he couldn't see it. Science has many invisible things, sometimes they are just simple principles, but they require a bit of imagination. Unfortunately, Dufuk is not a very imaginative person. After all, his leader said this is not divine power, but a type of force that anyone can grasp, as long as you have the right tools. Win and Dune didn't quite understand, but they realized this wasn't divine power, but a kind of magical force that could be used through tools, just that humans can't see it. Yuan asked again, so what tools has your tribe made using this? Are they useful? Not yet. Right now we only have this compass, our leader said. That to use that kind of force, many other things are needed that his tribe currently can't make, but maybe in the future they will be able to. The leader said he could show some small things, but they aren't practically valuable, so I haven't seen them yet. But our leader is very skilled. He has created many things. If he says it's possible, I trust him. He has never broken his promises about what he says. The Hukum people seemed a bit disappointed but also relieved. It turns out the Han people can't do everything. They also have things they can't create. But Dufuk's words also gave them more information. The Han people are very good at manufacturing. This further strengthened Tuyen's determination to keep a few Han people around. They are a treasure trove of living technology. The group chatted as they walked toward the Hu Kung tribe. However, because they talked so much, they lost quite a bit of time and couldn't return to the tribe before dark. But now they aren't too far away. Spending the night outside is unnecessary. They just need to walk another half hour to reach their destination. Therefore, Nguyen suggested continuing the journey so they could still have a hot dinner. The sky over the prairie was very dark, but fortunately, it was clear today, with the moon and stars, so it wasn't pitch black. However, to prevent wild animals from attacking and to have light while moving, the group stopped to make a few torches. They used oil, dry grass, and sticks, and the method of making fire was by using flint. At this point, the Huhun Han people didn't differ much. Only the Han people had an additional steel lighter, so the fire-making efficiency was a bit higher. At night, Dufuk thought that without the sun, the stone plate of Hu Kung wouldn't work, so they would have to borrow his compass to determine direction. But, unexpectedly, they only occasionally looked up at the sky and led the way decisively, continuously saying, "It's not far this way, we're almost there." This time Dufuk was surprised again. How could they determine direction at night? He immediately asked, "How do you know the way at night? Look at the stars. The moon and stars can also guide like that star over there. See, it's a star that never moves, appearing there every night," Tuin said while pointing to the northeastern sky, but Dufuk just stared blankly. There were too many stars in the sky, and Tuin just randomly pointed at one. How do you know which star is which? Even so, Dufuk admired those who could read the stars. They seemed like crazy people, like they were obsessed, staring at the moon all day. A lifetime just staring at the moon. But there's only one moon, while there are countless stars. How can they tell them apart and remember each one? Anyway, Dufuk wasn't interested in this, so he didn't delve deeper. He thought that observing the same things every day was extremely boring. Dufuk's nature was that of a wanderer, exploring the vast world, like a free man, wild as the wind. In his heart, Dufuk was very grateful to La Sung, who had given him this opportunity. No longer bound by the tribe, he didn't have to worry about the trivial matters of his relatives. He could leave his wife and children in the tribe without worrying about necessities and equipped with the best means of transportation. Before it was a horse-drawn carriage, now it was a sailboat. Thanks to this support, he had reached places that he could never have set foot in his entire life. The group with torches walked through the night, and after about half an hour, they arrived at a vast settlement, brightly lit. Many people in the tribe were cooking over fires. The scene was quite grand. Dufuk and everyone were amazed. They had guessed that Hu Kuang was a large tribe, but they never expected it to be this big. Based on the cooking fires, it was clear that the houses here stretched far and wide, at least as large as a village, with a population of at least over 1,000 people. However, since it was nighttime, Du Fuck misjudged. The population here was not just over 1,000. Finally, they were home. Ha ha, just in time for us to cook. You guys are in luck. Come on, have some water and rest. I'll have someone make porridge for you to try the flavor of our millet. As soon as they returned to the tribe, Tuyen immediately became excited. Here, he was the host, warmly welcoming Du Fuck and everyone. He wanted them to feel the prosperity and strength of Huo Kuang to keep them around. Sorry to trouble you, we also brought food. Tomorrow we'll invite you to try the specialties of the Han people. Du Fuck heard there was a new type of grain, so he didn't hold back. The reason he agreed to come along was to learn about millet. Now that he had the chance to try it, why would he refuse? Dung, come here. I remember your sister has grown up, right? Tell her to come cook for the Han people. I see Du Tri, the one who saved you, is doing well. He's still young, has helped you, and is close to the leader of the group. He must know a lot. You go arrange it. You must keep Du Tri around. When Du Fuc and everyone had sat down around a large tree, Tuyen immediately pulled Dung aside and whispered, "Oh, my sister, she." Dung was surprised and said, "Why don't you agree? Du Tri saved you, and he's the youngest in the group, looks newly grown, strong build, and not bad looking. You don't like him? Your sister marrying him wouldn't be a loss. If you don't agree, I'll arrange for another girl. Don't blame me for not taking care of you then." Tuyen both threatened and coaxed. No, I'm not saying I don't agree, just don't know if they can stay. All right, I'll go ask my sister. Dung thought for a moment and finally reluctantly agreed. Yeah, that's more like it. Hurry up. Tuyen happily left, returning to the tree, chatting with Du Fuck and everyone while waiting for dinner. Not long after, a young girl came over with a three-legged clay pot, starting to serve porridge for everyone. The Han people looked in and immediately giggled. The so-called porridge isn't it just the meat porridge of the Han people? They often eat meat porridge just using rice. This millet porridge they had never tried. The meat millet porridge was delicious, soft, with a bit of wild vegetables sprinkled in. It looked quite appealing but didn't taste very good. The Hufuang people ate it with great appetite. Perhaps in their eyes, this was the best food in the world. But for the Han people, the salty bitterness of the coarse salt in the porridge made it hard for them to swallow. It's understandable. The Han people had been used to fine salt for many years. Their tastes had become more selective. Is our tribe's porridge good? If you like it, eat more. There's plenty left in the pot. Tuyen slurped his porridge while generously inviting Du Fuck and everyone to eat more. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Ha ha. Du Fuck could only smile awkwardly, feeling helpless inside. A spoonful of coarse salt had ruined the whole pot of porridge. After trying to finish a bowl of oddly flavored porridge, Tuyen wanted to serve them more. But Du Fuck firmly refused, saying they had been on the boat for a long time and weren't used to eating too much. Tuyen tried to persuade a few more times, and seeing that Du Fuck really didn't want to eat anymore, he had to give up. Eating or not is their right, but he must show a generous attitude. If he was stingy now, how could he keep them around? If following him meant they wouldn't even be full, who would want to follow? When the meal ended, it was already dark. The Hu Kuang tribe had no lighting equipment, and in this era, there weren't many entertainment options, so besides the men who had to stand guard, everyone else went to sleep early. Tuyen intended to arrange Dung's sister to welcome Du Tri, but the Han people were all together, and they had only met once. Plus, it was nighttime and they couldn't see anything clearly, so even if they wanted to do something, they couldn't rush it, so Tuyen had to give up that idea. Late at night, the entire Hu Kuang tribe fell into silence, only the sound of the wind blowing through the millet fields like ocean waves, the soft footsteps of the patrolling soldiers with spears, and the crackling of the fire. Hu Kuang was a village-style settlement, the houses scattered like stars in the sky, but there were no tall walls, so patrolling was very necessary. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, both the Hu Huang people and Du Fuck had woken up early. There was no concept of precise time. Human life is still very primitive. When the sun rises, they work. When the sun sets, they rest. This way of living is completely normal. The children are still sound asleep in their still houses, while the men of Hu Kung have taken their stone and wooden hoes out to the fields to weed. The women are holding heavy wooden pestles, starting the task of grinding millet. They need to finish grinding enough millet for the whole family to eat for the day in the morning, which is essentially the process of separating the husk from the millet grains. The Han people have used foot-powered mortars, but here they still have to do it manually, which is extremely laborious. The sound of grinding rice echoes continuously in the tribe, making the Han people feel as if they are returning home, because in the Han tribe, they also often hear this sound, but usually during the harvest season, when they grind all the food at once, not a little bit every day like this. In the early morning, after the women finish grinding millet, they start cooking, which means making millet porridge. When the men come back from the fields, they will call the children to wake up and eat together. Every day is like this, and so is Oyen. In the early morning, she starts preparing breakfast for Dufuk and everyone. But Dufuk refuses. He really doesn't want to eat that strange porridge anymore. Leader Tuane, you don't need to prepare food. We also brought rice. Today, let us cook. Everyone, try our Han tribe's porridge. Oh, Wien is stunned, not understanding what is happening. We also have something similar to millet. Today, eat ours. Dufuk repeats, and Wien is still confused. Everything seems to be going off course from his expectations. Not just slightly off. The Han tribe also has food. Doesn't that mean they also know how to farm? So what advantage do we have to keep them here? The Han tribe also grows millet. Doom, who is helping his sister grind rice, interjects with a question. His sister looks surprised in this direction. This is the first time the Kung people have heard that another tribe has this survival skill. Not millet, we grow rice. Look at this. Du Tree, who is busy cooking porridge, holds a handful of white rice and walks over. Tuyet Dun and his sister surround him, their eyes wide open, looking at the handful of white rice in Du Tree's hand. This rice is huge, much bigger than our millet. So white. All three Kung people exclaim in unison. That's right, this is rice. We call the milled rice gao to distinguish it from other types of food. Dufuk explains further. Today, eat ours. Try our tribe's rice. You don't need to worry about it. Grinding rice like that is very tiring. Our Han tribe has never used such laborious manual methods. Doom, go get some firewood. Du Chi gathers the rice, pours it into his ceramic bowl, and then starts looking for water to rinse the rice. Okay, I'm going right now. Doom replies and quickly goes to find firewood. His sister stops halfway through grinding the millet and goes back home to get a wooden yoke, balancing 2 clay pots with 4 handles, then heads straight to the river to fetch water. The Kung people have a lot of trouble fetching water. The Han people watching this, in their hearts, can only evaluate 2 things. Backward, the water they bring back is still quite murky because it is river water that hasn't gone through the settling process. How can it be clean? Meanwhile, the Han people mainly use well water, which is much cleaner than river water. Moreover, each household in the Han tribe has a large water tank. After filling it with water, they use it for several days, allowing the water to settle, resulting in much better water quality than here. 2 ceramic jars, similar to wine jars, filled with murky river water are brought over. Doom's sister, barefoot and wearing simple grass sandals, starts rinsing the rice with Du Tree. Leader Tuyen, you can't cook with this kind of water. It's not clean. The water has a strange taste. This water is not good. Du Fuk and Tuyen, as leaders, don't need to work with their hands, so they sit beside and chat. Wayan is still in a daze, not knowing what he is thinking. In fact, his mind is still blank because the script of events has changed brutally. Many plans that had been laid out have been disrupted by that handful of rice. Now he doesn't know what to do anymore. Hearing Du Fuk speak, he suddenly wakes up. Oh, the water is not good. No, we use this water every day. No, I mean this water has mud. It's not clean. It's murky. Du Fuk uses many words to describe, but Tuyen is still confused, not understanding his point. So Du Fuk changes the way he asks, so how do you Han people use water? We use well water, which means we dig a really deep hole in the ground, where there will be very clean water. Then we scoop the water up, pour it into a large water tank for a few days before using it. Du Fuk explains while gesturing with his hands. The sound of a deep hole and a water tank. Wayne still doesn't understand. That's right. Dig a deep hole in the ground, and there will be clean water. Dig deep and there's water? Dune, who just came with firewood, also can't believe it. Of course, just dig deep enough. Yuan and Dune both sink into thought. They don't really believe in the well water that Du Fuk mentioned, mainly because they have never seen it before. Moreover, Kung is located near a large river, so they never worry about a water shortage, and thus they don't think about how to fetch water. It's not that they haven't thought of digging a well. It's simply that they have never researched this matter. Because it is unnecessary, they only need to think about how to make containers for water. Yui and Doom are both lost in thought. They don't really believe in the so-called well that Du Fuk mentioned, mainly because they have never seen it before. Moreover, the Kung tribe lives close to a large river, so they never worry about a water shortage, so they don't think about how to fetch water. It's not that they haven't thought of digging a well, it's simply that they have never cared about it because it is unnecessary. They only need to figure out how to create containers for water. Doom replies and quickly goes to gather firewood. His sister stops halfway through the millet she is grinding, then goes back home to get a wooden yoke, balancing 2 flat-bottomed clay jars with 4 handles, and heads straight to the river to fetch water. The way the Kung tribe fetches water is indeed quite cumbersome. The Han people stood by, only 2 words in their hearts: evaluation. The water they brought back was still quite murky, as it was taken directly from the river and hadn't gone through the sedimentation process, so it was obvious it couldn't be clean. Meanwhile, the Han people use well water, which is groundwater, much cleaner than river water. Moreover, each household in the Han community had a large jar, usually filled with water to use over several days. Thanks to that, the water was also settled, and the quality was much better than here. 2 ceramic jars, resembling wine jars filled with murky river water, were brought over. Doon's younger sister walked barefoot, wearing simple grass sandals, and began to help Do wash the rice. Leader 2 if you cook with this kind of water, it won't be clean. There's a strange smell in the water, not good. Do Fook and 2 as the leaders, didn't need to work with their hands, so they sat by chatting. 2 was still in a daze, not knowing what was on his mind. In fact, he was still feeling alone. The script of events had been cruelly changed. Many plans that were set had been disrupted by that handful of rice. Now he didn't know what to do anymore. Hearing Do Fuck speak, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Oh, the water isn't good. Not at all. We use this water every day. No. What I mean is this water has mud. It's not clean. It's murky. Do Fuck used several descriptive words, but Tuane still looked confused, not understanding anything. So Do Fuck changed his way of asking. So how do you get water in the Han community? We use well water, which means digging a deep hole in the ground where there will be very clean water. Then we scoop the water up, pour it into a large jar, let it sit for a few days before using it. Do Fuck explained while using his hands to demonstrate. A deep hole, a jar of water. Yuan still looked puzzled. That's right. Dig a deep hole in the ground, and there will be clean water. Digging a hole and there's water? Doom, who had just brought in firewood, also didn't believe it and asked, Really? You just need to dig deep enough. Tui and Doom fell into contemplation again. They still didn't quite believe in the well digging that Do Fuck mentioned, mainly because they had never seen it before. Moreover, the Hu Kung tribe lived near a big river, so they never worried about a water shortage, and thus never thought about how to get water. It's not that they couldn't think of digging a well. They simply had never cared about it because it wasn't necessary. They only needed to figure out how to create containers for water. So how do you cultivate? Does everyone have to plant that much land? After understanding the yield of wheat, Do Fuck asked about the labor intensity and the area of land cultivated by each person. Our tribe cultivates together, so there's no fixed amount. The food harvested is for everyone to eat, but to have food, one must participate in labor. The lazy have no right to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. However, our people are very hard-working. Tuyen smiled contentedly at this point. After all, he was still proud of his tribe. So can you show me how you cultivate? At first, you said you were willing to teach us. Do Fuck made the request again. Of course, no problem. But first, let's eat. After we finish eating, I'll take you to see. Wine suggested. The two of them chatted as they walked back. The men who had gone to weed had also returned. Everyone went home to start their meals. The children were also called up by the adults. The tribe became lively again. It was still the same place for dinner as last night. Tuyen, Doom, his sister, and 8 people from the Han tribe each held a bowl of white porridge with a bit of salted dried meat inside. Duchi even took out a small bowl, pouring a bit of pickled vegetables into it. That was a specialty dish of the Han tribe made from chili, dried radish, pickled vegetables, peanuts, mung beans, and soybeans. This dish was also invented by La Sun, with ingredients that were common in the Han tribe. Almost every household could grow them, and ordinary people could eat them. In the morning, if nothing else was cooked, just eating white porridge with pickled vegetables was enough to provide the necessary salt for the whole morning. The Han people were used to this dish, but for those from the Hu Kun tribe tasting it for the first time, even just simple white porridge and pickled vegetables made it hard for them to stop eating. This is so delicious. What's in it? How do you make it? Doom slurped his porridge while chewing on pickled vegetables, trying to ask about the recipe for the pickles. All kinds of vegetables that we grow ourselves. Just like growing food, you can also try planting delicious plants that you find, Do Fuck explained. Wayan listened, slightly dazed, then suddenly asked, A dish this delicious, using so much pure salt, it must be very precious, right? Du Fuq laughed and said, No, this is the cheapest thing. Everyone in the Han tribe can eat this dish. Our breakfast is usually like this. The pickled vegetables are made by each household, and they can be a bit different depending on taste, but it's something we can eat every day. This is nothing remarkable. Eating meat every day is what makes life good. Doom and his sister were once again shocked by Du Fuq's words, standing there staring at him, forgetting to eat. Is life in the Han tribe really that good? A delicious pickled dish that everyone can eat, and they eat it every day. Tuyen felt deeply empathetic. That's right, vegetables are nothing remarkable. The Hu Kung tribe can also dig up some wild vegetables every day, but for all the people to eat meat every day is too difficult. Perhaps some small tribes would say we eat meat every day. That's just talk. They don't know how to cultivate. And with a small population, if they don't hunt, what will they eat? Only tribes like Hu Kung with a population of over 2,000 primarily living off farming, understand the difficulties of having meat to eat. One must know that being full and eating well are two completely different things. After finishing breakfast, Tuyen led Doom and Dufuk along with a few others to the empty field, bringing along some typical farming tools of the Hu Ku. It's too difficult for all the people to eat meat every day. Maybe some small tribes would say we eat meat every day. That's just talk. They don't know how to farm, and the population is small. If they don't go hunting, what will they eat? Only tribes like Hu Hung, with a population of over 2,000, mainly living off agriculture, understand the difficulty of having meat to eat. They must know that being full and eating well are two completely different things. After finishing breakfast, Tuin led Doom and Du Fuk along with a few others to the empty field, bringing along some typical farming tools of the Hu Hung tribe to teach the farming techniques of their tribe. The tools of the Hu Hung tribe mainly consist of 5 types: the hoe, the spade, the plow, the sickle, and the axe. The hoe is a tool made of wood, primarily a long stick with one end sharpened. That sharp end is tied to a horizontal bar about the width of 2 hands, resembling a cross. This tool is mainly used for tilling the soil. When in use, both hands hold the long handle, pushing the sharp end into the ground. They use their foot to step on the horizontal bar to drive the sharp stick into the soil, then pull the handle back to till the earth. Its function is similar to that of a shovel, but it cannot scoop up dirt, only to break it up. The spade is a variation of the hoe, still primarily a long stick with a horizontal bar at the end, but at the very bottom it has a piece of animal shoulder bone attached. Thus, it looks more like a shovel, and can also be considered a trowel. This is also a tool used for tilling the soil, but it is used less frequently because it is not easy to find many suitable shoulder bones, and it is not very sturdy. The joint is only secured with a binding that can easily break. Therefore, repairing tools is also one of the daily tasks of the Hu Hung tribe. Well, it's easier to understand. The Han people also have this tool. It is a type of farming tool shaped like a rake made from sticks and branches, mainly used to level the ground. First, they till the soil to break it up, then use the plow to level it. The sickle is very common. It is the sickle used for harvesting rice, usually made from sticks and bone knives, sometimes also using stone knives. The axe is also easy to understand, made from a stick and a sharp triangular stone, forming a shape similar to a bird's beak, very primitive and simple. But the people of the Hu Kung tribe still use these primitive tools for production. Yui and Du Fuk stood by observing, while Doom and a few Hu Hung men demonstrated. They stood in a line, holding hoes and tilling the soil. After tilling, they sowed seeds, using millet husks as substitutes, then used the plow to cover the seeds with soil, and afterward, they used a wooden watering can to water the plants. Doom explained to everyone that the elders in their tribe know how to observe the stars and can predict when it will rain. Usually, they sow seeds before it rains, so they don't need to water them. Moreover, millet is a drought-resistant food. It doesn't need much water, but definitely not too much. Otherwise, it's easy to rot, and the plants get sick, ultimately leading to reduced yield or total loss. Therefore, when planting millet, they must choose fields on slightly higher ground for better drainage. In short, they must remember not to let water accumulate in the fields. Dutrai stood by watching, rubbing his nose, wanting to laugh but feeling shy, just standing there holding back his laughter. He felt that the farming methods of the Hu Kung tribe were terrible. If the Han tribe also did it this way, surely such a large population would have starved long ago. Wian saw Du Chi's strange expression and felt a bit angry. They were teaching their friends about farming, yet they wouldn't learn, and just stood there chuckling. He then asked, Du Chi, do you have any opinions on our farming methods? Well, nothing much. I just think that working like this might be too slow, right? If a piece of land, 100 steps wide, can only feed one person, then to grow enough food for more than 2,000 of you, it would definitely be exhausting. Du Chi said this while raising his hand, indicating that it wasn't me wanting to say it, but you made me say it. Du Fuk glanced at his nephew, making him stick out his tongue in fear. Doom next to him put down his tool, sat down on the ground, and it was clear they were working very hard with extremely low efficiency. Yesterday, I heard you say the Han tribe also grows food, but it seems not just one type. So how do you grow it? Wian didn't pay attention to Du Tri and turned to ask Du Fuk. About this, our Han tribe has many types of food, mainly 3 types. One is wheat, similar to millet, but there are distinctions between large wheat and small wheat, which grows to a height comparable to millet and also matures in 4 to 5 months. The second type is rice, which has 2 varieties, regular rice and sticky rice. The plain porridge we just had for breakfast was made from regular rice. Sticky rice is glutinous. Many people don't like to eat it, so currently, the Han tribe grows less of it. The last type is corn, which grows very tall, taller than a person. On the plant, 2 long ears of corn will grow. The kernels are large but a bit tough to eat, and when cooked, they are very delicious, being one of the main foods of the Han tribe. Tuin was saying this while counting on his fingers. So many types? Tuin was surprised. Although he had never seen the things Du Fuck mentioned, just hearing him list the quantities, he quickly mentioned 3 large types, 5 smaller types. Moreover, the rice he just ate, although it didn't have the distinctive flavor of millet, had a special sweetness when eaten, and it filled him up quite well. At least this morning, he had eaten a big bowl, and he still didn't feel hungry. There's more: peanuts, soybeans, green beans, and millet. But they are not the main foods. The people of the Han tribe mainly eat rice and corn. They also eat wheat, but not much at the moment, mainly because of the long growing time and the need for frequent care. Du Fuck continued to introduce the farming situation of the Han tribe. Is there more? Dung also asked in surprise. I didn't expect the Han tribe to have so many types of food. People grow all kinds to change their meals. While our tribe only has one type, no, if we break it down, besides millet, they also have sticky rice, which looks no different from millet, just a bit bigger. So how do you grow it? With so many types, it must be hard to manage, right? Yuan continued to ask, wanting to clarify the doubts in his heart. Our Han tribe is different from you. How should I put it? In the past, it was similar to you. Everyone worked together to plant and harvest. After harvesting, the tribe would distribute the crops. Du Fuck thought for a moment and then said, although he nodded, indeed, everyone is the same. No matter how many types of food there are, it must be grown that way. But this year, our leader has changed the rules for land distribution for each household based on merit and rank. But at least each household gets 10 mu, which is a bit larger than your 100 steps. Land is divided, land is given to each person to plant on their own. The people of the Huiyukon tribe were astonished. This time, even Chief Tuyen is no exception. They can't understand how someone with so much land has to do so much farming with limited tools. They should gather all the tribe's resources and plant together. Can one person really plant that much? Dung asked curiously. No matter how much they plant, it depends on the time. If it takes too long, missing the season would make all that effort useless. If the crops aren't ripe before it gets cold, what's the point? Yuan replied and then asked Du Fuck, with so much land divided among everyone, how can one person handle it all? There's no way they can keep up. Of course they can. And it's not like you think. Our chief divides the land for adults. Once they marry and start a family, men get 10 acres of farmland strictly for growing food. Women receive 10 acres of supplementary land for growing vegetables and mulberry trees. If they have children, they get more land, 5 acres for each child. Depending on the child's gender, they get either food, land, or Therefore, a family usually has between 2 to 30 acres of land, equivalent to 300 steps for you guys. Typically, 2 people share the farming, and as the children grow, they help out too. Du Fuck continued to explain, and Tuyen quickly realized the issue. Adult men and women marry and start their own families, each getting a piece of land larger than. Moreover, having children means getting even more land, and since the children are small, the adults must do the work, which means even more labor. Wouldn't people want to avoid having kids just to rest and be lazy? Wouldn't that mean the Han population would decrease over time? Why is there such a rule? Shouldn't the tribe leader think of ways to encourage population growth? Doing this just makes everyone tired. Isn't the Han tribe leader foolish? Tuyen quickly pointed out the inconsistency in this rule, but Du Fuck immediately explained, you're misunderstanding, it's not like that. The Han people are given land, and that land belongs to them. The food grown on it also belongs to the individual, but a portion must be paid as tribute to the tribe. Our chief calls it food tax. The remaining part can be consumed however they want. They can trade for other things too, but they must pay the tax first, or they will be punished. If the food grown belongs to them, why is there such a rule about taxes? Dung and the others were all very surprised. They didn't expect the farming methods of his tribe to be like this. The food grown belongs to the individual, but why do they have to pay the tribe? Aren't they members of the tribe themselves? So what does paying the food tax mean? How much do they pay to the tribe? Is the remaining amount enough for the people to eat? And what does the tribe do with that food? Do the people willingly pay? Moreover, having children means getting more land. Doesn't that just make it harder? Wouldn't people not want to have kids anymore? Tuyen continued to press for answers. Ha ha ha. This food is very useful. Its main purpose is for storage. The tribe collects the surplus food from the people, consolidating it for reserves. If there's a year of poor harvests due to drought or floods, when the yield drops or is completely lost, the tribe will use this stored food to help the people through tough times. Yui and Dung nodded after hearing this, realizing that this method actually makes sense. But the Huiyukuang tribe harvests and distributes collectively, and the surplus food is also stored collectively, so there's no issue there. As for the quantity, the current food tax for the Han tribe is 10 parts, with 4 parts paid, meaning 4 out of every 10 harvested. The people of the Huiyukuang tribe exclaim in shock. Pay that much? That's too high. Is the remaining amount enough for the people to eat? Yes, it is. Our rice and corn have high yields, and most importantly, they have a short growth period. In just 3 months, they are ripe, and we can harvest at least 2 crops a year. 1 acre of land can sustain 1 person. If we calculate it your way, a piece of land 100 steps wide can feed 8 people with our rice and corn. After a series of surprises, the Hu Kuang people were once again stunned by the yield of food that Du Fuk just mentioned. The type of food they had enjoyed that morning turned out to have such a high yield. In just 3 months, they can harvest 1 crop. If 1 crop isn't enough, they can plant another, meaning the same area of land can yield double the output. This truly has significantly increased production efficiency. However, after the shock, Tu Yin raised a new question. If 2 crops are planted each year, the work will increase. Just the plowing alone would be overwhelming. Not to mention that continuous planting on the same land for 2 years will lead to reduced yields and increased pests. Yet you plant 2 crops on the same piece of land in 1 year. How do you ensure high yields and fewer pests? The Hu Kuang people have a long history of farming, so naturally, they have their own experiences and theories. They know that continuous planting will lead to reduced yields and increased pests, but they have never found an effective solution. They can only use the method of fallowing, the most primitive way to temporarily solve the issue, but it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Previously, the Han tribe encountered the Dukan Neem tribe, whose situation was even worse. They could only farm for 2 or 3 years before needing to change land. The entire tribe was always in a semi-nomadic state, unstable like Hu Kuang. Yes, our tribe also faces similar issues. Or rather, anyone who farms will encounter this problem. But from the start, our leader knew and had a solution. The leader said that the soil contains nutrients, which can support plant growth, but they are limited. If you plant continuously, so, is the rest enough for the people to eat? Yes, it is. Our rice and corn have high yields, and the most important thing is the short growth period. It only takes 3 months to ripen, and each year we can harvest at least 2 crops. 1 acre of land can feed 1 person. If calculated in your terms, a piece of land 100 steps wide, our wet rice and corn can feed 8 people. After a series of surprises, the Hu Kung people were once again stunned by the food production that Du Folk just mentioned. The type of food they had just enjoyed in the morning turned out to have such a high yield. It only takes 3 months to harvest a crop. If 1 crop isn't enough to eat, another crop can be planted, meaning the same area of land can yield double the production. This has really significantly increased production efficiency. However, after the shock, Tuin raised a new question. If 2 crops are planted each year, the workload will be more, just the plowing alone won't keep up. Not to mention that continuous planting on the same piece of land for 2 years will lead to decreased yields and increased pests. Yet you plant 2 crops on the same piece of land in 1 year. How can you ensure high yields and low pests like that? The Hu Kung people have a long history of farming, so naturally, they have their own experiences and theories. They know that continuous planting will lead to decreased yields and increased pests, but they have never found an effective solution. They can only use the method of fallowing, the most primitive method to temporarily solve the problem, but it's just a band-aid and doesn't address the root cause. In the past, the Han people encountered the Dukan Neem tribe. Their situation was even worse. They could only farm for 2 or 3 burning, but not addressing the root cause. In the past, the Han people encountered the Dukan Neem tribe. Their situation was even worse. They could only farm for 2 or 3 years before having to change land. The entire tribe was always in a state of semi-nomadism, unstable like Hu Kun. Yeah, our tribe also faces similar issues. Or rather, anyone who farms will encounter this problem. But from the beginning, our leader knew and had his own solutions. The leader said that the soil has nutrients, and these nutrients can provide for the crops to grow, but they are limited. If planted continuously, the nutrients in the soil will deplete, causing crops to lack sufficient nutrition, resulting in reduced yields, weak plants, and increased susceptibility to disease, just like a scrawny child who can't grow tall, Du Fu explained. After hearing this, Yuan thought for a moment, mumbling words like nutrients and depleted soil, then nodded, showing agreement with this explanation. Moreover, he also had a better impression of the leader of the Han tribe. This person is definitely someone with intelligence. To solve a problem, you must first understand its root cause. Only by finding the root can you apply the appropriate method. The logic of the Han tribe leader is truly admirable. Some people can't even think of these things, let alone find a solution. So, what does your leader propose to solve these issues? Tuyen asked again. If the nutrients in the soil are insufficient, we can just add more to the soil. Du Qi interjected from the side, and the Hu Huang people immediately seemed enlightened, collectively gasping. That's right, why didn't they think of this? But what are those nutrients? Seeing Tuyen and Deng staring at him, Du Fu didn't wait for them to ask and said, fertilizer. We collect manure, dump it into a large pit, add some straw, weeds, or whatever to let it ferment at high temperatures. High temperatures mean we have to wait for it to get hot. When everything has completely decomposed, we bury this fertilizer in the fields. Oh right, it must be buried before sowing seeds, under the layer of soil where the crops will grow, so the soil must be plowed deep. When the crops start to set seeds, we can also apply top dressing. At this point, we just need to dilute the fertilizer with water and apply it directly to the surface of the soil. Yuan listened to this strange method, never thinking that manure could have such effects. What principle is this? Is it taking from the soil and returning it to the soil? This is the natural cycle of heaven and earth. People eat food and then excrete manure, which returns to the fields to promote crop growth. This is really hard to believe. Is this the method passed down by your ancestors? How did your leader learn about this, and is this method effective? As long as you ferment the manure for a while when it's hot and then bury it in the fields, you can prevent the yield from decreasing. Preventing pests and diseases? Uyen thought for a moment and then asked again. No, just this isn't enough. Fertilizing can effectively supplement nutrients, but if we plant continuously, there will still be some impact. However, our leader also has a solution. If continuous planting will be affected, then we just won't plant continuously anymore. Du Fu replied with a smile. But earlier you said one piece of land can be planted twice a year. Deng reminded him from the side. That's right. It's 2 crops, but not the same type of plant. We can plant 1 crop of rice, then plant 1 crop of corn or soybeans, or we can interplant soybeans and corn, not planting rice, or wheat and soybeans, wheat and corn. We can even plant 1 crop of food and then plant 1 crop of vegetables. By alternating 2 different crops, our leader calls this crop rotation. With this crop rotation method combined with fertilization, not only can we solve the problems of reduced yield and pests that you mentioned, but we can even increase yield, obtaining more food and vegetables. The Huang people were once again astonished. Fertilizing is already strange enough, and now there's a method of rotating different crops to reduce yield and pests. This makes it even harder for them to think of. However, Tuyen would not admit that this was Huang's helplessness, but rather that they lacked the conditions. Huang only had 2 types of crops, millet and sorghum, saying there are 2 types, but in reality, they are just 2 varieties of the same type of plant, with no fundamental difference. Just like the Han tribe's rice and sticky rice, they are essentially both rice. Huang only has 1 type of food. How could they rotate crops? They don't even have the opportunity to experiment. So, it's understandable that they don't grasp this skill. Tuyen and Deng were both immersed in thoughts about this new theory, absorbing the knowledge they just learned. However, at this moment, Tuyen and Deng suddenly realized they didn't have a second type of food at all, knowing that crop rotation is effective, so what? Moreover, they still have to fertilize, planting an additional crop each year, doubling the workload. How could they manage? Du Fu, you still haven't answered that initial question. With all this work, how can you handle it? Tuyen reminded. About that, it's mainly because our Han tribe's farming tools are different from yours, different materials, different shapes, saving more effort, faster speed, and moreover, we also have people to help with the work. Du Fu, show them your military shovel. As soon as Du Qi mentioned Du Fu, the Huang people immediately looked at him with serious expressions. Earlier, when Deng was guiding everyone on how to plow the land, he was standing there giggling, saying that if the Han tribe farmed like that, they would surely starve to death. It was really annoying. Seeing the unfriendly looks from everyone, Du Qi also smiled awkwardly, then took out the military shovel from his waist and handed it to Du Fu. Du Fu held the shovel up in front of Tuyen and Deng and asked, "What do you think of this compared to your ritual shovel?" Deng took the military shovel. "You've seen this before. I saw Du Qi using it to chop wood this morning. Isn't this just a type of weapon and tool like a stone axe? How can it be compared to the ritual shovel?" But after being reminded by Du Fu, he compared the military shovel to the ritual shovel and found they were actually quite similar. More accurately, the ritual shovel is the most primitive type of shovel, no different from an iron shovel, just that the ritual shovel is a bit more rudimentary, even lacking a shovel face. Deng flipped the shovel back and forth. He started using the shovel like a plow. He found it really easy to use, with both the efficiency and effectiveness of plowing being much better than their traditional plow, just the wooden handle was a bit short. But this tool that the Han people carried with them was also used for chopping wood, clearly not a specialized farming tool, but a tool that served both functions of digging and chopping, being both a tool and a weapon. Du Qi took another shovel from a nearby attendant and handed it to Tuyen. Yuyan also tried using it to plow and discovered it was indeed easier to use than their traditional plow. Then he lightly tapped the iron shovel's blade, which immediately produced the characteristic sound of metal. He then took the shovel from Deng's hands, compared the 2 shovels, and found they were identical, like a pair of twins, however, even with such a tool, you still had to plow the ground stroke by stroke like their traditional plow. Essentially, aside from being a bit sturdier and more durable, there wasn't a significant difference compared to their traditional plow. Could using this tool speed up the plowing process? Nguyen still had doubts, so he raised this question. This was just a tool we carry to dig and chop wood, not a specialized farming. What our Han people use to plow is a larger tool called a plow. It's not the kind of plow that works stroke by stroke like your traditional one, but rather a tool that is pulled along. Du Phuc then explained, what is that plow? How does it get pulled? Yuan and Deng asked in confusion. How do I explain this to you? Oh, okay, you take a rope. Du Phuc Tuyen nodded, and Deng ran off to get a rope, returning shortly with a rope made from tree bark. Du Phuc tied the rope to the joint between the iron shovel's blade and the wooden handle of the shovel, turning it into a simple plow. He angled the shovel's blade into the ground, tilting the wooden handle 45 degrees backward, then threw the rope forward, saying to Tuyen and Deng, Leader Deng, you go ahead and pull the rope, just go straight. Du Phuc arranged for the two of them, and Tuyen and Deng were a bit confused. It's just a shovel. What good does adding a rope do? But seeing Du Phuc's serious expression, they still followed his instructions. Nguyen stood behind, pressing down on the handle. At first, nothing happened, but when Deng started pulling the rope, the shovel's blade was immediately— if there was no one holding it from behind, the shovel would definitely be pulled up off the ground. But with Tuyen standing behind pressing down, the shovel's blade could only tilt and dig deep into the ground, then quickly pull forward by the rope, leaving a deep and long furrow in the earth. However, the plowing effect wasn't very pronounced, as the shovel's blade was just a straight line. How could it plow the ground? But it did create a deep furrow in the soil. After all, this was just a temporary tool, and the wooden handle of the shovel was quite short, so Tuyen could only squat down to move it. But after pulling just a few meters, he was immediately amazed by this plowing effect. Just adding a rope resulted in such a big change. Too fast? Stop right now. Deng, you try changing this to our traditional plow, Tuyen immediately said. Deng turned around and saw a deep furrow had been plowed behind, also a bit surprised, knowing that the leader must have thought of something. So he removed the rope from the shovel and tied it to a wooden traditional plow in a similar way. The two of them used this temporary tool to plow the ground again. The wooden handle of the traditional plow was very long. This time Tuyen could stand straight behind to hold the handle, feeling lighter than before. However, Deng at the front struggled more, pulling the rope. The conical sharp end of the traditional plow increased the resistance in the ground, making it harder for him to pull the rope. The speed also slowed down a bit, but even though it was slower, it was still faster than stabbing the ground stroke by stroke. Tuyen stood behind holding the handle, and the people around him were so astonished they were gaping. But Tuyen suddenly burst out laughing. Turn around and pull backward. Look at the ground behind you. Deng heard this and turned around, discovering that the ground behind had been plowed into a shallow furrow. The sharp end of the traditional plow with the rope was indeed at the head of the furrow, proving that this furrow was created by this tool. Then he followed Tuyen's command, wrapping the rope around his waist, turning his back to the front, facing backward. This way he could see how the tool operated behind him. He could see that under his pulling force, the wooden sharp end of the traditional plow dug deep into the ground and was pulled forward by the rope, turning over all the soil in front, with broken pieces of earth sliding out to the sides of the sharp end, ultimately forming a furrow behind. This plowing efficiency compared to their traditional plow was truly astonishing. Yuyan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Du Phuc, hoping he would give him a confirming answer. That's roughly it, but our hand plow is a bit larger. At the front is a steel plow blade made of the same material as this shovel, and at the back is a curved handle for gripping. Our leader calls this a curved plow, which is easier to apply force than your straight grip. It plows faster, more effectively, and digs deeper. Most importantly, our Han people don't use people to pull the plow, Du Phuc said while illustrating with his hands. Not using people? Then what do you use to pull? This must require two people to operate, right? One pulls in front, and one holds the plow behind. Tuyen asked in confusion. At this moment, Du Phuc suddenly took out a 5-won gold coin from his pocket. However, the effectiveness of plowing is not very clear, because the blade of the hoe is just a straight line. How can it plow the land? But it really did create a deep groove in the soil. After all, this is just a temporary tool. The wooden handle of the hoe is also quite short. Tuyen could only squat down to move from behind, but could only pull a few meters. He was immediately amazed by the effectiveness of this plowing. Just adding a string has made such a big difference. So fast. Stop right now. Doom. Try changing this into our ritual, Tuyen immediately said. Doom turned around, seeing that a deep groove had been plowed up behind, also a bit surprised, knowing that the leader must have thought of something, so he removed the string from the hoe and tied it to a wooden ritual board in a similar way. The two of them used this temporary tool to plow the land again. The handle of the ritual was very long. This time Tuyen could stand straight from behind to hold the handle, feeling lighter than before. However, Doom at the front pulling the string had a harder time. The conical pointed end of the ritual increased the resistance in the soil, making it harder for him to pull the string. The speed also slowed down a bit, but even if it was slower, it was still faster than poking each bit into the ground. Tuin stood behind holding the handle, and the Hukum people around were so amazed they were speechless, but Tuin suddenly burst out laughing, quickly calling Doom in front. Doom, turn around and pull back. Look at the soil behind there. Doom listened and turned his head, discovering that the soil behind had been plowed into a shallow groove. The pointed end of the ritual tied with the string was indeed at the head of the groove, proving that this groove was created by this tool. Then he followed Tuin's command, wrapping the string around his waist, turning his back to the front, facing backward to pull the string. This way he could see how the tool worked behind. He only saw that under his pulling force, the pointed wooden end of the ritual dug deep into the soil and was pulled forward by the string, flipping all the soil in front up, the broken pieces of soil sliding out to the sides of the pointed end, finally forming a groove behind. The efficiency of this plowing compared to their ritual hoe was truly astonishing. Just adding a string has made such a big change. Do fuck, is your Han tribe's tool like this? Wen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Do fuck, hoping he would give her a confirming answer. Pretty much, but our Han tribe's hoe is a bit bigger. In front is a steel blade made of the same material as this hoe, and behind is a curved handle for holding. Our leader calls this a curved hoe. It's easier to apply force than your straight handle. The plow is faster, more efficient, and digs deeper. Most importantly, our Han people don't use humans to pull the plow, Du fuck said, while illustrating with his hands. Not using humans, then what do we use to pull it? This thing surely needs 2 people to operate, right? One person pulls in the front, and another holds the plow in the back. Tuien, confused, asked. At this moment, Du fuck suddenly pulled out a 5 won gold coin from his pocket, with an embossed image of an ox pulling a plow on the front, held it out in front of Tuien and said, "We use oxen to pull." The shiny copper coins appeared before Tuyen's eyes. The front of the coin is engraved with an image of a humped bull straining to move forward, wearing a wooden yoke around its neck, tied with 2 ropes to pull the curved plow behind. A man is holding the plow in one hand and swinging a whip with the other. It's a relief depicting the scene of spring plowing, vivid and realistic, showcasing the agricultural landscape of the Han people, while also helping the people of the Hu. The Kun tribe had never seen such a farming method and gained a visual concept of it. Yuan had never seen such a large animal on a coin, and seeing it for the first time was quite astonishing. He took the coin, examined it closely for a moment, then asked Du Fuk, "What kind of animal is this? Where did you get it? Does your tribe have many of these animals?" This livestock is called a buffalo. In our Han culture, it is a treasure, mainly used to help people work. Buffaloes are very gentle and hard-working. One buffalo can replace the labor of 4 strong young men. Our leader has a strict ban on killing buffaloes. Anyone who kills a buffalo will be buried with it and executed. The number of those who have been punished is not small. These are all buffaloes raised by us, including some traded from. If well cared for, each female buffalo can give birth to a calf every year. Du Fuk continued to explain. At this moment, Doom beside him also asked, "A buffalo, that big must eat a lot, right? What do they eat? How do you raise them?" "Haha, our buffaloes eat straw, which is the part of the rice plant that people eat the grains from, while the stalks are fed to the buffaloes. This way, nothing goes to waste, and buffalo dung can be used for compost, which is then applied to the fields to nourish the crops." Du Fuk replied. Wuyan frowned slightly after hearing this. His image of the Han people had changed. From a tribe that only focused on strange techniques, they had now become a developed agricultural tribe. They not only have advanced farming tools but also modern agricultural theories, even applying the theory of natural cycles to their farming practices. Not only that, they have also domesticated wild animals to help them work, and their food is also straw, while the dung is used to fertilize the fields. It's truly a 2-in-1 approach, not wasteful at all. Every resource of the Han people is maximized, truly achieving the highest efficiency. However, with his intelligence, Tuyin quickly deduced many things. If the Han people can raise buffaloes for work, then can they also raise other animals for meat or other purposes? Thinking of this, Tuyin directly asked. Hearing his question, Du Fuk poured all the coins from his pocket, selecting one of each denomination. He presented a coin worth 1/10 to Tuyin, with the top showing our food. This is a bundle of harvested wheat. Du Fuk took out a coin to introduce. Wuyan nodded. That bundle of wheat was indeed very vivid, and this small, exquisite piece was engraved with food, carried by Du Fuk, showing that the Han people value agriculture highly. This is a scene of rice planting in flooded fields. You probably have never seen it, because our rice must be planted underwater, unlike your millet. Rice fears dryness but not water. Wuyan nodded again, feeling amazed at the diversity of food. It seems that the knowledge of the Hu Kukong tribe is indeed limited. There are actually such types of food in the world. This is a scene of using buffaloes to plow the fields. You just saw it. I won't say more. Let me show you some larger denomination coins. Look at this. This is a horse, which also eats grass and straw. Sometimes it needs to be fed extra food like beans to have more strength. Dufuk held a coin worth 1 korner, with a copper exterior and a silver interior, introducing. Horses. What are they used for? Doong beside him asked. Horses can be used for many things, including plowing fields, but our tribe mainly uses them for riding. A rider on such a horse can run very fast and can also be used to pull carts. A horse can carry a load that 10 people would struggle to lift, and it can wait for you, just like our type of boat that floats on water. Dufuk continued to explain. Tuyen and Doong both nodded. They had seen boats before, so what Dufuk said about carts wasn't too hard to understand, even though they had never seen one. They knew it was a tool that could run on land and could carry a lot of stuff. However, at this moment, Tuyen thought, horses are an important part of land transportation and are also a very important animal, so the Han people certainly wouldn't allow them to be killed indiscriminately. So where do they get their meat from? Could it be that the Han people have never thought about this issue? But before he could think further, Dufuk continued to introduce, holding a coin worth 2 korners of the same shape, saying, this livestock is called a gazelle, also known as the high-nosed gazelle. I don't know if you have ever seen one. I guess not. The environment here is not suitable for this type of gazelle to live. This gazelle is what people say is used for its skin and meat. It's not very tall, about the size of a deer, roughly half a person's height, and it's also a herbivore, eating grass or straw, and it reproduces very quickly, giving birth to 2 litters a year, with each litter having 2 or 3 fawns. So many births? Doong asked in disbelief. Yes, if they didn't reproduce quickly, how could there be enough for us Han people to eat? Dutri beside him interjected, and Wayan nodded again, then looked at the remaining coins waiting for Dufuk to explain. Do you recognize this coin? This is an eagle, a carnivorous species, and they are quite large. Dufuk took out a 5-korner coin and said. Yuan frowned, not understanding what use this eagle has. To help the Han people hunt, perhaps. But the Han people have raised so many animals, they probably don't need to hunt anymore. At this moment, Dufuk suddenly signaled to a subordinate beside him. The young man pulled out a bone flute from behind and blew into it forcefully. Within less than a minute, everyone suddenly saw the surroundings darken, and when they looked up, they saw a huge eagle soaring above them. Took out a bone flute from behind his back and blew into it forcefully. In less than a minute, everyone suddenly saw everything go dark, and when they looked up, they saw a gigantic eagle soaring above them. The large wings blocked out the sunlight, creating a shadow over the group. What is this for? Wayan asked in astonishment, recalling what the envoy had said about it being a carnivore, causing her to shiver. This thing could swallow a person whole in one bite. We use it to deliver messages, like sending important but not heavy items or conveying news. Eagles fly very fast, can bypass all obstacles on the ground, making them very convenient for delivering messages. Compared to this quick transmission speed, what's a bit of meat to it? Moreover, eagles can hunt for themselves, so there's no need to worry about food. Yan nodded after hearing this. All the people of the Hu Huang tribe live in one village, so they generally don't need to think about ways to send messages. They can just go straight to the person's house since it's not far. The remaining coins were silver coins. 1 coin had a fabric weaving design, 2 coins were for iron forging, 5 coins were for a boat, and 10 coins were for a city wall. The envoy only briefly introduced these items, as explaining too much would confuse the Hu Huang people. However, their leader, Tuyen, quickly noticed something else. The envoy had initially poured out a lot of coins in these small, exquisite items, which had many identical coins. This indicated that they were not works of art but rather items with practical functions. But what are these beautiful round pieces of metal used for? Ha ha ha, these are called money, also known as currency. Coins in silver have many names, but their function is singular, to exchange goods in our Han culture. In Han culture, almost everything can be exchanged for this money. This is also our leader's idea, and it is indeed very convenient. No matter what each person has, they can use money to trade for the amount they desire. Look at the back of these coins. This is the leader of our Han people. Can this money be used to exchange for what you want? Tu Yen asked curiously. Of course it can. Du Tri chimed in. So can it be exchanged for your rice? How does that work? Can I use this 1 coin with a horse design to get a pound of rice? A pound of rice is a lot. It can feed 4 adults for a meal. So can I exchange for the boat you came here on? Dong continued to ask. Why do you want to exchange for that? No, I'm just asking. Didn't you say everything can be exchanged? Of course it can, but it requires a lot of money. Like the small boat we used to rescue you earlier, it can carry 40 people. How much does that cost? About over 1,000. So, if everyone in your tribe contributed 1 coin, you could get 2 small boats like that. Dutri thought for a moment and said, Is it really that much? Dung was astonished. Yes, Building a boat isn't easy. It requires a lot of tools and manpower. The boat builders need to eat too. They have families to support, so they must be paid. Most of the money for building boats is their wages. Ah, let me tell you. The prices of these things are not arbitrary. They all have calculated costs. What about your large boat? Does it have a price too? Yes, but it's very expensive. About over 20,000 coins, meaning everyone in your tribe would need to contribute 10 coins just to buy one. But no one in our Han tribe has ever been able to afford this type of boat. These boats are public property of the tribe. Only the leader has the authority to allocate their use. Du Qi continued, the Hu Kuang people, from these descriptions, have come to recognize a powerful Han tribe with advanced technology, prosperous living, and full of aspirations. If they could obtain the advanced farming tools of the Han, their farming would be much easier. If they could have a bit more leisure, who would want to work harder? People are inherently lazy. But Tu Yan didn't have any special expectations from these things of the Han. He was more interested in how the Han operated and their inheritance. In reality, no matter how advanced the technology is, if there is no effective inheritance, after a few decades, that advanced technology will gradually fade away, and the tribe will start to decline. The Hu Kuang tribe has been able to inherit for so long because they honor their ancestors and respect nature. The tribe's knowledge is passed down from generation to generation by the elders, and during the inheritance process, it continues to develop, accumulating more experience to pass on, just like the plow they learned a few days ago. The concepts of livestock farming, currency exchange, and natural cyclical farming theories can all bring many advantages to the Hui Kuang tribe. As long as they can harmonize everything, it will surely elevate the development of the Hu Kuang tribe to a new height. Dung, do you want to try the buffalo plow of our Han tribe? Du Qi sat beside him chatting, his words carrying a message. Come with me to the Han tribe. Of course I want to, but I can't go. No matter how good your buffalo plow is, it doesn't belong to our tribe. In the end, I still have to return to my own work. And if I go, I won't be able to farm. My family will starve, so I can't go, Dung said sadly. From his expression, it was clear he really wanted to go. But for many reasons, he chose to give up that idea. It's okay, you can go see. You can take the time after the harvest to go. That way, you won't need to farm this year. Just return before spring next year. Dutri suggested this put Dung in a dilemma. After the harvest, there wouldn't be much to do. Until before spring next year, the Hu Kuang tribe doesn't have much heavy work. There's a whole leisurely winter, and with such a long time at home doing nothing, if he could go see the Han tribe. Just like the plow they learned a few days ago. The concepts of livestock farming, currency exchange, and natural cyclical farming theories can all bring many advantages to the Hu Kuang tribe. As long as they can harmonize everything, it will surely elevate the development of the Hu Wong tribe to a new height. Dung, do you want to try the buffalo plow of our Han tribe? Du Qi sat beside him chatting, his words carrying a message. Come with me to the Han tribe. Of course I want to, but I can't go. No matter how good your buffalo plow is, it doesn't belong to our tribe. In the end, I still have to return to my own work. And if I go, I won't be able to farm. My family will starve, so I can't go, Dung said sadly. From his expression, it was clear he really wanted to go, but for many reasons, he chose to give up that idea. It's okay, you can go see. You can take the time after the harvest to go. That way, you won't need to farm this year. Just return before spring next year. Dutri suggested this put Dung in a dilemma. After the harvest, there wouldn't be much to do. Until before spring next year, the Hu Kuang tribe doesn't have much heavy work. There's a whole leisurely winter, and with such a long time at home doing nothing, if he could go see the Han tribe. It's really great for the outside world to learn something new. Dung started to feel moved, but he glanced at his leader Tuyin. He wondered if the leader would agree. Seeing this situation along with the hopeful look on Dung's face and Tuyin's cold demeanor, Du Fuk had to step in and suggest, Leader Tuyin, would you like to take a few people to visit our Han tribe while you have some free time? Our Han tribe warmly welcomes guests from outside. Your tribe has such a large population. You could come to our tribe to learn or discuss some exchange issues. This way, you could also get some better farming tools. So, what do you think? Do you want to go? If you agree, we can take you back with us on this trip. Our leader will definitely welcome you. Du Fuk sincerely invited, but Tuyin still maintained a very calm expression. In fact, he was pondering what Du Fuk's invitation to the Han tribe was really about. What benefit would it bring to the Han tribe? His tribe was so poor that even if they exchanged, they had nothing to offer. Besides honey, which was rare, they only had a large population, right? It was indeed the population. Wien suddenly frowned. Do you want our Kuang tribe to join the Han tribe? If Chief Tuyin agrees, then of course that's fine. I think this is a good idea. It could help the Kuang tribe become stronger while also improving the living standards of the people. Isn't that great? Du Fuk said while shrugging. showing that this was just a suggestion of his, with no intention of forcing the Quang tribe to join. His attitude remained very polite. "If we don't join, what do you Han tribe plan to do?" Wayne asked calmly, showing no fear. "It's fine, whether to join or not is up to you. The Han tribe doesn't force anyone. You know that doing so wouldn't benefit us. People like that won't help unite the tribe. After all, we are still friends. If you need any help, just reach out to the Han tribe. Our two tribes can also exchange goods, trading for what you need. I think you definitely need the agricultural tools from the Han tribe." Du Fuck once again explained with a relaxed attitude, showing that he had no intention of forcing the Quang tribe. Wuyan said nothing, just nodded slightly, agreeing with Du Fuck's words. From what he had just witnessed, Tuyen knew that the Han tribe possessed more effective agricultural tools that saved more labor. This was an important issue directly related to the livelihood of the Quang tribe. Wuyan, truly, wanted to exchange for some tools from the Han tribe, but only wanted to engage in equal exchanges, not intending to join the Han tribe. Because the Quang tribe had its own culture, they couldn't abandon their ancestral heritage to join the Han tribe. So, do you want to send a few people to the Han tribe as guests? Just consider it a visit. Who knows, you might learn something useful. Moreover, we will definitely exchange goods. You can see what you need, what to trade, and then you can talk directly with our chief. Seeing that Tuin didn't respond, Du Fuck invited once more. "Let me think about it first." "That's fine, no need to rush. You still have more than a month until you harvest the rice, so you can decide after the harvest, that way it won't affect your agricultural work." Du Fuck waved his hand and said, "There's no pressure on Tuyen to decide right away. The Quang tribe is a large tribe with over 2,000 people. It can't be arranged casually. When the Han tribe interacts with such a tribe, it's best to use peaceful means to win them over. If they really use force, the Han tribe would only need to send a few hundred warriors to completely wipe out the Kuang tribe. But if they wanted to capture them alive, they would need several thousand people, which might not even be enough to encircle them. This is a huge burden for the Han tribe." After that, Doom explained to Du Fuck and the others about the notes on planting wheat, as well as the effects of different climates on crops. These were all experiences passed down through many generations of the Quang tribe. Du Fuck also shared some scientific farming techniques from the Han tribe, especially many novel ideas that the Kuang tribe had never heard of. These would change their traditional agricultural mindset, bringing about significant transformations. After both sides discussed the farming issues for a while, they returned to the living area of the tribe. Everyone began to get busy with their work. Doom started to try making a plow, while his sister continued the hard work of pounding rice. Du Fuck found a spot to sit and write in his diary, while his nephew Du Chi came over to Doom's sister. "This is tiring. You've only pounded a little rice. Why not try trading for some tools?" Du Chi said while making gestures. Lei, Doom's sister, didn't understand what he was talking about. She just knew that the young man named Du Chi was stopping her from working. But if she didn't pound rice today, what would they eat at night? Would they really eat the rice they brought with them? Lei just smiled but didn't stop working. Seeing this, Du Chi scratched his head and ran to find Du Fuck to ask for advice. "It's fine. Let them do it. It's not a big secret. This is just like the plow. They just haven't seen it before. They can understand the key points after seeing it once. Just go ahead. It's fine." Du Fuck thought for a moment and then said this to his nephew. Du Chi received his uncle's approval and began to use the tools on him to work. He went to Doom to ask him to prepare some materials, while also learning more. This way, after the Han tribe's group left, Doom could also do it himself and spread it widely. What Du Chi intended to make was a type of rice pounding machine popular in the Han tribe, called a double pedal, which looked like a seesaw, using force to pound rice. However, due to limited conditions, Du Chi only had a military shovel, a short knife, and a blade on him. There were no professional woodworking tools available, so they could only make the simplest things. Luckily, this task wasn't difficult. Doom found a piece of wood that wasn't too big but was quite even and straight. Du Chi used a shovel to carve one end flat to make a pedal, then drilled a hole in the middle of the back, passing through a solid piece of wood the size of an arm to make an axle. Doom didn't just sit idle. Following Du Chi's instructions, he made a wooden frame at the back of the axle for the person pedaling to hold onto, preventing them from losing balance and falling. In the end, due to limited conditions, both the mortar was replaced with a clay mound buried halfway in the ground, while the stone pestle was replaced with a wooden pestle. Even though it was such a simple tool, everyone in the Kyung tribe showed great interest. Lei was the first to be guided by Du Chi to use the double pedal. She was overjoyed. Compared to using a handmade wooden pestle before, this tool was much lighter, and not only did it not decrease efficiency, but it also increased. Doom couldn't help but marvel. The good things of the Han tribe were indeed too many, just presenting one thing they had never seen before, and these things were extremely useful, saving effort while being highly effective. Meanwhile, Chief Tuyen was not like the others in the tribe. He did not participate in the joy of the double pedals invention but quietly stood behind Du Fuc, silently watching him write characters. Even though he didn't understand anything, he didn't ask and tried to decode the different symbols by himself. He discovered that these symbols resembled pictures with symbolic meanings. Even though it was his first time seeing them, Tuan was still sure that he could recognize some Chinese characters. He might not know how to read, but he could guess the meanings of some characters. For example, the character for Yang looked like the skeleton of an. Although he couldn't read, Tuan guessed that this symbol represented an animal with 2 horns on its head. Additionally, the coin that Du Fuc just showed him had an image of a cowboy antelope with long horns. So, it was obvious what that symbol represented without needing to ask. Who created these symbols? Is it the ancestral heritage of your Han tribe? Tuan's question was very sharp. He was not panicked like when he first saw Chinese characters, nor did he continuously ask La Sum what they were, but instead guessed the uses of these symbols and directly asked who created them, whether they were the ancestral heritage of the Han tribe or not. This question left Du Fuc feeling off. What to do? Should he just say that they were created by the chief, and there was no ancestral heritage at all? That would definitely diminish the tribe's prestige. Then how does your tribe manage so many settlements? How do you conduct your annual sacrifices? When do you plant seeds? When do you harvest? How do you handle these matters? Nguyen thought for a moment and then posed a question about management. There are officials, specifically managing each area. Where there are more than 10,000 people, they appoint a district chief, and for a few thousand people, they appoint a county magistrate. These are all local officials, and under them, there is a group of assistants who follow the orders of the higher officials, specializing in specific tasks called tulai. For example, the security tulai specializes in managing security within the tribe, prohibiting private fights, and anyone caught killing will also be punished. The Han tribe has a set of laws compiled by our leader. Violations of the provisions in the Han laws will also be punished, with light penalties being fines and heavier ones resulting in labor, service, or corporal punishment, with the heaviest being execution. For example, littering in the streets of the city not only incurs a fine of 50 coins but also results in a finger being chopped off. Every time someone is caught, a finger is chopped off. Du Fuc further explained that the Han tribe is somewhat better off, but the people of Whom Thay felt quite uneasy after hearing this. The Han tribe has so many regulations, and littering could lead to a finger being chopped off. What is jiak? Dune's younger sister, Lei, asked. It refers to dirty, unusable things like feces, urine, leftover food, broken items, and all that junk thrown on the street is very filthy. The streets are places everyone uses, so people are not allowed to pollute and destroy them casually. Du Shi also explained in time, but throwing something and getting a finger chopped off like Dune still felt it was too strict. No, the Han tribe has public toilets, so there's no need to defecate carelessly. The government even pays elderly people to collect feces every morning, so there's even less reason to throw it on the street. Wet jiak also has designated holes. Under such conditions, throwing jiak carelessly on the street is just seeking death, right? In my opinion, just chopping off a finger is already lenient. Du Shi further explained that these regulations were indeed set by La Sun. Thinking of the medieval cities in Europe filled with feces and urine along with the outbreak of the plague, of course, just managing is not enough. If the people are not allowed to litter, they must also be told where to throw it. So, a waste disposal system is needed. Fortunately, the Han tribe is an agricultural tribe, and feces and urine, along with most organic waste, can be used as fertilizer. Inorganic waste is almost non-existent. During this time, there was no plastic waste, so disposal was quite easy. They just needed to send people to collect it and then take it to the compost pit outside the city. The local officials would also allocate a budget for this, hiring local elderly people to do this work, similar to sanitation workers supported by the modern government. After hearing this, Doom and Lei felt some in the area as well as the farmland of each person. The forum also specializes in managing security within the tribe, prohibiting private fights, and anyone caught killing will be punished. The Han people have the Han Code established by our leader. Violating the terms of the Han law will also be punished, with light offenses resulting in fines and severe ones leading to forced labor or physical punishment, with the worst being execution. For example, throwing trash carelessly on the streets in the city not only incurs a fine of 50 coins but also results in the loss of a finger, with each offense leading to a finger being cut off. Du Tri explained further, the Han people are somewhat better off, but the people of the Hu Kuo market felt uneasy after hearing this. The Han people have so many regulations, and getting a finger cut off for littering is just too cruel. However, some people still didn't understand what trash meant. What is trash? Deng's sister, Lei, asked. It's the filthy stuff that can't be used, like feces, urine, leftover food, broken items, and all that junk thrown on the street is really dirty. The streets are places everyone uses, so people are not allowed to pollute and destroy them carelessly. Du Tri also explained in time, but getting a finger cut off for throwing something like that is just too harsh, right? Dung still felt it was too strict. No, the Han people have public toilets, so there's no need to relieve oneself carelessly, and the government even pays old people to collect feces every morning, so there's even less reason to dump it on the street. Wet trash also has designated holes for disposal. Under such conditions, throwing trash carelessly on the street is just asking for trouble, right? In my opinion, just cutting off a finger is already lenient. Do try further explain that these regulations were indeed set by La Sun. Thinking about the medieval cities in Europe filled with feces and urine along with a plague outbreak, this means that to prevent such situations, corresponding laws need to be established for management. Of course, just managing isn't enough. If people are not allowed to throw trash carelessly, they also need to be shown where to throw it. So, a trash disposal system is necessary. Fortunately, the Han people are an agricultural tribe, and feces and urine, along with most organic waste, can be used as fertilizer. Inorganic waste is almost non-existent, and during this time, there are no plastic wastes, so disposal is quite easy. Just send people to collect it and take it to the compost pit outside the city. Local officials will also allocate a budget to hire local elderly people for this work, similar to how modern government supports sanitation workers. After hearing this, Dung and Lei felt somewhat reassured. At least the punishment isn't arbitrary, so it seems the Han people are quite decent. But Xuan doesn't care about this issue anymore, instead marveling at the completeness of the Han system. Each residential area has a person in charge, and there are people specifically managing various tasks. Even the disposal of waste has clear regulations. It's no wonder that the leader of the Han people can manage such a large tribe. This definitely requires a lot of literate people to handle these management tasks, right? Otherwise, how could ordinary folks remember so many things? Wien then asked about the talent selection system of the Han people. Truly a person with a unique vision, their perspective on issues is different from ordinary folks. Clearly a leader. That's right, it really requires a lot of people. Soldiers serving don't need to be literate, but to become officials, they must know how to read and write. Du Fuck answered without hesitation. Clearly, he is quite familiar with these matters, as he is also a senior figure of the Han people. So how many people in your Han tribe can read and write like you? Xuan asked again. Not many, currently about 1,000 people, but this number will soon increase. Our leader is likely opening a school this month. The tribe requires all children to attend Han character school. These kids will grow up to do some work for Bo Lack. Du Fuck calculated the departure date and said, all children must learn. Wien was astonished. I didn't expect the Han people to have such a way of imparting knowledge. Yeah, everyone has to learn. My eldest son is also of school age this year. He really is lucky. I wonder how his mother and younger siblings are doing these days. Du Fuck glanced at the sky with a hint of nostalgia. Wien was even more amazed after hearing this. How do the Han people teach? How do so many people learn Han characters together? This is indeed a management method worth learning from the Hu Kuong tribe, as they are also a tribe that is constantly expanding. So, does leader Xuan have any plans? After the Hu Kuong tribe finishes this autumn harvest, would you like to send a few people with us to the Han people to take a look? The Han people would be very welcoming to you. After some introductions and explanations, Du Fuck invited Xuan again. He can't stay here forever, so give a clear answer, whether yes or no. The fleet can't neglect its main mission because of the Hu Kuong tribe. That definitely won't do. Let me think it over, and after the harvest, we'll see. If I really want to go, I'll need Du Fuq to take us there. Yuan thought for a moment but still didn't make an immediate decision. What Du Fuq said about the Han people was merely a description, but how specific it was couldn't be verified. The reliability of these words is still questionable. So Xuan needs more time to choose, picking the least harmful consequences that could occur. Of course, if that's the case, we'll set off tomorrow. The fleet still needs to continue downstream, and we'll return about a month later. By then, the Hu Kuang tribe will have finished harvesting their food and will pick you up on the way back to the city. There's no need to rush. Du Fuck waved his hand as he spoke. Thus, both sides silently concluded this topic, and that night, Xuan generously gifted some millet and sorghum seeds to Du Fuck, saying it was to exchange for the 2 farming and rice milling techniques they brought. And this was also what Xuan wanted most when inviting them to the tribe in the first place. Now he couldn't keep the people but managed to get 2 techniques in return, not a loss. Du Fuck and his group were personally seen off by Xuan to the riverbank. After saying goodbye, Xun returned. But Du Fuq's fleet naturally couldn't leave immediately. They still had to clean up the camp and load the items onto the boat before setting off. It was like this until night, and by the next morning, they finally set off to continue downstream. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Huyu Kuang tribe's residential area, a man hurriedly ran back to the tribe to report to Xuan. Leader, those Han people have boarded their ship and left. We didn't find anyone left on the shore. Okay, got it. You can leave now. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the 28th of the month, the day last sung mandated that students from everywhere must come to register. The main purpose of this was to register study records, allocate classes, receive classrooms, and obtain books. Secondly, to check how many people didn't come for various reasons, and then send someone to investigate. If anyone deliberately doesn't show up, they shouldn't blame themselves for being punished. They were given a whole month, even a minor cert. If anyone still dares not to come at this time, it would truly be unforgivable. That morning, La Sung arrived at the official building in Hanyang City, standing on the 5th floor, looking down at 2 rows of classrooms and the area under the flagpole where more and more children and parents were gathering. The registration time was set for around 10 in the morning. Since there were no clocks, everyone could only estimate based on the sun. But even the children from Ruyang district could comfortably prepare their belongings, have breakfast, and then board the school boat arranged by the district to go to school in Hanyang City. Going to school by boat every day is quite fun. More and more children gathered under the flagpole. They wore new clothes made by their families this month, wearing canvas shoes, their hair styled in buns like little steam buns. The girls were different, with more diverse hairstyles, mainly braids or tied neatly. Rarely anyone let their hair down. The girls with horn-shaped buns were the most common, reminding La of the little girl in the martial arts stories from his previous life. They held small backpacks in their hands, some wore fabric backpacks, crossbody bags, and even some rich kids carried backpacks and wore shoes. A group of about 10 children gathered together, standing out in the crowd. La didn't need to guess to know whose children they were. Besides the wealthy families, no one in Ruyang City was richer than him. Of course, there were others like Dufuk's children. The girls are different, their hairstyles are more diverse, mainly braids or neat buns, and it's rare for anyone to let their hair down. The girls wearing horn-shaped hairdos are the most common, reminding Long of the little girl from the previous life in the martial arts stories. They held small backpacks, some wore fabric backpacks, crossbody bags, and even some rich kids carried their backpacks, wearing shoes. A group of about 10 children gathered together, standing out in the crowd. Lad didn't need to guess to know whose kids they were. Besides the big families, no one in the city of New Duong is richer than him. Of course, there are others, like Dufuk's children. Even though he doesn't hold an official position, every time he goes out and manages to come back alive, he's considered to have contributed, and it's certain that he can't be overlooked. Back when there was no currency, fabric and textiles were never in short supply, so he was quite wealthy. But he didn't stay at home. The woman in the house knew how to live, not letting the kids dress too extravagantly, just sewing clothes from thicker fabric, wearing shoes less often, but still fabric shoes, and their backpacks were also made of fabric, just that. However, among these kids, there were some who stood out, gradually becoming the center of attention, like the kid named Ku Bin, who was 9 years old this year. After the Han people established a clear nobility system, those without titles couldn't just wear any hairstyle anymore, as they were bound by the Han's etiquette and couldn't act recklessly. Therefore, commoners could only use a square cloth to wrap their hair bun, and the colors couldn't be random, only black was allowed. Moreover, it had to be black and cheap, as the dye was inexpensive, made from chestnut shells. The Han had plenty of this, but Kubin was different. On the boy's head was a golden cloud-patterned copper button. This was a reward from La Sung for the boy's quick learning of characters. In the Han, there were also some adults with similar items. Those who had killed wolves while protecting the tribe each received a wolf head medal. But later, the Han system gradually improved, and they no longer issued these. Instead, achievements only led to promotions in rank, and such medals were no longer given. Thus, Ku Bin became an exception. The item the boy wore on his head, there was only one in the entire Han, and it was a symbol of honor. Just think about how many people would be envious. Ku Bin's family wasn't too rich, but wasn't doing badly either. The average living standard of the Han at this time was quite high due to abundant resources, while the entire Han population was less than 100,000, making them relatively wealthy. Furthermore, Ku Bin's family was one of the first households to settle in Hanyang City, and after many years of stable development, they had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Additionally, La Sung knew that currently, besides fabrics and supplies, there was something very popular in the market, which was puppies. The custom of raising dogs had spread among the Han, as they were great for guarding homes. Dogs are indeed man's loyal friends. Some even took their dogs with them when farming. In these times, the wilderness was still prevalent, with many wild animals around. Even though there were patrols regularly hunting outside, occasionally some wild beasts still wandered near the Han city. At this moment, having a loyal dog by your side could first alert you with barking, and second, if the owner was attacked, the dog could help. Therefore, many people wanted to raise dogs, but the supply was scarce, mainly coming from two sources. One was the wolf pups that La Sung had raised before, and the other was the sheepdogs that the nomads brought back from the grasslands. Currently, these two breeds had interbred. Kubin was an original figure of the Han, who had long been distributing dogs. Not just one, dogs breed quickly and in large numbers, so now his family could earn quite a bit just by selling puppies each year, as the migrant households moving to the new districts around were all lacking dogs. Time passed quickly. As more and more people arrived, the teachers began organizing the students to line up, then went to the registration table for learning information. Name. Enrollment has a separate form. Just fill it out and you're good to go. Everything is printed using woodblock printing this month. Students line up to register their names and must have a household registration. This is the household registration book of the Han ethnicity, made with cards that are 2 fingers wide. Each card contains the household information of one person, then stacked in order of the whole family. After completing the enrollment, these forms will be distributed to the students, who will then line up behind the desk, waiting for the teacher to finish class assignments before leading them to the classroom and then collecting them back. The class assignment system is implemented as Lasung mentioned before, dividing by age, older with older, younger with younger, to match each child's abilities. Since many older kids are about to grow up, they don't have much time to waste at school, so it's best to learn to read first, then teach them some survival skills. The mandatory education of the Han ethnicity is no different from the modern 9-year education system. Even in modern times, graduating from middle school can only be considered as basic literacy. Lasung feels the same way. Within 2 or 3 generations, he could make the Han people literate, with the entire population being able to read. This is his highest ideal and goal. Although this is nearly impossible, it is very difficult to achieve. Not everyone wants to rebel. Intelligent people will understand the law better and are less likely to be incited by bad actors, which in turn benefits the country's progress and improves the quality of the populace, helping primitive people shed the labels of savagery and ignorance, becoming civilized, moral, and polite individuals. In the long run, the benefits of this policy far outweigh the disadvantages, such as the words written in paint on the walls of 2 school buildings, education for the prosperity of the Han nation for the rise of the Great Han. This is both Lasung's hope for the future, as well as the national policy and long-term development strategy of the Han Empire. It's just that investing in education has slow returns. But Lasung cannot avoid it. Without inheritance, no matter how strong he develops the Han ethnicity, it will ultimately just be a castle in the clouds, drifting like weeds on water and will eventually disintegrate. In the empty space next to the flagpole, New Wei and the others also looked up at the words on the wall. After hearing the translation, they also fell into deep contemplation. For the rise of the Great Han, we read books. So, who are these students from the new ethnicity reading for? How will their new ethnicity rise? Is the path they are taking right or wrong? Looking at the crowd of kids, in less than 2 years, the Han ethnicity will have thousands more people who can write. These people could all become officials. So how much more territory and population will the Han ethnicity expand? How many more districts and areas of administration? Currently, what limits the development of the Han ethnicity is the population and management talent. But in a few years, will this phenomenon still exist? The speed of development of the Han ethnicity is truly frightening. Niue just sighed a little. In fact, today they have nothing to do. The people in the envoy of the new ethnicity following New Wei, a total of 50 people, do not need to be divided into classes. Just gather them all in one classroom. No need to separate them. Although Lasung once had a plan to mix the new ethnicity students with Han students to plant spies or lure some to the Han side, that was a plan for the younger new ethnicity students. Next, those students will be younger, more easily brainwashed and controlled. But most of those following Niue are already seasoned veterans. Don't expect to lure them easily. The most important thing is that even if you can lure them, how to ensure their teammates don't find out is the real issue. These people have lived together for a long time. If someone has ulterior motives, how could their teammates not know? Don't think everything is rosy. Lasung has never been blindly confident. In his previous life, while on a mission, the first thing he always did was prepare several backup plans, precisely to guard against contingencies. If the original plan fails, there are still ways to handle it, not to mention winning. First, you must think about losing. Only then can you avoid mistakes and unnecessary losses. Niue Wei and his entourage have already had the junior official Hong Luo take care of the reception. The Han students are the main characters today. Students line up in long lines in front of the desk to register, then take their registration slips and line up behind. Just like Lasung's childhood memory of his first day at school. First, find the class by age, then boys and girls stand in 2 lines, arranged by height, and then follow the teacher into the school building. First, they get acquainted with their classroom. First, they must remember which building they are in. This is something the teacher repeatedly emphasizes so that later they don't go to the wrong place. Next is the floor, which is not difficult because there are only 3 floors in total. Then they arrive at the classroom. Each floor has 6 rooms, very easy to find. The classroom door is also labeled in a modern style, with the class name written in both uppercase and lowercase letters. Luckily, these kids can all read. They might not know other characters, but they definitely remember numbers, because they've seen them a lot and they have to use them daily. The currency of the Han ethnicity also has these numbers. However, there is one difference compared to modern times. The Han ethnicity does not clearly divide grades, simply categorizing by age, so the classes are not numbered but rather labeled by building number 1, floor 1, class 1, floor 2, class 2, which looks less like a classroom and more like hotel room numbers. But the Han ethnicity currently does not have hotels, and the people know nothing about grade levels. The kids chatter as they line up behind the teacher into the school building. Many grew up in Hanyang City, but these tall buildings have only been built for a year or two, and few have been inside. Usually, they are just curious about what it looks like inside, and now they are actually allowed in and will be here for the next few years, so most are very excited, especially when they get to climb to the second floor, the third floor for the first time. The kids who are used to living in earthen houses are even more thrilled. Now that we've really made it in and will be here for the next few years, everyone is super excited, especially when we get to climb up to the second and third floors for the first time. The kids who are used to living in single-story houses are even more thrilled. Immediately, the chatter erupted, and the atmosphere felt less like school and more like a field trip. Since the windows had no protective railings, at Lasung's request, older students were assigned to higher floors. The little kids were playing around, and we needed to make sure no one fell from up high. The older kids understood better, so Lasung allowed them to stand on the higher floors. The students entered the classroom and were assigned seats by the teacher. Inside the classroom were single desks with drawers and a chair. 2 desks arranged side by side, sorted by height, with the shorter ones sitting in front. Some kids chatted with their friends around them, while others, shy, silently gazed out the window, hoping to see their parents standing outside looking at them, but none of them cried. This phenomenon only occurred with modern city kids spoiled by their parents, while rural kids who ran around everywhere couldn't possibly cry just because they were going to school. Just like the Han people now, although it's called a city, its scale is no different from a modern village. Outside the city were fields, and every household raised chickens and pigs. On the third floor of building number 2, Class Bin S, Ko Bin was sitting in the last row, curiously observing the classroom's layout, while continuously answering questions from his classmates around him. Some kids, unaware of what was happening, asked him about the brass button on his head, because this was something you couldn't buy anywhere. This was something the leader personally made for me. Since I know a lot of characters, I got rewarded. Some around him were surprised, while others didn't believe it, thinking he was bragging. The leader was someone who handled major affairs, managing such a large tribe. How could he have time to care about such trivial matters? This was the common thought of newcomers, as by the time they arrived, the Han tribe was already very powerful. Leader, how could you possibly make this for him? You're definitely lying. I don't believe you. A boy sitting in front of Kubayan turned around and said, "What's there to lie about? I know a lot of characters, don't you know? The characters I know were taught to me by the leader. Back then, we lived in a cave north of the city. The tribe only had a few dozen people, and the leader had to do everything, so making a brass button just for me is nothing strange." Kuben replied disdainfully. This boy always considered himself a veteran of the Han tribe, and indeed he was. Back then, the Han tribe lived in caves, with only a little over 50 people in total. Your mother and your aunt were traded by the leader from the Sia tribe for a basin. It is said that the leader even treated you when you were sick, saving your life. At that time, tribes like the Shu tribe, the Si tribe, and the Hoktha tribe didn't even know where they were. You are indeed from the first generation. Did your family join the Han tribe that early? A girl sitting at the same table as Kuben asked in surprise. Before Kuben could answer, the teacher at the front tapped the board and said, "Everyone be quiet now. Today I will talk about what needs to be done. It's not much. Once we finish, you can all go home." The students listened and fell silent, staring intently at the teacher in front, along with a pile of items on the podium that others might not know what they were, but Kubin knew they were school supplies and books. Even though he hadn't seen the content, he had seen these things before. Our main task today is to distribute textbooks, 4 books for each person, 1 poetry book, 1 Han etiquette book, 1 math book, and 1 natural science book. You must take good care of them because in the coming years, you will need them. If you damage them, you will have to buy them again later. Additionally, since this is your first time going to school, the leader said he would gift each person a set of gifts. Everyone gets a share. Now, starting from the friend sitting in the first row near the door, please come up to collect your items. The others sat quietly, one by one. The students eagerly stared at the pile of items stacked high on the podium. It turned out they were all gifts for everyone and were given by the leader. No one knew what they would be. But not wanting to keep the kids waiting long, a girl stepped up. This girl was quite shy, timidly walking up to the podium. not daring to say anything. Here's my registration form for you." The teacher gently patted the girl's two braids, smiling at her. The girl obediently handed over the registration form. The teacher looked at the information on it, then wrote her name on a blank list, then took one book from each stack and handed it to the girl. There were also 2 pencils, a brush pen, and a small inkstone made of clay. Cheap, but when opened, it was found to be divided into 2 concave parts, the larger part for grinding ink, while the smaller part contained a stick of regular black ink. This was the gift that Les Sung prepared for these new students. Each child took turns, stepping up to submit their registration forms and then received 4 new books along with the leader's gifts: pencils, brush pens, and inkstones, but no paper. Although the Han tribe's paper-making technology was quite advanced, the production was still limited, with only a few dozen production lines, and more importantly, the raw materials for pulp were also scarce. Once they used up the amount of pulp from natural fibers, they had to produce pulp from wood and rags themselves. Additionally, currently, the Han tribe did not have glass, so most windows were covered with oiled paper, and the rest had to be reserved for printing books and administrative documents. Therefore, the amount of paper circulating in the market was very limited, making it impossible to use for practicing writing. Each child was only allowed to use 1 sheet of paper each day for homework, and with the number of students being so large, they consumed tens of thousands of sheets of paper every day. After the students finished receiving their supplies, the teacher reminded them to take good care of their books. Once they learned to write, they could write their names on the books to distinguish them. As for the pencils, you need to sharpen them to use, and when they run out, you have to buy your own. Each person also has a brush pen. After the opening ceremony, we will learn to write with a brush pen. It's best if you prepare a board and a sharpening knife at home to practice writing. The school sells paper, and boards and sharpening knives are also available. You can check after class. Alright, now I will assign duties for cleaning, and you will prepare a board and a pencil sharpener at home to practice writing. The school sells paper, and they also have boards and sharpeners. You can check them out after class. Alright, now I will assign the cleaning duties. You all will take turns, taking turns to clean the classroom. A group of students started whispering, having to work at home, and then having to do chores at school too. It's really tough. Not far from the lecture hall, a small wooden house was completed before the school year started. However, this house does not allow strangers inside. The front doesn't have a door, but the upper part of the outer wall is designed like a window that can be lifted with bamboo. This is a stationary store like a small grocery shop, only selling a few basic items like pens, ink, paper, inkstones along with wooden boards and a small multi-tool knife the size of a hand. This knife can not only smooth out the wooden board like a regular knife but also has an improved function. On the body of the knife, there is a slanted round hole. When you insert a pencil and twist, it can be used as a pencil sharpener. A pencil sharpener is essentially an automatic knife consisting of a knife frame and a blade, so as long as the angle of the pencil insertion is correct, it can work with any material. Combining these two things is not difficult at all. In the lecture hall, after the teachers finished assigning the official opening tasks, they announced the end of class. Students could go home or go buy school supplies, and many rushed downstairs. Du Fuc did not join this crowd because he already had quite a few school supplies at home, all obtained from Les Sung. He had been using pencils for a long time and usually sharpened them himself. He even had a newly created portable office pen. Therefore, Van grabbed his stuff and ran to the Han tribe's livestock area to visit his horse, Bon Bon. The registration and class division for the Han tribe went smoothly, but Du Fuc faced a different issue. After leaving the area near Huwu Kwon Market, they continued heading southeast. But after 2 days of traveling, they faced a tough choice. A river fork appeared before them. The river, 400 meters wide, suddenly split into 2 branches, both nearly the same width. One branch continued flowing southeast, while the other headed southwest, both about 300 meters wide. "Uncle, which way should we go? Or should we split the boat team?" Du Chi asked Du Fuc. "No, our people and boats are limited. We need to stay together to help each other through difficulties. Splitting up would be very dangerous. If something happens, others won't be able to help in time." Du Fuc immediately opposed. "Actually, the best way is to split into 2 teams, but the fleet only has 3 sailboats. They can't split evenly. One boat will definitely go alone. And no matter who leads that boat, Du Fuc wouldn't feel at ease. What if that person took the boat and ran away? Or joined a large tribe by the river? Who knows if there's a large tribe like Huwu Kwon Market ahead? No one could be sure. Du Fuc could send a trusted person like Du Chi to lead, but that would be even more dangerous. What if some sailor dared to kill his nephew and throw him into the river to steal the boat? At that point, they wouldn't just lose the boat, but also a talented young man from the tribe, which would be a pity. So which way should we go? We can't just stand here forever. Even though there are many fish at this confluence, we can't keep eating fish forever." Du Chi looked at the pile of dried fish hanging by the side of the boat, feeling a bit nauseous. No matter how good it is, eating too much gets boring. The sailors around were silent, all focused on Du Fuck, waiting for his decision. We will go southwest. The whole team will go together. Du Fuck thought for a moment and then decided, southwest. Why shouldn't we always go southeast? Why change direction? The captain of a leading boat also asked, what do you think the leader's mission for us is? Du Fuck didn't answer directly but asked back, to scout the hydrological environment downstream, to expand the waterway downstream. The captain tried to guess. That's right, to expand the waterway, but why do we need to expand it? Of course, the leader wants to develop our downstream area, but the southeast direction is too far. It's all unfamiliar land. The initial investment is large, but the returns are slow. Du Fuck analyzed. The others didn't fully understand but nodded in agreement. Then Du Fuck continued, but the southwest direction is different. We are familiar with that area. If we can open up the waterway to the southwest, we won't need to invest much but can still reap immediate benefits. This is more beneficial for the development of the Han tribe. Hearing this, some people still didn't understand, but Duchi's eyes lit up. Uncle mentioned the big lake in the southwest grassland. That's right, before we traveled by land to the grassland, we had to cross the valley south of the mountain to get there. But we always knew that there was a large lake to the east of the grassland. This lake is very wide. From north to south you can't see the shore, almost separating the grassland from the eastern world. Therefore, based on our current position, we might be close to the eastern world of the lake, but still quite far to the north. If we continue down the southeastern branch of the river, we might reach the eastern side of the lake. But if we take the southwestern branch, who knows, we might enter the lake. Think about it. Such a large lake, we have been to the grassland many times but have never seen its entrance. The native tribes of the grassland also say they don't know, but does the lake's water really come from underground? I don't think so. What if its water source is from a river on the surface and the entrance is in the northeast? If that's the case, we could enter the lake. Think about it, if this becomes a reality, it would benefit the Han tribe and all of you too. If we find a waterway connecting the grassland to the Han tribe, allowing sailboats to pass through, then trade between the Han tribe and the grassland tribes will be much more convenient, faster than a horse-drawn carriage, able to carry more goods and people. Clearly, water routes are more convenient than land routes. Just think, if this works out, you will have many opportunities to lead the merchant fleet. The contributions and salaries will not be lacking. Currently, the Han tribe has fewer than 10 cabin boats, but there will definitely be more in the future. You are the first experienced sailors. Don't worry about not being valued later. The analysis and future prospects presented by Du Fuck excited everyone, and everyone wanted to immediately open a new route. Soon, someone raised their hand and shouted, Captain, no need to say more, we will follow you to the southwest. Another captain raised his fist to the sky and boldly said, yes, southwest, southwest, southwest. The cheers echoed throughout the fleet, and the fleet set sail again, with the sailors adjusting the sails, this time all heading towards the southwestern river branch. The goal of opening a new route filled everyone's hearts. Moreover, the fleet had enough supplies, so there was no need to stop for resupply, and space on the boats was limited, making it difficult to load anything useful even if they found it. Therefore, this time they decided not to dock, just to keep going as long as the way ahead was clear. The advantage of having enough people was that they could split into 3 shifts, rowing day and night without stopping. Since entering the river branch, the sails had never come down, always catching the wind and moving forward. After 5 days and 5 nights, the fleet made another discovery, yet another fork in the river. Dutri stood on the second deck, looking far and said, this river is so wide, flowing down from the north. Could it be the Jingsha River downstream of the Ru Shui, flowing south and merging with this Liu Yang branch? Du Fuck held the compass, confirming the direction while speculating. Very likely. So should we continue downstream? The captain of the lead boat asked. Of course, we continue downstream. The big lake must still be ahead. It can't be behind us, Du Fuck said firmly. In fact, Du Fuck's assessment was accurate, as they were at an inverted Y-shaped river fork, and upon discovering the fork, they had entered the wider river branch ahead. This time it wasn't a question of choice but an easy question since the fork appeared behind them. And the only large river west of the Liu Yang is the Ru Yang and Jinsha rivers. The Jinsha River, after exiting the Ovan Gorge, also flows southeast, but it's unknown where it goes. Now it seems that it has merged with the southwestern branch of the Liu Yang. If that's the case, it can be confirmed that from Hanyang County and Riyang County, one could also sail straight to the large Thao Nguyen Lake. After passing this fork, the fleet continued at the same speed for 2 days and 1 night. By dawn on the 3rd day, thick fog covered the river surface, and Du Fuck had to order the fleet to anchor. In such weather, continuing at full speed would only lead to disaster. They weren't in a hurry, no need to take risks. Uncle, have some porridge. Du Tre scooped a bowl of meat porridge from the large pot and handed it to Du Fuck. "Oh, what's up? I've noticed you've been carving something these days," Du Fook asked with a smile while holding the bowl of porridge. "Oh, it's nothing." Du Tree was startled, instinctively covering his chest. Still hiding it from me? It's a comb, right? Planning to give it to the girl from the Hu Kuang tribe, huh? Du Fook smirked at his cousin. "You saw it, huh? Yeah, it's boring on the boat, so I was just carving for fun." Hee. Du Tree shyly scratched his head, chuckling softly. "It's nothing. I'm not a kid anymore. This time, everyone will definitely contribute. When we get rewarded, you should think about settling down soon. You like the girl named Lei, right? So when we get back, I'll bring her along and keep her as your wife." Du Fook said casually while arranging things. "Is that possible? Do you think they would agree to join our hen tribe?" Du Tree asked with some doubt. "What are you afraid of? The leader will take care of that." "When the leader finds out that the Kuang tribe has more than 2 people, do you think he will let it go? He will definitely find a way to win them over. Moreover, if the marriage between you and the Kuang tribe can promote this, who knows, you might achieve another great feat. This is a good thing. You won't lose anything." Du Fook analyzed for his cousin while drinking porridge. The two chatted while eating, and by the time everyone on the boat finished their meal, it was nearly 9 in the morning. The fog on the river gradually dissipated, and rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, making the view ahead suddenly clearer. "Uncle, the river ahead is so wide, I can't see the shore at all," Du Tree exclaimed excitedly. "That's a lake. We're almost there. Up ahead is the entrance to the big lake. Come on, everyone, weigh anchor, set the sails, and move forward at full speed." In the eastern prairie, there's a large lake stretching from north to south for thousands of miles, separating the prairie from the world on the other side of the east bank. In the eyes of countless prairie tribes, because the sun always rises from the lake, this lake is also called the Sun Sea, regarded as the birthplace of the sun. The lake's shore stretches for thousands of miles, providing the prairie tribes with a means of survival, serving as their summer grazing ground. These nomadic tribes migrate to the lake shore every summer and autumn, where there is lush grass, abundant fresh water, and countless wild animals to hunt, becoming their important living area. This process lasts until late autumn. Before the harsh winter arrives, they will move to the valleys in the western prairie to avoid the cold, where there are forests to chop wood, providing fuel through the winter and food for their livestock. However, it is now only early September, and winter is still far away, so the nomadic tribes are still staying by the lake. Autumn is the harvest season for the agricultural tribes, but for the nomadic tribes, they will also take their livestock to graze on more grass, storing a thick layer of fat to survive the harsh winter. The Tianyang tribe is just one of the countless nomadic tribes on the prairie. They camp in the far north, on the west bank of the lake, almost at the border of the prairie. This geographical location also shows the strength of the Tianyang tribe. They were just a small tribe, without any fame, but their location on the border gave them a unique advantage, being close to the northern mountain range. A few years ago, a caravan of merchants with more than a dozen large carts came out from the mountains, intending to trade in the prairie, and the first tribe they encountered was the Tianyang tribe, located in this border area. The Tianyang tribe happily traded with the Han merchants, exchanging worthless animals for white salt, porcelain, fabrics, and even engaging in bloodline exchanges that gradually improved their lives. The following year, the Han merchants returned, this time bringing iron pots, scissors, and other iron tools, making their lives much more convenient. The Han merchants even suggested that they didn't need to take sheep, just the wool in exchange for goods, helping them save their livestock. A tribe as good as this, Tianyang Y Li, the leader of the Tianyang tribe, cherished. A few years ago, he had used his wife to host the Han merchants, and the child, born from that union, now nearly 3 years old, was considered the smartest child. They believed that the further the bloodline was, the smarter the offspring would be. But this year, Tianyang Y Li waited and waited but did not see the Han merchants arrive. At first, they thought perhaps the Han were busy and wouldn't come this year, but after waiting for half a year, the best trading time had passed, and the merchant caravan was still nowhere to be found. The Tianyang tribe began to complain. Before the Han sold salt, there was also salt on the prairie, but it was brought by the Tan tribe from the south on horseback, and not much was brought, making it expensive. More importantly, the Tan merchants never bothered to go all the way to the northernmost prairie. Since the amount of goods they brought was not enough to sell there, they only sold along the way and then returned. Therefore, the Tianyang tribe was always in a state of salt shortage. Before the Han arrived, they could only go without salt or drink livestock blood to supplement a little salt, or pay high prices to trade for salt from the larger tribes in the south, always being exploited by intermediary merchants, suffering immensely. This year was even worse. In the first half of the year, the Han did not come, and the Tianyang tribe fell into a salt shortage again. But strangely, the Tan tribe also stopped selling salt, instead trading all their salt to a nomadic leader in the south named Mo Dun. After that, he spread the word that to get salt, one had to bring livestock to trade, and the price was even higher than that of the Tan and Han tribes, not only demanding livestock but also requiring the tribes to submit to him. For example, if Mo Dun gave an order, they could not oppose it, otherwise they would be cut off from the supply of white salt. This situation caused many tribes to disagree. You think I'll just do whatever you say? I'm not your subordinate. Why should I listen to you? If you don't sell salt to me, then I won't buy it either. I'll just go steal it. And thus, the prairie erupted into war. Initially, the tribes that refused to submit managed to steal some salt, but the situation quickly reversed. Mo Dun somehow acquired a series of bronze saddles, allowing him to build a heavy cavalry that was nearly invincible. Last year, the Han merchant caravan had a conflict with the Tan tribe's merchant leader, destroying most of the Tan merchant caravan, seizing countless food supplies, sea salt, and livestock, which made the Tan merchant leader extremely furious. After that, he devised a plan to lure the Snow Origin Wolf tribe in the southwest prairie to raid the Han merchant caravan. But unexpectedly, when night fell, they were ambushed by the Han merchant caravan using defensive carts and were then charged by the heavy cavalry of the Han, resulting in them not only failing to steal anything but also suffering heavy losses. The Han even used the bodies of their enemies to build a monument on the prairie, raising a large flag with the words that anyone who dared to invade the Han, no matter how far away, would be exterminated, which still flutters to this day. After that battle, the reputation of the Han tribe spread throughout the prairie, causing most nomadic tribes to tremble in fear, and no one dared to touch the Han tribe. But there were also some strong tribes that saw the difference, like Mo Dun. He learned from the Han tribe, imitating their heavy cavalry to build a similar army. After negotiating with the new merchant leader of the Tan tribe, Niu Wei, he obtained bronze saddles. Although they were not as high as those of the Han, just having saddles allowed his soldiers to make significant progress. The saddles provided the cavalry with support on their horses, allowing them to perform more tactical maneuvers, wear heavier armor, and wield heavier weapons. Mo Dun's cavalry was just like that. They did not have the grass paint of the Han tribe, nor could they make leather armor like the Han, but using rough cowhide to make clothing could also serve as armor. If one layer was not enough, they used 2 layers. He even imitated the 5 armor and masks of the Han heavy cavalry, using rough cowhide to make cylindrical helmets for the cavalry, exposing only their eyes. The heavy cavalry discarded all bows and arrows, using only spears and javelins as weapons. This level of defense was nearly overwhelming for the other tribes on the prairie. Since the nomadic tribes were not skilled in metallurgy, each of their arrows was made of bone and stone, which had no effect against Mo Dun's heavy armor. 2 layers of cowhide were enough to stop those arrows. Meanwhile, the spears and javelins of the heavy cavalry were something they could not defend against. Of course, Mo Dun did not have many heavy cavalry. The maximum number was only about 500, which he considered the elite, but with that small number, each charge caused the enemy to scatter. Mo Dun relied on one hand of heavy cavalry and one hand of white salt policy to quickly rise on the prairie, winning over a series of tribes willing to submit, using a large amount of white salt to attract them. When war broke out, he used the light cavalry of these tribes as shields, waiting until the battle was nearly over, before sending his heavy cavalry to crush the enemy. After that, the livestock and population seas were all shared with the smaller tribes, making them even more loyal to Mo Dun. In just half a year, the power of Mo Dun has controlled 120,000 people with over 18,000 cavalry archers, becoming a formidable force in the southeast prairie. But there are also those who are not afraid of Mo Dun, like the Tu Nyet Do tribe in the center of the prairie, who have a good relationship with the Han people. When Du Phuc led heavy cavalry to intercept Tuet Moyen Lang, the Tu Nyet Do tribe also sent people to help protect the merchant convoy. Tu Nyet Do, although they don't have bronze saddles like Mo Dun, found their own way, using bones and coverings to make saddles. For example, they used a tube covering with ropes hanging on both sides of the horse's back to create a saddle. This type of saddle is easy to break, not durable, but easy to make and cheap, so it's fine to use once and throw away. Additionally, they managed to buy some carts from the Han people, imitating the Han's defensive cart usage. Of course, these carts are not many, but since Mo Dun has lost the people's trust on the prairie, many tribes that he plundered have joined Tu Nyet Do, along with tribes that are not confident enough to resist Mo Dun also joining his alliance. They gathered the carts bought from the Han people, using deer antlers and wooden fences to create fortifications. Then, following Tu Nyet Do's method, they made some simple saddles and managed to build a heavy cavalry force of several hundred people. Although their quality is not as good as Mo Dun's, it is still enough to stop his attacks, hindering Mo Dun's unification process of the prairie in the center. However, Tu Nyet Do's alliance is only a temporary cooperation. Everyone is just looking for Tu Nyet Do out of fear of Mo Dun to form a connection. They respect him as a leader, but it's not loyalty like that of Mok Do's followers. Therefore, To Nut Do can only maintain a defensive stance and cannot attack. These mismatched people come together only out of fear of death, so everyone is trying to defend, but if they have to attack, they will surely fall apart at the first sign of difficulty. The two major forces on the prairie are temporarily maintaining a strangely stable situation, but Mok Do holds the white salt, so he has the initiative, not fearing To Nut Do's resistance. In his eyes, it is just futile opposition. His subordinates are loyal, he controls the distribution of white salt, and he is in an offensive position, with all the plundered benefits shared among his followers. To put it bluntly, he holds the practical benefits, while what does To Nut Do have? Nothing at all. Before long, this alliance without benefits will collapse on its own. He just needs to wait. The remaining tribes on the prairie either side with one faction or stay away from both forces, not getting involved. But the Thien Duong tribe is stable because they are in the border region, and no one pays attention to them. Thien Duong Wai Lei feels more comfortable, but the lack of salt makes life dull. Every day, Thien Duong Wai Lei looks toward the northern mountain range, hoping for the Han merchant convoy to return to the prairie to resolve this white salt war. Not just him, even To Nut Do's alliance feels the same. The price of opposing Mok Do is being cut off from the white salt supply. Currently, the Tan tribe is no longer reliable, and it's unclear what they have agreed upon with Mok Do, as they support him absolutely. Therefore, the alliance can only look forward to the Han people, a force that both the Tan tribe and Mok Do dare not touch, returning. More than half a year has passed, and Thien Duong Wai Lei still hasn't seen any sign of the Han people. Just when he was about to give up hope, a strange group of people appeared. The group came out from the northern mountains, waving both the flags of the Han and Tan tribes. What kind of strange combination is this? Last year they fought to the death, and now they are together? After contacting them, Thien Duong Wai Lei learned that the Tan tribe had sent people to the Han tribe to seek peace, and the Han tribe had agreed. This time, the Han tribe sent a delegation to visit the Tan tribe, which is why the two sides are traveling together. But he doesn't care about that. He just wants to buy some white salt from the Han tribe. However, when he made the request, the delegation led by Thuna did not agree immediately. They didn't bring much salt, and this time it wasn't for trading on the prairie. The merchant group following is only there to support logistics and settle accounts with the Tan tribe. But in the face of Thien Duong Wai Lei's earnestness, Thuna agreed that if there is any leftover white salt when the merchant group returns before winter, they would sell some to him. However, this is not a firm promise. Thunya also cannot guarantee it. As the delegation continued south, To Nut Do's alliance also requested to buy white salt. Thuna still replied as before, "We are not here to trade this time but have another mission, and we don't have much to bring. If there is any leftover when we return, we will sell you a little." To Nut Do and the alliance had no other options. They could only continue to wait, not understanding why the two largest salt-selling forces, the Han and Tan tribes, are traveling together. The Han merchant group continued southward. Autumn gradually passed, but the merchant group still had not returned. The winter migration time was approaching, and if they didn't manage to exchange enough white salt before migrating, they would face great difficulties for the next 6 months. But just then, To Nut Do's alliance suddenly saw the colorful flag of the Han tribe once again, but not from the merchant group following the delegation, but from the large lake behind them. For the first time seeing a sailing ship, the prairie people were once again amazed at the Han tribe's superior manufacturing capabilities. The Han tribe had sailed from the Sun Sea. "Uncle, look over there. We are about to reach the prairie. There are so many sheep and many people looking at us. They are waving." Duchi Loi stood once again on the second deck of the ship, cheering with joy. "Yeah, I see it. Where are the people? Order to lower the sails halfway. Send a hydrographic reconnaissance ship to the shore to check. We have never been to this lake shore. Don't let the ship run aground here." Du Fuc looked toward the western shore of the lake and ordered. 3 days ago, when the fleet led by Du Fuc docked at the large lake, everyone on the ship was extremely excited. They recalled the promises of fame and fortune that Du Fuc had mentioned earlier. But when they actually set foot on the big lake, the excitement gradually faded, replaced by a great sense of anxiety. They had encountered a serious problem. The Han people were developing at a breakneck speed. Since the first wooden boat was created, sailing ships had appeared in just 3 years. Previously, Han boats only traveled on rivers, whether small rivers a few dozen meters wide or large rivers hundreds of meters wide, but they all had one thing in common. No matter where they went, they could see the banks on both sides. But now, they had entered the big lake, where there was only vast water, with no sight of the shore. If they kept wandering around like this, they could very well get lost in this lake and not find their way back. This was an extremely serious problem. Without landmarks, how could they navigate on the vast water? Getting lost on a freshwater lake in the middle of the land sounded funny, but that was the reality they were facing. The difficulties were obvious and unavoidable, but luckily they still had the ability to determine direction. At least they could still see the sun and the moon, and they had a compass provided by the leader to reassure everyone on the boat, who then summoned the captains to the front to analyze the situation. Assuming we are in the eastern lake of the prairie, we are currently at the eastern entrance of the lake. If we follow the shore around, we definitely won't get lost. Even if we take a wrong turn, we can go back the way we came. Everyone nodded after hearing this, agreeing that this was the safest plan. But doing that would be too slow. We might not make it home before winter. Even if we turn back, the return trip will take longer than the journey out. Don't forget, when we left, we were going with the current, and on the way back, we will be against the current. Even if we can take advantage of the crosswind, it will still take longer than the journey out. Everyone nodded again, confirming that the leader's words were correct. Some had forgotten this detail, thinking that the return trip would take the same time as the outward journey without realizing that going upstream would be much slower. So what should we do now? Are we just supposed to head into the middle of the lake, where there are no landmarks at all? A captain spoke up to ask. We have no other choice. We can only head into the middle of the lake. The leader reluctantly raised his hand. So don't worry. With the speed of our boat, no matter how big this lake is, it will only take a few days to reach the opposite shore. But remember one thing. Right now, we cannot determine our position, nor can we mark our path on the water. Therefore, we need to go straight, choose a direction, and follow a straight line. When we reach the opposite shore, just remember that point, and from there go straight back. We can still find the river's entrance. So we will head straight west. After all, we have a compass, so we don't have to worry about getting lost. Additionally, to avoid the compass malfunctioning and leading us off course, we need to focus on using the compass. The front boat needs at least 3 of them, so even if one breaks, we won't lose our direction. The following boats just need to stay close to the front boat. The leader shared his opinion, and everyone nodded, agreeing that this arrangement was very reasonable. Although there was still some risk, they could only try to minimize it, especially the suggestion to focus on using the compass. While the item invented by the leader was good, no one could guarantee it wouldn't malfunction at a critical moment. Therefore, using multiple compasses to increase accuracy was a very good idea. Everyone agreed with this plan. The fleet was distributed 6 compasses, 2 for each boat. The captains also contributed more, so the front boat now had 4 compasses, increasing accuracy. Everyone thought that even if one broke, it was unlikely all 4 would fail at once. The fleet continued its journey. To save time, they raised both sails and adjusted to maximum speed. The leader also arranged for 4 people on the front boat to monitor the compass, regularly checking the direction and making timely adjustments, ensuring the fleet was always heading south. After 3 days of travel, finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, they saw the shore they had longed for. On the distant shore, all kinds of waterfowl were frolicking and foraging on the surface of the water. The land along the shore was lush with grass and trees, with herds of horses, cattle, and goats leisurely grazing. Not far from the livestock, white tents dotted the golden-green prairie. This scene was incredibly familiar to the sailors who had traded on the prairie with the leader. This was their destination. They released a small boat to see how deep the water was along the shore. Amid the excited cheers of the sailors, the leader also gave orders. On the other shore, the herders had also noticed the unusual activity on the water. Immediately, a rider galloped back to report to his leader. The sound of hooves echoed, and in the blink of an eye, he covered several miles. The rider's shout rang out, "Leader, I see the flag of the Han people." "Leader, the Han people have arrived." The rider shouted as he rode towards the leader's large camp, causing many people in the tribe to rush out to see, but he paid no attention, focusing solely on galloping towards the large camp. However, before he arrived, To Net Do had stepped out of the camp. The Han people had arrived. Where? Was it a merchant caravan or a delegation returning from the south? To Net Do asked while looking around, but he didn't see the familiar convoy or the distinctive flag of the Han people, which made him a bit annoyed. "Leader, the Han people are on the water to the east," the rider hurriedly said, but halfway through, he hesitated. The people under the water appeared. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and heard it from others, he wouldn't have believed it. "What? On the water to the east? Are you daring to fool me with this nonsense? How can people come up from under the water? Why don't you say the Han people turn into fish?" To Net Do angrily kicked, causing the rider to fall to the ground. The poor rider, both resentful and afraid to resist, could only mumble, "I'm not lying." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes or heard it from someone else, he wouldn't believe it. "What? On the water to the east? You dare to trick me with this crazy story? How can people come up from underwater? Why don't you just say the Han people turned into fish?" To Net Do angrily kicked, causing the knight to fall to the ground. The poor knight, filled with resentment, dared not retaliate, only muttered, "I'm not lying. They really came from the water on the east." The leader went to check for himself. Earlier he was still far away. Now he must have reached the shore. Hearing that, To Net Do was half convinced. If it were another tribe, he definitely wouldn't believe it. But with the Han people, any strange thing related to them could happen. With no other choice, To Net Do had to go see for himself. Ignoring the ordinary herdsman, To Net Do mounted his golden horse and galloped to the lake shore. Upon arrival, he saw a group of herdsmen not grazing, but gathering and pointing towards the distant water. The sailboats of the Han people had stopped and were lowering small boats. A little while later, several small boats either hoisted sails or rowed towards the shore. The large sailboats also lined up, slowly approaching the shore. The herdsmen were astonished, let alone the large sailboats. They had never seen small boats before. From childhood to adulthood, they had never seen anything that could allow people to move on water. To Net Do was even more amazed. From a distance, 3 gigantic objects created by humans were moving towards the shore. He didn't know what to call them, but looking at the decorative patterns on them, he was sure they were products of the Han people. 3 large boats with alternating red and black colors, accented with bright yellow lines and patterns, were indeed the colors revered by the Han people. From afar, they stood out like Han warriors in red and black armor. Not only that, but those nameless objects also had 2 gigantic sails. One sail was yellow and white, with a large red Chinese character in the middle. The other sail was larger, dyed bright red, with a black Chinese character in the center. To Net Do didn't know many Chinese characters, but he was very familiar with this one. Perhaps no one on this prairie was unaware of this character, as it was too familiar. The Han people were so crazy that aside from the white salt used for eating, everything they sold was stamped with great Han manufacturing, making it hard not to see, and after seeing it for a while, it became familiar. Not long after, Du Qi had taken a small boat to scout closer to the shore. The commotion caused the waterfowl to scatter. The ancient geese over 2 meters tall, the long-legged white cranes, the seagulls soaring high, and the teal ducks floating on the water all kept their distance from the fleet. To Net Do pushed through the crowd, riding his horse to the water's edge. When he saw the people coming from the water, indeed dressed in Han attire, with their hair in high buns, his mood instantly brightened. "You finally made it, Han friends." To Net Do immediately jumped off his horse and ran to the water's edge to greet them. "Are you To Net Do, the leader? Has your tribe migrated here?" Du Qi had met To Net Do several times while traveling, so he recognized him immediately. This time, he instantly recognized you as Du Fuck's nephew, Du Tree, right? "Ha ha ha, you finally made it. Previously, I saw the Han envoy and merchant group changing people, thinking, I would never see you two again. Where's your uncle? Isn't he coming?" To Net Do was very happy to see a familiar face and hurriedly asked about Du Tree. "My uncle is here too. He's on the large boat behind. But the water near the shore is too shallow for the large boat to come in. I'll send a small boat to fetch him." Du Qi pointed to the 3 sailboats not far away. "Really? That's great. Hurry and fetch your uncle. Don't leave today. I'll kill a cow to treat you. You know how much you Han people cherish it. You wouldn't want to eat beef." To Net Do patted his chest generously and said, "Okay, I'll go make some arrangements." Du Tree smiled and nodded, then instructed the people on the small boat to return to inform the large boat anchored 100 meters from the shore and to let Du Fuck know that this is To Net Do's tribe. Du Fuck naturally knew what to do. Not long after, 6 small boats in the fleet were lowered into the water. Du Fuck arranged for some people to stay on the sailboat, while he led the others to climb into the small boats to the shore. To Net Do hurriedly led people to welcome them, greeting Du Fuck and inviting them to be guests at his tribe. However, this time Du Fuck and the others came by boat, without bringing horses, so to get to Net Do's tribe, they could only walk. A few miles like this, walking with the whole group was inconvenient. Leader Net Do, "There's no need for such trouble. Let my people stay on the shore to watch the boats. I'll take a few people who know how to ride horses along, and later bring food for them." Du Fuck waved his hand to arrange. "Then that's fine. Get some horses ready here." To Net Do didn't insist they come to his tribe, so he agreed. Not long after, the sailors who came ashore had set up tents on the empty land by the shore, fetching water, gathering firewood, preparing to camp. Du Fuck and Du Qi led over 20 people who knew how to ride horses, riding horses, prepared by the herdsmen, following them back to the tribe. To Net Do hurriedly ordered people to kill cows and slaughter goats, preparing to treat the Han group. At the same time, he also didn't forget to call other tribal leaders in the alliance. The Han people had 200 to 300 people. Eating meat was quite costly. He couldn't bear the cost alone. When he brought Du Fuck into his large tent, inviting him to drink fresh, hot milk, To Net Do quickly sighed to Du Fuck. He spoke while cursing the crimes of Mok Don, the one who disrupted the peace on the prairie, bullied other tribes, killed their men, and plundered their livestock and people. Just as To Net Do was speaking passionately, other tribal leaders who were invited to hear the news of the Han people's arrival hurriedly brought goats, Upon entering the large tent and hearing To Nut Do recounting this, they joined in to condemn Mokdone together. So, right now you are very short on white salt. Doesn't Mokdone sell it to you? Du Fook listened for a while, and roughly understood the recent happenings on the prairie, together condemning Mokdone. So, right now you are very short on white salt, and Mokdone isn't selling it to you? Du Fook listened for a while and roughly understood the recent events on the prairie. It could be said that all these upheavals were caused by the Han people. If it weren't for the Han people attacking the merchant group of the Tan tribe, prohibiting them from continuing to sell salt on the prairie, the Tan tribe wouldn't have came up with this plan to sell all the salt to one tribe, while their partner is an ambitious person holding a large amount of white salt, starting to stir up trouble on the prairie. That's right. I wonder if you brought any white salt this time. Can you sell us a little? Salt. We really don't have much left in stock. Previously, when we encountered your envoy, we wanted to buy salt, but they didn't sell, saying we had to wait until they returned to see if there was any left. Look at this. To Nut Do reluctantly spoke up, and the surrounding leaders all nodded in agreement. Humph. Their envoy has a different mission than ours. They have personal matters to attend to, but this time I didn't bring much white salt either, which might disappoint you leaders. Du Fook thought for a moment and then said. After hearing this, everyone immediately showed disappointed expressions, but they also dared not complain about the Han people, because the Han people are one of the only two tribes that can provide a large amount of white salt, while the other tribe has completely sided with Mokdone. They couldn't afford to offend the Han people any further, so they maintained a respectful attitude towards Du Fook. You know, this time we are traveling by water, and it's our first time taking this route. Initially, we didn't think we would reach the prairie, so we didn't prepare anything to trade with you. However, we did bring some white salt, but not much. If you can share it evenly and eat a little less, we can still get through this winter. This time we opened a water route to the prairie. Next time it will be faster and we can bring more goods. If you need, we can come back at the beginning of spring next year, bringing a large amount of white salt. You should also move early in the spring, that way it will solve this crisis. Just this time traveling by water, we couldn't bring live fish, only things like animal skins, beef tendons, and cow horns for trade. We need all of these, so how much can you offer? If you want to trade, I will have someone bring the white salt down from the ship. Oh, and I also brought some pots, bowls, and fabrics if you want. Du Fook thought for a moment. This time their fleet was to open a new water route and was also prepared to trade with unfamiliar tribes. They brought quite a lot of goods. 3 sailing ships were filled with various goods besides the food reserves for the crew. They just didn't expect to change direction to this prairie, so selling the goods in the ship's hold to anyone would work. Selling to nomadic tribes would at least get them useful items, better than returning empty-handed. That works too. A little is better than nothing. Just get through this winter first. I just have one concern. To Nut Do, as the leader of the alliance, has the authority to prioritize. Seeing the other leaders silent, he frowned and expressed his thoughts. What are you worried about? Du Fook asked. I don't understand. We have no issues with your plan. Moving early next year is fine. I just worry that Mokdone will come to disrupt us. If by next spring we arrive here and Mokdone has occupied this place, how can we trade with you if we can't fight back? To Nut Do spoke while glancing at Du Fook's reaction. Du Fook didn't answer immediately but asked back, so what does leader To Nut Do intend to do? This time we really didn't bring that much salt. If you don't believe me, I can let you check the ship. No, I don't mean to distrust you. We still trust our Han friends. It's just that I have an idea. I don't know if the Han people would agree. What idea? I think Mokdone is strong because of the support from the Tan tribe, which helps them get good saddles and weapons. If the Han people also sold us those things, we wouldn't be so passive as we are now. If we had iron saddles and iron arrows from the Han people, we would definitely defeat Mokdone. If we could also get the Han's steel blades, that would be even better. To Nut Do spoke while observing Du Fook's reaction, but unfortunately, he saw nothing on Du Fook's face. Your request. I don't have the authority to decide, and our leader probably won't agree either. You know, our Han people may sell iron goods, but we never sell weapons. Iron pots and iron scissors are fine, but the things you mention are very difficult. Oh, I think the leader won't agree. Moreover, do you know how hard it is to make these weapons? The difficulty of smelting iron every year is immense. Even if the leader agrees to sell, I fear you won't be able to afford them. Du Fook became more and more passionate, finally waving his hand dismissively. This can't be done. Don't be like that. We don't need the blades. Arrows are fine. If not arrows, then saddles will do. Even if they are a bit expensive, that's okay. We know that good things like that are hard to make, but we don't need many. To Nut Do saw that Du Fook didn't outright refuse but was discussing prices, so he became even more enthusiastic. These are all good items. The price is not an issue. Just sell us a little. With these, I could also go raid Mokdone. Then what would I have to worry about the price? Du Fook squinted slightly, thinking, You even want iron arrows. I wouldn't dare sell you blades, let alone arrows. This is more dangerous and more than blades, as it is a long-range weapon. But after thinking for a while, Du Fuk came up with a beneficial idea for the Han people. So he said to To Nut Do, "Leader To Nut Do, don't say any more. Talking to me is useless. I don't have the authority to decide. The trade of goods can only be decided by our leader. I can't make that call. But regarding your concerns, I have an idea. I don't know what you think." To Nut Do originally intended to negotiate further, but hearing Du Fuk say that, he had to give in. Knowing that this matter was beyond his ability, he asked again, "Do you have any ideas?" "Listen." Du Fuk became more and more passionate, finally waving his hand dismissively. "This can't be done. Don't be like that. We don't need the blades. Arrows are fine. If not arrows, then saddles will do. Even if they are a bit expensive, that's okay. We know that good things like that are hard to make, but we don't need many." To Nut Do saw that Du Fuk didn't outright refuse but was discussing prices, so he became even more enthusiastic. "These are all good items. The price is not an issue. Just sell us a little. With these, I could also go raid Mao Down. Then what would I have to worry about the price?" Du Fuk squinted slightly, thinking to himself, "HMPF, you even want the iron arrow. I wouldn't dare sell you my blade, let alone the arrow. This thing is even more dangerous than a blade in war because it's a long-range lethal weapon." But after a moment of thought, Du Fuk came up with an idea that could benefit the Han people, so he said to Nat Do, "Leader to Nat Do, stop talking. It's useless to talk to me. I don't have the authority to decide. The decision on what goods to trade can only be made by our leaders. I can't take charge of that. But regarding your concerns, I have an idea. I wonder what you think about it." To Nat Do initially intended to negotiate further, but upon hearing Du Fuk, he had to relent. Knowing that this matter was beyond his capability, he asked again, "Do you have any ideas?" "Listen to this. I think this time we have opened a waterway to the prairie. Next time it will be faster to trade with you. From our Han people, we transport goods here, rushing day and night. It won't take more than a month, but it's still not very convenient, as there are no resting places, and there are no suitable ports for large ships to dock, making it difficult to load and unload large items. You just mentioned being afraid that Mao Dun would take your place, affecting our trade, right? Then how about your tribes giving our Han people a piece of land right by this big lake? We will build a port for large ships to dock, then build a few warehouses, and send some merchants here to settle long-term. You can trade whenever you want. This way, this piece of land will belong to the Han people. I think no one on this prairie dares to mess with our Han people. At that time, I don't believe Mao Dun would dare to do anything to us. Moreover, he doesn't have the capability." Du Fuk's words immediately startled the tribal leaders. The Han merchant group really likes it. They like the goods from the Han even more. But if the Han also gets involved in the prairie, the consequences of this are truly unpredictable. Just think about it. Even powerful forces like the Sin tribe and Mao Dun couldn't do anything to the Han people. If the Han wanted to bully them, could the tribal leaders fight back? Don't let the wolf chase you into the tiger's den. Inviting a god is easy, but driving one away is hard. But this is really hard to refuse. Because on the surface, if the Han can establish a fixed trading point on the prairie, what the Han people call assistance, it would be very beneficial for both the Han and the nomadic people. It's indeed a good way. With Han people often stationed here, I think Mao Dun wouldn't dare to do anything. Just that I don't know how much land the Han people need. If it's too large, it would be difficult for us, as the lakeside is where the grass and water are lush, and every summer we have to come here to graze. After thinking for a while, Nat Do couldn't come up with any ideas, so he tried to ask Du Fuk's attitude to see what size of land was needed before deciding. As soon as he finished speaking, the other leaders nodded in agreement. Du Fuk saw this and secretly smiled. The agricultural land exploitation ability of farmers. How could nomadic tribes compare? But precisely because he grasped this weakness of the opponent, he came up with such an idea. It's not too big. 5 kilometers long and wide in each direction. Du Fuk thought for a moment and said, "How much is 5 kilometers long and wide?" Nat Do clearly didn't understand the measurement units of the Han people, so when he heard Du Fuk say this, he looked very confused. "I can't explain this clearly either. It's already dark today. How about tomorrow I send someone to measure it for you?" Du Fuk waved his hand to express helplessness. This can't be understood just by talking. They have to see it to understand. "Okay, that's fine. You must be tired from the long journey here. Let's stop for today. We'll continue discussing tomorrow. But for now, let's eat." Nat Do had to accept. If he couldn't explain it clearly, he would have to wait until tomorrow. So, this topic ended, and outside, nomads quickly brought food up. Beef and goat meat were plentiful, as they were contributed by many tribes. Today, with many contributions, tomorrow we can share more salt. The Han people were not polite. Goat meat was not rare, but beef was very precious to the Han. Because cattle were the main draft power, whether state-owned or private, the people regarded them as treasures. It's common to skip meals rather than harm cattle. Who would want to kill them? Moreover, the law also forbids killing them unless one wants to bury them with the cattle. After everyone enjoyed a pleasant dinner, the next morning, Du Fuc led the nomadic leaders to the riverbank. First, he had people stationed by the river to take salt and goods from the large ships down and then proceeded to trade with the leaders. Whoever has livestock, beef, tendons, or cow horns can exchange them for those items. If not, they can pay in cash with cattle or horses. If there aren't enough, some people would have to go back on foot. After all, Du Fuc did not agree to let them owe money. Handing over cash and goods at the same time was the principle of the Han merchant group so that both sides would not suffer losses and trust could be built, ensuring peace of mind for both sides. While arranging people to trade goods and counting quantities, Du Fuc sent a team to measure the land. The merchant fleet had brought measuring tapes, so measuring the land was not difficult. Soon, everyone got to work, measuring along the lakeshore to the west, 5 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide, equivalent to a small county with a population of 100,000 people in modern times. For the current Han people, it was basically equivalent to a county town. The largest county of the Han people now is the Ruyang County, with city walls each side being 1 kilometer, able to accommodate about 10,000 people, plus the surrounding farmland is only about that. If they could really occupy a piece of land like this on the prairie, it would basically add a county for the Han people. Of course, this could only be achieved with the Han's method of exploitation, but for the nomadic tribes, sorry, that's not possible. One morning passed, and around 11 o'clock, the crew finished measuring the land. An area 5 kilometers long and wide is not something a person can see all at once. On the ground, this range exceeds the normal line of sight, but in reality, riding a horse around it doesn't take much time. Du Fuc rode with Tunat Du and the nomadic leaders around the land, and both sides burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so the 5 kilometers long and wide of the Han people is only this big. This is not a problem, even if the other leaders disagree. My tribe, Tunat Du, can also give this place to our Han friends, just hoping that after the Han merchant group settles long-term, trading with my tribe will be more favorable. Tunat Du laughed loudly, very generously. Oh, how could that be? Why should the benefits be enjoyed by just Tunat Du alone? A small piece of land like this, our tribe could also give to our Han friends. Back then, selling to us had to come with some perks. Another leader chimed in quickly. That's right, our tribe can contribute too. Oh, how about we all give up some grazing land, leaving enough space for 1,000-strong Han tribe to settle? Don't even mention 5 kilometers. Even larger areas wouldn't be a problem. The nomadic leaders behind also eagerly expressed their willingness, ready to offer land with the hope that the Han tribe would treat them favorably in future transactions. Du Fu looked at everyone and secretly chuckled. He was no longer the Du Fu of old, who had never experienced the outside world. After more than 2 years of trading on the grasslands, living among the nomads, he had a clear understanding of their customs and lifestyle. Nomadic tribes typically live in family units, with each family in a separate yurt. The entire tribe is just a collection of those yurts. The food for nomads mainly comes from livestock but not meat. Rather, it consists of dairy products like cheese, yogurt, and they eat beef and goat meat daily. Sorry, don't dream. Only the leaders get to eat like that. The lower-class nomads can only have a bit of meat in winter. If they want to eat real meat, there's a way. How? Just go hunting. Near the lake, there are birds, water, fish, and wild game, even wolves that can be eaten. Typically, a nomadic family of 5 needs at least 50 sheep, 5 or more horses, 5 cows, and a few sheepdogs. On a per capita basis, each nomad needs at least 1 horse to ride for herding, 10 sheep, and 1 cow to provide sheep and cow milk. That only covers the basics like cheese, not counting meat, sheepskins, and wool for making clothes. Moreover, according to the nature of the cavalry on the grasslands, a person without at least 3 horses wouldn't dare call themselves a cavalryman. Therefore, this is just the minimum configuration. In total, a household needs up to 89 livestock. With such a large number of livestock, relying solely on grazing, how much grass would be needed? Many might not believe it, but a good grazing land stretching 5 kilometers wide would only be enough for 2 or 3 nomadic families to graze for a month. Those livestock, especially sheep, are like plows. They eat grass too quickly, and once the grass is eaten, it doesn't regrow immediately, so they have to move continuously, chasing after fresh grass to survive. That's why they are called nomadic tribes. Therefore, the piece of land that Du Fu requested was seen by the Han tribe as a county seat, plus surrounding farmland that could easily support several thousand people. But in the eyes of the nomads, 5 kilometers wide was just the home of a few families, even small enough to be overlooked. The lifestyles of both sides differ, and their values are also different, so with the conditions that Du Fu proposed, they appeared generous. But this was also exactly what the Han tribe needed. The nomadic tribe's offer of land to the Han tribe was quickly agreed upon. In the end, the area was determined to be 4 times larger than expected, about 10 kilometers long and wide. It may sound significant, but for the vast, endless grasslands, this is nothing. However, the specific location had yet to be decided, and a thorough survey and measurement were needed before it could be confirmed. Currently, both sides were only discussing the area, the intent of the land. In the future, no matter where the Han tribe occupied land, they could only choose an area near the big lake, and the area would be limited to 10 square kilometers, no larger. Of course, this was Du Fu's proposal, reasoning that the Han tribe could take land from anywhere. It didn't matter. The main purpose of taking this land is to build a port and warehouse, so we have to find the most suitable location for constructing the port. Otherwise, randomly dividing the land wouldn't be useful. The nomadic leaders, led by Su Ri-tu, even proactively suggested increasing the land area for the Han tribe. Firstly, to show goodwill towards the Han tribe, and also as a way to draw them to their side. Secondly, to facilitate future transactions, because most of what the nomadic tribe could exchange were livestock. After trading with the Han tribe couldn't take it all immediately, so they needed a temporary grazing area. That's why they made this move. Du Fu didn't mind. The more land, the better. The Han tribe could never have too much land. More land means more yield. More yield means more money. Who would complain about having too much money? After finalizing the agreement, all the leaders involved in the negotiations, including Du Fu, under Su Ri-tu's leadership, decided to use the traditional method of the grasslands to sacrifice a cow and take an oath. On the morning of the third day on the grasslands, the leaders somehow found a small, pure white cow. In the nomadic tribe's belief, a white cow is the most sacred animal, capable of connecting with the divine, and using a white cow as a sacrifice, the oath can reach the heavens. So, in the cool autumn weather, under the guidance of the glamorous shaman priests, an altar was set up. In the midst of the encirclement of the leaders, the cow was beheaded as a sacrifice to the heavens. After that, everyone, including Du Fu, smeared cow's blood on their foreheads and then placed their hands on the cow's head to swear. The content of the oath was nothing more than the nomadic tribe must adhere to the promise of providing land to the Han tribe, while the Han tribe must ensure fair transactions with them. Anyone who violates the oath would face the punishment of the heavens. Finally, the shamans cut off 2 cow horns. Du Fu and Su Ri-tu each held one as proof of the oath. Although Du Fu had completed the blood oath ritual, he still didn't trust it much. The 2 cow horns had no inscriptions on them. How could they serve as proof? Moreover, all the penalties for violating the oath relied on vague deities, without a third party to ensure it. Thus, the binding power of this treaty depended solely on the level of superstition of the one swearing it. In 3 days, Du Fu had exchanged all the goods on the ship, except for the reserve for the return trip. Take out the beasts, cow horns, and cow tendons from Tanat Du and the others. Then, he led the fleet to begin the journey back. 3 sailboats lined up and headed straight east. This enormous freshwater lake resembled every autumn of the Han people, pushing schools of migratory fish from the sea inland to spawn. This important information was also recorded by the envoy in the journey's log. To the east, the prairie has a large lake called Sunrising Sea. The lake is filled with fish, and countless water birds fly overhead. Along the marshes by the lake, there are many animals like rhinoceroses, elephants, tigers, leopards, dogs, and wolves that could all become initial food sources for the people building the city. The Han people's city on the prairie promises to be successful. Le Sung looked at the letter sent by Eagle from the envoy, feeling both happy and in agreement with his words. There's an old saying that whoever turns their back to the sky is our delicious prey. This saying is so true. As long as it's a creature with its back turned, what wouldn't our culinary empire dare to eat? Even the people who turn their backs to us, we would dare to taste. In the letter, the envoy summarized recent events from leaving the tribe's coal mine to encountering a savage tribe that wanted to trade but unexpectedly attacked them, causing the fleet to lose a few people. After that, they arrived at Sa Shao, where crocodiles occupied the waters and the Lei tribe along the shore, then successfully lured the entire Lei tribe and their cats onto the boats. Next was the discovery of the Kuwang tribe in the lower river, inviting their leader to the Han people and emphasizing that their leader named Xuan is very difficult to deal with. This matter has not yet been finalized. They discovered a river branch leading to the large lake on the prairie, successfully reaching the prairie and the changes that have occurred there over the past 6 months, along with the agreement to offer land to the Han people between the envoy and leaders like Tanat Du. At the end of the letter, the envoy emphasized that if the leader agrees to build the city, they should prepare the necessary supplies and manpower as well as more boats soon. La Sung was very pleased after reading the letter. The opportunity for the Han people to develop is a good thing. but the rapid growth has led to an increasing demand for labor everywhere. Supplies are easier to solve, but the labor issue is truly difficult. They must find a way to resolve it immediately. Fortunately, this year the basic projects of the districts and counties have nearly been completed, so the slaves from the cannibal tribe can be mobilized. However, La Song would definitely not let them sit idle enjoying themselves. Just at this moment, there was a new construction project. Sending them there to work would be perfect. As for that savage tribe daring to kill the Han people, they truly deserve to die. But thinking of the mercy of heaven and earth, La Song is not a bloodthirsty person. It would be better to give them a chance for labor reform, capturing them all to work for the Han people to atone for their sins. But just thinking about this, La Song felt a headache. Capturing people sounds easy, but who will go catch them? Should he go capture slaves himself? That would mean forming an army, but the army also needs people. So, he returned to square one, still lacking manpower. How difficult it is for a newly rising empire. La Song just wanted to exclaim, "I'm so miserable." The wars during the spring and autumn, warring states, Qin unification, the 6 states to the Ming exchanging for Mongolia, the armies participating in. These wars numbered in the millions. Where did they get so many soldiers? Is their labor productivity higher than the Han people now? No. The Han people currently even surpass them in some technological aspects. So why does the Han people lack soldiers? It's a matter of system and context. During the warring states period, the 7 strong states could each mobilize at least 200,000 troops. Why? Because they had a reserve of grain and they implemented a conscription system. What is conscription? It means no salary, no clothes, no shoes. If you survive after the fight, you might get credit, but if you die, there are no benefits. Moreover, this conscription system must ensure that no one is taken from a family. A family must have at least 2 brothers for one to be called to serve. The other must stay home to farm, so that war does not affect the production of the rear. By the time of the Ming, it was even crazier. At the peak of military strength, the number of regular troops reached nearly 3 million. Modern China, with over 1 billion people, has how many soldiers? The Ming only had tens of millions of people but had so many soldiers. How did Zhu Yuanzhang manage to support such a large army? It was thanks to the military household system, where the garrisons farmed for themselves and soldiers fed themselves. The state only needed to worry about weapons and armor, no need to pay salaries, nor provide rations. This is the cheapest army, but it must also be acknowledged that the newly established Ming was indeed very poor, and old Zhu had to do so. Doesn't Lei Sung understand these things? Isn't the conscription system very good? Aren't the garrison farms very cheap? He also wants to learn, but the Han people do not give him the opportunity. The new residents of the Han people's districts and counties are mostly recent immigrants who have just settled, with families full of young people, mostly young couples with children 2 or 3 years old. There's no way a young man would go to war while leaving a brother at home to farm. Therefore, if conscription is enforced, it will definitely affect the production of the rear. This is unavoidable. The cause of all these issues still lies with La Sung himself. The population structure of the Han people is mainly immigrants. The children born in the Han people currently are at most 5 years old, so the core force of the tribe is still the immigrants. To maintain his dominant position, La has applied a strict system of border defense and population control. All adult males must establish their own families. The first purpose is to promote population growth. The second purpose, which is also the most important, is to divide the power of the clans. In other words, it is to divide the power of the small tribal clans. Are you of the same clan? Are you the clan leader? Then I will separate you from your relatives, moving you to, unlike the forces of the smaller tribal clans. Are you of the same clan? Are you the clan leader? Then I will separate you and your relatives, moving to different places. What do you have left to resist me? Besides, La Sung often rewards those who have made contributions. What kind of rewards? First, I give them a new surname. Previously, you were surnamed Ho. That's fine. Now I change your surname to Lai. From now on, you are the ancestor of the Lai family. This way, you and the Siu clan become 2 different families. What do you have left to rely on the power of your clan against me? But the consequence of this is that the Han clan becomes a rapidly dividing cell. The speed of expansion increases but loses accumulation. Families with siblings are very few. As soon as they grow up, they must establish their own families, contributing to the population growth of the Han clan. In the end, the result is that when it comes to recruiting soldiers, there are no people to recruit. After recruiting, there will be no one left at home to farm. Without food, the people will starve. La Song walked around the room a few times, making both the first and second wives, who were sitting on the bed, so enclosed for their children, feel dizzy, so they had to sit down and support their foreheads with their hands. What are you worried about now? Isn't our Han clan developing very well? Xiao Di couldn't help but ask. We are short on people. The Han clan is indeed developing well, but the construction projects are increasing, and when we stop using coal, we find we need more people. Building factories on the island in the middle of the lake also requires people. Going to battle requires people. And the Du clan has also taken a piece of land on the prairie. We will also need to build a new city there in the future. The new city will also require a lot of people. Everywhere needs people, but the immigrants from various places have just stabilized, so they cannot be mobilized. Oh. La Sung sighed, Chin Oan. You have just joined the Han clan for a short time, do not understand the structure of the Han clan, and have not even visited the districts of the Han clan, so you have no way to help La Sung solve the problem. But Xiao Di is different. She is one of the first people to join the Han clan. She understands the development process of the tribe. Hearing La Sung say there are no people available, she immediately asked, Isn't there a lot of new people in the Wei Mountain district of Yunji? Last time I heard you say, the new population has exceeded 10,000 people, and the Liuyang district has been continuously attracting immigrants in recent years. Can't they mobilize some people? La Xem was startled after hearing this and burst out laughing. The Great Tree recorded these contents with a confused expression and then asked the leader who wanted to recruit soldiers, Are we going to fight? Who are we fighting with? La Sung looked at the Great Tree and explained slowly. Someone has killed people from the Du clan. This grudge cannot be overlooked. Every Han clan citizen cannot die unjustly. Therefore, we must send troops to retaliate and also capture some prisoners. Currently, we have too many construction projects and lack manpower to work. Moreover, Du Fu sent a letter saying that he has taken a piece of land on the prairie. Next year, we will build a city there. This city will also need a large number of stationed soldiers, as it is far from our territory. Surrounded by strong forces, if we do not take precautions, I cannot be at ease. La Sung saw that the Great Tree had finished recording the recruitment order and also breathed a sigh of relief. At least one thing is done. He sat down and continued to explain about building a city on the prairie. Isn't Du Fu supposed to go down the river by boat? How did he run up to the prairie? The Great Tree was very confused. Back then, he was the one who sent Du Fu onto the boat. How could the boat run up to the prairie? La Sung took a sip of tea and continued to explain, Haven't you heard that there is a large lake to the east of the prairie? They followed the Liuyang River branch and found a path leading to the large lake on the prairie. From there, they could go straight up to the prairie. What? The lower reaches of the Liuyang River directly connect to the prairie? The Great Tree was startled and stood up abruptly. Surprised, right? I was too at first, but this is good for our Han clan. Trading with the prairie tribes and the new tribes will become more convenient. This way, we no longer have to worry about the lack of cattle. With cattle, we will have more land. With land, we will have food. With food, the Han clan will advance further and become more stable. The Great Tree nodded continuously in agreement, but then asked, So what about the soldiers we recruit later who will be stationed long-term on the prairie? What about their wives and children? This is only temporary. When the city on the prairie is built, with houses, it will certainly need many workers. At that time, if they want, they can bring their wives and children to live there. After all, it is the land of the Han clan. There is a large lake over there. There is no shortage of water, and it can also be cultivated. Living anywhere is fine. La Sung seemed very relaxed about this issue, not worry at all. The Great Tree nodded again, saying nothing more. But La Sung suddenly remembered something and asked how the school was doing now. Was there any problem? And what about the paper mill expansion I asked you to arrange? The school is operating very well. There are no problems. Moreover, it has only been a few days. If there were problems right away, it would mean that our previous preparations were flawed. The school in Liuyang district is even better than the school in Hanyang. Hanyang has no problems, and we here have nothing to worry about. As for the paper production, we have expanded, and now we have added 20 production lines for making paper, but the raw material for pulp is insufficient. We are researching a new pulp blending ratio. The shipyard has a lot of sawdust, burning it would be wasteful, so we might as well use it to make paper. We have started experimenting with making paper from sawdust. The Great Tree began to answer as soon as La Sung asked. Yeah, this can be researched further. After all, it is about utilizing waste, using everything that can be used, and expanding paper production soon. As soon as he heard you mention shipbuilding, we also need to expand this year and design a new type of ship. In Du Fu's letter, it mentioned, along the river, the water surface is very wide, and the water level is deep. We can completely build larger ships to increase transport capacity. As for the manpower for shipbuilding, the harvest season is coming soon. As for making paper, we have expanded, and now we have added 20 production lines for making paper, but the raw material for pulp is insufficient. We are researching a new pulp blending ratio. The shipyard has a lot of sawdust. Burning it would be wasteful, so we might as well use it to make paper. We have started experimenting with making paper from sawdust. The Great Tree began to answer as soon as Lei Sung asked. Yeah, this can be researched further. After all, it is about utilizing waste, using everything that can be used, and expanding paper production soon. As soon as he heard you mention shipbuilding, we also need to expand this year and design a new type of ship. In Du Fu's letter, it mentioned, "Along the river, the water surface is very wide and the water level is deep. We can completely build larger ships to increase transport capacity. As for the manpower for shipbuilding, the harvest season is coming soon. Wait until after the harvest is done, then post a notice to recruit temporary workers for the shipyard. Anyone who comes will be paid monthly. This is not mandatory. If you want to earn some extra cash, come on over. If not, that's fine. Everyone has worked hard all year, so they need a break. As for the design of the new ship, wait until I get back and finish the drawing. Then I will send it to you all." La Sung thought for a moment and then made further arrangements. "If next year we really build a city on the prairie, then water transportation will definitely develop. With the development of water transport, we will need more ships, especially large ones that can carry horses. Therefore, we need to design many new types of ships." Thinking about this, La Sung felt a headache coming on. There was no other way. This task had to be done by La Sung himself. It was already impressive enough to have the craftsmen build according to the blueprints. Expecting them to design ships on their own was just a daydream. After arranging everything, La Sung watched the big tree lead people to post the recruitment notice and then set off for Wei Mountain District. This time, he didn't ride a horse but took a boat. Even though the two districts were only separated by a mountain, traveling by water was still more convenient. When he arrived at the port of Wei Mountain District, La Sung walked with Van Chi towards the city. But as they passed by the street stalls, La Sung suddenly exclaimed and was drawn to the items there. At a small stall specializing in ceramics, there were not just plates, bowls, or basins, but some strange items. For example, there was a girl dressed in Han attire, holding a lotus flower, looking like a small model, made entirely of white porcelain and adorned with colored glaze. In fact, this was an oil lamp made of ceramics. The lotus in the girl's hand was the oil reservoir. No need to say, this was definitely a specialty of the Ling tribe or the tribes from the swamp area. Only they would frequently come into contact with lotus flowers, so it was understandable to incorporate the image of a lotus into the design of the oil lamp. Such lamps were no longer ordinary items but could be considered works of art. If discovered by archaeologists in the future, they would definitely sell for a hefty price. Additionally, there were oil lamps shaped like animals, such as a tall white crane with long legs, carrying a lotus-shaped lamp on its back. Of course, if it were just oil lamps, it wouldn't be noteworthy. What surprised La Sung the most was that there were also fat ceramic pigs with a narrow slot on their backs for putting in money. How strange. Who came up with these things? La Sung couldn't help but ask. It was those ceramic craftsmen. If they only sold plates and bowls, those items wouldn't be consumables. Unless they broke, no one would buy them every day. But the ceramic workshop couldn't stop working, so the craftsmen came up with these items. Van Chi saw that La Sung was interested in these things and quickly explained, "Yeah, not bad. This person has a good mind." La Sung nodded in appreciation and said nothing more. The Han people use coins as currency, so it was normal for someone to come up with a piggy bank to save money. It couldn't be a coincidence that a time traveler appeared in the Han district. La Sung felt this was unbelievable. If he were really a time traveler, he would definitely reveal himself. Shaking his head to dismiss those random thoughts, La Sung followed Van Chi to the Wei Mountain District Governor's mansion. Coincidentally, Du Ye was also there, so there were enough people. La Sung asked the two the same questions he had asked the big tree. How many people are currently in Wei Mountain District? How many households? How many young men? How many people have been allocated land? And how many have not? Report to me. Currently, there are about 18,000 people. The tribes on the island in the middle of the lake had not moved in before. Now that they have harvested their crops, they have only been here for less than a month. The tribes around the lake have also recently finished harvesting their crops and just arrived. Additionally, many of the tribes we bought sugarcane from this year have agreed to come, but their sugarcane harvest is not yet complete, so they will probably have to wait until before winter to move in. Regarding households, we took care of that as soon as they arrived. Currently, there are about 5,000 households, with young men as heads of households, nothing different. As for land distribution, the leader knows that these newcomers haven't been here long. Even if they have land, they won't have time to plant anything this year. Therefore, most of them are idle, but they have brought along the food they harvested, and since they are new to the Han people, I haven't taxed them yet. They can store their food, so before next year's harvest, they won't go hungry. The leader can rest assured. Although their land is currently fallow, we have already dug the ditches. By next spring, as long as we plow it again, it will definitely not affect the spring harvest. Van Chi knew that his position as district governor was granted by La Sung, but the promise of 50,000 people had not yet been fulfilled. The land distribution was also not finished. He was very worried that La Sung would be dissatisfied and then kill the pigs after getting drunk or dismiss him from his position. So in the end, he almost justified himself, hoping La Sung would understand his work. But he didn't expect La Sung to be not angry at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. This surprised Van Chi greatly. It's even better that we haven't started planting yet. Now I'm giving you a task. Recruit soldiers in your Wei Mountain district. First recruit 2,500 people. The conditions for recruitment here are simple. You just need to copy a few of these notices and post them up. If you have any questions, ask Du Ya for help. Within 3 days, recruit enough people and bring them to Hanyang City. La Song thought for a moment and then took out a recruitment notice that the big tree had copied and handed it to Van Chi, asking him to follow the regulations on it. Huh? Recruit soldiers? What does that mean? Van Chi had not been in the Han people for long. Although he had a talent for managing civil affairs, he did not understand the military system of the Han people. La Song would understand his work, but he didn't expect La Song to be not angry at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. This surprised Van Chi greatly. It's even better that we haven't started planting yet. Now I'm giving you a task. Recruit soldiers in your Wei Mountain district. First recruit 2,500 people. The conditions for recruitment here are simple. You just need to copy a few of these notices and post them up. If you have any questions, ask Du Ya for help. Within 5 days, recruit enough people and bring them to Hanyang City. La Song thought for a moment and then took out a recruitment notice that the big tree had copied and handed it to Van Chi, asking him to follow the regulations on it. Huh? Recruit soldiers. What does that mean? Van Chi had not been in the Han people for long. Although he had a talent for managing civil affairs, he did not understand the military system of the Han people. Quan is a warrior, a term used by our Han people specifically for fighting, usually for defending fortresses. Du Ya saw that Van Chi didn't understand, so he explained beside him and suddenly asked La Sung, the leader, with so many troops being recruited, are we about to go to war? Who are we fighting? It's for fighting, but more importantly, for defense. Your brother is on his way back. Wait for him to return, and then he will explain it to you. La Sung frowned and replied indifferently, then can I go? I also want to fight. Right now, every day I'm just transporting people or drawing maps. I haven't been anywhere else for a long time. Du Ya heard La Sung say they were really about to fight and immediately became excited. It has nothing to do with you. Just sit still. First, cooperate with Van Chi to complete the task of 50,000 people that he promised. Before that is done, don't think about anything else. Work must have a beginning and an end, understand? Once you take on a task, you must finish it, and do it well. La Sung directly scolded Du Ya, saying he was still not as reliable as his brother, too unstable, too impatient. How could he accomplish something big like that? Well, that's fine. Du Ya heard La Sung say that, so he reluctantly agreed. Leader, I have one more question. If you mobilize so many young men from Weishan County now, what will we do if we lack manpower for farming next spring? Van Chi saw that Du Ya had no more to say and immediately raised his own question. Didn't you say there would be another batch of people coming before winter? Let the newcomers help with the work. Anyone willing to help will be exempt from a portion of the grain tax next year. As for the manpower shortage, I will try to send more cattle to you. Don't worry, by the second half of next year, our Han people will not lack cattle anymore. La Sung thought for a moment and then immediately made arrangements. Oh, then I have no more questions. I will recruit enough troops within the specified time. Since the leader has a plan, you just need to follow the orders. Moreover, getting priority on more cattle is even better. The reason the neighboring tribes want to join the Han people is mostly because of better food, advanced farming techniques of the Han people, and a large number of cattle. Who wouldn't want to do easier work and ultimately harvest more food? After La Sung finished arranging everything in Weishan County, he immediately set off to return without resting. Weishan County has 2,500 people. Luoyang County has 500 people, adding up to 3,000 people, but La Sung still felt it wasn't enough. Since he decided to recruit soldiers, he might as well recruit a bit more. What is the strategic goal this time? It is to capture prisoners. If it's just to kill people, with the military level and equipment of the Han people, 500 people will be enough to crush that barbaric tribe of over 2,000. But capturing them is different. You have to surround and ambush them to capture them all. Otherwise, if the opponent sees they can't win, won't they just run away? Therefore, this time La Sung needs a lot of troops. Later, they will also have to camp in the grasslands, so he didn't mind having a large number. So La Sung continued west to Ruyang County, ordering Shi Dai to recruit an additional 500 people here. Then he ordered the 2 counties of Danshan and Ma Tian to each recruit 150 people, while Bei Fumaguan would recruit 200 people, along with 155 old soldiers stationed in various places. In total, the number of troops had reached 4,155 people. La Sung used the old soldiers as officers to train the new recruits, 1 old soldier for every 25 new recruits. Having a large number of troops is indeed a lot, but it's not to the extent of causing any problems. After a few months of training, by next spring, with over 4,000 people in hand, La Sung could confidently say he could defeat anyone across this continent. La Sung hurried back to Hanyang City, Although the recruitment order required completion within a week, it would take a few more days for them to arrive. In total, it would take at least half a month to gather the new recruits from various places. However, La Sung needed to prepare many things in advance. Where to set up the camp, where to place the training grounds. This is over 4,000 people, needing a large area, as well as provisions, weapons, carts, and officers. A lot of things need to be arranged. It sounds like a regular army, but while that's good, it really burns money like burning firewood. First, the issue of the camp needs to be resolved. A large area is needed, but it can't be too far from the Han people. Otherwise, communication will be difficult. After careful consideration, La Sung decided to set the camp in the north of the Fuma Guan Valley. That area is all vacant land, close to Fuma Guan, not far from Hanyang City, making it a quite suitable location. However, currently, that place is still a wasteland, with no camp established, so it needs to be rebuilt. This won't lack manpower, just let the new recruits do it themselves. Next is the military uniforms and armor. This needs to be prepared right away. La Sung assigned the task of making military uniforms to his mother-in-law. She will prepare the fabric, while Shi Dai will recruit women in Ruyang County to sew. There, the population is large, making this task easier. The workshop will also be handled by Ruyang County because the largest silk weaving center of the Han people is located there. As for Hanyang City, it cannot sit idle. It must leverage its strengths. Therefore, the production of weapons will be handled by Hanyang City. La Sung is most concerned about the crossbow batch that started production last year. Nearly a year has passed. He wonders how far they have progressed. When entering the woodworking workshop of Hanyang City, it is still bustling as usual. The biggest project is still shipbuilding. Hanyang City builds small boats, while Liuyang County builds large boats. In addition, there's that batch of crossbows. As the saying goes, in winter, make wood. In spring, make horns. In summer, make tendons. In autumn, gather them. And now that it's autumn, this batch of crossbows has also reached the final stage, just needing to be armored to finish. The professional craftsmen are busy assembling the armor for each crossbow according to La Sung's design. 2,500 short reflex bows. This is a type of bow specifically designed for cavalry, lighter than a longbow made of hard wood, but with a longer shooting range. With light arrows, the maximum range can reach 300 meters, while with heavy arrows, the lethal range can reach 150 meters against unarmored targets and 100 meters against armored targets. Even though it's the same type of bow, the methods of use are very diverse. Choosing between armor-piercing arrows or damage arrows is an art in itself. Of course, the Han people currently do not have that many cavalry. To equip 2,500 cavalrymen, at least 10,000 war horses need to be prepared. La Sung knows where to get that many horses, so let's leave this for later. Once we stabilize in the steppe and have more livestock, we can think about it. Since we don't have cavalry, the short bow for cavalry is not urgent, but the crossbows for infantry need to be made right away. The skilled craftsman fixed the oak bow body onto the frame, then coated it with fish glue and attached the intricately carved bow tips and grips. Next, they glued thin slices of cow horn on, and used a string winding machine to tightly bind the two glued parts with sinew. After that, the bow was set aside to dry. Meanwhile, other craftsmen were taking out a batch of semi-finished products that had been previously glued. These had completely dried. They followed similar steps, fixing the semi-finished products onto the frame, coating the ungrafted side with fish glue, then gluing a layer of sinew on, pressing it tightly, and coating with more glue, continuing to add another layer of sinew, until the entire bow body is covered with sinew. This step is extremely important, because the pulling force of the bow depends on the thickness of the sinew layer. They must use a caliper to measure this thickness accurately. After gluing the horn and sinew on, both sides of the bow body are still not finished. When the bow has completely dried, they coat it with another layer of glue and wrap a layer of birch bark around it, both to beautify the appearance and to make it waterproof and resistant to wear. The bow wrapped in birch bark looks very smooth and fragrant, but is still not complete. The outside still needs to be painted, both for decoration and to make it waterproof. After painting, the finished product looks very shiny, like a unified block. If one did not witness the process of assembling the armor, no one would believe that this bow was made from many different parts. After completing the composite bow, they mounted it onto the prepared crossbow arms, then added a D-shaped iron ring forged in the smithy, finally securing everything with pins and mortises. What La Sung felt most familiar with was that this crossbow was designed in the style he liked the most. The front grip was made like a rifle stock, the trigger was a circle, and the tail of the crossbow was also curved like a modern rifle stock. If viewed from the back, one might mistakenly think this was a famous rifle from World War II. After assembling the armor, the final step was to hang the bowstring. However, the workshop only hung the string temporarily to test fire a few times, checking if the arrow groove was smooth, if the trigger was functioning normally, and if the actual distance of the sight was accurate. After passing the inspection, the bowstring would be removed, and only when distributed to the soldiers would it be hung again, to avoid reducing the elasticity of the bow arms, which would decrease the lifespan of the bow. La Song held a newly completed crossbow, tried firing a few shots, then turned to ask Mok Thong, "How much longer until this divine crossbow is finished?" Mok Thong replied, "Sir, this time we are making 2,500 short reflex bows and 3,500 divine crossbows. We have currently completed 600 divine crossbows. The remaining can be finished within a month. The short bows will be done before winter." La Sung nodded. This speed was within his expectations. It couldn't be said to be slow, because this type of weapon is different from blades and spears. It cannot be rushed. Future weapons must also ensure the same quality. A little better would be fine, but it must not be worse than this batch. Additionally, this type of crossbow needs to continue production from this winter, making another 10,000 units. In the future, each fortress of the Han people must be equipped with some. Mok Thong was slightly startled upon hearing this. Making that many? But our materials are running low. Our tribe does not kill cattle, so we don't have that many horns and sinews. La Sung smiled. "Don't worry, just prepare the wooden bodies and crossbow frames for now. Horns and sinews will not be lacking. Next year, our tribe will strengthen trade with the steppe. These will never be in short supply again." Mok Thong, hearing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I have nothing to worry about. This type of crossbow is very good. Although hanging the string is a bit troublesome and the firing speed is a bit slow, but it doesn't require much practice. It's easy to learn quickly. Each fortress will be equipped with some, and if anything happens, even women and children can use them. Leader, rest assured, we will do well." After arranging the crossbow manufacturing, La Sung thought about other things regarding armor. This time recruiting so many soldiers, thousands of them cannot be as casual as before. Leather armor cannot be used. The Han people don't have much cowhide, and the defensive capability of leather armor is limited. Plus, it's not much lighter than iron armor. It's better to just go all out and equip iron armor, especially since the metal stamping technique that the hand developed from coin casting is now very skilled. Stamping some steel sheets isn't difficult at all. The principle is similar to coin casting. The only difference is the shape of the product. After fully equipping the iron armor, the saved cowhide can be used to make a few pairs of shoes for the soldiers, which is pretty convenient, right? This is the most proper way to use cowhide. Who would have thought that the most worn-out item in the army isn't weapons but shoes? Those who frequently march into battle don't know how many pairs of shoes they will ruin. Thinking of this, Lei Sung immediately went home and started sketching designs for various armors, including the mountain pattern armor, fish scale armor, and the chat armor, specifying the exact dimensions before handing them over to the metalworking shop for production. However, they don't need to make it too complicated. Just use a steel rolling machine to create steel plates of the right thickness, then change the mold and stamp out the necessary steel plates, and that's it. As for the armor weaving, it can be handed over to the women who sew clothes, or even let the soldiers do it themselves. After all, when it reaches them, if the size isn't right, it has to be adjusted, so it's better to get it right the first time. All preparations are being carried out in an orderly manner. Finally, after a week, Hanyang City welcomed the first batch of soldiers. However, they did not come from Liuyang County and Weishan County, because those two places are far away, so they will arrive later. The soldiers who can gather quickly and arrive at Hanyang City the earliest are from Ruyang City, Danshan County, and Madian County. Since the barracks have been set up north of Fuma Pass, Le Sung decided not to let the soldiers from Fuma Pass come here but ordered Ying Hui to organize the transport of supplies to the barracks first. Although the number of soldiers from these three places isn't large, combined they still make up 1,000 people. When they arrive at Hanyang City, they don't stop but immediately receive carts, livestock, rations, tents, and tools from the large warehouse. Then under the command of the blood map, they head straight to the barracks. They will set up temporary tents there first. After these people leave, they will have to wait another 5 or 6 days for a troop of 3,000 people to arrive from the east of the Ru River. By this time, it can be considered that all the soldiers have gathered. La Sung begins to personally lead them to the barracks north of Fuma Pass. The 3,000 soldiers march in a long line, and although they are lined up neatly, they still seem a bit chaotic. However, La Sung doesn't mind because they haven't been trained yet, and this can't be rushed. The new recruits continue to push the supply carts, following La Sung towards the barracks. But they have no idea what is in the carts. The boxes filled with goods are very heavy, and it's unclear what is inside. The new recruits whisper and chat as they walk, each with their own thoughts. "Hey buddy, where are you from? How long have you been with the Han tribe?" A young man about 20 years old pulls out a handful of roasted beans from his pocket, hands them to the person next to him, and asks, "Oh, I just got here. Not even 3 months yet. The one being asked is a young man around 18 or 19, looking very strong, with a warm voice and a bit of simplicity. Weishan County, right? Are you familiar with the Han tribe? It's okay. The county provided us with brick houses that can be heated. My wife and kids can live in a warm house this year. No more worrying about the cold. The simple young man replies. Yeah, the houses of the Han tribe are really top-notch. You probably haven't experienced a winter in the Han tribe. You don't know how comfortable it is to sleep on a heated bed. I wish I had come to the Han tribe earlier. Last year, there was a heavy snow. My newborn child died from the cold that winter. If I had been in the Han tribe then, maybe it would have survived. The young man sighs, unable to help but remember. Man, that's a shame. Do you have kids now? Yes. The one who died from the cold was my third child. Now I have 3 left, 2 girls and 1 boy. That's good. But you just got settled. Why join the army? Haha. In my old tribe, I was a famous hunter. Not many could hunt as well as I could. But here in the Han tribe, there's no need to hunt. If you want meat, you can buy it, and if you don't have money, you can raise it yourself. People in the tribe either farm or work as craftsmen, or do small trading. But I don't like that kind of life. I'm still young. I can still hunt. I don't want to spend all day with my face in the dirt. This time, isn't the recruitment for warriors? Earning money while fighting, what's not to like? So I came here. What about you? Why did you join the army? Oh, to earn merit and get a title. I don't have any talents. I'm not smart. I don't know how to talk smoothly, and I don't know either. Farming at home, when will I ever get a title? There's no chance at all. On the day of recruitment, they said that earning merit would lead to a title. Even if you die in battle, it would leave a title for your son. Opportunities like that are rare, because our Han tribe is strong. Not many dare to provoke us. Thinking that way, I decided not to miss this good opportunity, so I came here. Is that title really that important? The newcomer asked, looking confused, clearly not understanding the title system of the Han tribe. The newcomer Lesung didn't understand why so many people were so passionate about that title. After all, he wasn't very familiar with the Han tribe. The registration for military service was just because they weren't used to the daily life of farming in the fields. And there are quite a few people like him who joined the army for similar reasons. The agricultural and livestock life of the Han tribe is good, very stable, but the hunting skills are deeply ingrained in them, almost becoming instinct. Now that there is a chance to break free, who would miss it? Moreover, being a soldier also comes with a salary. It's not like you can't earn money. So why not do it? Besides, there are others whose goal is to earn merit to get a title. These people have been with the Han tribe for 2 or 3 years. They understand that if they only work hard in farming, the chance of getting a title is very slim. The Han tribe is very strong, and there aren't many enemies daring to confront the Han tribe, so they also know that this opportunity is rare. Another group consists of a few who have seen the Han tribe's army. They admire the armor and equipment of the soldiers immensely, either wearing armor, wielding large swords and shields, or riding 2 horses wearing majestic masks. Galloping across the prairie, how could they not dream of it? Regardless of what their purpose for enlisting is, they still follow their leader step by step into the training camp. Thousands of people took just 1 day to reach the military camp, but when they arrived, they only saw tents along with a lot of wood and construction tools, looking nothing like a military camp, but more like a large construction site. Could it be that we were deceived? This recruitment isn't for fighting but for hiring construction workers. The new recruits were stunned, but they didn't dare to say anything. It's because we just arrived, and besides, the leader is here too. The leader of the Han tribe values trust highly, so they definitely won't deceive them. While the new recruits were full of doubts, standing still, not knowing what to do, a sudden drumbeat echoed through the empty camp, startling the soldiers who were chatting. The drum led them to a temporary platform where their leader stood with 2 people wearing black leather armor looking down below. La Sung held a bronze megaphone and shouted, "Warriors, don't doubt, this is where you will live and train. Don't think that just because there's nothing here now, this will become the base of the strongest army of the Han tribe. I know what you're thinking. You must be wondering, isn't the leader calling us here to fight for the Han tribe? Is it to go into battle against the enemy? So where are our armor and weapons? Where are our bows and chariots? All of those will come, but not right now. Who gets to wield the shield and sword? Who gets to wear armor and carry a spear? Who gets to ride horses and use bows? These decisions are not up to you but must go through a selection process. For now, listen to the arrangements of the officers. Form teams of 25, each team will get 2 tents. I give you 1 month to finish building the camp, not just to build but also to practice the skills that the officers teach you well. A month later, I will personally come here to evaluate you. Those who excel will be promoted to officers on the spot, wear better armor, and receive higher pay. All right, now the officers will start dividing the teams. After La Sung finished the speech, the new recruits realized that armor and weapons wouldn't just be handed out. In other words, they didn't have the right to choose their unit, what type of armor to wear in the future, what weapons to carry, whether to walk or ride, all had to be determined through a selection process. But what are the specific criteria? If the leader doesn't say, then what should we do? If we knew the criteria in advance, at least we could prepare. The chances of being chosen for the unit they like would be higher. Perhaps the only way is to wait for a chance to ask the veterans in black armor, wearing red hats. These people must have gone through the selection process too. Many people had this thought, but there was no opportunity right now. They knew very well what their current task was: to build the camp. Autumn was only halfway through, the weather wasn't too cold yet, but if they didn't finish building the houses in a month or two, spending winter in tents would surely lead to freezing to death. The new recruits quickly formed teams by number, with one officer leading 25 recruits, each group of 13 people in one tent. After arranging their belongings, the officers began organizing the soldiers to work. Some followed the officers up the mountain to chop wood for building fortifications and lighting fires, while others stayed in the camp, digging latrines, wells, and making earthen houses. To build the camp quickly, they certainly couldn't waste time making bricks for building houses. They could only use local materials to build some earthen houses. The houses weren't big, just one room. Inside there was a long grilling platform. Each room housed a small squad, with a total of 12 people, equivalent to the number of people in the current tent. After the evaluation in a month, they would reorganize and divide the current 25 people into small squads. By then, the houses would also be ready to live in. From that day on, strict military management began to be implemented in the camp. Around 6 in the morning, the wake-up call rang out, striking 100 times. Anyone not dressed properly appearing in the training yard within 100 drum beats would be punished in front of everyone. After 2 days like this, no new recruit dared to sleep in anymore. Everyone got up early and stood in line. After gathering, they lined up and ran around the training yard following the officer. This torturous action was affectionately called morning runs by the officers. After running, everyone was dismissed, with requirements for personal hygiene and tidying up their belongings. Of course, there wasn't much to tidy. There were no blankets or mattresses. Don't expect them to fold blankets into neat squares. Just placing the eating utensils in the right spot, cleaning the tent, and opening the ventilation curtain was already good enough. After tidying up, they lined up to have breakfast and then started working under the guidance of the officers. At noon, they had lunch, rested a bit, then practiced formations, continued working in the afternoon, and in the evening gathered to learn military laws, learning military laws while also learning to read and write. Everyone held sticks to write on the ground, learning 5 characters a day, not too many nor too few. Life in the camp was boring. The new recruits gradually understood the rules here. No matter what they did, they were required to be neat, quick, and work as a team. Just like the morning drum, they had to be fully dressed before the last beat, or else they would be punished. Thus, after a week, the camp finally took on some shape that La Sung envisioned. A high wooden fence was erected, with a watchtower at intervals, and the camp gate also had guards. Latrines and wells in the camp had been dug. Now only housing, storage, and livestock pens were missing. At the same time, in Hanyang City, La Sung was in the metalworking shop with everyone testing the production of brass horns. The brass horn is actually one of the simplest musical instruments. To put it bluntly, it's a twisted tube that produces sound by blowing into it. The pitch depends on the shape of the lips and the amount of air blown, with no complex tuning parts. In short, it's a tube that produces sound through the mouth. The Han tribe's brassworking technique was already very mature. The production of brass horns was simply cutting thin sheets of brass into the necessary shapes and then bending or hammering them into the desired shape. Finally, using a soldering iron and a welding torch to seal the gaps and weld the pieces together. Saying it's hard is not difficult but also not easy, especially the welding part. The ratio of copper to tin is 1:1. The melting temperature of the bronze tin alloy is around 500 to 600 degrees. Casting this alloy into small rods. When using, just heat the tip. When it comes to dark red, you can make a very rudimentary welding rod, but it's surprisingly durable. However, mastering this technique requires some practice. The Han people don't have a music score, so La Sung can only teach everyone the modern brass instrument technique by hand, which has dozens of different functions, so complex that it can be synthesized into a kind of language similar to flags. If it were the Allied forces, when they couldn't see each other, they could use brass instruments to signal unit numbers, but that was a product from the World War II era. Back then, there weren't any communication tools like radios, which is why brass instruments were used for communication on the battlefield. But in today's highly informationized age, of course, this method can no longer be used. Thus, the language of brass has gradually faded away. Although La Sung comes from a military background, due to the era he was born in, he only remembers a few basic calls like the wake-up call, lights out, assembly, charge, mealtime, and alert. As for other types, he has never heard of them, let alone remembered. Not only was La Sung busy, but other departments responsible for preparing supplies were also on the move. Some were looking for medicine, while others were sewing clothes. Each soldier was issued 2 pairs of shoes, 1 pair of wool shoes, 2 sets of white linen underclothes, 2 sets of spring and autumn clothes, 1 set of cotton clothing, and 1 cotton blanket. Of course, there was no cotton. The Han people's cotton blankets were made with linen on the outside, with 3 layers of wool felt inside, and even the soldiers' winter clothes were the same. Due to the scarcity of materials and high costs, blankets and cotton clothing were only issued 1 set per person. After all, there were underclothes to wear year-round, and they would sleep in their underclothes as long as they were washed regularly. The outer jackets were not convenient to wash, and it was fine if they were washed only a few times. Additionally, there were steel helmets issued this time. The helmet shell was directly stamped from thin steel plates, nothing noteworthy, but what was significant was the lining inside the helmet. A steel helmet must have a lining that provides support and shock absorption. Without a lining, wearing a steel helmet directly on the head would lead to only 2 outcomes. The first was similar to the Japanese Eastern Army, who initially issued helmets without linings. The result was that when they reached the Soviet Union, in winter, soldiers' heads would freeze and stick to the steel helmets, and removing the helmets would peel off their scalps. That's why later on, Japanese soldiers had helmets with a back shield. The second outcome was that without padding, a strong impact would cause the helmet to deform, trapping the head inside the helmet and even causing secondary injuries. These are all lessons learned from the blood of those who came before. In his past life, there were still rabbits learning from eagles, and La Sung, being a time traveler learning from another world, would certainly not repeat this mistake. Therefore, the first common steel helmet of the Han people was made from stamped steel plates, with a woven layer of rattan inside, resembling the rattan safety helmets from the 60s and 70s. Then, the 2 layers were combined, and finally, a layer of linen was sewn in, with an adjustable strap inside and ties on both sides under the chin. The benefits of this method are clear. Since the head does not come into direct contact with the steel helmet, there is no worry about cold burns sticking to it. When struck hard, the rattan layer also serves as padding. The adjustable strap inside is also very convenient. Whether the head is big or small, the strap can be adjusted to fit the wearer's head, eliminating the need to produce many different sizes of steel helmets. Hence, it is called a common steel helmet. Another advantage of the common steel helmet is that there is a groove in the front for attaching a mask and a ring of small holes around it for hanging a neck shield, suitable for different military branches. If improvements are needed, they can also be made easily. 1 word, durable. 2 words, economical. While the Han people were busy producing and researching military supplies, Du Fuch's fleet had also followed the old route to the stopover of the Hu Kuang tribe. Of course, this place is half a day's journey from the Hu Kuang tribe, so Du Fuch had to send his nephew Du Qi to invite them. Everything went smoothly, and Du Qi also took the old route to find the residents of the Hu Kuang tribe, meeting their wise leader Tuyen, on behalf of Du Fuch, to extend an invitation to return to the Han people. In the month that Du Fuch was away, the Hu Kuang tribe had completed all their autumn harvest and winter storage. However, their leader Kuang Tuyen was not idle either, always contemplating whether to visit the Han people or not. This was a tribe with a high level of cultural and scientific development, which had a strong appeal to Kuang Tuyen, especially in terms of culture. Scientific research could be done gradually. As long as the people were well-fed, they would have time to study tools. But how was culture developing? Although the Hu Kuang tribe had its own traditions, Kuang Tuyen was very vague about the future. Because he didn't know the direction of the future, how the Hu Kuang tribe should develop, to put it in modern language, they did not have a clear national development strategy. Finally, after some thought, Kuang Tuyen decided to visit the Han people first. He couldn't just sit still and speculate about the Han people's expansion of horizons. Who knows, he might come up with new ideas. So everything was settled. Kuang Tuyen arranged for a temporary manager in the tribe and then, along with Deng and Loi, and 10 warriors, as guards, boarded Du Fuch's sailing ship, heading upstream to the northwest towards the Han people. On the sailing ship, the crowd made Kuang Tuyen and his entourage feel extremely uncomfortable. The 20-meter-long ship was not small, but with so many people, it became cramped. Initially, there were quite a few people, and then with the addition of the Ly tribe, the number of people on the ship increased even more. Fortunately, at maximum speed, the remaining distance was not too long. Remembering when they first set out, every time they reached a strange land, Du Fuch and his trading team had to stop to survey. Not used to the waterways and hydrological conditions, they could only travel during the day and stop at night. But now it was different. They had determined a safe route and could travel both day and night without needing to stop. Therefore, the return speed is faster. Even though there are upstream factors affecting it, it's still quicker than the outbound journey. A few days later, when the fleet passed through the territory of the Manhwa tribe, everyone on the boat was shouting curses towards the shore. However, Du Fuck did not order the boat to stop, but continued to move the fleet forward. The people of the Kuang tribe did not understand what was happening. Kuang Tuyen approached Du Fuck to ask Captain Du about the tribe on the shore. Kuang Tuyen paused, waiting for Du Fuck to continue. Du Fuck had nothing to hide, so he explained casually. Oh, that tribe? When our fleet just passed by here, just like when we reached your Kuang people, we intended to send a few people ashore to communicate, to see if we could make some trades with them. On the way, we always did that. Most tribes agreed to trade. Even if they didn't agree, they wouldn't harm us. But this tribe sent warriors to rob the gifts we brought ashore, killed a few of our sailors, and stole some weapons. So, everyone on the boat hates them. They killed your people. Kuang Tuyen was startled to hear this, not expecting there to be a tribe like that. The Han people have many good things. Trading with the Han people would definitely be beneficial. Even if those fools didn't want to trade, they shouldn't resort to killing and robbing. It's really insane. That's right, a few people died. Their bodies were cremated and stored in urns right on this boat. I promised to take them home, Du Fuck said with a gloomy expression. So what will happen in the end? Are we just going to let it be? Kuang Tuyen asked again. He was very curious about the Han people's attitude towards this. Although they robbed our stuff, they didn't gain any significant advantage. We managed to kill a few dozen of their people when we went ashore to give gifts, ultimately leaving no bodies behind. So, overall, we didn't suffer any losses, but this matter cannot be overlooked. Our Han people did not die in vain. They will have to pay the price. Du Fuck said coldly, his words sending chills down the listeners' spines. Kuang Tuyen was once again astonished by Du Fuck's words. Just a few people from the Han tribe giving gifts managed to kill dozens of their people. This fighting strength is terrifying. It's possible Du Fuck is bragging, but with the sharp weapons of the Han people, they could definitely kill some, but how many exactly is unclear. So, do your Han people plan to send someone to attack them? Kuang Tuyen asked cautiously. I can't decide this. It all depends. Kuang Tuyen stood on the second deck, lost in thought as he looked towards the Manhwa tribe, wondering what would happen if a conflict arose between the Kuang and Du Fuck. The fleet continued heading northwest, and a few days later, they passed the sandy river bend where they had encountered the Ly tribe. The crocodiles were still basking in the sun on the shore and the sandbanks. It seemed that the previous massacre by the fleet did not cause them to move anywhere. Some had even begun to dig burrows to prepare for the coming winter. Dutri, the lovesick one, had also gifted Loe a wooden. The two on the boat were progressing very quickly. As long as Loe's brother Dung nodded in agreement, they would officially be together. Dung had no objections to Dutri. The fact that his sister was marrying into a powerful tribe like the Han was not a concern, but the two tribes were too far apart. If the leader did not agree to allow the Kuang family to join the Han tribe, he might never see his sister again in this lifetime. Therefore, Dung did not dare to agree easily. After all, this time they would stay with the Han tribe for the entire winter, and there was still plenty of time to consider. The other guards of the Kuang tribe also spent their days standing on the small deck enjoying the scenery along the way. For them, this was a valuable experience, because from childhood to adulthood, they had never traveled far from their tribe, to the other side of the river with Dung to trade for salt. Even Kuang Tuyen, who considered himself wise, had sighed many times during the more than half-a-month journey. It had been so long, yet they still had not reached the Han tribe. The Han people are indeed brave pioneers. They dare to venture into such completely unfamiliar lands. It's hard to believe. It wasn't until nearly a month later that Kuang Tuyen finally saw the flag with Chinese characters by the riverside. There was a large port, a massive architectural complex, and farmland developed along the riverbank, but now it had been completely harvested, leaving only sparse stalks. Have we arrived at the Han tribe? This is the stronghold of the Han tribe. Kuang Tuyen stood on the second deck, pointing towards the architectural complex by the riverside. No, this is not a stronghold, just a port that the Han tribe built outside. There are some of our people working here, but it cannot be considered a stronghold. It's just a base. Therefore, we won't stop here. From here, it will take another day or two to reach Liuyang County. We are not short on supplies on the boat, so it's best to return early. Du Fuq looked at the base that Qin Wen built at the Lok tribe and couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect them to progress so quickly, having completed the base. The large port built of wood and stone looked very sturdy, capable of accommodating many large ships. Because this is a port specifically waiting for ore, if it couldn't bear the weight, those heavy ore blocks might collapse the port. Next to the port was a vast open area used to pile up ore for transportation, built very wide and flat. If filled with ore, it might take a whole week to transport it all. Next to the open area was a large compound. Inside there were living quarters, a two-story building for work, and many storage facilities. Because this place, although producing. Have we arrived at the Han people already? This is the stronghold of the Han. Kuang Tuyen stood on the second-floor deck, pointing towards the cluster of buildings by the riverside. No, this isn't a stronghold. It's just a port that the Han built outside. We have some of our people working here, but it can't be considered a stronghold. It's just a base. Therefore, we won't stop here. From here, it will take just another day or two to reach Liuyang County. We have plenty of supplies on the boat, so it's best to head back early. Du Fuck looked at the base that Qin Angon built in the Luck tribe and couldn't help but be surprised. Who would have thought they would progress so quickly and finish building the base? The large port constructed of wood and stone looks very sturdy and can accommodate many large ships. This is a port specifically waiting for ore. If it can't handle the weight, those heavy ore blocks might just collapse the port. Next to the port is a vast empty lot used for stacking ore for transport, built very wide and flat. If filled with ore, it might take a whole week to transport it all. Next to the lot is a large compound, which includes living quarters, a two-story building for work, and many storage warehouses. This place, although productive, although it's tough, we need to continuously transport tools and supplies from the Han tribe. Otherwise, it would be hard to recruit locals to work for the Han tribe's mining team. The construction speed of Jing Yan is truly astonishing. He's trying to prove himself, going from a minor official to a district chief, and even wants to finish building a district city before reporting to Les Sung about the number of people, to show the leader his capabilities. Right at the site that used to be the settlement of the Lu tribe, a massive construction site has begun. Several brick kilns by the river are continuously belching smoke, next to piles of finished green bricks or raw bricks waiting to go into the kiln. Looking at the situation, Du Fu doesn't need to think to know for sure that Jing Yan has lured the entire population of the Mu tribe and the large area he has constructed. The workers at the construction site are probably also lured from the surrounding tribes. Understanding from Liu Yang district, the most familiar tactic is to recruit labor to attract population. But to be fair, this idea was originally thought of by the leader. Kuang Tuyen looks at the scene before him in astonishment. Such a large scale is just a production base of the Han tribe outside. Their base is too big. Just considering the area, it's no less than the Kuang tribe. If we count the population, it might even be larger than the Kuang tribe. A place like this is just a base. I wonder how big it would be if we reached the Han tribe's stronghold. Wait, Du Fu just mentioned this is only a production base. Production of what that the Han tribe invests so many resources into? Growing food is impossible. Although there are some fields here, it's clearly not enough to feed thousands of people. Besides, you can grow crops anywhere. Why come all the way out here? Unable to contain his curiosity, Kuang Tuyen finally asks a question. Du Fu, while not completely hiding it, gives a rather vague answer. The people here specialize in mining stones. There's a type of stone that we really need, but it's not available around the current cities of the Han tribe, which is why we built the base here. Mining stones? What kind of stone is so important that we have to travel this far to mine it? Kuang Tuyen asks casually. I don't know either. I just know it's a type of black stone. What else it's used for is unclear, because I had already gone down to the lower reach by then. I'm just someone exploring the outside world for the Han tribe. These construction production matters are outside my scope, so I'm not clear. Du Fu reiterates casually. After all, the Kuang tribe is still not part of their own. It's best to say little about such tribal secrets. If something happens that affects the Han tribe's construction progress, it wouldn't be worth it. Kuang Tuyen sees that Du Fu isn't saying anything more and doesn't ask further, continuing to enjoy the scenery along the way. Du Fu has said that at this speed, it will only take another 2 days to reach a district of the Han tribe, so Kuang Tuyen's anticipation grows even more. Excited, but that afternoon, they encountered a fleet of boats coming down from upstream. There were a total of 2 large sailing boats like theirs, with a similar design, also flying the flag of the Han people. When the 2 fleets passed each other, through conversation, Du Fuck learned that this was the fleet bringing supplies to the coal mining base of Qin Nangon. From what he gathered, this base was established to mine coal and has now become a center attracting new populations on the east side of the Liuyang River, similar to Liuyang County 2 years ago. Currently, the population in Liuyang County has been nearly fully attracted, but the east side of the Liuyang River has yet to be developed. Now, everything has fallen into the hands of the Lu tribe's base, and it's unknown how many people Qin Nangon has lured in. Du Fuck's fleet continued on for a day and a night, finally arriving at the port of Liuyang County on the afternoon of the second day. After passing the coal mining base, the sun was already setting, but the port here was still very bustling. 2 cargo boats from Weishan County were docked at the port to unload their goods. The bamboo products from there were very popular in Liuyang County. Especially the recently released oddly shaped ceramics were also very favored, particularly the piggy banks, which were not only ceramics but also represented the idea of saving money for the people. causing those who previously didn't know how to save, who didn't understand why they should save, to now have a sense of accumulation. It's just that the Imperial Bank of the Han people currently does not provide deposit services, so the people came up with this method. Hearing the news that Du Fuc's fleet was returning, Dai Thu personally went to the port to greet them. The Kuang clan and the Li tribe members following Du Fuc were wide-eyed in amazement at the gigantic settlement before them. This was the stronghold of the Han people. This was the county seat of the Han people, so large that the fields could not be seen to the edges. Du Fuc introduced Dai Thu to the envoy of the Kuang clan and the migrants from the Li tribe, and then began to lead them toward the market in the administrative area. It was already late afternoon, and they couldn't proceed to Hanyang County right away, so they had to stay here for a night. But fortunately, there were plenty of places for them to stay, and in Du Fuc's fleet, there were also quite a few sailors who were locals from Liuyang County. They could go home right away, waiting for rewards from their leader and the next departure orders. Kuang Xuan and Kuang Deng led their people to follow Du Fuc into the city. On the wide road, many people were leading ox carts, horse carts, and freight carts home. The carts were loaded with bundles of corn stalks. These would be taken home to stockpile as food for livestock. It was only October. Besides the early harvested corn, the wheat beans were still lying on the fields, and everything else had been nearly harvested. On the way, people saw the most were the carts loaded with goods, all being pulled by livestock, causing Kuang Deng and Kuang Xuan, who had never seen carts before, to be wide-eyed in amazement. However, the population outside the city was still not large. Although not few, they were spread over such a vast area that it inevitably felt sparse. It wasn't until they followed Du Fuc into the city, seeing thousands of students just getting out of school, backpacks on their backs, books in hand, rushing out from the school gate, that they understood what crowded really meant. And this number of thousands was all children, from 6-year-olds to teenagers 11 and 12 years old. They never expected there would be so many people in such a large campus of the Han people. They had no idea how many people were here. Captain Du, not knowing where this place was, wondered why there were so many children. Kuang Xuan couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Is this really the school of our Han people, where they specifically teach the kids to read and write? As you said, this is the inheritance, inheriting the knowledge that the Han people have accumulated." Before setting out, Du Fuc had also lived in Liuyang County for about a month. During the day, he practiced his boat handling skills on the river, and at night he stayed here. So he had long known that this vast campus was the school of Liuyang County. It's just that at that time, school hadn't started yet. And now, looking at this situation, the school had probably been in session for a while, so Du Fuc introduced it to Kuang Xuan like that. "So many children gather here to learn?" Kuang Xuan asked in disbelief. "That's right, don't you see? They're all in this campus. Our leader calls this place a school," Du Fuc continued. "Can I go in and take a look?" Kuang Xuan looked at Du Fuc with hopeful eyes. Du Fuc hesitated a bit because this wasn't his territory, so he looked to Dai Thu for his opinion. "No problem. You can go in and take a look. I've had someone prepare a guest room and dinner, but it's not ready yet, so you can take a stroll around first." Dai Thu understood Du Fuc's intention when mentioning the envoy. Surely it was because Du Fuc had lured them here. When their leader witnessed the wealth of the Han people firsthand, the chances of them joining would be even higher. Dai Thu had done this quite a bit before, so at this moment he knew exactly how to cooperate, and thus he readily agreed. "Good, then let's go in and take a look first," inviting the Kuang leader. Seeing that Dai Thu did not object, Du Fuc led a few people from the Hu Kuang market along with the leader of the Li tribe into the school. The school gate was a double-gate structure, with 2 tall towers on either side of the gate, built of bricks and rammed earth, and the top was covered with curved tiles. This is what is called a Kuet, a popular architectural style from the Qin dynasty to the powerful Han era, and then to the prosperous Tang dynasty. Originally, the Kuet served as 2 watchtowers on either side of the gate, similar to modern-day guards, but its symbolic meaning was even greater. The 2 Kuet towers here were not for guarding, because there are already guards inside the gate. Passing through the gate, in front is a wide courtyard paved with green tiles, with a large flower bed in the center filled with glowing flowers brought from the Dreamwater Valley. In front of the flower bed stands a gigantic stone statue, not of a person or an animal, but a large book. The stone book is open, inscribed with the date of the school's establishment, the school's name, and a message from the leader to the students to study hard for the rise of the Han people. Walking past the flower bed, the path is still lined with green tiles. On either side of the path are many oil and willow trees that glow, providing shade and winding towards the school buildings. After walking a bit further, everyone can see the main building of the school. 3 long rows of buildings, each several dozen meters long, are arranged in the shape of the character for Peen, with a flagpole in the center, where a large black flag with red characters of the Han clan flutters proudly atop a tall flagpole. The people of the Yukiang clan and the Li clan gaze at the massive buildings before them, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, the perfect expression of astonishment. How could human hands build such magnificent structures? Compared to their own tribe, the highest architecture of the Yukiang clan, that stone-breathing platform is merely ordinary. As for the Li clan, there's no need to mention. Their level of civilization is far inferior to that of the Yukiang clan. The straight walls built from bricks, with their square shapes, show a sense of order everywhere. Rows of red-painted wooden windows are lined up, with pure white paper stuck on them, the tops of the roof beams interwoven, supporting the glazed tiles all around. The tiles are complete, shining brilliantly under the sunset. Although the Yushang clan has traditions, at this moment, Kuang Tuyen cannot find the words to describe the grandeur and intricacy of the architecture before him, standing there in a daze, staring. A few students who arrived late just stepped out of the building, secretly pointing at them, not knowing what they were discussing. Oh, this is where the little Han children study. Does the leader of Kuang want to take a look? Du-Fuck noticed that Kuang Tuyen was overwhelmed, but knowing they couldn't stand there forever, he spoke up to remind him. Let me see if I can go in. Being asked this by Du-Fuck, Kuang Tuyen suddenly snapped back to reality, but felt hesitant. As if the building before him were a palace of the gods. If he, a mere mortal, were to barge in, it would be sacrilegious. Before coming here, Kuang Tuyen thought the Han people would be very advanced, certainly much more than the Yuqiang clan, but he never imagined it would be like this. In other words, he probably couldn't imagine such a magnificent architecture. Although in La Sung's eyes, this was just an ordinary 3-story building. Of course, it is. This is originally a place for everyone to enter. Follow me. Du-Fuck replied and led them into the main building. Everyone walked up the stairs to the front hall. 8 wooden doors, 3 meters high, are symmetrically placed, and the wooden thresholds are also a foot high, adding to the grandeur of the building. Entering the hall, directly in front is the staircase leading up, with long corridors on either side. Du-Fuck did not lead them upstairs immediately, but started from the classrooms on the first floor. Pushing open the door to one classroom, there are still a few students doing their cleaning duties. Some are focused on copying math problems from the blackboard. To save paper, teachers often write assignments on the board for students to copy down to do at home. A group of students saw the elder entering with everyone and immediately stopped their work, stood up, clasped their hands in greeting, and said in unison, "Hello, Elder Lam." Elder Lam, whose surname is Lam, is the district chief of Liu Yang District. Common folks often call him Lam District Chief. They simply add a straightforward title. However, the students in the school who have just learned the Han etiquette for a month have shown some decorum. Calling him District Chief in school is not appropriate, but since he is a respected elder with a reputation, it is most reasonable to use his surname plus the title Elder to show respect, hence the address Elder Lam. As for the other students who are not familiar with him, it is correct to just call him District Chief. Finish your duties quickly and go home early, don't stay at school too long. Yes. The students bowed their heads in response, but Elder Lam noticed a child still writing something with a pencil, and when he approached to see, he found that the boy not only finished copying the problem on the board but also did the assignment right there. He asked, "Isn't this problem on the board meant for you to copy and do at home? Why are you doing it here instead of going home? What if your parents worry?" The 7-year-old boy, hearing Elder Lam's question, put down his pencil, stood up, and replied, "Dear Elder Lam, my little sister is still small. She doesn't know how to walk. She cries every afternoon. My mom worries that I won't learn, so she told me to finish my homework at school before coming home." Elder Lam nodded, stroking his short beard. "Then you should hurry up and finish. Go home early so the adults won't worry." "Yes, I will remember," the boy said and sat down to continue writing, mumbling the numbers 3, 7, 2, 1. Seeing that there were still people in the classroom, everyone didn't want to disturb them, so they left the room and looked for another empty classroom to explore. But Kuang Tuyen, aside from looking at the numbers on the board that he didn't understand and the layout of the classroom, was most attentive to each word and gesture of the students. Suddenly, he realized something that Du-Fuck hadn't explained clearly to him. The Han people have established etiquette and order. This is a sign of a true civilization that cannot be compared to his Yuqiang clan. Stepping into another empty classroom, it had been cleaned thoroughly. The desks and chairs were neatly arranged, and the assignment on the board had not been erased. Although Kuang Tuyen didn't know what it was, he recognized it was different from the previous class's assignment, but not by much since he didn't understand either. Du-Fuck took turns introducing to them the Han people's teaching methods, the uses of the blackboard and chalk, how students learn, and then led everyone upstairs. Regarding the brilliant idea of placing stairs in tall buildings, both the people of the Yuqiang clan and the Li clan felt extremely amazed, even admiring the person who designed this multi-story architecture. The Han people have established etiquette and order. This is a sign of a true civilization that cannot be compared to his Yuqiang clan. Stepping into another empty classroom, It had been cleaned thoroughly, the desks and chairs were neatly arranged, and the assignment on the board had not been erased. Although Kwang Tuyen didn't know what it was, he recognized it was different from the previous class's assignment, but not by much since he didn't understand either. Du Fuck took turns introducing to them the Han people's teaching methods, the uses of the blackboard and chalk, how students learn, and then led everyone upstairs. Regarding the brilliant idea of placing stairs in tall buildings, both the people of the Yu Qiang clan and the Li clan felt extremely amazed, even admiring the person who designed this multi-story architecture. "Is this staircase sturdy?" Kwang Dung asked, half believing, as he placed one foot on the stairs, still carefully inquiring. "Just relax. Have you seen those beams thicker than a person under the stairs yet?" Even though the staircase was packed with people, it wouldn't collapse. Duchi said this and then pulled Kwang Loi a few steps up the stairs, chasing after Du Fuck and the others. Kwang Dung hesitated below for a long time, but finally decided to risk stepping up, still gripping the handrail tightly, which made Duchi burst out laughing. Who would have thought that the man who once risked his life in the water would be afraid of heights? It really is impossible to judge a person by their appearance. When they reached the second floor, nothing was particularly new. Aside from being higher up, it didn't look much different from the first floor. Du Fuck led everyone to tour 2 classrooms before taking them up to the 3rd floor. To demonstrate the convenience of the stairways, this time they used the auxiliary staircase, which, while not as wide as the main staircase, would help distribute the crowd going up and down, showing the designer's concern for safety. As they climbed to the 3rd floor and stood in front of a classroom window, Kwang Tuyen and the others finally felt the vast scale of Lu Duong district. The neighborhoods of similar size lined up neatly, with streets and houses packed closely together. Just at sunset, smoke from kitchen chimneys rose up, children were getting out of school, and golden retrievers were playing in the alleys. Looking further, they could see the entire port, with countless large and small boats docked along the riverbank, horse-drawn carts loaded with goods hurrying toward the neighborhoods. It truly was a heavenly scene on Earth, even better than what one could dream of. Those who had never been in a high-rise stood frozen, gazing at the distant scenery, until Du Fuck called out, prompting them to continue exploring other classrooms. In reality, the teaching building was one of the few high-rise structures in Lu Duong district, truly functioning like a lookout tower. From the east window, they could see the entire neighborhood and the adjacent port. From the south window, they could see fields divided by canals. The area of farmland astonished Kwang Tuyen. He couldn't even imagine how the Han people could farm without advanced agricultural tools and livestock. Moreover, the canals for irrigation were even more impressive. One couldn't help but wonder how much manpower was needed to dig them. Even the brilliant designers, who came up with the method of using canals for irrigation, were remarkable. If the Hu Huang tribe had this capability, they wouldn't just be reclaiming land by the river, but could also cultivate vast fields like the Han people. Approaching the north and west windows revealed a different scene. 3 other tall teaching buildings of the school alongside stationery shops, dining halls, stadiums, and then craft workshops outside the school. The district chief's mansion was not far away, along with separate housing for district officials. All of this showcased a structured and efficient working style. The streets in the city were well planned, not only open in all 4 directions but also lined with green trees and lawns. Witnessing the Han people, the Hu Huang tribe felt increasingly inferior. Meanwhile, the few Li tribe members nearby were very happy because they had clearly declared their intention to join the Han people, meaning they would belong here too, so there was nothing to be jealous of. "Captain Du, do you know how many people live in Lu Duong district? How many large residential areas does the Han people have like this?" After leading Kwang Tuyen and the others around, they finally returned to a place resembling an official guest house. A lavish meal was laid out on the table, and Kwang Tuyen asked again the question he had previously posed to Du Fuck. Although he had heard Du Fuck speak, hearing it from someone else was one thing, but seeing it for himself was another. The visual impression was completely different. Du Fuck also didn't know how many people currently lived in Lu Duong district, so he just looked toward the elder. Lu Duong district has about over 20,000 people, and the newly established villages to the west also have more than 2,000 people. The elder answered briefly. Jiang Tuyen nodded after hearing this. The elder's answer was similar to what Du Fuck had told him. Now, after personally visiting the place they called Lu Duong district, he felt even more certain that Du Fuck had not been exaggerating or lying. A residential area, referred to as a district with over 20,000 people, was indeed not an exaggeration. Last month, the leader had come here once and then visited Wei Mountain District. Currently, Wei Mountain District also has about 20,000 people, and our 2 districts combined have at least over 40,000. The Ruyang District on the other side must have over 10,000, and the main city of Hanyang District, along with the 3 surrounding counties, also has nearly 20,000 people. Oh, and we haven't counted the Sitong County yet, nor the iron and copper mining areas, nor the new base of Jingyan. But if we add it all up, Our Han tribe has at least 80 to 90,000 people. The elder counted the populations of the districts on his fingers, but Jiang Tuyen didn't quite catch it. He only heard how many here, how many there, and then he realized, just in a moment, the elder had mentioned several different place names. It seemed that the Han tribe was indeed very large. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Tuyen began to focus on enjoying the delicious dishes in front of him, the dishes that he had never seen in the Han tribe. When Du Fu came to the Hu Kuang tribe, he only brought a little pickled vegetables and meat porridge to treat them, but that was due to the limited conditions on the boat. Now it was different. This Lu Duong district truly has everything one could want. A variety of vegetables and fruits, different types of meat, even grains were divided into many kinds: boiled corn, steamed rice, sticky rice cakes, toasted bread, and steamed buns. Whatever you want to eat, just take it. The guest house has plenty. The dishes stir-fried with leaves and meat made him feel even more curious. Because the Hu Kuang tribe didn't have iron or oil, they could never taste such delicious stir-fried dishes. The elder tree mentioned several different places. It seems the Han tribe is indeed very large. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Xuan began to focus on enjoying the delicious dishes in front of him, dishes he had never seen in the Han tribe. When Du Fuc visited the Yuqiang tribe, he only brought a little pickled cucumber and meat porridge to treat them, but that was due to the limited conditions on the ship. Now it was different. This Liu Yang County truly has everything one could want. A variety of vegetables and fruits, all kinds of meat, even the food is divided into many types like boiled corn, steamed rice, sticky rice cakes, and toasted bread. Just take whatever you want, the guest house has plenty. The dishes stir-fried with leaves and meat made him feel even more curious. The Yuqiang tribe didn't even have iron or oil, so they could never taste such delicious stir-fried dishes. The dish in front of me is stir-fried with green onions, pigskin, soybeans, chili, and corn, looking both beautiful and delicious. Jiang Xuan, who's not skilled with chopsticks, feels even more anxious seeing this dish and almost drops the chopsticks. Luckily, they also prepared wooden spoons here, so he didn't end up in a situation where he could only stare at the delicious food without being able to eat it. People often say, to understand the level of a civilization, look at how they eat. This is indeed valid, as just looking at the variety of dishes, one can see how many types of ingredients that civilization has mastered. Looking at the banquet in front of him, it's clear that the Han tribe is truly strong. They are not only full but also enjoy delicious food, and they change the menu every day. How can this compare to those who worry daily, not knowing what to fill their stomachs with? It's definitely incomparable. After enjoying a lavish meal, the next morning, Du Fu began to lead them to Hanyang City. Many sailors in the fleet are locals from Liuyang County, so Du Fu gave them leave to go home. Whenever the rewards are given out, and whenever the fleet sets off again, everything must wait for the leader's instructions. Therefore, the number of people accompanying Du Fu is not many. Du Fu personally leads about 20 or 30 trusted aides, all riding horses, while the people from the Yuqiang tribe and the Li tribe sit in the carriages. The spacious four-wheeled carriage, with the sides lowered, becomes two long benches. Each carriage can carry 10 people, and there's still plenty of room left for goods. This mode of transport by carriage once again attracted the attention of everyone from the Yuqiang and Li tribes. Unlike the previous sailboats, the sailboats moving on the river are quite smooth, and even if there are some waves, they are not significant. It's just a bit cramped when there are many people. However, the short road transport clearly demonstrates the Han tribe's transportation capabilities. In fact, riding in a carriage is not very comfortable, not because of the carriage itself, but because of the road. From Hanyang City to Liuyang County, there was originally no road. As people often say, there are no roads in the world, but when many people walk, a road is formed. This road is the same, formed from the tracks of passing wheels. The ruts are very deep, and the carriage wheels almost roll along those ruts, making it seem like a smooth road. But for Jiang Xuan, whether it's comfortable or not is not important. As long as it can carry goods, that's enough. With such convenient transport, one shouldn't ask for more. In other words, people should know when they have enough. However, it's clear that the Han tribe is one that does not know when to stop, especially the high-ranking officials of the Han tribe, or, in other words, the leader of the Han tribe. Leader, we plan to dig an artificial canal from Liuyang County straight to Hanyang City. This way, transportation between the two places will be more convenient. Moreover, along the canal, we can dig many smaller canals, turning the western plains of Liuyang County into more farmland. Du Fu rode alongside the carriage, introducing Jiang Xuan to the canal they were seeing. Jiang Xuan thought hard but still couldn't understand this reasoning. Why, with such good carriages, would they waste manpower and resources to dig an artificial canal? Isn't that just asking for trouble after being full? Moreover, a project as large as this, how long will it take to finish? Does the Han tribe really need to transport that many things? Why clear so much farmland? Isn't the Han tribe currently lacking food? Unable to understand, Jiang Xuan directly asked, transporting goods is certainly necessary and will only increase in the future. Having an additional fast road is better than having none. Clearing farmland is also essential. Although the Han tribe currently does not lack food, they will in the future. Each household is constantly having children. Furthermore, our leader has rewards for childbirth. Just having a child means 5 acres of tax-free land. Who wouldn't want to have a few more? But these children will grow up and need to establish their own households, and then land will have to be divided for them. If there are no additional canals and farmland, what will happen when they grow up? Therefore, Chi Bang starts preparing from now. Digging the canal may be slow, but it will be done gradually. If this generation doesn't finish, there will be grandchildren. If the grandchildren don't finish, there will be great-grandchildren. Generation after generation, the Han tribe will eventually finish digging this canal. Moreover, with our leader's impatient nature, he won't wait long. Don't worry, our leader will find a way to complete it in our lifetime. After hearing Du Fu's words, Jiang Xuan became even more doubtful about life and asked back, why do all the people in the Han tribe trust the leader so much? Whatever the leader says, you all believe it? Does the leader tell you that a carriage can run by itself without horses, and you believe it too? What's there not to believe? As long as our leader says it, it must be true. Moreover, who said that a carriage can't run without horses? Our Han tribe already has windmills and watermills, and those things can indeed turn without horses. The sailboat you were on earlier also moves thanks to the wind, right? What's so strange about that? Before Du Fu could respond, Du Ji, riding on the other side, spoke up to refute, even using the sailboat as an example, leaving Jiang Xuan speechless. But because of this, Jiang Xuan became even more interested in the leader of the Han tribe. Could it be that this young leader is truly omnipotent? This time, he must witness it with his own eyes. But this desire of his eventually faded away. When Du Fu led them to Saitong County for lunch, he saw a convoy from Saitong County also heading towards Hanyang City. When Du Fu approached one of the carriages and lifted the curtain to take a look, he discovered it was filled with a lot of copper ore. This convoy transporting ore is larger than usual, giving off an unusual significance. Does Hanyang City need that much copper? Our Han tribe already has windmills and watermills, and those things can indeed turn without horses. The sailboat you were on earlier also moves thanks to the wind, right? What's so strange about that? Before Du Fu could respond, Du Ji, riding on the other side, spoke up to refute, even using the sailboat as an example, leaving Jiang Xuan speechless. But because of this, Jiang Xuan became even more interested in the leader of the Han tribe. Could it be that this young leader is truly omnipotent? This time, he must witness it with his own eyes. But this desire of his eventually faded away. When Du Fu led them to Sitong County for lunch, he saw a convoy from Sitong County also heading towards Hanyang City. When Du Fu approached one of the carriages, lifted the curtain to take a look, he discovered it was filled with a lot of copper ore. This convoy transporting ore is larger than usual, giving off an unusual significance. Does Hanyang City need that much copper? What does the leader intend to do? Is the currency no longer sufficient? Du Fu couldn't help but speculate, but he didn't ask too much, just led Jiang Xuan and the others into the county of Sitong for lunch. In reality, La Sung suddenly increased the demand for copper ore like this, indeed, because the currency was insufficient. Currently, there are no issues, but when the city on the prairie is completed, he plans to bring the currency of the Han tribe to the Xin tribe and the prairie for use. By then, the number of users will increase suddenly, and if not prepared in advance, wouldn't they fall into a shortage of money? But the truth is not just that. As the sunset gradually descended on the western horizon, 2 moons slowly rose high. Du Fuc and the others carried torches to the bank of the Ru Shui River, but they witnessed an unbelievable sight. The port of Hanyang on the Ru Shui River was still brightly lit, with many people holding lanterns and torches busily transporting goods. Brown blankets were piled high on boats, thick leather was loaded onto carts entering the city, and the deep red military uniforms stood out even more. So many that they were uncountable. How many soldiers would it take to use up all these clothes? What does the leader intend to do? Is he planning to seek revenge right now? Yeah, that could be it. The officials holding lanterns at the port were also shouting, "Hurry up! Unload this shipment! Everyone, go rest, work faster, or the city gate will close." While speaking, they held a clipboard to record the data. This scene made Jiang Xuan even more confused, but seeing so many clothes and shoes, they couldn't help but feel envious, not knowing what all this was for. But before they could think too much, the carriage climbed onto the wooden bridge over the Ru Shui River. The creaking sound startled everyone in the carriage. Looking to the sides, it turned out to be a road crossing the water. Only it was dark, so the specific shape was not clear. It wasn't until they reached the Hanyang city gate that Jiang Xuan proactively got off the carriage and walked into the city. This was the 3rd city he had seen. Every time he arrived in a new city, he would walk in, because Jiang Xuan believed that this was the only way to see many things. But today was clearly not a good time for sightseeing. Hanyang City was not large to begin with, and now it felt even more crowded. Along the road near the city gate were large carts piled high with various supplies, and there were people holding torches standing guard beside them. From the port, many other supplies were also being transported into the city. Everything was stopped by the roadside, not yet moved into storage. This indicated that these supplies were only temporarily staying overnight, perhaps to be moved out by tomorrow morning. But these were all military supplies, and there were so many. Where did the leader intend to transport them? Du Fu could recognize these as military supplies because he had seen the Han tribe's army, and had also carried out missions with heavy cavalry, so he could tell just by looking. But Jiang Xuan, who had never seen the Han tribe's army, was now sweating coldly at the supplies before him. Earlier outside, he only saw blankets, clothes, and shoes, which didn't seem strange. If anything was odd, it was that they all looked the same. He hadn't thought about the army, but as soon as he entered the city gate, he saw that the supplies were no longer just clothes and shoes. Every cart was loaded with arrows, iron armor, helmets, and shields. If these weren't enough to recognize the purpose of these supplies, then the long spears, short crossbows, and other clearly weapons were enough to reveal their intent. Additionally, there was a strange item, also piled high on many carts, looking like a bow but much more complex, not knowing what it was for. But if anyone told him this was a farming tool, he would definitely smash their head with it. Even a fool knows that something so intricate cannot be a farming tool. The long convoy filled 2 streets. Jiang Xuan walked while looking at the things on the carts, and at the end, he suddenly realized that even the short axes that Du Fuc and the others used here were also piled high on several carts. How could the Han tribe be so wealthy to have so many good things? Du Fuc was also surprised but didn't ask too much. With his status, if he wanted to know the truth, it would be better to directly ask the leader. The leader wouldn't hide anything from him. So he told Jiang Xuan and the others to wait a moment while he went to find La Sung. La Sung was comfortably at home, having not gone anywhere these past few days. Besides teaching others to blow the signal horn, he was just at home, drawing the design for a new ship, taking the opportunity to be with his 2 pregnant wives. Because starting tomorrow, La Sung would return to the camp for a while. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on La Sung's door. Who is it? Sir, Du Fuc has returned from Liu Yang and has come to report to you. A guard standing at the big gate replied. Oh, back already? Tell him I'll be right out. La Sung's voice echoed from inside. Not long after, La Sung, dressed neatly, came out. Seeing Du Fuc waiting at his door to meet the leader, Du Fuc immediately bowed. Oh, back so soon? Why didn't you stay in Liu Yang for a few more days? Come with me to the court to talk. La Sung was pleased to see that he was not lacking in limbs, especially since this time Du Fuc had found an important sea route for the Han tribe. Leader, I have brought the leader of the Yu, Qiang tribe and the people of the Li tribe mentioned in the letter here. They are waiting to meet the leader. What do you think we should do now? Du Fuc remembered Jiang Xuan and the others waiting by the road, and reminded La Sung. They have arrived too, but it's already dark, it's late. We won't meet anyone today. Go to Hongluo Temple and call Hong Fu to arrange accommodations for these people. Tomorrow, when I summon, we will bring them in. La Sung looked up at the sky. One sentence had politely dismissed everyone. The leader of the Han tribe can't just be met anytime. Du Fuc stood beside him, not daring to object, bowed his head in silence, and then heard La Sung say, Did you bring the travel journal I asked you to write? Oh, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll have someone prepare a few dishes, and later you can tell me about what happened on the way. I brought it with me, but my handwriting is a bit messy. I hope the leader won't mind. Du Fuc said while handing over the journey diary he had prepared for La Sung and asked, Leader, why are there so many weapons by the roadside? Is our Han tribe forming a new army? Which barbarian tribe are you planning to attack? La Sung nodded slightly. There was nothing to hide from Du Fuc, since he was the one who initiated this. Last month, I received your letter and immediately recruited more soldiers. This time, I directly enlisted 4,000 people, and they have been training for a month now. Additionally, we are also building the camp, but as of now, uniforms and weapons have not yet been distributed or classified. Now that the supplies are almost ready, I plan to deliver them tomorrow. 4,000 new recruits were more than he had anticipated. He had guessed there would be a large recruitment, but not this much. 4,000 people were nearly equal to the population of a county in Hanyang. That's right, didn't you say there was a barbarian tribe that killed our sailors? We can't let that slide. We have to capture them and make them slaves. You said there are more than 2 of them over there. If we don't have enough troops, how can we surround them? La Sung sighed and explained. As the leader of the Han tribe, La Sung understood what recruiting so many soldiers meant. On the surface, it showcased the Han tribe's might, but in reality, it was a heavy burden. With a total population of less than 100,000, supporting 4,000 soldiers not only occupied production manpower but also consumed enormous resources like iron armor and weapons. Wouldn't it be better to use that iron to make tools and farming equipment? But now, there was no other choice. Given the current situation, in less than 10 years, the Han tribe would experience a population explosion and rapidly expand its territory. How could we not expand? With the population increasing, how do we feed them? To have food, we need more land. Without horses, how do we plow? Therefore, now that there is an opportunity, the Han tribe must advance into the grasslands to seize greater benefits. Moreover, the demand for metals will skyrocket as the population grows. We need tools, we need farming implements. Without iron, how can we manufacture? To increase steel production, we must develop the coal mining and coking industries. But where do we find people to mine coal? Relying solely on our people is not enough, so we have to capture slaves from outside. At first glance, these matters seem unrelated, but a closer analysis shows they are tightly interwoven. Missing even one link is not acceptable. Lasum also cannot change this situation, so even though the Han tribe is currently facing difficulties, we must strive to move forward. Soon, they would see them intertwined tightly. Missing even one link wouldn't do. Lasum couldn't change this situation, so even though the Han tribe was currently facing difficulties, they still had to push forward. However, Du Fuq clearly did not have such a broad vision and still questioned. Leader, yesterday I heard the elders say that our Han tribe already has nearly 90,000 people, so why are we still short on manpower to the extent that we need to form 4,000 troops to capture slaves? Ha, isn't that because of you? Lasung chuckled, leaving Du Fuq bewildered. Not understanding why he was suddenly being blamed, the two continued their conversation as they walked, arriving at the official residence, going upstairs, ordering someone to light the lamps, and calling for food and drinks. Under the light, La Sung flipped through Du Fuq's journey diary while explaining. The coal mine was discovered by you, right? That's right. Du Fuq nodded, but in his heart, he still thought. But what does this have to do with recruiting soldiers to capture slaves? Do you know what I am currently using to smelt iron? Charcoal, Du Fuq guessed. That's correct, but burning charcoal is very troublesome, has low efficiency, and requires cutting down many trees. Continuing like this is not sustainable. At the current rate, to have enough charcoal for one batch of steel, we need to prepare for at least a month. Therefore, my low steel production is not due to a lack of iron ore, but is limited by charcoal. Moreover, the current blast furnace is not operating well, and the thermal efficiency is very low, with a lot of heat wasted due to a lack of materials. Do you know how to properly use the blast furnace I designed? La Sung asked. Du Fuq shook his head. The iron smelting is directly taught by the leader to the craftsman. That big furnace was also designed by the leader. The craftsmen follow the leader's instructions. Who knows how it should be used? If the materials are sufficient, especially carbon, then the blast furnace can continuously charge materials, producing iron day and night without stopping. In one day, it can produce as much as half a year currently. Once the blast furnace is lit, it usually cannot be stopped. A furnace that big, every time it restarts, it consumes a lot of carbon to reach the melting temperature of iron. Right now, I can only smelt once a month at best. Do you know how much heat is wasted every time the furnace is turned off? Because the coal mine you discovered can completely replace charcoal. As long as we can mine that coal, our Han tribe will no longer lack iron. La Sung continued to explain the use of the blast furnace and the importance of coal to the Han tribe. Although we cannot use coal to heat the entire population, using it for iron smelting is not a problem. At this moment, Du Fuq finally understood why the leader said this was his fault, but he still wondered how the coal mine and the recruitment of slaves were related. No, I won't take the blame for this. La Sung, seeing Du Fuq's clueless expression, felt frustrated inside. Why are you so stupid? The coal mine, you discovered it. Don't you need people to mine it? After mining, don't you need to transport and process it? Every step requires manpower. Are you planning to send our people far away to mine coal, leaving no one to grow food? Therefore, our tribe is currently very short on people. If we lack people, the only option is to capture slaves. If I don't capture them, who will I capture? But to capture all of them, don't we need a lot of soldiers? Moreover, can't you still occupy a piece of land on the grasslands? Should I build a new city? Does the new city need troops stationed? If we don't have enough soldiers, how can we manage? La Sung listed each reason, finally pinning this huge blame on Du Fuq. Hearing the leader mention the coal mine and then the grasslands, Du Fuq, if we don't catch them, then who will? But to catch them all, wouldn't we need a lot of troops? Moreover, can't you still occupy a piece of land on the prairie? Should I build a new city? Does the new city need troops stationed there? How can we have enough without enough troops? La Sung listed each reason, ultimately placing the heavy burden on Du Fuq. Hearing the leader mention the coal mine and then the prairie, Du Fuq, knowing he couldn't deny it anymore, he looked at La Sung with resentment. I admit my fault, can't I? as if everything was caused by me. La Sung ignored Du Fu's gaze, pretending not to see, and quickly flipped through the journey journal. When he saw the fleet arriving at Sa Chao to catch crocodiles and encountering the Lai tribe, not only subduing that tribe but also discovering many new types of ore, he asked, "What's Sa Chao like? How far is it from Liao Yang County? Tell me in detail." Well, Sa Chao is like a small island in the river, but formed from sediment, very loose. That stretch of river is very wide, with many sandbars like that and many large four-legged fish with long mouths that can crawl onto the shore. We killed quite a few there, and as for the Ly tribe, I subdued them because they raised a creature similar to a lynx but smaller. At first, I intended to buy a few to raise, but they refused to sell, saying it was their deity. With no other choice, to get that creature, I had to lure the entire tribe to come with me. About the minerals there are many types we couldn't clearly identify, but we collected samples. There is a type of copper ore we recognized, definitely contains copper, but we don't know the quantity, the quality, or if it's easy to mine because we haven't surveyed it thoroughly. Du Fuk recalled the events from last month and reported every detail to La Sung. Just then, the food that La Sung had ordered earlier was also brought in. A young servant brought wine and food to the table and then stepped back. "Have you brought the things you mentioned?" "All brought, waiting outside. If the leader wants to see them right away, I can call them in." Du Fuk pointed to the door. Outside there were quite a few of his subordinates carrying ore samples waiting. "No rush, let's finish eating first," he said. The two ate while chatting. La Sung flipped through the journey journal, asking more about any interesting parts. "Ah, the part about Sa Chao. You wrote here. How far is it from Liao Yang County? You didn't mention earlier about those sands. Did you collect samples? Did you bring them back?" "Well, it took us about half a month to go. We stopped at the Luck tribe for a few days on the way, traveling by boat during the day and stopping at night. Next time, if we go again, we could travel both day and night. It would take about 5 days to arrive. As for the sand samples, we collected them too. But leader, could those sands really be useful?" Calculating the distance and time, he suddenly curiously asked. "Ha. Everything that exists has its purpose. Anything that appears in this world must have a function. Sand is no exception. If it's coarse sand, it can be mixed with lime, gypsum, gravel, called concrete, used for building bridges, paving roads, building houses. It's a very useful construction material. And if it's fine, pure sand, it can be fired with carbon, alkali, sulfate, chalk." "Do you know what that produces?" La Sung asked. "What does it produce?" Du Fuk asked curiously. "Could sand also be ore? Have you heard the Du brothers talk about glass?" La Sung suggested. "Yeah, I heard that the leader melted that and cast it into a magnifying glass, right?" Du Fuk guessed. "Exactly, the things I just mentioned, plus sand can also be fired to create something like glass. In other words, it can also be made into a magnifying glass. Although the quality and clarity may not match glass, sand is abundant and easier to collect. This means that glass made from sand will be cheaper, more affordable, even common folks can buy it," La Sung explained further. But there was one thing he didn't clarify. Not only sand can be used to make glass, limestone, ice stone, flint, and patterned stone can also be used to make glass as long as the main component is silicon dioxide. But the most important thing that La Sung didn't mention is that sand can find substitutes, but coal cannot, and coke is a better material. No matter how much sand there is, it is useless without this. Du Fuk listened, his eyes wide open, his face full of astonishment, unable to comprehend the connection between ordinary sand and transparent glass. But just as he thought about this, he began to feel vague and asked, "Leader, then why are we making so much glass? Even if magnifying glasses are cheap, common folks won't buy them." "Who said glass is only for making magnifying glasses? Glass, like ceramics, can be made however you want. You can make transparent containers. Just imagine, not only that, I can also make thin, transparent sheets to replace window paper. Just think, if windows can let in light while blocking rain and wind, what would that be like?" Du Fuk listened, his eyes wide open again, secretly praising. Oh my god, how flexible is the leader's mind. With the same thing, the leader thinks of so many uses. Just like before, when the Han people were firing ceramics, everyone thought it was just containers for rice water. But just a few days later, the leader turned ceramics into glazed tiles for roofing. When everyone was still astonished, a few days later, ceramics turned into porcelain tiles laid on the floor. In general, the leader's imaginative thinking made everyone in the Han tribe admire. This time, just with glass, the leader has thought of so many uses. Thinking of this, Du Fuk immediately clasped his hands in respect, willing to follow the leader's arrangements. After dinner, Du Fuk led La Sung to check the things they brought back: shiny black coal, purple copper ore, red cinnabar, mercury ore, various sands from coarse to fine. The spotted cat from the Lai tribe, meat and crocodile skin from Sa Chao, honey from Hu Hu Market, millet and sorghum seeds along with mineral salt that Ku Dun brought back from the west bank of the Big River. Have you thoroughly inquired about this salt mine? Do they mine it themselves or trade with others? Our Han tribe is lacking mineral salt. We need to find more new mines. I assign you the task of finding out information about this new salt mine. By the way, aren't you going to tell Hu Wukong Market? Tomorrow, when I meet them, I will ask directly. La Sung looked at the pile of mineral salt in front of him and said, the Han tribe is currently lacking salt, not because the quantity in the salt mine is insufficient, but because the extraction efficiency is still low, just enough to meet the tribe's consumption needs, but there aren't many reserves. The accumulated reserves must also be used for trading with the grasslands and other areas. This trading is mandatory because the Han people need more livestock. Therefore, La Sung always pays attention to finding new sources of salt. In fact, there had been news about a salt mine before, but at that time, La Sung did not have enough time and resources to exploit it. That was when the Han people had just established the Ruzhou district, and a tribe from the south migrating north revealed information about a salt mine. They were forced to migrate north because they lost in the competition for the salt mine with another tribe. This indicates that there is at least one more salt mine in the south of Ruzhou. However, according to the account of that tribe, that salt mine has been occupied by another tribe. If the Han people want to obtain it, they have no choice but to seize it. At the beginning of the year, La Sung was busy expanding territory, building many new districts, where a large workforce was needed for construction, so he could not spend time dealing with those people. But now it's different. With 4,000 newly recruited soldiers, it's time for the Han people to claim resources for themselves. Otherwise, the costly maintenance of the army without seeing any benefits would indeed be a waste. The Han people are still young, and La Sung cannot afford such waste. Therefore, this army must bring profit, whether it be resources or slaves. The Han people need both. As long as there is profit, the cost of maintaining the army is not in vain. After the two checked the samples they brought back, La Sung asked Du Fu to add more information to the map, marking the resource points and waterways they had scouted. Then Du Fu spoke up. Chief, if you want to attack that man, tribe and plan to annihilate them completely, it may be very difficult. This river is very wide. If there are many boats, transporting soldiers will be convenient. The riverbank is flat. If we prepare many small boats, thousands of people landing at once, the enemy will definitely not be able to resist. But if they see us in large numbers, better equipped, they might flee immediately. We are going entirely by boat, with no carts. If they run, how will we pursue them? Moreover, they are familiar with the terrain and may set up ambushes. This battle may end in failure. Of course, what I mean is that we may not be able to annihilate them all. Some will escape, but our casualties will definitely be minimal. With their primitive weapons, it will be hard for them to inflict significant damage on our fully equipped warriors. Du Fu analyzed the possible battle situation while reminding La Sung. In the end, perhaps fearing that La Sung did not want to hear the word failure, he chose to express himself more gently. Haha, war is not just about having a large number of people to use a direct attack strategy. We recruit 4,000 soldiers to surround and eliminate them. Now you want me to use a strategy of mass landing? Without even mentioning whether the enemy will flee or not, you should calculate how many boats are needed to land 4,000 soldiers if one boat carries 40 warriors. At least 100 boats. Where are we going to get that many boats? Building boats is also very costly. Assuming we have enough boats, how wide of a beach would 100 boats need to land simultaneously? Each boat takes up 8 meters, so 100 boats would need a beach 800 meters long. How can you ensure coordinated command? What if something goes wrong? The boats collide. Hoyenlat, can you guarantee that there will be no mistakes? And as you said, if the enemy sees hundreds of boats landing and they flee, what we prepared will become useless. Hearing the chief say this, Du Fu immediately felt dizzy. He realized that he was truly not someone skilled in commanding troops. The issues the chief mentioned, he had never even thought about. La Sung did not scold Du Fu but patted his shoulder to comfort him. I know you once commanded cavalry fighting on the grasslands, but back then it was only a few dozen people, at most a few hundred. You stood in the middle and shouted, and everyone could hear you. But fighting, with thousands of people, is different. This is not your strong suit. Play to your strengths. This battle will definitely need your help, don't worry. But Chief, if landing is not possible, how should we fight to minimize casualties while annihilating the enemy completely? Du Fu still asked worriedly. Initially, he thought that their tribe had a large number of people, which would surely be an advantage, but now hearing the chief's analysis, he felt even more uncertain. What's so difficult about this? War requires strategy. If we are sure the enemy will flee when they see our army, then we just need to block their escape route first. Don't worry, I have a plan. I won't let a single one escape, La Sung confidently replied. Du Fu had no choice. If the chief did not clarify, he could only trust him. After all, the chief is very capable. He will surely have a way. So who does the chief intend to assign command to? Du Fu asked further. I plan to divide the 4,000 soldiers into 2 teams led by Ung Nue and Hue Du. In battle, we will have unified command. After this battle, I will have them stationed separately. One team will go to the grasslands to build new city, and the other team I have another task for them. Fighting with thousands of people. Currently, the Han people only have me who can command, as they also do not know how to command. There's no other way. La Sung replied, his voice full of helplessness. Chief, I once commanded battles on the grasslands. Let me lead this army. Du Fu suddenly self-nominated. You? Forget it. Just now I asked you how we should fight, and you couldn't even answer. How can I trust you with the lives of thousands of warriors? Moreover, every time you set out to explore new paths for resources for the tribe, that has already been a great contribution. Your contribution in command, you want to take over this army too, then what chance do others have to progress? You're still competing for credit with others, and right now, countless people are watching your mission with envious eyes. They think exploring new lands is easy, just sit on a boat, take a round trip, and come back safely to claim credit. La Sung pointed at Du Fuk and scolded him. Hearing these sharp words, Du Fuk felt incredibly wronged, immediately kneeling at La Sung's feet, crying and defending himself. Leader, don't listen to their distortions. I absolutely have no intention of claiming credit. I always follow the leader's orders. If the leader says go east, I wouldn't dare go west. Moreover, exploring new lands and encountering savage tribes that don't speak human language is not only risky, but also requires a determination to die in a foreign land. We must understand the customs, geography, and resources of those places. If we find something the Han tribe needs, we must think of ways to bring benefits back to the tribe. How can they say such ruthless words? Accusing me of claiming credit and saying exploring new lands and sea routes is easy. Can't they see the bones of our compatriots in the pottery? All of them sacrificed for the exploration of new lands. I don't know who slandered me and the warriors. Please tell me their name, and I will confront them myself. Du Fuk cried as he spoke, tears and snot streaming down, making people feel pity. In fact, no one said such things. Even if some thought so, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Most of what La Sung said was fabricated by him, partly to warn Du Fuk not to become arrogant due to his achievements, and partly to prevent the tribal leaders below from forming factions. La Sung was creating conflict among them. Only when those below fought each other would his leadership position be stabilized. It might be a bit excessive to say so, but as a founding leader, his prestige and spirit were enough to overwhelm everyone, but creating a little trouble for them wasn't a bad thing. All right, get up. I know your contributions. Even if others don't, I do. Don't pay attention to the rumors. A person with integrity has nothing to fear. With the good things you bring back, others will have nothing to say. When they get to eat the seeds you brought back, they will naturally remember your contributions. La Sung helped Du Fuk up, continuously comforting him. When Du Fuk stood up, he still looked indignant. Come on, you're grown up now. Don't pay too much attention to what others say. Do you have merit or not? The people know. I know too. What are you afraid of? Tomorrow when we meet the chief of the Hu Huang tribe, I will tally the contributions of the warriors in the fleet. Those who sacrifice will be prioritized for support, treated like martyrs, and then their families will be notified to come to the local office to receive burial money and martyr subsidies. We must let the people know that those who sacrifice for the tribe, even if they have died, the tribe will support their children until they grow up. Yes, thank you, leader. The warriors will surely appreciate your kindness. Du Fuk bowed his head in thanks. After Du Fuk left, La Sung sat back down in front of the map, planning the next development for the Han tribe. If nothing changes, by next spring, the population of the Han tribe will exceed 100,000 people. At that time, the construction of new city on the steppe, where to migrate from, and what industry to focus on, how to design the city, will all be extremely important issues. Once new city on the steppe is stabilized, it will not only continuously supply livestock for the Han tribe but also become a forward base to intervene in the new tribe. The distance from the Han tribe to the new tribe is too far, and exchanging information even once is very troublesome. After thinking about all this until midnight, La Sung finally returned home. The next morning, the bells rang throughout the city. Hong Fuk and Du Fuk led Kuang Tuyen and Kuang Dung, 2 high-ranking figures of the Hu Kuang tribe, following the crowd to the school, going to the highest floor of the Hanyang city government building to meet the leader. Poor La Sung, a leader of a great tribe, yet he has no separate workplace. It's also because Hanyang city is built too small. While La Thong was sitting on the top floor lamenting about his cramped living space, Kuang Tuyen was also curiously looking around, following Du Fuk into the government building. But what surprised him was that La Sung, as the leader of the Han tribe, lived in a city smaller than Liuyang District that he encountered yesterday, even less than Sifang County. However, Hanyang City was the only one among the 3 settlements he had seen that had walls built of green bricks. Other cities, although larger, had walls made of earth. Another difference was that the production facilities in Hanyang City were quite concentrated, but they couldn't help but be concentrated because the whole city only had that much. 9 orderly neighborhoods, the most prominent being the production workshops. 2 huge chimneys rose from the tall roofs, and he didn't know what was being made inside. Outside the wood and oil pressing workshops, windmills stretched out like sails, continuously contributing to the production of the Han tribe. But Kuang Tuyen was not allowed to tour inside. He could only stand outside looking at the gigantic structures and guessing. In fact, what he envied the most was not those things, but the fact that the Han tribe had many children who didn't have to do anything but go to school. This means that the number of literate children in the Han tribe is even greater than the total population of the Hu Kuang tribe. Moreover, the Han tribe has systematized and popularized this cultural dissemination. A tribe that can do this, even if it is not strong at present, will definitely rise to greatness in the future. This is the accumulation of a civilization. What is called little by little becomes big is just like that. Thud thud, the sound of footsteps echoed on the 5th floor of the Hanyang District Government Building. Next came the cheerful voice of a minor official from the Honglu Temple, the expedition team leader leading the head of the Kuong clan to an audience. This kind of summons was something Kuong Tuyen heard for the first time. Feeling a bit flustered, but he did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he really liked the rituals and rules of the Han people. A super large tribe with such complete rituals was the Holy Land that Kuang Tuyen had always longed for. "Come in." A voice that was both majestic and youthful rang out from the red wooden door with white paper. The minor official immediately opened the door to welcome Du Fuk and everyone inside. At this moment, the Han leader whom Kuang Tuyen had been looking forward to for 2 months finally appeared before him. Behind a large wooden desk sat a teenager who looked about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a black robe with red accents, a sparkling golden hat. As Kuang Tuyen was looking at him, the teenager was also looking back at him. But Kuang Tuyen felt an indescribable strangeness because the teenager's gaze exuded wisdom and majesty, completely incompatible with his age, like a seasoned soul inhabiting a youthful body. Ahem, the minor official from Honglu Temple suddenly cleared his throat, reminding Kuang Tuyen of the words he had spoken when welcoming him last night. Kuang Tuyen immediately stepped forward a few paces, standing in the middle of the grand hall, clasping his hands and bowing his head. The head of the Kuang clan, Tuyen, paid his respects to the Han leader. The Kuang leader came from afar, not minding the hardships. "I should have personally gone to the city gate to welcome you, but yesterday the military affairs in the city were too busy, so I was not attentive and could only send Han to represent me. I wonder if you slept well last night. Please have a seat here," La Sung said as he stood up, walked around the desk, and sat in the host's position at the guest table, then invited Kuang Tuyen to sit opposite him. Next to him, a minor official presented hot tea. This reception was indeed sufficient to give Kuang Tuyen face. After all, he was the leader of a tribe of over 2,000 people, and the Han people were intending to peacefully merge his tribe. In the future, arrangements would surely have to be made for Kuang Tuyen to hold an important position. If they couldn't show sincerity now, how could they entice him? Since Kuang Tuyen and Du Fuk had interacted a lot, they were quite familiar, so today Du Fuk played the role of interpreter. The Kuang clan was not proficient in the Han language and did not know the language of the steppe. Communication was quite troublesome. Even Du Fuk had to use a few hand gestures while interpreting. When Kuang Tuyen understood La Sung's words, he immediately recalled the so-called busy military affairs that La Sung mentioned. Everywhere on the streets were military supplies. With so many weapons, who knows how many warriors could be equipped? The Han people's hospitality was very good. The Han leader did not need to be overly polite. Kuang Tuyen quickly waved his hand, looking very grateful. He couldn't help but feel moved. Before coming to the Han people, he thought whatever. But when he saw these cities with his own eyes, he realized the huge gap between the Kuang clan and the Han people. The leader of such a large tribe, even if he didn't care about him, it would be fine, but now he was being overly polite, making him feel honored. "I heard from Du Fuk that the Kuang clan lives by the Liuyang River, with a population of over 2,000 people, and the people live by farming, which feels very familiar. The 2 tribes should have been one family, as everyone drinks from the Liuyang River, that's the same source, and they all eat the grains watered by this river, that's the same root. Since we share the same root and source, the Kuang leader doesn't need to be polite with the Han people, just treat the Han people like your own family." Du Fuk and Hong, the minor official beside him, were both stunned after hearing this. Wow, the leader is indeed impressive. Just a few words turn people into family. Living by the same river is like being one family. If we follow the leader's reasoning, who knows how many relatives the Han people would suddenly have. Kuang Tuyen looked at everyone's reactions, his face full of confusion, not knowing what La Sung had said that made Dufuk and the others look both surprised and admiring. He had no choice but to cast a questioning glance at Dufuk. Dufuk quickly interpreted and explained La Sung's words. Then it was Kuang Tuyen's turn to doubt life. We do indeed live by the same river, and it is true that we eat grains grown with that river's water. It sounds very reasonable, but why do I feel like something is off? Kuang Tuyen did not know how La Sung calculated that he could turn two tribes that had never interacted into one family, but it didn't seem wrong to hear. However, he could sit in the position of the Kuang clan leader. Naturally, he was not a fool. He understood in his heart why La Sung said that. Wasn't it to build a relationship? How to build it didn't matter. What mattered was that if you wanted the Kuang clan to join the Han people, you first had to convince me. Thank you for the hospitality of the Han people. Since the Han leader told me to treat the Han people like my own family, then I won't be polite anymore. Kuang Tuyen cautiously said, Of course, we are family, so if you need help, just say so. If I can help, I will definitely help. If I can't help, I will find a way to help. Does the Kuang clan lack housing? If you lack a house, come here. We have many good houses and will ensure you are settled comfortably. La Sung, hearing that he was not being polite, quickly offered his conditions. As long as you agree to move into a few houses, it won't be a problem. Just look at how well I treat the Kuang clan. Kuang Tuyen was being pulled back and forth by La Sung's leapfrogging logic and didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't understand why, no matter what he said, La Sung could bring the conversation back to the issue of incorporating the Kuang clan in just 2 sentences, and he did it very tactfully. A leader as significant as this? Could it be that your entire tribe has been lured in by that mouth of yours? Oh, no. I want to ask the Han leader, with so many fortresses and such a large population, why do you still need more people? Do you have any plans for the future that requires so much manpower? Kuang Tuyen realized he couldn't avoid this question any longer, so he boldly asked La Sung back, wanting to hear what this young leader would say. To become the leader of such a large tribe like the Han, and to earn the complete trust of his subordinates, this leader must have some skills and a development plan for the future. Just by looking at La Sung's persuasive mouth and flexible thinking, if asked about the tribe's development plan, he would surely be able to share a thing or two. Moreover, before coming here, Kuang Tuyen had been pondering this issue. The development of the Kuang clan has currently hit a deadlock. He has also started to feel vague about the future. If he could consult the Han leader about this issue now, even if he doesn't join the Han tribe later, he could still figure out a path forward for the Kuang clan. Hearing Kuang Tuyen's counter-question, La Sung knew that the other party was not someone easily deceived, so it seemed it was time to show a bit of the real deal. His face suddenly became serious, making Kuang Tuyen, sitting across from him, feel a bit dizzy. It seems that the Han leader has always been this serious. Of course, the more people, the better. The more people there are, the more work can be done, and our tribe can live better. If there are fewer people, many tasks will have to be postponed, and development will be slower. But each of our time is limited, so I must pursue a faster pace and a larger population. A great man once said, 10,000 years is too long. I only strive for each day. I deeply agree with this saying, so I can only do my best in the limited time of my life to make the Han tribe the strongest and largest, striving to leave more for our descendants. Ah. I heard from Dufuk that the Kuang clan also worships their ancestors, so I believe you understand my point, right? To me, respecting ancestors is not wrong. The Han tribe also reveres nature and ancestral traditions. Without nature, we cannot exist. Without land, rivers, light, and air, we cannot grow food. Without food, we obviously cannot survive. Therefore, nature is very great. We should revere it. Ancestral traditions are also very important because our ancestors taught us how to survive, how to seek and use the resources that Mother Earth provides. That is the foundation for our race to continue to exist, so people cannot forget their ancestors. But I also have some personal thoughts. Just like our ancestors, they used blood and tears to accumulate a lot of production and life experiences and patiently taught us not to make the mistakes they once made, while also mastering the correct methods and ways. Similarly, for our descendants, we are their ancestors, so why can't we leave more for the next generation? Whether it's better material conditions, more advanced scientific technology, or cultural and ideological foundations, if we have the ability to do these things now, why not leave more for them? I heard from Dufuk that the Kuang clan is good at beekeeping, producing honey and beehives. I don't need to guess. I know you will definitely pass this skill down to your descendants so they can continue to maintain it. But then what? What else is beekeeping good for? Do you know? How long is the shelf life of honey? Do you know? Besides being edible, beehives can also be used for bee arrangements. Do you know? Besides sucking nectar from flowers, bees can also be released into greenhouses for pollination. Do you know? La Sung looked at Kuang Tuyen, who was bewildered, and Dufuk, who was translating, and continued without holding back. You don't know any of this, so you can only teach your descendants what your ancestors passed down. In this process, there is no progress at all. Is that right? As the ancestors of the next generation, if you only play the role of a loudspeaker, unable to create more knowledge and skills to pass down, then you should ask yourself, is it worthy of the ancestors who once pioneered and moved forward? Is it worthy of the descendants who are waiting? As La Sung's words ended, not only Kuang Tuyen and Kuang Dung but also Du Fuck and Hong Fiu Khan beside him fell into deep contemplation. The leader's words really make one ponder. Could it be that we learned the skills our ancestors taught and then just started living day by day? Just teaching our descendants what we know, watching them marry and have children is completing our life mission. But if we don't know anything ourselves, how can we create more? This is a very practical issue. Not everyone is a genius who can guarantee that they will leave something useful for their descendants. Saying this isn't wrong, but as La Sung's words ended, thinking back, it seems like he's justifying his own day-to-day living. Kuang Tuyen asked, Han leader, I find your words very reasonable, but as you just said, there are many things we don't understand. Not just the Kuang clan, even the Han tribe with such a large population cannot have everyone as knowledgeable as the Han leader. So what should we do to leave more heritage for our descendants? Please, Han leader, enlighten us. What's so difficult about this? If we don't know, we just need to learn. Not everyone can be creative, and not everyone is a genius. But if we teach the basic knowledge to 100 people, there will definitely be 2 smart ones who can create something new. Whatever they create, that's a good thing. Then we can let more people learn, summarize those. Not just the Kuang clan, even the Han tribe with such a large population cannot have everyone as knowledgeable as the Han leader. So what should we do to leave more heritage for our descendants? Please, Han leader, enlighten us. What's so difficult about this? If we don't know, we just need to learn. Not everyone can be creative, and not everyone is a genius. But if we teach the basic knowledge to 100 people, there will definitely be 2 smart ones who can create something new. Whatever they create, that's a good thing. Then we can let more people learn, summarize those. Those who learn these new things will further develop their own knowledge. Even if only 1 out of 1,000 can do it, we still benefit. If you think the others can't create value, then you're mistaken. As the tribe's manager, we just need to promote a few smart individuals, give them greater power, and let these smart ones lead the others to do more work. For example, when you came from Liuyang County here, you saw us digging artificial rivers and building canals to cultivate more farmland along the way. We can let a few smart people guide the others to dig. Although right now the land is enough for everyone to be full, what about the future? With a stable life for the people and abundant food, the population will definitely increase. For instance, if you have 5 children, and each of those 5 children has 5 of their own, the population will increase 25 times. A rapidly growing population will certainly need more land to produce food. If we don't start planning now, are we just going to wait for our descendants to grow up before figuring out how to dig rivers and build canals? It's not impossible, but how many years does it take to dig a river? If we can do it now, why leave it for our descendants? The next generation will naturally have their own tasks. They also need to contribute and leave a legacy for the next generation. We can't push this responsibility onto our descendants, or else it's like I'm saying just to get by day. If you procrastinate, your descendants will follow suit, not planning for the next generation. So how can the tribe continue to develop and progress? Therefore, we must set an example. How parents act, their children will learn from. That's a character shaped by the environment. While it's not absolute, it certainly has a certain influence. Saying this, perhaps you don't understand yet. Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a family where 3 generations lived together. The man in the house was very unfilial, pushing his elderly mother, who had worked hard to raise him, onto a cart and out into the fields, intending to let her starve and no longer care for her. This was witnessed by his son. The boy was heartbroken and didn't want his grandmother to die, so he went to pull the cart that his father used to push his grandmother back, but he didn't bring his grandmother back. Didn't the Han leader say this grandson loves his grandmother? Then why didn't he bring her back? Isn't that the same as his father? After hearing the story, Kuang Tuyen was also very angry. Both the Kuang clan and the Han people honor their ancestors. What are ancestors? They are the elderly in the family, so filial piety also applies in the Kuang clan. Hearing Le Sung tell that someone pushed their mother out into the fields, he was naturally furious. But Le Sung told the story without any emotion, just continued. The boy's father also asked him, "Why did you pull this cart back?" Seeing it was bad luck, the boy calmly replied, "Dad used this cart to push Grandma away. So when you get old and can't do anything, I'll use this cart to push you out into the fields too." The father realized his mistake at that moment and hurriedly pushed the cart to bring his elderly mother back. Oh, I understand now. This is what the Han leader meant by setting an example, that the environment shapes character. If parents are not filial, children will learn the same. But that boy the Han leader talked about is really clever. He thought of this way to teach his father to be filial. I wonder where that boy is now, what his name is. I must meet this clever and filial boy. After hearing La Sung's story, Kuang Tuyen slapped his thigh, showing great admiration for the boy La Sung mentioned. But La Sung's expression suddenly darkened. He thought to himself, I don't even know who that boy is. I only heard about him from a past life. After a while of exchanging ideas, Kuang Tuyen finally understood La Sung's point. In summary, La Sung's thoughts can be summed up in one sentence. Bring more people in, do more work, strive to develop the Han people in one's lifetime, and leave a bright future for the descendants. However, the problem arose that just with La Sung's bold words, Kuang Tuyen still didn't have enough trust to lead the entire tribe to enlist, because what La Sung said, Kuang Tuyen had never witnessed with his own eyes, let alone deeply felt. Therefore, La Sung didn't insist on Kuang Tuyen answering immediately. After all, Kuang Tuyen originally planned to stay with the Han tribe through the winter and return in the spring of the following year. La Sung then suggested they not stay at the Honglo Temple guest house anymore but arrange for them 2 ordinary residential houses, providing all necessary supplies and food so they could fully experience life in the Han tribe. To avoid locals gossiping that they were just eating and sitting idle, La Sung also assigned them some tasks. Before winter arrived, he had them clear a piece of land outside the city. Although they couldn't plant much at this time, learning the farming techniques of the Han tribe was not a bad thing. When winter came, they would be taken to the livestock area in Hanyang City to clean the pens, feed the animals, and learn how to raise livestock. The workers would receive 20 coins in wages each month, with supplies and food provided by the Han tribe but not allowed to take away. If they wanted to buy personal items, they had to use their wages to purchase them within the Han tribe. This amount of money, while not much compared to the average 30 coins of the Han tribe, was enough for them to spend on small things like clothes or shoes. La Sung chose to pay wages instead of providing everything to not only avoid bad reputation but also to let them feel the benefits of using currency as well as how to earn money and trade in the Han tribe. In other words, he wanted them to get familiar with the rules of the Han tribe. Kuang Tuyen was very satisfied with this arrangement, even considering it a rare opportunity. They were not afraid to work in the Han tribe, because as long as they worked, they could learn many things that their own tribe did not have. Moreover, this way of living in harmony with the common people also helped them understand more about the lives of the lower class in the Han tribe. Because just by working, they could learn many things their tribe didn't have. Moreover, this way of living in harmony with common folks also helped them understand more about the lives of the lower class in the Han tribe. Even though having a Han ancestry doesn't mean everyone in the clan will belong to the upper class, most will still become part of the common folk. La Sung isn't worried about exposing technological secrets. The tasks he assigns them are only agriculture and livestock raising, while other production sectors are off limits. They want to learn but have no opportunity. Before their clan officially joins the Han, La Sung will not grant them this privilege. The Han leader, what you say makes sense, but I still have a few questions I hope you can clarify. After discussing the arrangements for their clan, Kuang Tuyen posed a question to La Sung. Oh, if Chief Kuang has any uncertainties, feel free to speak up. La Sung took a sip of tea and smiled as he replied, Yes, then may I ask? You mentioned the common people several times, so what qualifies as common people in the Han? It's simple. Anyone from the Han is called common people. Our Han tribe has a large population, but you also know, many of them come from small tribes that have joined us. When these tribes arrive, they usually join in the form of clans, each clan having different surnames for distinction. This is mainly to differentiate bloodlines between ethnic groups, making it easier for internal marriages. Since the Han tribe is formed from many clans, there's no need to marry outside, as internal relations can solve the issue of reproduction. Thus, everyone has a surname and a name, allowing for differentiation. Just like your clan, if you join the Han, you will also use the surname Kuang for distinction, facilitating marriages with other tribes within the clan. Therefore, within the Han, there are many different surnames. People from these surnames are collectively referred to as common people, which is a general term for all individuals in the tribe. If we talk about dukes, that's another matter. If you're interested in the duke system of the Han, I can arrange for you to attend lectures at the school. In the book Han Rights that I wrote, I explain the ranks of dukes in the Han as well as the rituals each title enjoys. How do you find this arrangement? You are the leader of the Kuang clan, so you don't need to go to the livestock area like they do. La Sung explained the meaning of the common people while delving deeper into the duke system, eventually suggesting Kuang Tuyen attend school lectures. But unexpectedly, Kuang Tuyen had a different opinion. Han leader, attending the Han school's lectures is naturally good, but I heard that students need several years to become accomplished, and I must return next spring. Even if I attend lectures right now, it would be hard to learn much. Instead, why don't you let me follow you? As long as you have time to tell me. Is that possible? What? You want to follow me, but I don't have time. I just said that military affairs in the city are very busy. If I weren't meeting you today, I would have been at the barracks by now. Moreover, even if I don't go to the barracks, I'm often going here and there. What can you learn by following me? I really don't have time. The Han tribe is so large, with a dense population. Managing it is unimaginable. Just go to school and attend lectures. Or how about this? Since we are now family, I will give you an additional set of textbooks. You can go to school to learn Chinese characters first. After learning Chinese characters, you can slowly study the books. I will also give you a set of ink, paper, and brushes. Just don't follow me anymore. La Sung felt a headache coming on when he heard Kwang Tuyen wanted to follow him. He still had so much to do. Next year, he had to build a city on the prairie, command the Liu Yang district to build new ships, arrange coal mining, and build coke furnaces. Where would he find the time to explain things to Kwang Tuyen every day? It would be best to politely send him away soon. Du Fuck, standing beside him, also glanced at La Sung, his eyes seeming to say, "Leader, see. I told you. This guy is quite troublesome. I know the Han leader is busy. Well then, how about this? I want to follow you to see the warriors of the Han tribe, then return to school to learn characters. Okay. If you agree, I promise I won't bother you again in the future." Kwang Tuyen, hearing La Sung mention so many things, naturally wanted to follow him to learn how to manage a large tribe. But he also understood the things La Sung directly participated in surely had many secrets he couldn't know, so he didn't dare to demand much, just hoping to witness the Han tribe's army firsthand. Last night, when he entered the city, he saw a lot of military supplies, many things he had never seen before, and he didn't even know their uses. He was also very curious about how those unnamed items would equip the warriors. Even though he knew the Han tribe was very strong, the specifics of their military strength remained a mystery to many. Even the elders in the Han tribe couldn't imagine how much combat power a newly formed army like this would have. La Sung looked at Du Fuch's gaze, and upon hearing Kwang Tuyen's request, felt helpless. What is this? I thought it would be easy to manage over 2,000 people, but it turned out to be so troublesome. If he wants to see the Han army, then let him see. It wouldn't hurt to show off the strength of the Han tribe in front of him. Consider it a military parade and a deterrent drill. Don't modern countries do that often? Fine, I can agree to let you follow me to the barracks for a few days, but you can only watch, not speak. Even if you ask, I won't answer. If you still want to go, then follow me later. Those who accompany, you can let Kwang Dung lead them. I will arrange for them as I mentioned. How about it? Are you still going? La Sung reluctantly agreed but made it clear beforehand. Military affairs have many secrets. You can watch, but I won't explain. How much you understand depends on your ability. La Sung reluctantly agreed but made it clear beforehand. Military matters have many secrets. You can look, but I won't explain. How much you understand depends on your ability. Moreover, La Sung also wanted to give a little warning to Kung Tuyen to make him understand his position and not to think too highly of his two people. If you want to come, the Han people welcome you, but if you don't come, I don't care. I have several thousand troops, and a tribe like yours, I can wipe out whenever I want. Furthermore, the new recruits have only undergone 1 month of basic training, mainly getting familiar with military regulations and formation drills. Most of the remaining time is spent building the camp and barracks. They really haven't been taught much. They haven't even issued the standard uniforms, and Kong Tuyen doesn't even speak Han, so what can he learn by watching these new recruits for 2 days? La Sung wasn't afraid of him watching. Besides the large number of people and good discipline, what else would he see? Fine, I have no problem. I guarantee he will just watch and not speak, following all the arrangements of this Han leader. Later, I will follow the Han leader. You tell everyone not to worry, follow the arrangements of the Han leader, and settle everyone in those 2 houses first, then learn farming techniques from the Han brothers. I will return in a few days. Seeing La Sung nod in agreement, Kun Tuyen immediately responded. Just getting to visit the camp was a rare opportunity. How could he dare to greedily ask La Sung to teach him anything else? He quickly instructed Kung Dung a few things, then followed La Sung out of the official residence. La Sung was not lying to him. The military supplies had been delivered since last night. If Kung Tuyen hadn't arrived just in time and he couldn't avoid meeting him once, he would have brought these supplies to the camp this morning. The 4-wheeled carts loaded with supplies filled the road, covered with a layer of straw, each cart pulled by 2 horses. As the convoy left the western city gate, the sound of hooves echoed behind. Those were the war horses for the cavalry. Unlike the draft horses, there were more than 1,000 of them, all good, tall horses with dark coats and abundant stamina. Aside from a few reserved for officers, the rest would be used to form 2 cavalry units. The 2 units consisted of 310 people, averaging 3 horses per person. For the Han people, who were already short on horses, This was indeed extravagant. But a military force lacking the mobility characteristic of cavalry is a major disadvantage. Just like the heavy infantry of the Song dynasty, although they were not afraid of cavalry and had never lost many battles, their opponents had horses. They could run away if they couldn't fight, while they could only stand and watch without being able to catch up, which was truly humiliating. Losing 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun was mocked for not having pastures to raise horses. Therefore, La Sung's view was to value quality over quantity. Currently, with horses still scarce, if the Han people had many people and many horses, he would want to have 10,000 cavalry, even turning the infantry into mounted infantry like in the Tang dynasty, marching on horseback and dismounting to fight. That would be mounted infantry. But this goal was not too far-fetched for the Han people. By next year, when the new city on the prairie was built, the Han people would definitely expand livestock trading on the prairie. At that time, a large quantity of high-quality livestock would flow into the Han people's rear. From then on, the Han people would never lack good war horses and livestock again. Kong Tuyen didn't know how to ride, so he had to sit on the supply cart. Looking at the herd of thousands of horses behind, the sound of hooves echoed like a drumbeat in his heart. That was the strength of the Han people. Just the number of livestock was more than the population of his tribe. With such a number of livestock, what kind of army could be equipped? Kong Tuyen felt both excited and a little scared. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much, because behind the convoy were thousands of war horses, and in front were countless draft horses. More importantly, behind the herd of horses were a herd of deer, sheep, and even pigs. Kong Tuyen curiously asked the driver in front about the purpose of these livestock. The pigs and sheep didn't look very big, although they were larger than the livestock La Sung had seen in his previous life, but compared to the horses beside them, they were insignificant. The driver next to him laughed and said, "Those pigs and sheep are not for riding. They are for the leader to treat the soldiers." Treating the soldiers? What does that mean? Kong Tuyen didn't understand and asked again. It's to give the soldiers a meat reward. Kong Tuyen was once again astonished. So the Han soldiers eat so well? Actually, it's not just that. La Sung brought not only pigs, goats, and other livestock, but also many other things. A few days ago, when he received the report, the camp had been nearly completed. The basic training had also been finished, and the supplies in New Duong County had been fully prepared. La Sung finally set out for the camp. From Han Duong City to the outside, the valley of Fu Man Quan wasn't too far, about 50 miles. La Sung's transport convoy, besides the carts, also had horses, and the speed of movement was not slow. The group set out in the morning and arrived just past noon. When passing through Fu Man Quan County, Kong Tuyen was once again astonished, not expecting that so close to Handong City there would be a city solely for the Han people. The supply convoy for military supplies did not enter Fu Man Quan County but went around outside, then passed through the northern rampart of the county, exiting the valley to see the camp located outside the valley. After a month of not seeing it, the camp had changed a lot. Not only had the wooden fence around it been reinforced, but the rows of earthen houses inside had also sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The granary, horse stables, and other facilities had been completed. The camp gate not only had 2 sturdy gates, but on both sides of the gate, there were 2 square 2-story watchtowers made of earth, and there was a tall fence in the middle of the road. The guards at the gate were also very quick-witted, even though they still wore ordinary clothes and held work passes. The new recruits, after undergoing basic training, had built such a beautiful camp and had long been looking forward to the military supplies that the leader promised. They day and night hoped the leader would bring the supplies. Finally, after so long, the day of waiting has finally arrived. However, even though he felt joy inside, the guard did not dare to casually open the gate. In the camp, military law is enforced more strictly than the civil laws of the Han people, especially regarding entry and exit from the camp. Not just anyone can come and go freely. In the past, when it was newly established, there weren't many rules, but when La Sung left, he instructed that unless someone brought his sword, no one should enter the camp without permission. And they certainly did not have the authority to mobilize the troops to carry out any orders. Therefore, even now that La Sung has personally brought his sword, he still had to wait for the guard to call an officer inside to confirm. La Sung stood waiting at the gate, feeling no anger at all. This was a rule he had established himself, and it wouldn't be a hassle like this in the future. Previously, the new army did not have clear commands and organization, but this time he brought all of that: seals, orders, tiger talismans, military flags. These would be distributed after the recruitment was completed and the official orders were given. Not long after, Ying, Rui, and Blood Map rushed out from inside. They didn't need the guard to announce it. Just seeing the large crowd outside the gate, they immediately knew the leader had arrived. They quickly opened the gate. Paying respects to the leader, Ying, Rui, and Blood Map saw La Sung and immediately ordered the gate to be opened, then bowed in greeting. "All right, get up, it's getting late." let's bring the supplies into the camp first, and we need to finish the inventory before it gets dark. La Sung did not dismount, just lightly waved at the two. Yes, please come into the camp, leader. The two bowed in response and led La Sung inside. Meanwhile, Kuang Tuyen quietly followed behind La Sung. Earlier, La Sung had instructed him not to say anything, so he really didn't utter a word, just had curious eyes that kept darting around. Leader, you finally made it. The soldiers have been looking forward to you for a long time. Ying Rui happily said beside him, is it because they are looking forward to these supplies? Just look how excited they are while moving the stuff. La Sung followed them towards the command headquarters, pointing at the soldiers moving supplies. Hee, the leader knows. These rookies have been looking forward to these supplies for more than just a day or two. Back when they were building the camp, they worked really hard, just hoping to finish early to wait for the leader to arrive. Blood Map beside him also chuckled. Oh, so you're paying attention to these supplies too? La Sung, seeing Blood Map's smug expression, couldn't help but ask curiously. Blood Map had been promoted to an officer since the Han people established their first regular army. At that time, Shi Dai was the team leader, Blood Map was the deputy team leader, and Thuna was the team commander, all of whom were top figures. Later, when Shi Dai left the army, La Sung transferred him to be the county magistrate of Ruyang, while Thuna was sent as an envoy to the new tribe, leaving only Blood Map as the head of the army. However, at that time, the Han people only had one army and it was also dispersed. Among them, Chai Da Da and Ho Man Thuong were assigned to Dan's Sun County to work on building the city and digging the canal, so Blood Map didn't have many forces under his command. But anyway, he was one of the first regular soldiers. He had seen all the good stuff, so why would he care about La Sung's supplies? After all, while the rookies still didn't have uniforms, the old soldiers like him already had full uniforms and armor, and their weapons were complete. He shouldn't be coveting the rookie stuff. Leader, I heard this time there are new iron armors and even divine crossbows, which are really good stuff. I've never seen them before. Blood Map candidly expressed what he wanted. Oh, so that's what you're interested in. The armor will definitely have your share, don't worry. This time not only the rookies, but also over 100 of your old soldiers will have to turn. Straightforwardly express what he wanted. Oh, so you were paying attention to this? The armor will definitely have a part for you, don't worry. This time not only the new recruits but also over 100 of your old soldiers must turn in their armor, and then exchange it for iron armor. As for the divine crossbow, you're an officer. What do you need that for? Are you planning to go into battle yourself? Focus on learning how to command and lead the troops. La Sung suddenly understood. So Blood Map was interested in this, but you're a senior officer. If you're not thinking about learning command tactics, but only thinking about this, how can that be? So he couldn't help but remind him a few times. Blood Map didn't mind, grinning foolishly and saying, having the leader in command is enough. As long as the leader gives the orders, Blood Map guarantees to charge forward. No matter the opponent, I will definitely wipe them out for the leader. As for commanding, I don't know. Don't make me study anymore. Upon hearing this, La Sung immediately became serious. Don't dodge the issue. Later I will check your homework to see how many characters you can write now. Blood Map, upon hearing this, immediately pulled a long face, not daring to say anything more. When the group entered the command headquarters, La Sung first checked whether the construction was done properly or not, then opened the curtain and stepped into a large hall. His gaze was immediately drawn to a gigantic model of a sand table in the center. This sand table model is very large, 3 meters long and wide, with a wooden base underneath and a square wooden box on top, inside shaped with earth and stone to simulate the terrain, marking the entire territory of the Han people and the lands that Dufuk had explored. It can be said that this is the most visual sand table model of the Han people today. Although this was something La Sung requested to be made, it was the first time he had seen it. Previously, he only had a relatively complete map. He had also wanted to make a large sand table model like this in Hanyang City, but there was no place wide enough to set it up. Kuang Tuyen, who followed him, was even more amazed. This was the first time he had seen the entire territory of the Han people. In the model of the gigantic sand table, the positions of all the Han people's fortresses were represented by ceramic fortress models according to their actual scale and terrain. At the positions of rivers and lakes, different colored earth was used to replace, allowing viewers to see the entire territory of the Han people at a glance. This is not bad. La Sung looked at the sand table model and couldn't help but praise it, then led everyone out of the command headquarters. While the soldiers were still inventorying supplies, he went to inspect the newly built barracks, checking how they were constructed and if they met the standards. Next was the food storage, the horse stable, the well, all of which were thoroughly inspected. When La finished his inspection, the items he brought were almost all arranged. After all, this was just an initial inventory. It wasn't time to distribute the supplies yet. After that, he led everyone to the parade ground at the training camp, preparing to check on the training situation of the new recruits, while also getting ready to give a speech to them. Sound the assembly drum. Let's see how the new recruits have been training over the past month. Ying Rui and Sui Tu exchanged confident glances, then ordered their bodyguards to beat the assembly drum. Just like military commands, the drum beats also have their own rules. Depending on the rhythm and the area struck, they can convey different meanings. For example, hitting the drum head and the side of the drum have two different meanings. One strikes the drum head, while the other hits the wooden side. The sounds are different. The assembly drum sounded with a booming beat. The soldiers who had just finished inventorying the supplies gathered in small groups throughout the barracks. Hearing the familiar sound of the assembly drum, they immediately reacted and ran towards the training ground. After the first round of assembly drumming, the soldiers near the training ground had already arrived. Starting to line up in their familiar positions, the trainers in armor arrived even faster, shouting loudly for their teams to get into position. Once the numbers were sufficient, they began to line up and take attendance. All of this happened before the third drum beat ended. Aside from the bodyguards beating the drum and the guards, everyone else stood in formation waiting for orders. The soldiers had gotten used to this. Whether they were accustomed to it or not, they had to be, because if they were late for assembly, they would definitely be punished. Military law is strict and even harsher than civil law of the Han people. After a month of training, they had developed conditioned reflexes, just hearing the assembly drum. Before they could think, their legs would already be running. On the parade platform, La Sung had started counting silently in his heart since the first drumbeat sounded. He was quite satisfied with this speed. Then he checked the alignment of the ranks and found no issues, so he felt at ease. It seemed that the basic training of the new recruits was quite solid. Although the lack of standardized uniforms slightly reduced the effectiveness of the formation, it was understandable since the uniforms had not been distributed yet. They couldn't be blamed for that. Well, the assembly speed isn't bad. Now let's perform the daily formation exercises to see how it goes. La Sung nodded and gave another command. After all, just standing in a neat formation didn't mean much. If they couldn't distinguish left from right, then the formation training would be useless. Yes, everyone obeyed the order, organizing into units to perform formation exercises. Shui Tu, beside him, received the order, turned around, and shouted down the ranks, after which the new recruits began to perform exercises under the guidance of the armored trainers, marching, standing at attention, resting, turning left and right, jogging, shouting slogans 1, 2, 3, 4. These were all good traditions of the military that La Sung had reinstated. Although these exercises seemed ineffective, they were very useful in training the discipline of soldiers. Just like the assembly drum, it had to make soldiers respond immediately upon hearing the command. Only then could it be considered satisfactory. Moreover, discipline and formation in the modern military might not be as important as in ancient armies, because modern armies practice formation mainly to instill discipline, while ancient armies needed not only discipline but also formation training as an important method for battle. Modern armies don't need to engage in battle drills. Watching the soldiers perform the movements under the trainer's guidance, La Sung nodded in satisfaction. So far, he hadn't seen anyone turn the wrong way. Everything else was quite good. The spirit of an army is not easy to cultivate. This requires not only proper ideological education, but also the tempering of blood and fire. New recruits who have never been in battle cannot possess that spirit. Furthermore, they had mostly been working recently, and their training time each day was not much, so achieving the current results made La Sung very satisfied. After the formation exercises were completed, La Sung waved for Sui Tu to come over, signaling him to gather the soldiers, as he had something to say. A series of commands to look straight in line rang out. The soldiers began to adjust their ranks with small steps. Finally, when the team leaders shouted to look ahead and stand at attention, all the new recruits turned their gazes towards the parade platform, looking at their leader with eager eyes. Everyone knew that the barracks had been completed, and the supplies. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes over 1,000 war horses enter the barracks along with many weapons they had never seen before. New clothes, shoes, shiny swords, and armor. What they would be distributed this time depended entirely on this moment. Kuang Tuyen stood beside La Sung, wide-eyed at these soldiers, not expecting the Han people to have such grand schemes, daring to gather thousands of strong young men doing nothing, just to build an army. This Han leader always claimed that his tribe lacked manpower. Weren't those standing below all manpower? He could make them do anything, yet left them idle here. But on the other hand, proving they had enough capability to support this idle crowd. And a professional army like this, if equipped with the supplies just transported, how great would the military strength of the Han people be? Perhaps the entire. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes over 1,000 war horses enter the barracks along with many weapons they had never seen before. New clothes, shoes, shiny swords, and armor. What they would be distributed this time depended entirely on this moment. Kuang Tuyen stood beside La Sung, wide-eyed at these soldiers, not expecting the Han people to have such grand schemes, daring to gather thousands of strong young men doing nothing just to build an army. This Han leader always claimed that his tribe lacked manpower, weren't those standing below. All manpower, he could make them do anything, yet left them idle here. But on the other hand, he also deeply felt the strength of the Han people. The Han dared to do this, proving they had enough capability to support this idle crowd. And a professional army like this, if equipped with the supplies just transported, how great would the military strength of the Han people be? Perhaps the entire 2,000 people from Hukwang City aren't enough to fill the ranks of this army. Looking down, more than 4,000 soldiers were lined up neatly, and Ying Hue handed La Sung the megaphone. La Sung stepped up to the review platform and began to speak. Han soldiers, I am very pleased with your recent training. Over the past month, you have not only completed the construction of the camp, but also kept up with the basic drills. This makes me very happy. Now, as the leader of the Han people, I congratulate you on completing the first phase of training. You are now true soldiers. La Sung's voice echoed from the brass megaphone, spreading throughout the training ground. The recruits below felt immense joy hearing their leader's praise. Having been recognized by the leader as true soldiers, they would surely soon receive the necessary supplies. Indeed, shortly after, La Sung continued, but this is not the end. It is just the beginning. You will have to undergo even more rigorous training, not only to become disciplined soldiers, but also to be warriors who can win. I know many of you are eager to receive your gear. Fine, I can provide it to you. But first, each of you must pass a strict examination. La Sung paused for a moment before continuing. I also want to warn you, do not discriminate against any troop type. In the Han people, all troop types are equal, regardless of rank. Whether you are infantry, spearmen, pikemen, archers, or cavalry, all are the same. The equipment and weapons of each troop type do not differ greatly. Every type of weapon I prepare for you is the best. Therefore, I hope that in the upcoming examination, you will demonstrate your true abilities. Do not cheat just to get into a particular troop type. That will not only harm you, but could also endanger your teammates, your brothers. La Sung looked down at the soldiers, his voice stern. For example, many of you have seen the war horses that just arrived. Surely some want to become cavalry, but the reality is you may not be suited for it. If you force it, during training, you will hold back your teammates, and in battle, due to insufficient ability, your teammates will have to be distracted to protect you, and they may even sacrifice themselves for you. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. I hope you can take responsibility for your teammates, for your own lives, and for your families. If due to a wrong choice, both you and your teammates lose your lives, think about how your wives and children will live afterward. I hope you remember my words well. La Sung paused, looking down at the soldiers who were silently listening, then continued. All right, that's enough from me. Today, besides supervising the recruitment examination, I also want to treat you to a meal. I know you have worked hard over the past month with training and building the camp, and the food has not been great. Surely many of you have seen the pigs and goats that just arrived. That is to treat you to some meat for the meal. Now I will talk about the plan for this afternoon. Everyone stay in your places according to your teams. Under the direction of the team leaders, measure your height and foot size to receive new uniforms. Then together, boil water to wash up. Tomorrow, wear the new clothes. Once everyone has finished bathing, we will have a feast together. Now the team leaders start leading their teams to receive uniforms. The soldiers listened to their leader's words. Initially, all were pensive, especially when La Sung mentioned that troop types are equal and a wrong choice could lead to death. Many of them had their own goals, hoping to join their favorite troop types, and some even prepared to cheat in the examination. But now, hearing the leaders say that, they had to abandon that idea. The Han people, though large and populous, are nothing compared to modern times. The total population has not exceeded 100,000 people. Therefore, La Sung's prestige in the tribe is very high, especially among the youth. From the age of 10 to 15, in just 5 years, La Sung has transformed the Han people from a few dozen into a powerful force with many fortresses and tens of thousands of people. Thus, very few dare to doubt his words. Because everyone knows the leader is very intelligent, everything he says is the truth. However, every forest has its strange birds, and there are still some who do not care about what La Sung just said, still planning to cheat in tomorrow's examination. But they do not know what the examination method is, so they do not have a specific goal and can only adapt as they go. Additionally, upon hearing the news that they would receive new clothes today, everyone was immensely happy. Tonight, they would also get to eat meat, and everyone was excited. The team leaders had begun leading their teams to measure height. Since they had a foundation for lining up beforehand, there was no chaos, and the recruits obediently lined up to receive their uniforms. Today was all good news. No one wanted to be pulled out for punishment, especially since tomorrow would be the start of the recruitment examination. Causing trouble now would be like cutting off their own limbs. In front of the review platform, several tables were set up. Next to them were bamboo poles marked to measure height and chest size. On the ground was a board, with markings to measure foot size. The soldiers took turns standing next to the tables, measuring height and foot size, then registering their names and receiving uniforms. Thanks to Lethung, the Han people had implemented a size classification system for shoes and clothing early on. The clothing was not very clear, but the shoes sold on the market had all been made according to size. The types of uniforms produced in bulk had also been classified by size beforehand. Only ordinary people still often sew their clothes at home. The soldiers happily received their new clothes and shoes without making a fuss. After receiving everything, they lined up waiting for the entire team of more than 20 to receive enough before returning to the camp together. At their request, they will boil water together for bathing. To prepare for this change of uniforms, Lasung also brought along a supply of soap and arsenic. Occasionally, using arsenic-infused water for bathing can kill parasites on the skin without causing poisoning, helping to protect the soldiers' health and prevent disease outbreaks in the barracks. Since the barracks are crowded, precautions must be taken early. Fortunately, the barracks are also easy to manage, with discipline to regulate the soldiers' behavior. The water and restroom facilities in the barracks are well planned. These facilities have contributed to reducing the risk of disease. In ancient times, with poor medical conditions and low recovery rates, one could only rely on daily disease prevention. Maintaining cleanliness is much better than relying on treatment when sick. This is also a principle that La Sung always adheres to. The barracks have a bathhouse that looks like a large warehouse from the outside, but inside there is a deep pit, paved with stones and bricks, with small pebbles at the bottom. Outside the bathhouse, many large pots have been set up. The hot water, once boiled, will be scooped into the bathing pool, while cold water is drawn from the medics from Handuang City that La Sung brought along are also leading Fax Tin into the bath and instructing the soldiers on safe usage. Arsenic is not stored regularly in the barracks. It can only be requested when needed, as it can easily cause poisoning otherwise. The soldiers who have finished bathing or are waiting to bathe start butchering pigs and goats, preparing food for dinner. Besides, these vegetables are free but must be exchanged for manure. The soldiers in the barracks do not produce anything. They are professional soldiers and do not farm at all, so the manure from the barracks restrooms is of no use but cannot be discarded carelessly. Fortunately, there is the nearby Phu Mang Quan County, so the manure is given to the locals to grow vegetables. Growing vegetables requires more manure than rice. The locals who grow vegetables and supply them back to the barracks also consider it a form of self-sufficiency for the soldiers. When everyone has finished bathing and started dinner, La Sung has also prepared a banquet. Besides the main dishes, La Sung also enjoys grilled meat, homegrown peppers from the Han people, and dill obtained from the Shin people. These spices are widely grown, so the Han people do not lack them, and common folks can buy them since they are grown in the auxiliary fields of each household. The land distribution system of the Han people stipulates that men are allocated rice fields to grow grains, while women are given auxiliary fields to grow mulberries, rami, vegetables, and spices. There are no restrictions, so every household grows a little spice, enough for their marveling at the Han people's refined eating habits while recalling what he has seen today. He has witnessed many new things today, but there are also many things he does not understand. He wants to ask but remembers the conditions agreed upon with La Sung and feels a toothache. Better to stay silent. He'll see how things go for another day. The soldiers' meal is also quite rich. Although they do not get to eat grilled meat like the leader, they do have plenty of stews and meat soups. Rice and steamed buns are the main dishes, while the side dishes include pork stew with cabbage or goat stew with cabbage. The pork and goat are brought by La Sung, while the buns are a specialty of New Duong County made from taro flour. Taro has a high yield and a large starch content but is difficult to preserve, so the noodles were immediately loved by the people of New Duong County. Taro noodles are not only easy to preserve but can also be used for cooking, even eaten instead of rice, prepared in a bowl with meat broth, eaten like noodles. However, due to the complicated production process and low yield, common folks still mainly use noodles as a side dish. Making noodles is not difficult but requires time and effort. First, the taro must be ground into flour, soaked in water to settle the starch, then steamed into cakes, and finally cut into strands. This is just one of many methods to create flat or round noodles. Additionally, there are round cabbages imported from nomadic tribes. They do not resemble the Napa cabbage or the cabbage that La Sung has seen before, but they have now become a staple vegetable for the Han people. Other byproducts are not wasted, used for cooking or making soups. However, meat is not always available, so to supplement protein, the barracks often buy tofu from Phu Mang Quan County for cooking, ensuring nutrition for the soldiers. After bathing and eating well, the soldiers line up to receive new blankets. Everyone is smiling brightly. After finishing his meal, La Sung also arranged for the buglers to come down to the barracks. Starting today, the bugle will be blown so that the soldiers can get used to this sound. After selecting the troops and dividing the units, they will begin training additional buglers. Besides the bugle, There are also some small items like whistles made of brass, but they have not been distributed yet. After the unit division, they will be assigned down to the squad level. The current binoculars cannot be made yet because the quartz ore that the nomads brought back earlier is insufficient for testing. Mass production of glasses cannot be done, so they have to wait until there is a coal mine to think about mass production. Time passes quickly. The night in the barracks is quiet. The next morning, after the wake-up trumpet sounds, there is also the sound of the alarm, and the soldiers in the barracks begin to wake up. The morning is nothing special, just like every day. Everyone gathers at the training ground for morning runs, then returns for personal hygiene, eats breakfast, and tidies up before finally focusing on training. The only difference from other days is that today all the soldiers are wearing dark red uniforms and leather boots. Even this small change brings a huge effect. When La Sung leads Kung Tuan up to the reviewing stand to watch the morning drill of the barracks, La Sung is very excited and satisfied, while Kung Tuan is extremely astonished. Thousands of people in red uniforms line up running around the training ground, shouting slogans 1, 2, 3B. That scene looks like a red river flowing across the training ground, the synchronized footsteps shaking the ground. Kung Tuan can't help but marvel. An army like this, without needing to fight, just showing up in front of the enemy is enough to scare them. Other byproducts were also not wasted, used for cooking or making soup. However, since meat isn't always available, to supplement protein, the camp often buys tofu from the supply officers to cook, ensuring nutrition for the soldiers. After bathing and eating well, the soldiers lined up to receive new blankets. Everyone was smiling brightly. After finishing his meal, La Sung also arranged for the signal musicians to come down to the camp. From today, the signals will be blown so the soldiers can get used to this sound. After selecting the troops and dividing the units, they will begin additional training for the signal musicians. Besides the signals, there are also some small items like whistles made of brass, but they haven't been distributed yet. After the division of units, they will be assigned down to the squad level. The current telescopic lenses haven't been made yet, as the quartz ore that the scouts brought back previously isn't enough for testing. Mass production of the lenses can't start until there's a coal mine to think about mass production. Time passed quickly. The night in the camp was quiet. The next morning, after the wake-up horn sounded, there was also the sound of the alarm, and the soldiers in the camp began to wake up. The morning was nothing special. Just like any other day, everyone gathered at the training ground for morning runs, then went back for personal hygiene, had breakfast, tidied up their quarters, and finally focused on training. The only difference from other days was that today all the soldiers wore dark red uniforms and leather boots. Just this small change brought about a huge effect. When La Sung led Chiang Xuan up to the review platform to watch the soldiers in the morning, La Sung was very excited and satisfied, while Chiang Xuan was extremely astonished. Thousands of people in red uniforms lined up running around the training ground, shouting slogans 1, 2, 3B. That scene looked like a red river flowing across the training ground, the synchronized footsteps shaking the ground. Chiang Xuan couldn't help but marvel. An army like this, without needing to fight, just showing up in front of the enemy would be enough to terrify them. Although it wasn't a sea of people, calling it a river of people wouldn't be wrong. La Sung looked at the scene before him, smiled slightly, and wondered if this army in red uniforms deserved the title of the Red Army. After the morning exercise, when many soldiers returned to have breakfast and tidy up, La Sung also called his two aides, Nue and Huiet Do, to arrange the plan for today's recruitment and inspection. The inspection was mainly divided into several parts, the first being weightlifting, but skipping the overhead lift, requiring participants to stand with their feet shoulder-width apart, knees straight, only bending at the waist to grip the barbell, then lift it to hip level. There was no limit on the number of repetitions, just give it your all. Whoever could do the most repetitions would be rated highly. The purpose of this test was because this movement was similar to pulling the bowstring of a crossbow, needing to step on the semicircular iron ring in front of the bow, then pull the bowstring with both hands. Weightlifting was similar. Whoever could lift the most times would prove they could pull the bowstring more times, thus selecting archers with good endurance who could shoot more than others. The second part was a vision test. First, prepare 5 wooden boards the size of a human head, painted white with numbers from 0 to 9 written on both sides. Then, from a distance, one person would randomly hold up the boards for participants to identify. The purpose of this test was also to select skilled archers and to potentially recruit some outstanding individuals as scouts, essentially the vanguard. The third part was to test the ability to navigate high and low obstacles and balance beams. Those who completed it quickly and smoothly would be rated well. The fastest would be classified as excellent. This test aimed to select warriors with good balance, meaning those with well-developed cerebellums who could serve in cavalry or as shield bearers. Cavalrymen on horseback had to endure a lot of jolting and also learn challenging riding techniques, requiring extremely high balance skills. Although shield bearers didn't ride horses, they had to wield 2 different weapons. One hand held a shield, and the other held a sword. Unlike other troops who only carried one type of weapon like a spear, halberd, or bow. Holding two weapons at once also required a very high level of balance. The fourth part was a test of striking wooden balls, preparing a board 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters high, drilling holes the size of bowls along the vertical axis, corresponding to the positions of the face, neck, chest, and abdomen. Each hole was stuffed with a wooden ball of equal diameter, so that the ball fit snugly in the hole. Participants held a 4-meter-long stick, sprinting from a distance of 20 meters, and when approaching the board, they would use the stick to strike one of the balls. Each person had 5 attempts. Whoever hit the most would be rated highly. This test was entirely aimed at selecting the spear troops due to its clear specificity. The fifth part was called the strike, the cover post, a test devised by La Sung himself. First, select several bamboo poles of equal length and thickness, corresponding to the positions of the face, neck, chest, and abdomen. Each hole was stuffed with a wooden ball of equal diameter, so that the ball fit snugly in the hole. Participants held a 3-meter-long bamboo pole. The head was used to strike, drilled with holes and filled with sand to increase weight, simulating the addition of a metal tip, then painted that part white. During the test, the judge would randomly call out a color, and the participant had to quickly use the white end of the bamboo pole to strike the corresponding color area on the cover. The purpose of this test was to select the shock troops, a type of long weapon that La Sung first introduced. Ancient long weapons were mainly divided into 3 types. The first was the spear, also known as the lance, used solely for stabbing, with many variations depending on length and usage. But basically, there were only 2 small classifications. One was the long spear or handheld lance, and the other was the short, light-throwing spear, which was a type of long-range weapon. The second was the hua, shaped like a long sickle. The wooden handle had a short blade placed horizontally. The usage included 2 actions, stabbing and cutting, meaning swinging the handle horizontally and stabbing the short blade into the opponent. After stabbing, it could be pulled back, like a sickle cutting grass, capable of tearing the opponent's body. This action was called cutting. Skilled users could even use this large sickle to sever the enemy's neck and were often placed horizontally on war chariots to collect enemy skulls. However, both types of long weapons had quite monotonous functions. One could only stab, and the other could only slice or cut. But the third type, the Ji, combined both types of these weapons. This weapon was widely equipped from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods and remained popular during the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties. It was just renamed Lim Thung by famous generals like La Fan during the Sui and Tang and Nak Phai during the Song. Just hearing the name makes it clear what it is. Essentially, it is a spear with an additional sickle blade at the tip, equivalent to combining both the spear and the hua on one wooden handle, capable of both stabbing the enemy and slicing like a hua, even used to trip horses or people, making it the best weapon for infantry. Whether fighting infantry against infantry or infantry against cavalry, it provided a significant advantage. However, this useful weapon historically did not develop, but the third type is a spear that combines both types of these weapons. This type of weapon was widely equipped since the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods and remained popular during the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties. It was just renamed as a Lim Thuong by famous generals like La Fan during the Sui and Tang and Nat Phai during the Song. Just hearing the name, one knows what it is. Basically, it's a spear with an additional crescent blade at the tip, equivalent to combining both a spear and a glaive on one wooden shaft, which can be used to stab enemies, slice like a glaive, or even hook a horse's leg or a person's leg, making it the best weapon for infantry. Whether fighting infantry against infantry or infantry against cavalry, it provides a significant advantage. However, this useful weapon historically did not develop. The best gas for infantry. Whether it's infantry fighting infantry or infantry against cavalry, it provides a huge advantage. However, this useful type of weapon did not develop historically. Finally, the spear and the whip were rendered useless, as they disappeared completely. The reason was that it had an unbeatable opponent with a wall spear. One hand held the wall spear, and the other held a long sword. Any type of spear or whip had to kneel and call him dad in front of this master. The wall spear is actually a small shield, with iron hooks attached to the top and bottom. When the opponent uses a spear or whip to strike, you just need to use the shield on the wall spear to block it, then hook the iron hooks into the curved part of the spear or whip, preventing the opponent from retracting their weapon. At this point, you can use your other hand to stab with a sword. The opponent cannot defend against it and can only wait for death. But La Sung was not afraid, because only he knew the secret of the wall spear. As long as he didn't reveal this weapon that counters spears and whips, the Han tribe's killing power would be unbeatable. Returning to the bamboo pole striking test, participants were required to use their heads to strike the bamboo pole at shoulder height, which actually simulated the action of using a spear to stab at the opponent's shoulder. The movements were identical. Additionally, painting different colors on target positions aimed to test the participants' reaction speed while also checking for color blindness, achieving multiple objectives at once. This test was also evaluated based on the fastest speed, correct color strikes, and the most effective number of hits. Besides the technical tests, there was also a sixth physical fitness test. Each person had to wear 2 sand-filled shields, which meant 8 segments filled with sand, 4 in the front and 4 in the back, strapped to their chest and back, then run 10 kilometers. There was no requirement to run in formation. Just run fast, and whoever runs the fastest would be highly regarded. Finally, the classification of military branches would be based on total points, and no one knew the standards for each branch. Therefore, even if the soldiers cheated, they wouldn't know which subjects to focus on. Since all 6 subjects were mandatory, no subject was prioritized. Moreover, to prevent cheating, everyone was informed that those with high total scores would be selected as officers. This made no one dare to cheat. To achieve a high total score, one had to perform well in all subjects. When La finished arranging the tests, the soldiers had also finished breakfast and tidied up their belongings. Then they heard the assembly drum and began to gather at the training ground. The morning would test the technical subjects, while the physical fitness test would be reserved for the afternoon. If they didn't run 10 kilometers with heavy loads first, everyone would be exhausted and unable to complete the remaining subjects. The first test was to overcome high and low poles and a balance beam, also known as the plum blossom pile and the single log bridge. On the training ground, dozens of different high and low wooden poles were set up. Behind them was a 10-meter-long bridge, very narrow, only 10 centimeters wide, even less than a hand's width. Jian Shun was a rookie from Liuyang district, who had joined the Han tribe for 3 years, just turned 18, had no special talents, and held no titles. He was from the Xianjiao tribe, previously living by herding wild goats, and after joining the Han tribe, he was given the surname Jian, started learning to farm, and got married at 15. He currently had 1 wife and 3 children. The oldest son was 4 years old, the daughter was 2.5, and the youngest son was still nursing. Jian Shun had been in Liuyang district since its establishment, which was also when he came into contact with the professional soldiers of the Han tribe. As a young man, he admired the equipment and weapons of the Han army, especially the large shield and short sword of the shield sword soldiers along with the shiny black armor. But the leader had never expanded the army, so he had no chance to enlist. This time, the leader finally decided to expand the army, and his age met the minimum requirements, plus he had 3 children, fulfilling the leader's condition that those without children could not enlist, so he immediately registered. After all, he already had 2 sons and a daughter. If he were to die in battle, there would be nothing to regret. Moreover, the benefits for fallen soldiers were not low. If he died, not only would his eldest son be promoted 1 rank, but the tribe would also provide support for his children until they reached adulthood. If he was lucky enough to achieve merit, he could also be granted a title, and even if he didn't achieve merit, he would still receive 30 coins in military salary each month, equivalent to the salary of a worker, which was not low. So why not join the army? Furthermore, the opportunities for merit and titles in the military were greater than in other professions. With that goal in mind, Jian Shun arrived at the barracks. His aim was to become an excellent shield sword soldier, but the current tests left him baffled. Even racking his brain, he couldn't guess how these high and low poles and balance beams related to shield sword soldiers. Well, wasn't there still a chance to achieve a high total score to become an officer? Then he would just do his best. Jian Shun's team was the first to participate in the test. He followed the team leader, lining up in 2 neat rows as they approached the training ground. Each team had 25 people, and Jian Shun stood in the middle. Suddenly, he heard the team leader call his name, immediately standing at attention and loudly announcing that Jian Shun should step out of the line to receive his registration number. Yes. Jian Shun did not hesitate. Even though he didn't know what the registration number was, he still obeyed the team leader's order and stepped forward to receive a plaque. On the plaque, his name was written as Bangshan, with the number 0012 below it. Perhaps that was the registration number. After receiving the number, he returned to the line, and the team leader began to explain the testing process. First was to run and jump over the high and low poles, then quickly step through. Next was to run and leap onto the balance beam, then run quickly on that long and narrow wooden plank. Although he didn't understand the purpose of this test, they all memorized it immediately. Then everyone began to take the test in order of their registration numbers. Those standing before Jian Shun passed one by one. Some fell off the high and low poles, while others fell off the balance beam halfway through. Each person had 2 attempts, and then ran quickly on that long and narrow wooden plank. Although he didn't understand the purpose of this test, they all memorized it immediately. Then everyone began to take the test in order of their registration numbers. Those standing before Jian Shun passed one by one. Some fell off the high and low poles, while others fell off the balance beam halfway through. Each person had 2 attempts. After the examination is completed, the judge appointed by the leader will record the results on a form. Throughout the examination process, the judge only reads out the registration number, observes the participant's performance, and then records the results without making any comments. Whether the person finishes quickly or falls during both attempts, the judge's voice rings out. It's Kian-fun's turn, and he's a bit anxious, his palms sweaty. He jogs a few steps to the starting line. His team captain approaches, pats him on the shoulder, and encourages him, telling him not to be tense, to relax, that this isn't hard. When starting, he shouldn't run too fast. Once on the beam, he needs to keep his eyes clear. His right foot must step accurately, raise both hands to maintain balance, slow down a bit, it's better than falling. When he gets to the balance beam, he should start slow and steady. Once on the beam, he can speed up. Go for it, I believe you can do it. The captain repeats this for the 12th time to Kian-thon. He actually has faith in everyone. Yes, thank you, Captain. After saying that, Kian-thon takes a deep breath and charges forward. He runs a 10-meter approach, jumps onto the half-meter high wooden beam, recalling the captain's advice, extending his arms to keep his balance, eyes glued to his feet, afraid of making a wrong step, careful yet firm, better than trying to run fast. The wooden beams, less than a foot in diameter, slide under his feet one after another, uneven heights almost causing him to fall, but he finally makes it across. Then he runs another 10-meter approach, running along a slanted wooden beam on the ground to climb up to the balance beam, then speeds up as instructed by the captain. The bridge is 10 meters long, marked with red paint every meter. He doesn't have time to look at the numbers on the bridge, only sees the horizontal line sliding beneath his feet, but the feeling of almost falling still envelops him. He struggles to maintain his balance, but ultimately falls off the bridge at the last meter. Kian-thon sighs, circles around to return to the starting line. The judge asks, each person has 2 attempts, do you want to try again? We will take the best result. Hearing this, Kian-thon feels happy, because if they take the best result, then even if he falls on the second attempt, it won't affect his score. This time, if he can make it to the end, great. If not, so what? Why not try again? Moreover, in the first attempt, he had smoothly passed the uneven beams, and on the balance beam, he managed to run 8.5 meters, which is already very good compared to more than a dozen teammates before him. If he does even better, who knows? He might have a chance to become an officer. Thinking this, Kian-thon doesn't hesitate, nods, and says, I want to try again. Kian-thon has quite a good talent. Although he doesn't stand out, he has one strength. He learns faster than others. Having just completed one round, the uneven obstacles and the balance beam, he runs even smoother the second time. In the second test, Kian-thon passes without a hitch, not only avoiding mistakes on the uneven obstacles but also running straight through the balance beam to the end, achieving a pretty good score from the judge. However, he doesn't know this because he has to wait until the whole team finishes the test, and the form is only collected by the captain, with none of the rookies allowed to see it. After the balance test, the next is the physical fitness test, weightlifting. Lasso doesn't waste metal to cast weight plates, nor does he have time for people to carve stone weights. He only asks carpenters to make some wooden boxes filled with sand to increase the weight, with a wooden beam in the middle to carry, looking like carrying 2 buckets of water, only different because it's filled with sand. For this pure strength test, the rookies feel more relieved. Everyone is confident in their strength, as they are all young. Who doesn't have strength? This test is much simpler than the uneven obstacles and the balance beam before. Kian-thon is no exception, but when he hears that this test doesn't assess speed, but the number of lifts, he starts lifting slowly, one at a time, not rushing to expend energy right from the start. To put it bluntly, this test requires endurance. Each person only has one chance, so everyone tries their best. Even if they were given a second chance, no one would have the strength to lift again. In the end, Kian-thon lifted 127 times, his arms sore, his back feeling like it might break, his shoulders numb, and then he plops down on the ground. This result isn't bad, but it's not outstanding either. In his team of 25, 6 or 7 people lifted over 130 times, not to mention the entire army. Kian-thon doesn't know what score he will achieve. With a worried mindset, the first team continues to the third test. At this point, the whole team is exhausted. Even the first person to participate in the weightlifting hasn't recovered. Luckily, the leader calculated well. This test is only a vision test, requiring no physical strength. The vision test room has a horizontal line, and Kian-thon stands behind the line as instructed by the captain. In front of him, from near to far, there are 10 tables, each 10 meters apart, with a judge at each table. The captain stands beside him, loudly calling out Kian-thon's registration, number 2012, and waving a yellow triangular flag towards the judges. The judge at the 10-meter position understands, randomly selects a wooden card from the table, and holds it up, the side with the number facing Kian-thon. Kian-thon sees the number 3 and shouts it out. The judge confirms it at the 10-meter position and then raises the blue triangular flag. The judge at the 20-meter position does the same. It continues like this to the position.